Chapter 1. Murder. Boom! A dull thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down on the vast, endless wilderness. An armed train sped through the pitch-black rainy night with its high beams on. The rainwater washed away the bloodstains all over the train's body, inside the carriage. Yuhao curled up in a corner, his face somewhat pale. He pressed his body tightly against the iron wall of the carriage to reduce the discomfort caused by the train's bumps. The light in the carriage was dim, with only a gas lamp on the ceiling providing a weak source of illumination, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more stifling. In this 30-square-meter carriage, nearly 100 people were crammed in. With no windows, a nauseating stench filled the entire carriage. Vomit and even feces were everywhere on the ground. He tried to occupy a relatively clean spot in the corner of the carriage. Compared to his slightly pale complexion, the other people in the carriage looked extremely unwell and very unstable. Some people, driven by hunger, even began to show a crazed, bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. Hunger and fear filled the hearts of everyone here at IT. Had been 6 days. It had been exactly 6 days since he crossed into this world. In these 6 days, he had only eaten a few pieces of dry, hard bread and drunk a few cups of murky, yellowish muddy water. Although his condition was better than that of the natives in this apocalypse, it wasn't much better. This was a world in chaos, filled with zombies. Due to the night and the rain, the temperature inside the carriage was very low. He tightened his leather jacket and curled his body as much as possible to minimize heat loss. .Brother.He that moment. A man had somehow moved to Yuhao's side. He looked at Yuhao's leather jacket and greedily scanned his youthful face, his voice hoarse. "Could you let that lady over there wear your leather jacket for a bit?" The man pointed to a woman in the corner on the other side of the carriage. "The temperature in the carriage is extremely low right now. We big men might be able to tough it out, but that lady is dressed so lightly it wouldn't be good." Yuhao said nothing and glanced at the woman at tea that moment. The woman was indeed dressed rather lightly, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, but underneath her there was a thick coat. Seeing that Yuhao didn't respond, the man's mouth curled into a smirk as he licked his lips and turned to the crowd, continuing. "Everyone says that." However, before the man could finish his sentence, Yuhao suddenly sprang up, taking out a rusty piece of metal from behind and slashing at the man's throat. In an instant, a large gash opened in the man's throat and a torrent of blood gushed out. The man clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground in agony, and Yuhao seized the opportunity to sit on the man's body, continuing to stab at him with the metal piece. Once, twice, 3 times. After stabbing him 6 times, the man finally died, filled with unwillingness to huff. Yuhao, sitting on the man's body, let out a breath, slowly raising his head to look at the woman in the corner, coldly asking, "Are you still cold?" He tried to remain calm while saying this. His chest didn't rise and fall too noticeably. He couldn't let these people see his weakness otherwise. It would be very dangerous. Seeing the fierce look in Yuhao's eyes, the woman's face turned pale, and she hurriedly put on the coat that was under her, shaking her head like a rattle. This woman was in a relationship with the man on the ground. Yuhao lifted the bloodied metal piece and looked at it, then expressionlessly scanned each person present, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Everyone instinctively avoided his gaze. Only after everyone dared not to meet his eyes did he slowly stand up and return to his original corner. The few people who had been crowded around him began to deliberately distance themselves, making the corner that had been somewhat cramped for Yuhao now feel quite spacious. The carriage fell silent and oppressive again. The pungent, unpleasant smell mixed with the scent of blood. Several extremely emaciated men in the carriage looked at the corpse on the floor, their Adam's apples bobbing as they swallowed. They kept licking their lips, edging closer to the man's body. Yuhao's expression remained calm as he leaned against the corner, ignoring these people. He knew what they wanted to do. If he hadn't acted quickly just now, it might have been him lying on the ground. Some of the people in this carriage were no different from the insane. They had long lost their humanity. The man on the ground had claimed to be borrowing clothes, but everyone understood the unspoken truth that he had seen such things before. Clang, at that moment. The door to the next carriage was pushed open. 3 men in uniform stepped out with guns at their belts and police batons in hand. Everyone in the carriage instinctively made way for these men. The 3 approached the corpse. The leading man glanced at the body on the ground, then at Yuhao, who was covered in blood, and said in a deep voice, "Did you kill him?" He waved his hand, and the 2 subordinates behind him stepped forward. Before Yuhao could respond, the 2 subordinates swung their police batons at him. Each strike was filled with force. Yuhao protected his head, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. After a full minute of being beaten, the man's two subordinates finally stopped. Seeing that Yuhao had kept silent and gritted his teeth throughout this minute, a flicker of interest passed through the man's previously gloomy expression. He snorted coldly and said, "You're quite interesting. You dare to kill someone from Hongya's crew? You really are tired of living." But as the man spoke, he thoughtfully glanced at the others in the carriage. Aside from this kid, the others were not in good spirits to kill someone in such a crowded carriage without inciting public outrage. This kid was indeed ruthless enough to command respect. He needed someone like that. I've taken a liking to you. From now on, you'll be the boss of this carriage. If anything goes wrong in this carriage in the future, he'll hold you accountable. He waved his hand, and the two subordinates returned to the front carriage. The man took the gun from his waist and chamber round. Now he was the only one in this filthy carriage, and for safety's sake, he still held the gun for self-defense. However, he wasn't too worried about the people in this carriage causing trouble after all. There were 20 armed men on this train, each equipped with a handgun. If anything happened to him, everyone here would not survive, and they would die terribly. The man looked at Yuhao. Without speaking, he didn't ask the kid's name. This kid and the others in the carriage were not worth him knowing their names. Even though this kid had already been appointed as the boss of this carriage, it did not change his status as a slave. He didn't need to invest too much thought into these slaves. If this slave couldn't manage things well later, he could just replace him. It wasn't a big deal. The two subordinates returned, holding a package of pickled vegetables, 2 pieces of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. They tossed the food to Yuhao. The man said to everyone in the carriage in a deep voice, "In the future, what this kid says will only come second to what I say. Each of you must obey his orders. Similarly, I don't want to see any more instances of you turning against each other. If I catch anyone doing so again, I will unhesitatingly throw the troublemaker to feed the zombies. Do you understand?" Chapter 2. Survival days reached 7 days, activating Apocalypse survival system. Although some of those present were unwilling, they still nodded in silence. Seeing no objections, the man withdrew his gaze and looked down at the corpse at his feet. He kicked the corpse with some disdain. "Throw this corpse out." Yes, in this food-scarce apocalypse, although corpses are valuable, the train conductor, Mr. Hong, has other means of obtaining food, so the man does not care about this thing. 2 subordinates opened the train door and threw the corpse out. After doing all this, the man and his 2 subordinates prepared to return to their carriage. As they passed by the woman in the corner, the man's eyes lit up and he stopped. He looked at the woman with interest. The woman lowered her head anxiously, not daring to make eye contact. He looked at this curvaceous woman and said with a faint smile, "Lift your head and tuck your hair behind." He hadn't noticed before, but he didn't expect there to be a woman of decent quality in this carriage. Although the woman was scared, she had no choice but to comply. After sizing her up, the man said with slight satisfaction, "Your looks are acceptable. Unless something unexpected happens, the train will reach a level 1 mine tomorrow. Do you want a mine?" The woman hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Then show your worth. Mr. Hong doesn't need worthless slaves." The woman seemed to understand the man's implication and quickly said, "I have value." She flirtatiously licked her soft tongue and said in a sultry voice, "I'm very good at it, and I can handle it." "Very good." The man nodded in satisfaction. "Come with me. Go meet the train conductor and show your worth in front of him. Once this woman catches the conductor's eye, the man will also receive a considerable reward." Thus, the 3 men and 1 woman left the carriage. When the carriage door closed again, the interior fell back into darkness and silence. But Yuhao picked up the food and water on the ground and leaned against the corner to start eating. The beating he took earlier was painful, but fortunately, it didn't injure any vital areas, just some superficial wounds. This time, the bread wasn't as dry and hard, it was much softer. He poured pickled vegetables on the bread and made a sandwich to eat. The people in the carriage watched Yuhao, their swallowing sounds rising and falling. Yuhao didn't care about their gazes, and it didn't take long for him to finish the food in his hands. Then he gulped down more than half a bottle of mineral water, leaning back against the metal wall of the carriage with slight satisfaction. To be honest, he wasn't full yet, but this was already much better than the past few days. He looked towards the train door, a slight smile on his lips. Sure enough, he had bet right. Although he got beaten tonight, he also successfully became the manager of this carriage. Since arriving in this world, he had been observing and not just sitting idle. Through observation, he found that this carriage lacked a manager, and one had not appeared for a long time. So, 2 days ago, he found a piece of metal and hid it. He wouldn't deliberately kill people, but if someone posed a danger to him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. This is an apocalypse. The law of the jungle prevails, and to survive, one must have blood on their hands. By killing that man tonight, he also took the opportunity to show himself. He gambled that the thug wouldn't kill him. After all, they needed slaves for mining at the mine, and killing him would only lose a valuable resource. Not killing him would only lose one slave. It wasn't worth it. However, Yuhao looked towards a train door, his brow slightly furrowing. Although his actions had succeeded, they also laid a significant hidden danger. If that woman gained the train conductor's favor, his days ahead might face trouble. He didn't know how long it had been. The rain stopped, and the sky began to lighten. The people in the carriage were still asleep. Survival days reached 7 days, activating the apocalypse survival system. A mechanical voice echoed in Yuhao's mind, waking him from his slumber. He opened his bleary eyes and looked at a semi-transparent virtual panel that appeared in front of him at some point. His pupils contracting, he quickly rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that what he saw was not an illusion, he stared blankly at the content on the panel. Activating the apocalypse survival panel. Starting to distribute the beginner's gift pack. Beginner's gift pack. Desert Eagle pistol with a fully equipped magazine plus 18 bullets. Starting to issue. Beginner's tasks. Beginner's tasks. 1. Kill 20 zombies. Time limit 7 days. 17. 2. Become a train conductor. Time limit 30 days. 130. 3. Appoint 50 train members in your own train. Time limit 60 days. 160. Complete the tasks to receive random rewards. The quality of the rewards will depend on the time taken to complete the tasks. Yuhao stared blankly at the content on the panel, and after a moment of daze, he felt immense joy inside it. It seemed he suddenly thought of something and quickly looked around. It this time. Several people had been awakened by the commotion from Yuhao's side, and they were looking at him. However, there was no trace of surprise in their eyes. Just simple confusion. After a couple of glances, they continued to sleep. Yuhao let out a sigh of relief, his gaze returning to his panel. It seems that this panel can only be seen by him. He had finished reading the content on the panel, but at the very bottom, there seemed to be an arrow for turning the page. He raised an eyebrow and reached out to slide it. But the moment this idea of turning the page occurred, the information on the panel automatically flipped. He was silent for a moment, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Very good. It's still under conscious control. To enrich the existence of the panel, you can choose from the following 3 ways to pop up the panel. 1. Expand in the current semi-virtual screen way. Gifted with a 7 Wolves belt, if there is information, the semi-virtual panel will pop out from the belt. 2. The panel information is directly displayed in the cornea. Gifted with a wristwatch, if there is information, it will be projected directly into the cornea from the wristwatch. 3. Synchronized with consciousness, no gifts. Yuhao looked at the information in the panel and couldn't help but admire how user-friendly the system was. He began to ponder. The third option, which directly synchronized with consciousness, had no gifts and was definitely not usable. Although it seemed a bit more advanced, it was just that. The information displayed in all 3 methods would be invisible to outsiders, so there was no need to pursue aesthetics. Practicality was what mattered. As for the first option, Yuhao imagined himself choosing the first option, tying on the belt, and a semi-transparent virtual screen popping out from the belt, which seemed somewhat ridiculous. Unless it was like a hero in armor who could transform by tying a belt. Otherwise, this method was just so-so. Without thinking too much, Yuhao made his choice. He chose the second option. After selecting the second option, the sci-fi-style semi-virtual screen panel disappeared, and then a wristwatch appeared on his wrist. Yuhao looked at the wristwatch with satisfaction. It now displayed the time as 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 39 seconds. Chapter 3. All aboard, the zombie tide is coming. By checking the time on his watch, Yuhao determined that he had arrived in this world at 5 in the morning. Watch successfully bound, cannot be disassembled. A message popped up in Yuhao's cornea. Beep. At this moment, the train let out a whistle. The train, which had been moving quickly, began to slow down. Clang. The doors of the carriage were pushed open. The man from last night entered the carriage with 20 henchmen behind him. Upon seeing this man enter, the people in the carriage immediately stood up. Yuhao had already positioned himself in front of the man, standing at attention. Since he had been appointed the manager of this carriage, it was natural for him to come before the man first and wait for instructions. Very good. The man glanced at Yuhao and nodded in satisfaction. He first instructed his henchmen to distribute food to everyone. Yuhao received 2 slices of bread, a packet of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water. The other slaves in the carriage received 2 pieces of dry, hard bread and a cup of murky water. After this, the man shouted to everyone in the carriage, "Today, we will work, and there'll be 2 meals. We will soon arrive at the mine, so eat and adjust your state. Once the train stops, be ready to get off and mine." After saying this, the man turned to Yuhao and said, "When we start mining, you will be responsible for supervising them. If you see anyone slacking off, report to me. Of course, if you see me busy, you can educate them yourself, just don't break them. I will set mining goals for everyone, and if anyone fails to meet their goals, I will hold you accountable." Yes. After the instructions, the man left 2 henchmen in this carriage and took the rest to the next slave carriage. Upon arriving at the level 1 mine, the train stopped. Everyone got off the train, and under the organization of the henchmen, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. At the front of the line was a portly man of short stature, flanked by 3 women. One of the women, who came from Yuhao's carriage, squinted her eyes at Yuhao and the crowd, a glimmer of hatred flashing in her eyes. "You 3 go back first. Don't get tanned. I prefer fair skin." The portly man said to the 3 women beside him. "Yes, Master Hong." The 3 women replied in unison, then returned to their designated first carriage. As one of the women passed by Yuhao, she slightly parted her lips and said 3 words. Yuhao squinted at the departing backs of the 3 women. His earlier worries had come to pass. This woman had already gained favor. The 3 words she just said to him were, "You wait." The train conductor, Zhou Hong, briefly gave a few instructions before returning to the carriage. Under the organization of the henchmen, the slaves began to collect pickaxes and head deeper into the mine. Once inside the mine, Yuhao sat on a large rock, a baton at his waist, and a walkie-talkie in hand, starting to supervise the work of these slaves. At the same time, he began to ponder the watch on his wrist. The people around him were working, and the henchmen had temporarily not noticed him. That woman had already started to act. Although he was still safe for now, he couldn't be sure he wouldn't face repercussions after mining was done. After fiddling for a while, the information panel successfully shot into his cornea again through the watch. Yuhao used his mind control to successfully extract the newbie gift Desert Eagle. A handgun appeared in his hand, which he then tucked into his leather jacket pocket. After successfully retrieving the handgun, he felt a little more secure. Having done this, he didn't continue fiddling with the watch, but began to walk around to supervise the work of the slaves. It was still a bit risky to mess with the watch here. If discovered, it would be troublesome. His main purpose just now was to see if the reward could be taken out. Since it could be, he could confidently start overseeing the work. Clang! Clang! The sound of pickaxes striking the ore rang out from all around. Yuhao walked up to a man who was vigorously mining iron ore with his pickaxe, frowning slightly. The pickaxe struck the iron ore with a loud noise, but the raised iron ore showed no signs of breaking apart. There wasn't even a scratch on it. "Slacking off, are we?" Yuhao said in a low voice with a displeased expression. Seeing Yuhao's displeasure, the man quickly said, "Big brother, I'm not slacking off. Look, sparks are flying." Yuhao looked down and saw that the pickaxe and iron ore indeed produced sparks. His frown deepened. "Then where's the ore you've mined?" "Big brother, the ore isn't mined yet, so it hasn't dropped." The man explained. "You've struck so many times and nothing has dropped?" He couldn't understand. Even if it was iron ore, after so many strikes and with sparks flying, there should be at least some iron residue. "Big brother, this is how mining works now." Yuhao looked at the man with skepticism, but didn't see any signs of him lying, then turned to look at the others. He noticed that all the surrounding slaves were in the same situation. Even though the pickaxes and iron ore were producing sparks, not a single piece of iron ore had fallen. "Continue," Yuhao said, and then walked toward the other slaves. When he reached a middle-aged man wearing glasses, he stopped in his tracks, suddenly feeling a bit confused. This glasses-wearing man was also in the same situation. What's going on? Since the train was able to operate without tracks from the start, he had felt something was off. Now this issue with mining had arisen. The man with glasses seemed to notice the confusion in Yuhao's eyes. With a flattering smile, he bent down and lowered his posture, asking softly, "Big brother, do you not quite understand our mining process? Would you like me to explain it to you? I used to be a vice conductor for a while and learned quite a bit." Yuhao glanced at the glasses man. For some reason, he immediately saw slickness and smoothness on this man's face. "Then explain it to me." "Sure." The glasses man raised his eyebrows, knowing his chance to perform had come. If he could please this big brother, things would be much easier in the future. After all, this big brother was now the manager of their carriage. "Big brother, here's the thing. Since the apocalypse arrived a year ago, the mines have changed from what they used to be. Every mine has a level distinction. The lowest is level 1, which can only yield level 1 minerals. The highest is level 4, which can only yield level 4 minerals. In addition to the different levels of the mines, the way ores are extracted has also changed. For example, in this level 1 iron mine, we need to keep striking the level 1 iron ore, and once the number of strikes and the force accumulate to a certain extent, the iron ore will drop 1 unit of level 1 iron. This 1 unit of level 1 iron requires no further refinement, has no impurities, and is pure iron. Under normal speed and force, an adult can generally mine 1 unit of iron in an hour." He tried to explain everything he knew, fearing he might miss any detail. Although there might be many things that the big brother already knew, he was primarily focusing on his attitude right now. Listening to this, Yuhao felt that it was somewhat similar to the mining situation in Minecraft. This apocalypse is strange. All aboard, the zombie tide is coming. At that moment, a hoarse roar suddenly came through the intercom. Chapter 4, Hurry the hell up. Yuhao's pupils trembled as he heard the voice from the intercom. Without any hesitation, he shouted to the slaves mining in the cave, "The zombie tide is coming. Get back to the train." He then turned and ran out of the mine. Outside the cave, Yuhao looked at the dark mass of zombies hundreds of meters away from the train, feeling a wave of suffocation. He didn't stop running and dashed into the carriage. "Hurry the hell up." The thugs standing at the door shouted urgently. Once everyone was on board, the train immediately started moving. Accompanied by the sound of the horn and the clanging of the wheels, the train began to accelerate. At this point, the zombie tide had gradually formed a surrounding circle. Bang, bang, bang. Shoot the zombies in front first. The urgent sounds of handguns and machine guns rang out, mixed with the anxious shouts of the thugs. Yuhao leaned against the corner of the carriage anxiously. The door of the slave carriage had already closed, and he couldn't see what was happening outside. But from the sounds coming from around, he sensed that the situation was not good. He took a deep breath, put his hand in his pocket, and gripped the pistol tightly. With a thought, he also took out 18 bullets from the panel and placed them in the other pocket. A trace of helplessness and bitterness appeared on his face. One wave has not yet settled, and another has risen. Others crossed into the apocalypse, starting with a single zombie, but here he was, directly surrounded by a tide of zombies. Sitting next to Yuhao, the middle-aged man with glasses who had rushed onto the train with him was now pale, leaning against the metal of the carriage, mumbling continuously, what to do, what to do. "We're going to die." He turned to Yuhao. "Big brother, do you have a plan?" Yuhao remained expressionless and silent for a moment. "No." The glasses man turned in despair. He began to sit cross-legged, lightly tapping his forehead and shoulders a few times with his hands, then closed his hands in prayer, continuously reciting with a pious tone, "God bless, Allah bless, burning heaven bless, may Muhammad bless, Buddha bless, ancestors bless." Yuhao couldn't help but find the glasses man's wide-ranging prayers somewhat amusing. Inside the carriage, many voices began to rise in prayer. Crack! Just then, a sharp metallic scraping sound suddenly echoed from the front of the carriage. With the sound, the carriage jolted and began to slow down. Yuhao felt something was off, and his heart sank like the sound. He hurried to the door and pushed it open. To his shock, he saw that their carriage had disconnected from the one in front. They had been abandoned. The weight in his heart finally dropped dead. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. He then pulled out his pistol from his pocket and chambered round. Looking at the horde of zombies that were getting closer, he didn't hesitate to fire 2 shots. There was no escaping now. He could only take a few zombies down with him. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, a snarling zombie fell. After firing a total of 9 shots, Yuhao reloaded the bullets from his bag into the magazine. Roar! At that moment, a roar came. A zombie jumped at him while he was reloading. Although the carriage was still moving due to inertia, its speed had significantly decreased. Yuhao caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his pupils constricting as he prepared to dodge. Suddenly, a sharp pickaxe swung towards the zombie before him, knocking it off the train. He turned sharply to see the glasses man had somehow come to his side, gripping the pickaxe tightly and breathing heavily. "Big brother, are you all right?" Yuhao looked at the glasses man, his gaze softening. "Iem fine. Thank you. You should be the one to thank me. You were killing zombies at the door. I couldn't just stand by and watch." Yuhao just smiled and continued to load the magazine. "Save 2 bullets for later. We each take 1 shot. Let us end this quickly." The glasses man's eyes brightened. "Thank you, big brother." Since he couldn't decide on life, he could only decide on death. Compared to being eaten by zombies, he would rather take his own life. When he saw Big Brother running to the door to shoot zombies, he had already figured out how he would die. A shot to the temple might be the quickest way to go. He helped Big Brother, partly because Big Brother was killing zombies and preventing them from entering the carriage, and partly because the gun in Big Brother's hand could give him a quick end. Watching Yuhao shoot down the zombies below, the glasses man also began swinging the pickaxe at the zombies. Taking a few zombies with him before dying wouldn't be a loss. Roar! A zombie jumped up, trying to bite him while the glasses man swung at other zombies. "Watch out!" Yuhao shouted and immediately shot the attacking zombie. "Thank you, Big." The glasses man was about to express his gratitude when another zombie jumped up, grabbing his pickaxe and tried to drag him down. Bang! Yuhao shot again, just in time, taking out that zombie. "Stop shooting, go to the back." He glanced at the glasses man, whose face was pale with fear, and said sternly, "At this rate, you'll die in the mouths of these zombies before you even get a chance to end it yourself." The glasses man fell silent. In that brief moment, Big Brother had saved him twice. He felt a daze. If they hadn't encountered the zombie tide today, given Big Brother's abilities, he would probably manage to survive in this apocalypse eventually. It wasn't just based on Big Brother's current performance, but also his decisiveness last night and the way he hid metal pieces and a handgun under such strict checks in the carriage. All of these showed that Big Brother was extraordinary. "Give me a quick end too." At that moment, another slave in the carriage rushed at Yuhao with a crazed look, trying to snatch the gun from his hand. Yuhao sidestepped and pushed him with force. The crazed man fell off the carriage. Yuhao loaded the last 9 bullets from his bag into the magazine. Just 7 more shots, and he could end all. He swiftly inserted the magazine into the pistol, then without further ado, fired several more shots at the zombies below. In a little while, this carriage would come to a complete stop, and he had to kill as many zombies as possible before that, and then end it himself. Bang! Another shot. Beginner task. Kill 20 zombies. Completed. Task completion time. Less than 1 day. Rewards will be distributed based on time. Reward. 3 permanent enhanced stink bombs Pro Max. Non-lethal. 2 disposable enhanced gas masks. 1 enhanced landmine. After the gunshot, a message panel suddenly popped up in Yuhao's vision. Yuhao stared at the contents of the panel in shock, then quickly took action without delay. With a thought, he took out the stink bombs, gas masks, and landmine. There was no choice. He had to give it a try. He threw a gas mask to the glasses man, put this on. Then he quickly donned his own gas mask, and without any hesitation, threw all 3 enhanced stink bombs Pro Max into the carriage. At this point, the zombie horde was nearly blocking the train door. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 muffled explosions sounded, and the stink bombs detonated. Their power not great, but the effect was immediate. Brownish-yellow gas quickly filled the entire carriage. Ugh! The moment the foul smell emerged, the people in the carriage immediately let out a heart-wrenching chorus of retching. The carriage was enveloped in a thick, yellow-brown gas, accompanied by an extremely unpleasant odor that made everything feel uncomfortable. The horde of zombies outside the door froze just as they were about to break in. "Ugh! So, stinky ugh!" a slave managed to say with difficulty before fainting from the stench. The sounds of vomiting grew less frequent, while the number of those who fainted from the smell increased rapidly. Chapter 5. May heaven be free of stink bombs. In just a moment, everyone in the carriage, except for Yuhao and the bespectacled man wearing gas masks, had fainted from the stench. Yuhao initially intended to throw the enhanced landmine to kill the zombies while they were stunned at the door. However, he reconsidered, realizing that one enhanced landmine would not be enough to kill so many zombies. If this action angered the zombies and they charged in recklessly, it would be troublesome. After weighing his options, he abandoned this plan. The carriage was now completely filled with the yellow-brown gas from the stink bomb, resembling smog, making it impossible to see anything. With an extremely strong odor, he could not see the situation outside, and the zombies outside could not see inside the carriage either. Faint screams of agony from other carriages could be heard outside. 10 minutes later, the concentration of the yellow-brown gas remained unchanged. Yuhao sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the stink bomb was indeed an enhanced, long-lasting version. It seemed that the group of zombies at the door had dispersed significantly, and he breathed a sigh of relief, though he still did not dare to relax completely. 1 hour later, the tide of zombies receded, and there was no trace of them at the carriage door. The concentration of yellow-brown gas inside the carriage had also diminished significantly. Big Brother, the bespectacled man, showed a look of having survived a disaster. "You saved us." He looked at Yuhao with gratitude and trembled, saying, "Big Brother, your stink bomb saved us." Yuhao did not respond, but went to the door to observe the situation outside again. Only when he saw that there were no zombies in the area did he feel completely at ease. He couldn't help but feel absurd. Escaping the tide of zombies in this way was even more ridiculous than time travel. With a sigh of relief, he thought how wonderful it was to be alive. The bespectacled man leaned closer. "Big Brother, I don't understand. Why could the stink bomb drive away the zombies? Is it because it smelled so bad that the zombies were forced to retreat? Or did the stench mask the scent of us survivors? Both scenarios could be true." Yuhao leaned against the metal of the carriage and spoke softly. The yellow-brown gas inside the carriage had now dissipated considerably. The bespectacled man thought for a moment and took off his gas mask. Ugh! The moment he removed the mask, he immediately vomited without any warning or pause. After vomiting, he quickly put the gas mask back on, his face pale as he leaned against the metal of the carriage, gasping for air. Yuhao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Is it that smelly?" "Yes, it's extremely smelly," the bespectacled man replied hoarsely. "I've never smelled anything this foul in my life. Cough, cough. If I had to describe this smell, it would be like a dry toilet in the scorching summer filled with expired herring cans, mixed with the stench of broken rotten eggs everywhere. It's even worse than that." Yuhao initially wanted to take off his mask to try, but after hearing the bespectacled man's description, he immediately stopped and tightened his mask. "Let us go outside the carriage." Okay. The two of them went outside the carriage and removed their masks. Although they were already some distance from the carriage, the lingering stench still made the area slightly nauseating. Yuhao frowned and waved his hand near his nose, then looked at the bespectacled man and asked thoughtfully, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man felt a surge of joy. Asking for someone else's name is the first step to accepting them. The fact that this big brother was now asking for his name meant he had started to accept him. He had already seen this big brother's strength. Surviving a life-and-death situation like the tide of zombies was no ordinary feat. As for how the items in Big Brother's hands came to be, it was likely from killing zombies. After the apocalypse arrived, it seemed that the world had undergone some supernatural changes with the emergence of zombies. Many places had been magically altered and digitized. Killing zombies and monsters had a certain probability of dropping survival tools or items. However, the drop rate would increase as the level of the zombies and monsters rose. The zombies in this tide were all ordinary level 1 zombies, and the drop rate of items was extremely low. Yet, Big Brother had killed dozens of zombies and obtained 3 items, which was enough to prove that he was destined for great fortune and would surely rise in this apocalypse. He had already made up his mind to follow this Big Brother closely. "My name is Rafe." "Rafe? That has quite a unique name." "I'm Yuhao." After Yuhao introduced himself, the bespectacled man named Rafe suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing his head and clasping his hands. "Brother Yuhao, you have saved me from fire and water multiple times today. If my parents brought me into this world and gave me my first life, then you, Brother Yuhao, have saved me 3 times today, equivalent to giving me 3 lives. You are like my reborn parents." I have wandered half my life, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father." This was somewhat exaggerated. Yuhao was somewhat speechless as he helped Rafe up. "You can follow me, but I need to see your value." Rafe was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "Brother Yuhao, I worked as a deputy train conductor for a while, so I know quite a bit about the train, but I'm not the conductor right now." "Brother Yuhao, you will become the conductor sooner or later. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. The stench in the carriage should have dissipated by now. You should go check the carriage and see if anyone has woken up. If you find any sharp tools like pickaxes near these people, gather them and set them aside." "Yes, Brother Yuhao," Rafe replied respectfully, then ran towards the original carriage without any hesitation. Yuhao thoughtfully watched Rafe's figure, then turned to look at the other carriages nearby. Each carriage had a number. For example, the carriage he was in was the number 5 slave carriage. The conductor had left more than one carriage. Looking around, apart from their number 5 carriage, there were 6 other carriages left behind. Rafe entered carriage number 5 and began to check as per Brother Yuhao's instructions. When he walked up to a man who was foaming at the mouth and had his eyes rolled back, he fell silent. He placed his hand on the man's nose to feel for a breath. "He*s dead," he murmured with a grim expression. This slave had chatted with him a few days ago. He was a frail, older man. He gently closed the man's eyes and murmured, "May heaven be free of stink bombs." After doing this, he continued to check on the others and began to collect sharp tools like pickaxes. On the other side of the wasteland, a train covered in blood was struggling to escape across the desolate land. Inside the train, Zhou looked at the information on the train control screen, his face filled with disbelief. "No, this is impossible. Why are there still slaves surviving in this tide of zombies?" At this moment, the train occupants section of the screen still showed nearly 100 slaves in a state of survival. Chapter 6, Turn Around Now. I want to take back everything that belongs to me. The member information of the train can be seen in the train occupants section, including their life and death status. The premise is that these people must be in the carriage to be detected. If they leave the carriage, they cannot be detected. Even though the slave carriage has been disconnected from the front of the train, it can still maintain a continuous connection for 12 hours. At this time, there are a total of 6 people in the train compartment: 3 enforcers, 1 vice train conductor, 1 woman, and the train conductor Zhou himself. "Master Hong, did you see it wrong?" said the man in uniform, surprised. "This person is the leader of the enforcers appointed by Yuhao. We paid such a painful price to barely escape from the corpse wave. Those slaves left behind in the corpse wave cannot have any survivors. Come and see for yourself," Zhou said in a deep voice. The man stepped forward to take a look, and his pupils trembled. How is this possible? The information on the control screen has absolute authority and cannot be wrong. Zhou took out a cigar, lit it, and put it in his mouth, his eyes flickering with light. "I thought that after experiencing this corpse wave, I would end up with nothing. I didn't expect that there is still a way out, leaving me with nearly 100 slaves. Now, turn around. I want to take back everything." Inside slave, carriage number 5. "Brother Hao, here are the piled up pickaxes and tools. Over here are the slaves who died from the stench." Laugh pointed at both sides. Yuhao looked at the 8 bodies piled together and fell silent. His panel information clearly stated that the stink bombs were non-lethal. How could they still die from the stench? Could it be that these 8 slaves were all weak and sickly? Yuhao shook his head with regret. "Brother Hao, so far, no waking slaves have been found in the carriage. Then let's not worry about that for now. First, help me move these weapons to another carriage." "Yes." Bang, 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 inside the blood-stained front of the train. "Master Hong, will it be all right if we just go over like this?" the woman asked with concern. This woman came from Yuhao's carriage. Originally, she might have been abandoned by Master Hong in the corpse wave, and only the 2 women who had stayed by Master Hong longer would be taken out. But she created an accident that made the other 2 women fall off the train, which allowed her to be taken out by Master Hong. The vice train conductor also added worriedly, "This front train has no combat capability, and most of the weapons are in the discarded combat carriage number 2. I am afraid." "Stop stuttering. I'm afraid those slaves will run into combat carriage number 2 and grab the weapons. After we go over, they'll use those weapons against us, and then we'll be in danger." "Danger? The weapons produced by the train can't harm the train conductor. What's there to be afraid of?" As for you two, Zhou glanced at the vice-train conductor and the woman, then looked at the 5 rifles and 5 bulletproof vests in the corner, and said solemnly, "These weapons in the corner should give you some fighting power, right?" He pointed to the information in the train occupants section on screen, and now most of the slaves were concentrated in carriage number 5, showing a green light. They haven't wandered off. Hearing Master Hong say this, the woman and the vice-train conductor felt much more at ease. At this time, Yuhao and Laugh arrived at carriage number 3. Carriage No. 3 seemed to serve as a warehouse for the train, filled with various living supplies, minerals, and mining tools. The two first found some food in the carriage to fill their stomachs. The corpse wave had consumed too much of their physical and mental strength. They needed to recover quickly before the people in carriage number 5 woke up. Laugh contentedly bit into a steamed bun, and, after chewing for a few bites, suddenly remembered something. His pupils trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Brother How, our danger doesn't seem to have been lifted. It's indeed not lifted on this desolate wasteland. Once the food is consumed, we can only starve to death. Moreover, the many people in carriage number 5 are also a problem." Yuhao thought while eating bread with pickled vegetables, frowning tightly. "That's not what I meant, Brother How." Laugh shook his head. "Compared to this, there's an even more urgent crisis." Yuhao's expression changed slightly as he looked at Laugh. "What crisis?" "I was the vice-train conductor for a while, so I know that our life and death status can be detected. I'm afraid the train conductor has already." Yuhao seemed to understand Laugh's meaning. "You mean the train conductor saw that we are still alive and then turned back?" "Yes." Laugh nodded heavily. "This corpse wave has caused him heavy losses. He won't be willing to let it go. If he sees that there are still survivors in the carriage, he will never let us off." Yuhao narrowed his eyes. "It seems we need to make some preparations." Half an hour later, "Master Hong, we can see the carriage." The vice-train conductor looked through binoculars at the distance of the train head. Zhou Hong focused on the information on the train occupants. Most of the slaves were still in slave carriage number 5 and had not wandered off, but 2 slaves lingered in other carriages for a while before disappearing. They should have left the carriage. "Better to be cautious," Zhou Hong said solemnly. "Everyone put on bulletproof vests and grab your rifles." Although there were only 5 bulletproof vests, the weapons in the train couldn't harm themselves, so Zhou Hong himself did not wear one. The front of the train cautiously stopped 100 meters away from the carriage. A few people carefully observed for a while in the front of the train, confirming that there was no ambush, then got off the train. Before getting off, Zhou Hong checked the train occupants again and confirmed that the slaves had not moved before getting off. On the way here, the slaves in carriage No. 5 had not moved at all, but the green light indicating survival status was still displayed. Zhou Hong speculated that these slaves were mostly unconscious or asleep. Thus, apart from the 2 slaves who had lingered in other carriages, he had no major concerns. "You walk behind me, stay close, and keep a good lookout around. If you notice anything unusual, shoot immediately," Zhou Hong instructed as he walked ahead. The group walked less than 10 meters from carriage number 5. Zhou Hong looked at carriage number 5 in surprise. Compared to the other carriages torn apart by the corpse wave, carriage number 5 was surprisingly intact. It seemed it could still be used as a carriage. He smiled and continued walking. The group moved forward. Suddenly, Zhou Hong felt the ground beneath him seemed to bulge a bit. He looked down. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Following the explosion, gunfire immediately followed. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Yuhao and Laugh stood up from a small mound not far away, pulled out their rifles, and opened fire. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. Zhou Hong's group was killed on the spot. When the smoke cleared, the two cautiously approached the scattered bodies on the ground. Laugh looked at the pile of fragmented flesh on the ground and couldn't help but click his tongue. They died too tragically. Unbeknownst to whether they were startled by the commotion outside, noises began to come from the slave carriage. Yuhao glanced at the fragments of the bodies on the ground, then walked toward the slave carriage. "They should have woken up. Let's go in and take a look," Yuhao said, and then entered the carriage. Raph was just about to move forward when he suddenly saw something among the debris of the conductor, Zhou Hong, that had survived the explosion without being damaged. This object could only be faintly seen from his angle. He squinted to take a look and was immediately shocked. Train token. His heart raced, and he quickly glanced at car 5. At that moment, Hao Ge had already walked into the carriage. He hurried over, picked up the train token from the debris, wiped it off, and put it in his pocket before entering the carriage. Chapter 7. Everyone cover your heads and squat down. Inside car 5. Yuhao's expression was cold as he glanced at the people who had woken up and said in a low voice, "Wake up those still unconscious next to you." At this moment, he and Raph were both pointing their rifles at these people. Since the noise outside could wake these people up, the remaining ones should also be able to be roused now. In this desolate wilderness, it was unknown when new dangers might appear. So they needed to find a way to wake everyone in the carriage quickly and plan the next steps. You keep an eye on them. Don't let them run around. I'm going out to take a look. Once they're all awake, notify me through the intercom. Raph looked at the intercom he had brought from car 3 and nodded seriously. Got it, Brother Hao. After Yuhao left, Raph began to ponder. Should he give his picked-up train order to Brother Hao if he wanted to become the train conductor? The train order was indispensable. His heart began to feel conflicted. Half an hour later, everyone in car 5 had woken up. Everyone cover your heads and squat down. If I see anyone dare to move, I'll shoot him right here. Raph shouted fiercely at the awakened slaves. At this point, several holes had appeared in the floor of the carriage, a demonstration to intimidate these slaves. Although this was his first time doing something like this, he had seen enough of thugs intimidating others during his time as a deputy train conductor and as a slave, so he had learned a bit. Once everyone had obediently turned around and squatted down, he took out the intercom. Brother Hao, all the slaves in car 5 have woken up. Okay, understood. Brother Hao's voice came through the intercom. Inside car 4, Yuhao put down the intercom, a hint of distress appearing in his eyes as he rubbed his temples. Now that everyone in car 5 had woken up, the train head still hadn't opened. He had considered smashing the glass of the train head to get in. But once the glass was broken, there would be many hidden dangers in the subsequent use of the train head. So he decided to wait and ask Raph about the situation when he returned. Using this time, he also took a look around the other carriages. He had gained a certain understanding of these numbered carriages. Different numbered carriages had different functions. Car 1 had a few single beds and was much better than the slave carriages. It seemed to be a high-end living carriage reserved for the train conductor Zhou Hong and his trusted women. Car 2 was a combat carriage with 3 small production lines, a bullet production line, a pistol production line, and a rifle production line, but these production lines were all damaged, and there were bloodstains and debris everywhere on the floor. Fortunately, a heavy machine gun installed at the top of the carriage was still intact. Car 3 was a storage warehouse. Car 6 and Car 7 were slave carriages. As for the Car 4 where he was currently, it should indeed be the thug carriage. The level of bloodshed in this carriage was second only to that of Car 6 and Car 7. Yuhao didn't stay long and left this carriage. He took some food from Car 3 and returned to Car 5. Inside Car 5, Yuhao looked at the people who were obediently covering their heads and squatting under Raph's organization, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone turned around. He said to the crowd. After they turned around and saw the food that Yuhao had brought, they began to swallow greedily, their eyes filled with desire. The vomiting before they fainted had left them very hungry. However, looking at the rifles already loaded in the hands of the 2 men, they didn't dare to approach. Brother Hao, can you give me a chance to perform? Yuhao frowned as he was about to speak, looking at Raph. What do you want to do? Raph leaned close to Yuhao's ear. I want you to naturally become the conductor of these slaves. Then he turned his back and secretly handed a token to Yuhao. Yuhao took the token, somewhat puzzled, and after looking at Raph's sincere eyes, he thought for a moment and nodded. After receiving Yuhao's consent, Raph turned to the crowd, cleared his throat a couple of times, and began to shout seriously. The person next to me, from now on, everyone should call him Lord Hao. I believe everyone knows that Lord Hao was appointed as our carriage manager last night. The original train conductor abandoned us and fled in the face of the zombie tide. It was Lord Hao who rescued us from the tide. The crowd looked at Yuhao, showing gratitude but also a hint of fear. Yuhao noticed the fear in their eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The stink bomb seemed to have left a considerable shadow on these people. The reason Lord Hao could save us is not only because of his strong abilities, but also because of his destined luck. From killing a few level 1 zombies to obtaining 3 items, to now taking out the train conductor who returned to kill us. All of this showcases Lord Hao's strength and luck. Now, the most important thing is that Lord Hao even obtained a train order from a zombie horde. With the train order, one can become the train conductor. As he spoke, Raph looked at Yuhao. Yuhao naturally revealed the train order. This is simply the will of heaven. It seems that heaven is guiding Lord Hao to become our new train conductor. Lord Hao could have used force to make us recognize him as the conductor. But he didn't. He's been observing the situation outside for us while we were unconscious, ensuring we weren't harmed. Now that we have woken up, he has brought us food. This is how a train conductor should act. I believe that under the leadership of our new conductor, Lord Hao, we will be able to live a better life. And, watching Raph's passionate speech with spittle flying everywhere, Yuhao began to understand Raph's intentions. Raph wanted to portray today's zombie tide incident as fate, using it to smoothly elevate himself to the position of train conductor. Although this approach might have some metaphysical elements. Looking at the history of Blue Star, this method was quite effective, especially with so many unnatural changes occurring in this apocalypse. It made some people believe even more in the existence of gods. Chapter 8, Novice Task, Become the Train Conductor. Completed, however. Doing this carries a significant risk, as it may lead these people to mistakenly believe they are benevolent saviors. This is not a good thing in the apocalypse. Once they develop this mindset, they will subsequently adopt more unreasonable assumptions. This is not conducive to management. Yuhao squinted his eyes, lost in thought. After Raph spoke, many people indeed began to show signs of belief in their eyes. After Raph finished speaking, Yuhao handed him a bottle of mineral water, then said to the crowd in a deep voice, "You may consider this fate or just a coincidence. However, regardless, it does not change the fact that I have become your conductor. From now on, I will no longer refer to you as slaves. Everyone is a survivor I rescued from the tide of corpses today. However, my train does not welcome worthless survivors. Worthless survivors are not beneficial for the train's long-term development. I have a flaw, which may also be a virtue. I value interests more than emotions. I will only show kindness to those who can bring me value. Those who cannot bring value will have it worse than slaves. You must understand one thing. If you want to survive in this apocalypse and live better, the train must be strong. I do not expect you to be completely loyal to me. I only need you to be loyal to the train. The strength of the train is your only hope for a better life. I can assure you, your lives will only improve as the train grows stronger." If Raph previously provided these people with some vague psychological suggestions and spiritual support, then now I am providing them with realistic content. Combining the virtual with the real maximizes the effect. Lastly, let me say this. If I can save you from the tide of corpses, then killing you will not be too difficult. The crowd recalled the stench bombs. Seeing the complex expressions on their faces, Yuhao knew the effect had been achieved. Next, he did not need to say more. He just needed to let these people persuade themselves. Once they found a self-justifying explanation they could accept, the matter of becoming the conductor would naturally be completed. Yuhao, feeling a bit dry, drank a bottle of mineral water and then instructed Raph to distribute the food. After the food was distributed, everyone began to wolf down their meals, looking thoughtful. Yuhao looked at the train order in his hand, feeling somewhat impatient. "You keep supervising them. I'll go create the train." "Okay, Brother Hao." Yuhao walked out of the carriage. He took the train order in his hand to a vacant area. When his gaze rested on the token, a virtual panel popped up. Special item, train order. Common item effect. After activation, the train order can transform into a train head. Yuhao raised his eyebrows. This time, the information panel did not appear from his cornea. He felt puzzled. Could it be that some items in this world also have their own exclusive information panels? Forget it. The priority is to activate it first. He shook his head and focused his thoughts. The plain-looking token immediately shattered into specks of light, which then connected into strands of light, ultimately weaving together to outline the shape of the train head. In just a moment, the train head was completed. Yuhao looked at his watch in shock. The entire process took less than a minute. This is too sci-fi. He couldn't help but exclaim. Eagerly, he walked into the train room. Looking at the train head that belonged to him after activation, he broke into a grin. Raph's current performance is quite good. He is a talent and can be reused. However, before that, he still needs to be tested. If he can pass a test, then the next candidate for deputy conductor will be him. Expecting someone to be completely loyal to oneself is not very realistic. It's sufficient to use them under normal circumstances for mutual benefit. At this moment, another information panel popped up in his cornea. Novice task: become the train conductor. Completed. Time taken to complete the task: less than 1 day. Beginning to distribute rewards based on time. Rewards: M9 Assault Rifle Production Line Blueprint 1. Rifle Bullet Production Line Blueprint 1. Yuhao revealed 8 teeth in a grin upon seeing the rewards on the panel. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. I didn't expect to receive so many good things in such a short time. He did not rush to take out the blueprints right now. He only had a train head, and there was no place to activate them. There were many blue buttons on the train control panel, each corresponding to a piece of information, but he did not have time to understand them yet. However, a prompt on the central display did clarify one of his doubts. The train head can only be used by the conductor. Others require permission from the conductor to use it. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction at this information. No wonder he couldn't open Zhou Hong's train head door before. It turns out this was the reason. So, Zhou Hong's train head is useless and has no value. There are still other matters to attend to. He would have to understand the things in the train room later. Yuhao exited the train room and got off to go to several other carriages, collecting bullets and weapons inside and placing them into his train head. He also checked the supplies in the various carriages. After completing these tasks, he returned to carriage number 5 with a slight sense of relief. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, their condition had improved significantly. At the same time, their gazes towards him showed no resistance, only reverence. He said in a deep voice, "Now, everyone get off the train and go to the other carriages to collect resources and categorize them." Raph rolled up his sleeves, ready to go down with the survivors. But Yuhao stopped him. "Don't rush to go down yet. Before that, I need to ask you a question." "Sure, Brother Hao, ask away." After everyone left, Yuhao asked, "Is there any explanation regarding the train order and the other items of the train?" "Yes, Brother Hao." Raph nodded. Then he took out a walkie-talkie from his waist. The items of the train all have their own information panels. To open these information panels, you just need to deliberately focus on the item. Saying this, Raph demonstrated, focusing his gaze on the walkie-talkie. "Where's the panel?" Yuhao looked at Raph and didn't see a panel, frowning. "The panel is only visible to oneself. You can try it, Brother Hao." Yuhao, half convinced, took the walkie-talkie from his waist and stared at it. Sure enough, as he deliberately focused his gaze on the walkie-talkie, an information panel popped up, just like when he activated the train order. Tool name, walkie-talkie. Tool level, level 1. Tool effect, maintain contact within effective communication range. Effective communication range, 1000 m, 1500 m. Chapter 9, train name, 49462-491, renameable. Sounds good. Let us leave it like this for now. You're in charge of counting the resources collected by the survivors and making a list for me. Okay, Brother Hao. After seeing Ralph leave, Yuhao came to the front of his train. He began to examine it carefully. From the outside, this train head was completely black, with a somewhat retro and heavy feel, resembling a product from the Blue Star Industrial Revolution period. The entire train head was slightly smaller than the carriages, measuring about 3 meters long and 7 meters wide. Upon entering the train's interior, the available space was about 12 square meters. The front of the train had a wide field of vision with a lot of glass. Below the glass, the control panel had several blue buttons. Each button had a note below it, categorizing the functions of the train. Counting them, there were a total of 5 blue buttons: train information, train crew, train accessories, train regulations, and train crafting. Pressing the train information button, the screen on the control panel displayed detailed information about the train. Train name, 49462-491. 1 chance to rename. Number of carriages, none. Train accessories, none. Resource units, none. Train level, level 1. Upgrade conditions. All necessary accessories must be crafted, and there must be 3 carriages. Train upgrade. If the upgrade conditions are met, consume 6,000 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. Yuhao pondered the information on the train panel, murmuring to himself, the train also has levels like iron ore? After thinking for a moment, he continued to check the next button. After pressing the train crew button, The four main categories of crew appeared: train conductor, deputy conductor, train enforcer, and train passengers. Below this information, it was noted that they could be renamed. From this information, it can be inferred that initially, when the apocalypse struck, there was no term for slaves in this world as trains. There were only survivors and passengers, which was a relatively harmonious way of speaking. However, as time progressed, these things gradually changed. He then pressed the train accessories button, listing 7 essential accessories and dozens of non-essential accessories. Below these accessories, there was a note: the quality of accessories from high to low is SSS, SS, SA, B, C, D, U, F. The 7 essential accessories were: pickaxe production line, E grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Axe production line, E grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Water purifier, E grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Onboard generator, E grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 copper ore to craft. High-speed wheel, E grade, consumes 500 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. External armor, E grade, consumes 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Refers to the consumption for crafting a single carriage. Onboard circuit system, E grade, consumes 10 units of level 1 copper ore to craft. Besides these 7 essential accessories, the rest are non-essential F-grade accessories. Air conditioner, F-grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Bed, F-grade, consumes 5 units of level 1 wood to craft. Bread production line, F-grade, consumes 10 pieces of bread plus 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Refrigerator, F-grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Steam bun production line, F-grade, consumes 50 pieces of bread plus 200 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Onboard external iron blade, F-grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Refers to the consumption for crafting a single carriage. After reading through these accessories in one breath, Yuhao fell into deep thought. Now, he had a general understanding of the train's accessories and the usage of mining resources. The uses of iron were quite broad. He murmured thoughtfully, then picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist and asked, "Ralph, have you finished counting the resources?" "Almost done, Brother Hao. Please wait a moment." "All right." Yuhao put down the walkie-talkie and continued to look at the screen. Interestingly, there were several lines of information continuously scrolling horizontally on the screen. Looking at the information on the scroll, please rename the train as soon as possible. After upgrading the train to level 2, you can change the train's profession. Change the train's profession? Yuhao's eyes were drawn to the phrase, change the train's profession. Could it mean different development directions after level 2? He began to look at the blue button for train regulations and pressed it. A series of rules related to the train appeared, but there was no information about changing the train's profession among them. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, one piece of information caught his attention. The equipment crafted for the train cannot harm the train conductor. Oh, he raised his eyebrows. I like this function. Based on this information, he thought about the weapons dropped from the 4th and 2nd combat carriages outside. It seemed that these items, not produced by his train, needed to be disposed of to avoid harming himself. Fortunately, he had already moved all the ammunition for these weapons into this train room. In the 3rd warehouse carriage, the survivors were energetically collecting and categorizing supplies. Ralph was diligently counting on the side. After finishing the count, he recorded the numbers on a piece of paper he found in the warehouse. After completing all this, he stretched his neck. He couldn't help but think about Brother Hao. Now, he felt like he had put everything he could on Brother Hao. Reflecting on his life, he had only been the main leader once. Most of the time, he had been the deputy. Before the apocalypse struck, from being the deputy class leader in school to the deputy chairman of the student union in college, from being the deputy team leader in the office to deputy manager. Then, just 3 months before the apocalypse, he finally became the general manager of the company. But the company inexplicably went bankrupt due to a broken capital chain. After the apocalypse began, he was fortunate to have served as a deputy conductor once. If it hadn't been for the train unexpectedly encountering a zombie tide, he should have been doing quite well now. After all, the train conductor at that time was very satisfied with his performance. Now, He no longer thought about becoming a train conductor. His abilities were limited. When he saw the train command was complicated at that time, he didn't think too long. He figured out that he couldn't handle it and had to hand it over. If the train command couldn't be managed well by Brother Hao, then there was no need to mention his side. Chapter 10 Appointment. I wonder what Brother Hao thinks of me now. Raph muttered to himself. Big brother. Everything is sorted over here. A tall survivor shouted. Okay, he replied and walked over. Looking at the piles of pickled vegetables, he counted them. After counting, he wrote on a piece of paper, 86 packs of pickled vegetables. Once he finished writing, he took out his walkie-talkie. Brother Hao, everything has been counted. Inside the train room. Have you recorded it with notes? All right, bring it over for me to see. After speaking, Yuhao put down the walkie-talkie. At this moment, the information on the screen returned to the train crew section. To confirm the crew members, they only needed to be appointed within the train. Since he hadn't built the compartments yet and only had a train head, he could only appoint those survivors in RAF by having them come to this train room. It was a bit of a hassle. However, once everyone was appointed, he could rest easy. After all, once the appointments were successful, these people wouldn't be able to harm him with the weapons produced by the train. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Brother Hao, it's me. Raf's voice came from outside. With a thought, Yuhao opened the iron door. Based on his understanding of the train's regulations, controlling the train head was very simple. It could be controlled by thought. This included the thick iron door of the train room. Raf respectfully approached and handed the paper in his hand to Yuhao. Yuhao took the paper and looked at the contents. 510 slices of bread, 500 bottles of mineral water, 300 steamed buns, 86 packs of pickled vegetables, 3 large barrels of clean water, 3 beds, 136 picks, 186 axes, 1 heavy machine gun, top of the compartment, 13 handguns, 8 rifles, 937 units of level 1 iron ore, 110 units of level 1 copper ore, 120 units of level 1 wood. Yuhao carefully looked at the information on the list. Raf watched Brother Hao's serious demeanor and dared not interrupt. After reading it, Yuhao looked up at Raf and smiled lightly. Very good. No discrepancies. These items, especially the firearms, have been counted in advance. If the numbers on this list were inconsistent with what he had counted, then Raf wouldn't be standing there so simply. Did you observe how the survivors collected resources? I did, Brother Hao. Raf nodded heavily. The survivors didn't resist working. On the contrary, they showed enthusiasm that wasn't there before. A few of them even worked especially hard. Oh, Yuhao raised an eyebrow and called over the few who were working particularly hard. Yes. A short while later, Raf led 6 men into the train room. Yuhao calmly looked at these men and said softly, Raf said you all worked especially hard? A relatively burly man in front, with shining eyes replied, Yes, Brother Hao, I want to show my value. After hearing what you said, I suddenly have hope for the future. I feel that it's inevitable for you to become the train conductor today. It's both fate and your own strength. It's been how long since the apocalypse began? And you give me a feeling that's different from other conductors. The previous conductors were either. Yuhao smiled and didn't interrupt, quietly listening to him speak. He nodded in agreement and then asked another man, Why are you working so hard? I feel that Brother Hao can take me to a good life. I want. In this way, each person was asked, and after listening to everyone's thoughts, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. These people had become particularly convinced of him after hearing his and Raf's speeches. They wanted to perform well, and he would undoubtedly give them opportunities. Very good. Your thoughts are correct. I will prove to you that following me will only get better and better. Seeing that Brother Hao had asked everyone else, but not him, Raf's heart began to race. He had thought of many loyalty phrases in his mind, but Brother Hao had never given him the chance to speak. Raf. Yes. Yuhao looked at Raf, who seemed ready to express his loyalty, and smiled. From now on, you will be the vice conductor of this train. Huh? Raf was suddenly taken aback, but Brother Hao, you haven't asked me why. Is it necessary to ask? Raf's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Brother Hao. Watching Raf about to kneel in gratitude, preparing to maximize the emotional value, Yuhao quickly stopped him, somewhat helplessly saying, No need to kneel. What era is this? Don't do that. After appointing Raf, the originally empty vice conductor section displayed Raf's name. Looking at the changes in information, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Then, he softly addressed the other 6 men in the train room. Since you all want to perform so hard, I will give you an opportunity. Next, you 6 will be the enforcers on my train. Thank you, Brother Hao, the 6 said in unison. The names of the 6 appeared in the train enforcers section. As for who among them would become the leader of the enforcers, that was still pending and dependent on their performance. Yes, after finishing these appointments, Yuhao took a few people out of the train room and instructed Raph and the 6 enforcers to organize the survivors. He announced the appointments to everyone and emphasized that those who wanted to show themselves would be given opportunities. After doing this, he began to appoint these survivors. In this way, after spending half an hour, all members have been categorized and confirmed in the train crew. After moving the collected or resources into the train room, Yuhao let Raph and the other 6 enforcers make arrangements for the survivors. He stayed in the train room, preparing to start using these ores to create train parts. However, before crafting, he had to take a good look at the information that popped up in the corner of his eye. Beginner task: appoint 50 train members in your own train. Completed. Task completion time: less than a day. Rewards will be distributed based on the time. Reward: Red Heart Furnace Blueprint 1. This blueprint is a special drawing. Crafting does not consume ore. With a thought, Yuhao retrieved the reward. A crafting blueprint appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate and activated the blueprint. The blueprint shattered, transforming into red dots of light, which then connected into lines, and finally, the red lines began to weave together. In less than a minute, the Red Heart Furnace was completed. Looking at this uniquely shaped object, which was entirely red like lava, measuring less than half a meter in length and width, it looked more like a heart than a furnace. Curiosity flashed in Yuhao's eyes. Soon, under Yuhao's gaze, the information panel for the Red Heart Furnace popped up. After seeing the information on it, Yuhao's breath suddenly caught. Special accessory: Red Heart Furnace. Accessory level 1. Accessory effect: can devour level 1 train and level 1 items on the train, decomposing them into corresponding resources. Accessory upgrade: 100 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Chapter 11. This big brother I met this time is quite impressive. This effect is too powerful, isn't it? Yuhao's eyes widened, somewhat in disbelief. Is it allowed for the Heart Furnace to become a component of train number 49462-491? Allowed, Yuhao said without any hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-hot Heart Furnace integrated into the train, and the whole front of the train shook violently. Let's test the effect first. Yuhao, full of anticipation, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Raph, gather all the collected firearms and bring them to the front of the train. Oh, and move out those firearms production lines as well. Even the scrapped ones. Got it, Brother Hao. Zhou train even had heavy machine guns. Clearly not a level 1 train. So during this time, he spent 100 iron ore to upgrade the Heart Furnace to level 2, ensuring that the upcoming devouring and decomposition process would go smoothly. Before long, the front of the train was piled high with weapons. Yuhao took out a pistol and looked at the front of the train. At that moment, a message popped up. Detected a level 1 pistol that does not belong to the train's self-produced equipment, which poses a risk of harm to the train conductor. It could be devoured and decomposed. Do you want to devour it? Yes. As Yuhao's voice fell, the ancient and heavy front of the train magically opened its fierce mouth, revealing the rotating gears inside and a furnace that resembled lava. Yuhao smiled, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, he threw the pistol inside. The front of the train began to devour and decompose it. Devouring completed. Decomposed into 5 units of level 1 iron ore, which has been placed in the train compartment. Detected firearms production lines from other trains, which could be devoured and decomposed at any time. Raph stared blankly at this scene. Brother Hao spent a little time in the train compartment and managed to create this amazing thing. He had served as a deputy train conductor for a while, but he had never seen a train front that could do this. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This big brother I met this time is quite impressive. Not just Raph, but everyone else was also stunned. Yuhao didn't rush to let the train front devour more. Instead, he turned to his train's crew, and although he was excited inside, he maintained a calm expression. He said solemnly, "You've all seen it, right? In the future, anyone who disobeys will end up like that pistol." Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Next, throw all these scrap production lines in. Just like that. As the mechanical gears of the train front turned, the weapon components from Zhou Hong's train, along with the bullets Yuhao had previously collected in the train compartment, began to be decomposed. 1 hour later, when the last carriage on this wasteland was violently devoured by the mechanical mouth of Yuhao's train front, aside from living supplies. Only a sleeping bed, a water purifier, a bread production line, and a steam bun production line remained on site. These were useful items that wouldn't pose any harm to him, so Yuhao did not decompose them. The entire devouring and decomposition process yielded a total of 563 units of level 1 iron ore, 50 units of level 1 copper ore, and 30 units of level 1 wood. Combined with the previously collected 937 units of level 1 iron ore, 110 units of level 1 copper ore, and 120 units of level 1 wood. With 937 units of level 1 iron ore already spent to upgrade the heart furnace by 100 iron ore, he had 837 units of level 1 iron ore remaining. Now he had a total of 400 units of level 1 iron ore, 160 units of level 1 copper ore, and 150 units of level 1 wood. Yuhao walked into the train compartment and looked at the abundant mineral resources inside, revealing a satisfied smile. It's worth mentioning that whether it was 1 unit of iron or 1 unit of copper, or they were all about the size of a quail egg. He sat on the train bench and pressed the blue button, Train Crafting. Then a panel appeared on the control screen displaying Carriage Crafting. Consuming 100 units of level 1 iron or can craft 1 carriage. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed 200 iron ore to craft 2 carriages, 1 for storage and 1 for passengers. As 200 units of iron ore from the train compartment integrated into the train front, light began to outline the carriages behind the train front. Before long, 2 brand new carriages were outlined and numbered. The first carriage behind the train front was numbered 1. The second carriage was numbered 2. Yuhao took out the walkie-talkie. Raf organized the crew to move the items to carriage 1, and then settle the survivors in carriage 2. You and the 6 henchmen stay on standby in carriage 1. Received. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Yuhao found the blue button for train components. He pressed it down firmly. Speed wheel, E-grade, consumes 500 units of iron ore to craft. Facing the dangers of the wasteland, the speed of the train is crucial. If the speed is fast enough, encountering a zombie tide won't leave them unable to escape like Zhou Hong. As 500 units of iron ore from the train compartment integrated into the train front, the entire train shook slightly, and the speed wheel was completed. Immediately, a message popped up. The wheels have been crafted into speed wheels. The initial traveling speed of train No. 494-6249 has been increased from 100 km/h to 130 km/h. Due to the weight of the train and geographical environment, the actual speed may be reduced. Not bad. Next, there's the M9 assault rifle production line and the pickaxe production line. The 6 henchmen on the train need weapons. The survivors also need to mine. Yuhao was preparing to continue crafting these 2 items when suddenly a message panel popped up in his peripheral vision. Detected that train functions can be synchronized with the wristwatch. Do you want to synchronize? He first looked at the content of the message in surprise, but after reading it, he felt a bit disappointed. He thought it was a personal talent reward, but it turned out to be related to his wristwatch. Wait, just as he was about to ignore this message, something suddenly came to his mind. An idea surfaced in his mind. Since the train functions can be synchronized with the wristwatch, does that mean he doesn't need to conduct the crafting of components and train within the train compartment anymore? Holding on to this thought, Yuhao chose to synchronize, then left his seat and went to carriage 1. Looking at the few people on standby, Yuhao smiled and nodded in good spirits. He then looked at his wristwatch, projected the information into his peripheral vision, found the train components option, clicked on the pickaxe production line, and started crafting. With the consumption of 100 iron ore, the pickaxe production line was crafted. Although he had collected quite a few pickaxes from Zhou Hong's carriage, those items were not crafted by his train and were not very safe. So to be cautious, he devoured and decomposed all of them. The pickaxe production line was not large, measuring 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Under Yuhao's gaze, the panel for the pickaxe production line popped up. Component name, pickaxe production line. Component grade, E grade. Component level, level 1. Component effect, consumes 5 units of iron ore to produce 1 pickaxe. Current level can only produce level 1 pickaxes. Component upgrade, consumes 100 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Chapter 12 Consumption, Yuhao did not rush to produce pickaxes. Instead, he focused his thoughts and retrieved the blueprint for the M9 assault rifle production line from his ocular membrane system. At this point, his hand was already in his pocket. He pulled out the blueprint, gazing at the information on it. Blueprint name, M9 assault rifle production line. Blueprint grade, E. Blueprint effect, consumes 500 units of level 1 iron ore to create an M9 assault rifle production line. With a thought, he began the crafting process. Under the weaving of several beams of light, the M9 assault rifle production line was completed. According to the information provided by the production line, it would consume 50 units of level 1 iron ore to produce 1 M9 assault rifle. And it would additionally grant 30 rounds of ammunition when fully loaded, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Based on this information, Yuhao consumed another 300 units of level 1 iron ore to create 6 M9 assault rifles. He then distributed these 6 rifles to 6 henchmen. Now, you 6 henchmen go to car number 2 and supervise the survivors. Don't let them cause any disturbances. Yes, Master Hao. The 6 henchmen, looking at their brand new assault rifles, felt a sense of pride and satisfaction rise within them. After acknowledging him, they confidently began to stride towards car number 2. Laugh. Here, you have been a deputy train chief and have some experience in various aspects. I will drive the train back to the mine along the route we came from. You go to car number 2 and prepare everyone mentally. Yes. As Laugh turned to leave, Yuhao called him back. He looked thoughtfully at the M9 assault rifle production line beside him. Since the henchmen had received their assault rifles, the arrangement for Laugh, the deputy train chief in charge of affairs, might be somewhat unsafe. After all, the weapons produced by the train could not harm the train chief, which meant they could still cause harm to the deputy train chief. He looked at the information on his wristwatch and found the permissions section. After a series of operations, he said to Laugh, I have granted you permissions. In the future, the weapons produced by the train cannot harm you as the deputy train chief. I hope you won't disappoint me. Go ahead and show your value. Upon hearing this, Laugh was overjoyed, quickly cupping his fists and bowing in gratitude. Thank you. Brother Hao. After completing all this, Yuhao returned to his train room, taking the bunk bed from car number 1 with him. The overall defense of the train room was much stronger than that of the carriages, especially the iron door, which was 5 centimeters thick. Staying in the train room gave Yuhao a significant sense of security. He checked the resources. After this round of consumption, there were still 800 units of level 1 iron ore left. Next, after spending 110 units of level 1 copper ore to craft the onboard circuit system and onboard generator, his train was ready to set off. Now the remaining resources were 800 units of level 1 iron ore, 50 units of level 1 copper ore, and 150 units of level 1 wood. Yuhao sat in the driver's seat, looking out at the wilderness, and with a thought. The 494-6249 train started moving towards the mine they had come from. Half an hour later, the train stopped at a familiar mine. Everyone got off. Yuhao rubbed his head, feeling somewhat fatigued, then glanced at his wristwatch. 15:35, 50. After scanning everyone with a serious expression, he first asked the survivors in a deep voice, when Zhou Hong's train was mining, how much food did you receive? 2 pieces of bread and a cup of muddy water. The survivors replied in unison. Good, now here. Each of you can receive 3 pieces of bread and 2 cups of clean water. After saying this, Yuhao gave Laugh a look. Laugh understood and began distributing food and clean water. In a wave of surprise and disbelief, everyone received their food. Watching their astonished expressions, Yuhao continued in a serious tone. I will ensure that your treatment as survivors is better than that of other train slaves, as long as you work hard. As the train grows stronger, your treatment will improve. After that, Yuhao had Laugh distribute 3 steamed buns, a pack of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water to the 6 henchmen. Their treatment was also better than that of Zhou Hong's henchmen. Laugh received 3 steamed buns, 2 packs of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water. After finishing this, he shouted to everyone, "After eating, get ready to mine properly. I will be watching everyone's performance." With that, he returned to the pickaxe production line in Carno 1 and spent 400 units of level 1 iron ore to produce 80 pickaxes for Laugh and the henchmen to distribute. Then, he returned to the train room. Leaning back in his chair, Yuhao glanced at the remaining 400 units of level 1 iron ore in the train room and sighed, thinking that this iron ore was really insufficient. After closing his eyes to think for 2 minutes, he stood up from the chair and went to Carno 1 to check the information on the bread production line and steamed bun production line. Accessory name, bread production line. Accessory grade, F. Accessory level, 1. Accessory effect, consumes 1 unit of level 1 iron ore to produce 10 pieces of bread. Accessory upgrade, 100 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Not bad, he thought. 1 unit can produce 10 pieces of bread. He nodded in slight satisfaction. Accessory name, steamed bun production line. Accessory grade, F. Accessory level, 1. Accessory effect, consumes 2 units of level 1 iron ore to produce 10 steamed buns. Accessory upgrade, 200 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. After carefully reviewing the information on these 2 food production lines, Yuhao began to calculate. There were currently 80 survivors, and if each survivor ate 1 meal a day, they would consume 240 pieces of bread in a day, which equated to 24 units of level 1 iron ore. The 6 henchmen, if they also ate 1 meal a day, would consume 18 steam buns, which was close to 2 units of level 1 iron ore. After calculating, Yuhao remained expressionless and silent in place, excluding drinking water, pickled vegetables, and even his own meals. The daily consumption for just feeding these people would amount to nearly 27 units of iron ore. If calculated based on an adult mining for 1 hour to obtain 1 unit of iron ore, it would be equivalent to 1 adult mining for 27 hours. Now, after distributing the food, there were currently 350 pieces of bread, 493 bottles of mineral water, 285 steam buns, and 78 packs of pickled vegetables left in reserve. Among them, 3 large barrels of clean water had already consumed 1 barrel. If they did not produce extra, the pieces of bread would be eaten up by the survivors in less than 2 days. The rest were still okay, barely enough to last for a while. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Yuhao took 2 steamed buns, a pack of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water back to his train room. Fortunately, they had already entered the mining routine, and with the 400 units of iron ore reserved, there was no immediate panic. Sitting in the train room, Yuhao ate his pickled vegetable steamed bun when suddenly a message popped up in his ocular membrane, and he couldn't help but smile widely. Personal talent was about to arrive. Chapter 13. 6 top personal talents. Detected that all novice tasks have been completed. All 3 novice tasks were completed in less than 1 day. Starting to organize 6 top personal talents. Organizing. Organization complete. After this information panel appeared on the cornea, a lottery interface also popped up. There is a line of notes at the bottom of the lottery interface. Spin the wheel to start randomly drawing personal talents. This lottery interface is a spinning wheel with 6 slots, each containing a shining personal talent. The names of these personal talents are Infinite Iron Ore, Arbitrary Transformation, Zombie Assimilation, Fortune Loan, Infinite Upgrade, and Infinite Firearms. Each personal talent has a brief information introduction. Infinite Iron Ore grants a level 4 iron ore field with a capacity of 1,000 units, which can be infinitely upgraded in level and capacity. Iron ore level exchange explanation. 1 unit of level 4 iron ore can be exchanged for 10 units of level 3 iron ore. 1 unit of level 3 iron ore can be exchanged for 10 units of level 2 iron ore. 1 unit of level 2 iron ore can be exchanged for 10 units of level 1 iron ore. Upgrade method. After the train reaches level 4, the level of the iron ore field will automatically upgrade with a subsequent increase in the train's level. And the capacity of the iron ore can also refresh with the upgrade of the iron ore field. Mining restrictions. Mining can only be done after the train changes jobs and becomes a mechanical train. PS1. The pickaxe must be upgraded to the corresponding level to mine. PS2. The iron ore field can be stored in the wristwatch once a day. So, does that mean 1 unit of level 4 iron ore is equivalent to 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Yuhao took a deep breath, his eyes wide with shock. This infinite iron ore personal talent is too strong, right? Although there are restrictions, they are nothing compared to the benefits this iron ore brings. The fact that it can be stored in the wristwatch already means that mining can be done in a very safe manner. If encountering a zombie tide or interference from other trains, just store the iron ore field in the wristwatch, and that's it. If calculated based on the initial 1,000 capacity, then 1,000 units of level 4 iron ore is equivalent to 1,000,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Terrifying. Yuhao was somewhat losing his expression management at this moment. After a moment of astonishment, he adjusted his mindset and continued to look at the information on the next personal talent. Arbitrary transformation allows for the arbitrary fusion and transformation of various components of the train. There is only a simple one-sentence introduction. However, there is a demonstration video. In the video, a train with a full 100 carriages, rich in cyberpunk style and highly futuristic, crosses through a dense zombie tide, with heavy machine guns and submachine guns embedded all over the carriages. A man wearing a clown mask sits in the train's cabin, completely unfazed by the terrifying zombie tide. After giving an okay gesture to the camera, the shot zooms out, and the entire train begins to change. The carriages transform like transformers into various mechanical warriors. By the time all 100 carriages and the locomotive have become mechanical warriors, they can actually combine together, ultimately transforming into a final form train warrior, even larger than Godzilla. At this moment, the countless zombies beneath them appear as tiny as ants. The video ends here. Although the entire video does not explain in detail how to use the arbitrary transformation talent, it demonstrates the new development direction that the train will take after acquiring the arbitrary transformation talent. I want this too. Knock knock. At this moment, an untimely knock sounded at the door. "Brother Hao," a voice from outside called out. Yuhao frowned slightly, and with a thought, the door opened. Raph stood respectfully at the door, holding a small notebook. "Come in." "Sure, Brother Hao. What's the matter?" Looking at Raph stepping forward, Yuhao asked calmly. Although Raph was somewhat disappointing at this moment, seeing him holding the notebook clearly indicated that he had something serious to report. So he set aside his examination of personal talents for now. Raph opened the notebook and then respectfully said, "Brother Hao, as you know, among the 80 survivors we rescued, 3 are women. Just now, while mining, I specifically observed them. I found that their mining efficiency is very low." Hearing Raph say this, Yuhao leaned back in his chair, contemplating. So? Raph paused for a moment, realizing the implication. Having been a deputy for so long, he understood one principle clearly. Leaders generally do not like to only raise problems without thinking of solutions. So he had already thought of 2 solutions for this matter. He quickly said, "Brother Hao, I know it's unrealistic to expect women to mine at the same efficiency as men. So I thought, since these 3 women are not good at mining, they must excel in other areas. How about I clean them up and bring them to you, Brother Hao, for you to see?" "No need." Yuhao shook his head disinterestedly. These women are the leftovers, not worth looking at. Compared to women, he was currently more interested in the information on his cornea about personal talents. "All right, Brother Hao. Since you don't need them, perhaps they can be of use to those who do need them." Raph began to share his prepared second solution. Seeing Brother Hao looking at him with a strange expression, Raph quickly continued. "Perhaps we could use those 3 women as a means to motivate mining. This way, it can not only stimulate the men's enthusiasm, but also fully utilize the value of those 3 women. You decide how to arrange it." Yuhao thought for a moment. "It should be moderate." "Yes." After Raph left and the iron door closed, Yuhao continued to look with great interest at the information on his cornea about personal talents. Zombie assimilation grants a production line for assimilation spray. Zombies sprayed with the assimilation spray can become the slaves of the train conductor. P.S. The initial level of the assimilation spray production line is level 1, which can only produce level 1 assimilation spray, and level 1 assimilation spray can only assimilate level 1 zombies. Fortune loan allows for consuming fortune to take out loans, which can be for resources or powerful train components. P.S. Loans can be taken out not only by consuming one's own fortune, but also by consuming the fortune of train members. Chapter 14, Don't Fortune Loan. Don't fortune loan. Yuhao was a bit silent. The method of consuming fortune to take out loans was indeed a bit strange. Theoretically, as long as there are enough passengers on the train, one could keep borrowing indefinitely. However, the information did not specify how much fortune was consumed for how many items were borrowed. Yuhao shook his head, feeling uninterested in this vague information about the talent. Infinite upgrade. Can infinitely upgrade train parts. Another simple piece of information. Infinite armory. Grants a weapons depot, which can be upgraded. After upgrading, it will refresh more powerful weapons, such as nuclear bombs. Effect. The weapons in the armory can automatically gain energy by killing zombies and monsters. This is also not bad. Yuhao looked at the information of infinite armory and nodded in satisfaction. Firearms are very useful in this apocalypse. Currently, aside from that strange fortune loan, the effects of other personal talents were quite good. Yuhao lay back in the chair, lost in thought. Although the selection was random and he couldn't choose, after reading this talent information, he had some understanding for the upcoming random selection. After taking a deep breath with a serious expression, he didn't hesitate and focused his thoughts to begin drawing his personal talent. The spinning wheel in the corner of his eye began to turn. Yuhao silently chanted in his heart, "Don't fortune loan, don't fortune loan, don't fortune loan." After spinning quickly for several rounds, the wheel began to slow down. Watching the pointer gradually slow down and point towards infinite loan, Yuhao's heart sank, and a suffocating feeling arose, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. No way. Don't do this. Fortune loan is not a good thing. In order to survive in the apocalypse, both strength and fortune are indispensable. If he really used all his fortune for loans, then no matter how many supplies or powerful parts he borrowed, it would be useless. He and his train members might not be able to enjoy the benefits. One must know that when fortune runs low, one would start to have bad luck, and when bad luck reaches a certain extent, even drinking water could lead to choking. Just like when he was on Blue Star, he had just won the lottery 1 second, and the next second walked out to hit a stroke of bad luck. Thinking of this made him feel a bit frustrated. Fortunately, he came from an orphanage, so crossing over to this world was somewhat liberating. Just give me a break. In the end, the pointer narrowly passed the fortune loan box and stopped at the next box. Phew! Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the golden and shining personal talent in the box, he instinctively murmured, "Infinite upgrade." In the mine, 3 women were brought in front of Lafu by the thugs. Lafu looked them up and down. Their looks were somewhat lacking, but their figures were fine. Full breasts and curvy hips, not bad. The 3 women felt uncomfortable under the gaze of the deputy train conductor and began to feel anxious. One of the women, trembling, said, "Deputy train conductor, we are not slacking off. We are really working hard to mine, but we are women, and it is unrealistic to have the same mining efficiency as those big men. Look, our hands are almost blistered." Saying this, the woman opened her hand, and indeed a small blister appeared. "I know you are all working hard to prove your worth," Lafu said with a grin, trying to appear as a friendly deputy train conductor. "I can understand that. However, if you're on the wrong path, no matter how hard you try, it is in vain. Mining is not suitable for women. Now I ask you, do you find mining tiring after working for a while?" Looking at the 3 women who seemed hesitant to speak, Lafa added, "Don't be afraid, just tell the truth. I'm just conducting a simple survey. Tiring." The 3 women nodded in unison. "Good, then I will give you something else to do." Lafu shared his thoughts with the 3 women, who hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lafu took the 3 of them to the crowd of miners and had the thugs organize everyone to line up properly. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone," to encourage everyone's enthusiasm for mining and to showcase the humanity of Master Hao's train. "We have decided to rank you based on the amount of or you mine each day. Survivors who mine more will be rewarded. We will establish a mining leaderboard. The top 3 survivors on the mining leaderboard will have beautiful companions. Living in the apocalypse, everyone has their pressures. I know you're under a lot of pressure and need a place to relieve it. So, as long as you can enter the top 3, the 3 sisters will help you relieve your stress." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exclaimed, looking at the 3 women who pretended to be shy, with many men's eyes shining like hungry wolves. Seeing the excitement of the men ignited, Lafu knew the effect had been achieved. He stopped talking nonsense and said, "Now, continue mining." Everyone, as if injected with adrenaline, began to work with full energy. Inside the train car, can train parts be infinitely upgraded? Yuhao looked at the personal talent he had drawn, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Train parts could already be upgraded. They just needed to consume, or could it be that? His eyes lit up as he picked up the intercom. There were only 400 units of level 1 iron ore left, so he had to be frugal and couldn't use it to test his idea. He needed to confirm with Lafu. "Lafu, are you free?" "Yes, Brother Hao. I have a question. Is there a level limit to upgrading train parts?" Currently, only Lafu and he had intercoms. There was a brief pause on the other end before Lafu quickly replied, "Brother Hao, train parts do have level limits. Different grades of parts have different maximum levels. For example, F-grade parts usually have a maximum of 2 levels." As expected, Yuhao's mouth curled up. "That's good to know. All right, Lafu, I got it. You can get back to work." "Okay, Brother Hao." Yuhao put down the intercom, his eyes shining. Having a level limit made things easier. He grinned and quietly began to check the F-grade non-essential parts in the train parts inventory. Lafu put down the intercom. From Brother Hao's satisfied and friendly tone, he could tell that Brother Hao was pleased with the answer he provided. Although Brother Hao had delegated external matters to him, Brother Hao was clearly not idle. Asking for information about part upgrades was obviously considering how to improve the train. Seeing Brother Hao so invested in the train gave him a sense of security. Chapter 15, it's time to rename the train. Vehicle-mounted external embedded iron blade. F-grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. Refers to the consumption for crafting a single carriage. Yuhao thoughtfully looked at the information of this F-grade accessory in the train accessories. This was the only weapon accessory among the non-essential ones. If Raf was correct, this F-grade vehicle-mounted external embedded iron blade could only be upgraded to level 2 at most. Once the survivors finished mining and submitted the ores, they could consider giving it a try. Now, all crafting of accessories was waiting for ore. They could only do some other things that didn't consume ores. It was time to rename the train. Yuhao murmured, looking at the control panel and pressing the train information button. Train name, 49462-491. Has one renaming opportunity. Looking at this code-like name, he frowned slightly. What kind of name should he give the train? His naming direction was to choose a relatively low-key name, but one that had deep meaning. Preferably one that could bring hope. He lowered his head in thought. After a long time, his eyes brightened, and he suddenly thought of a good name for the train. How about calling it Spark of Hope? Saying this, he picked up the intercom. "Raf, come here for a moment." "Okay, how ye?" After putting down the intercom, a look of anticipation appeared in Yuhao's eyes. He was very satisfied with this name and wanted to see what Raf would say. After a while, there was a knock at the door. With a thought, he opened the door. Raf walked in with a nervous expression. "Sit." Yuhao pointed to an empty chair. Seeing Raf's tense expression, Yuhao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, relax. I just called you here to talk about naming the train." "Naming?" Hearing Hao Ge say this, Raf immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Hao Ge called him for something important, but it turned out to be about naming the train. Speaking of naming the train, he remembered when he was the deputy train leader for the first time. The previous train leader also called him for his input on naming the train. "I came up with a name for the train called Spark of Hope, meaning that a small spark can start a prairie fire. What do you think?" Raf looked serious for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Hao Ge, this name is excellent. The meaning is very fitting, and it gives me a sense of hope amidst this desperate apocalypse. I believe Spark of Hope can break the shackles of the apocalypse and bring the spark of hope soaring into the star system." Hearing Raf's words, Yuhao's mouth curled up in satisfaction, and he said, "You have a way with words." He operated on his wristwatch for a while, then raised his head in a good mood and said, "I have crafted a bed for you using 5 units of level 1 wood. Consider it a reward for your good performance so far." "Thank you, Hao Ge." Raf immediately showed a surprised expression. "I will continue to perform well and not let Hao Ge down." Yuhao asked curiously, "Weren't you a deputy train leader before? I'd like to know what name your train leader gave to the train at that time." "Hao Ye." Hearing this, Raf hesitated a bit, then awkwardly said, "Our train leader at that time named his train Apocalypse Cockroach." Yuhao was silent for a moment, his mouth twitching slightly, a bit abstract. Yes. Raph nodded. My previous train leader was called Changyi. When he was naming the train, he called me over to ask for my opinion. He originally wanted the name Apocalypse Cockroach, saying that this name symbolizes that the train can have a strong vitality like a cockroach, so that when other train operators hear this name, they feel a strong sense of life coming at them. Although I felt he had a point. That name was indeed too bold. So while I agreed with him, I also gave a small suggestion. I said this name is indeed quite good, but naming the train Apocalypse Cockroach might seem a bit strange. People would unconsciously associate the train with cockroaches, and cockroaches are generally not liked by everyone. Perhaps we could replace the cockroach with another creature that also has strong vitality but is not disliked by people, like the tardigrade, which was the most resilient creature on Earth before the apocalypse. Yuhao nodded in agreement, feeling that Raph's suggestion at that time was indeed good. Tardigrades are fine. They have a unique charm. They don't sound as repulsive as cockroaches, and their vitality is even stronger. So what did your train leader say after hearing your suggestion? He first agreed with my words, then said that the name lacked a certain flavor and was still a bit lacking. In the end, after careful consideration, he settled on the train name Apocalypse Cockroach. He said this name was fine, encompassing his character's strong aspect, sounding a bit elegant while still having that flavor. But 1 week after naming the train, it encountered a zombie tide and was mercilessly swallowed and destroyed by it. I was the only one who successfully escaped to the city ruins. And what happened afterward was that I was captured by Zhou Hong's thugs and turned into a slave on the train. Yuhao couldn't help but laugh and cry after hearing this, unsure how to comment. He looked at Raph. I'm suddenly curious if you were named the train. What would you choose? Raph thought for a moment and said, to be honest, how good? I think the name you came up with is really good, flawless. If I were to think of one, I probably wouldn't come up with something this good. If it were me, I might name the train Great Fortune, meaning simply to have great luck and hit the jackpot. Yuhao fell silent again. This reminded him of the not-so-pleasant memories before he left Blue Star. Before crossing into this world, there weren't many things he disliked. But at the moment of crossing, he clearly understood what he detested most in his life. That was the heavy-duty truck. Seeing how G's face looked a bit bad, Raph immediately panicked. What's wrong, Hauge? Is my name too bad? No. Yuhao shook his head. The train name is confirmed. It will be called Spark of Hope. You go back and inform everyone about this. You performed well today. Keep it up. Hearing how G's last sentence, Raph's previously tense expression relaxed a lot. Okay, Hauge. After watching Raph leave, Yuhao adjusted his state and pressed the train information button. After a series of operations, he looked at the new train name on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. Train name, Spark of Hope. Chapter 16, Starfire Passengers. He let out a long sigh and suddenly felt much more at ease. Although it was just a change of name, it gave him a greater sense of belonging to this post-apocalyptic world. Next, he needed to think carefully about the recent development direction of the Starfire train. It wasn't about the direction of the train's job change, but rather the direction of crafting and enhancing train parts. Currently, there weren't many or resources on the train, and the amount of or that the survivors could mine each day was also very limited. After all, they weren't robots and couldn't mine continuously for 24 hours. Therefore, the use of or resources needed to be meticulous. They couldn't be wasted and had to be used wisely. Now was a good time to plan the focus of ore consumption while waiting for mining. He needed to think about how to maximize the effect of upgraded parts on the Starfire train in conjunction with the infinite upgrade talent. The train's living and eating issues were barely resolved for now, so he could set that aside for the moment. The remaining concern was the train's safety. There were 3 aspects to improve the train's safety. The first aspect was to enhance the train's combat power, which meant focusing on weapon parts. Currently, the usable firearms were the M9 assault rifle, which required 50 units of level 1 iron ore to produce, and it wasn't cheap. Moreover, the blueprint for the bullet production line hadn't been crafted yet, so the material costs would also be significant. Therefore, firearms would not be considered for the time being. He recalled a non-essential part he saw before in the train parts section, the F-grade external iron blade, which had a more acceptable crafting material cost and could be considered. For enhancing the train's combat power, he would temporarily choose to craft and upgrade the external iron blade. This onboard melee weapon had a hidden benefit. The faster the train traveled, the greater the power of the blade, creating a complementary effect with the train's speed. Quite good. The second aspect was to strengthen the train's defenses. Strengthening the train's defenses encountered the same problem as weapon parts: excessive material costs. The external armor for a single carriage required 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore. With the engine, a total of 3 sections would consume a whopping 3,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Clearly, this was not affordable at the moment. So, strengthening the train's defenses would not be considered for now. The third aspect was speed. When encountering a horde of zombies, speed was more important than enhancing the train's weapons or defenses. As long as the train was fast enough to escape the encirclement of the zombies, it could ensure the train's safety. Conversely, if they couldn't escape the encirclement and the train's defenses and weapons weren't strong enough to disregard the zombies, it would be of no use. Ultimately, they would be trapped. After thinking it through, if he were to prioritize the train's parts, the current top priority would be to upgrade the part that could enhance the train's speed. Speedy wheel. The second priority would be to craft the external iron blade, and the last would be the external armor. With that in mind, Yuhao checked his wristwatch for a moment and found the speedy wheel. After syncing the functions of the train with the wristwatch, the benefits were far more than he had imagined. Discovering more practical functions of the wristwatch was also something he needed to work on during this period. Part name: speedy wheel. Part grade: E grade. Part level: level 1. Part effect: allows the train to leave the tracks and travel on flat ground. Increasing speed by 30 km/h. Current speed is 130 km/h. Part upgrade: consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Looking at the information about the speedy wheel, Yuhao's thoughts gradually became clearer. This speedy wheel had already been crafted with 500 units of level 1 iron ore. Now, it just needed to be upgraded. Night fell. During this time, Raph and a few henchmen arrived at Car 2, taking a few lamps confiscated from Zhou Han's carriage back to continue supervising the others in mining. 2 henchmen stayed on the train to observe the surroundings and ensure no dangers approached. After a while in the mine, Raph observed everyone's performance while jotting down something in a small notebook. After announcing the mining rewards, the miners' enthusiasm visibly increased. "Raph, that's enough. We can let them wrap up." The voice of Brother Hao came through the intercom. "Okay, Brother Hao." After putting down the intercom, Raph tucked away the notebook and signaled to the henchmen to organize the miners. Once everyone lined up, tired yet filled with anticipation, they knew that finishing the mining meant it was almost time to receive their rewards. Raph looked at their eager expressions, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "You all did very well today. Next, take your pickaxes in the mine or back to the Starfire, and we will start tallying the mining leaderboard on the train." Following Raph's instructions, everyone grabbed their tools and left the mine, heading to the train outside. At that moment, Yuhao stood contentedly at the door of Car 2. The group stopped in front of the carriage. Yuhao glanced at the time on his wristwatch: 21:03:25. They had been mining for over 5 hours. "Raph, take the henchmen to Car 2 and distribute the food. After distributing the food, please tally the amount of ore mined today." "Yes." After retrieving the food from Car 2, Raph directed the henchmen to distribute it while he began counting the amount of iron ore mined by the survivors today, also organizing the mining leaderboard. After a while, the iron ore count was complete and the mining leaderboard was organized. Raph recorded it in his notebook and showed it to Brother Hao. Yuhao looked at the notebook, which showed that the survivors had mined a total of 401 units of level 1 iron ore today, raising his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. This amount was more than he had expected. He looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, "Survivors, you all performed excellently today. It's clear that everyone is full of vigor for the mining rewards, which is a good thing. I'm sure you all know that the train has been renamed Starfire. As the first batch of passengers on the Starfire, it's time for you to change your title. From now on, the survivors will be called Starfire Passengers, and the henchmen will be known as Starfire Guardians." Raph, listening to Brother Hao's speech, nodded in agreement and took notes in his notebook. Brother Hao's move was quite clever. By changing names, he not only increased everyone's sense of identification with the Starfire train, but also subtly bound everyone to the train through the prefix Starfire. Chapter 17, Sparks Sisters. They would unconsciously see themselves as part of the Sparks train. In this way, loyalty to the train effect would also emerge. Next, the sense of collective honor and cohesion would also sprout in these people's hearts with the emergence of the Sparks title. Hi, too brilliant. Seeing that everyone was satisfied with the new title while their eyes were filled with anticipation for the mining rewards, Yuhao tilted his head to Raph and said, Raph, let them come out. Yes. After a while, Raph led 3 women out. The appearance of these 3 women had changed significantly. First was their hairstyles. Compared to their previously messy styles, they now had brand new hairstyles that suited each of them. The saying that a hairstyle can change a person's temperament is certainly true. At this moment, the charm of the 3 women had increased considerably. Secondly, their clothing. Previously, their outfits were unremarkable, tattered, and messy, making it hard to have any interest. Now their clothing was cool and transparent, very distinctive, full of temptation. As everyone looked at the dramatic transformation of the 3 women, their eyes widened. Some people were almost drooling. Yuhao thoughtfully glanced at the 3 women and turned to Raph. I feel that if they are called Sparks passengers, it would be too ordinary and wouldn't showcase their uniqueness. What do you think? Raph looked the 3 women up and down and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we need to think of a better and more distinctive name. Yuhao murmured deep in thought. Not long after, Raph's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Hao. I thought a title. What title? Why not call the 3 of them Spark Sisters? The term sisters here does not refer to age, but has another layer of meaning. Before the apocalypse, when I was under a lot of work pressure, I liked to go for a foot wash and a massage. The service girls at the club would call me brother in such a pleasant way, and it felt great. At that time, the pressure and fatigue would dissipate, and I want these mining Sparks passengers to have that feeling too. Feasible. Yuhao announced this new title to everyone. Raph then asked the 3 women beside him, what do you think of this title? Very satisfactory, the 3 said in unison. One of the women added, this matches my professional background before the apocalypse. It's quite good. After Yuhao made the announcement, Raph leaned in and asked with a hint of mystery, Brother Hao, can I let the Sparks passengers hear a few words from me? Go ahead. Raph looked at everyone. Before announcing the mining ranking, let us have the 3 Spark Sisters perform a dance as an appetizer for the results announcement. After saying that, Raph gave a look to the 3 Spark Sisters. The 3 understood, and with charming and seductive eyes, they sauntered to the center of the crowd, bowed, and called out brother before starting to dance sensually. The fatigue from mining was instantly swept away by this fiery dance, and everyone was filled with passion. Yuhao watched this scene, somewhat unsure of how to evaluate it. He turned to Raph, who had a satisfied expression on his face, and asked, did you arrange all this? Yes, Brother Hao. Seeing that Brother Hao was surprised, Raph nodded, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Tonight, apart from supervising the workers and the survivors in the mine. No, it's supervising the work of the Sparks passengers and the Sparks guardians. At the same time, I was thinking about how to maximize the value of the Sparks sisters. Since they no longer need to mine, I arranged for them to stay on the Sparks train, while the Sparks passengers were mining, responsible for cleaning the train. Currently, only 2 carriages need cleaning, which isn't a big area, so it's an easy job. Then, after the Sparks passengers finish mining, they can do what they should do. After arranging all this, I thought since this mining reward is being implemented for the first time, why not make it more profound? If the mining reward can leave the deepest impression on the mining Sparks passengers, it will stimulate those who haven't received rewards, motivating them to work even harder to mine the next day, thus further mobilizing their labor. I thought about it and came up with a plan. That is to work on the Sparks sisters. The Sparks passengers have naturally seen the 3 of them. I just need to bring a significant contrast when the Sparks sisters appear next time, and that will leave a strong impression on the Sparks passengers. So I thought of adding some stimulation before announcing the results. The changes that can be made during this time are the way the Sparks sisters appear in their own appearances. Following this line of thought, I first had the Sparks sisters change their hairstyles, transforming their previously messy styles into more suitable ones. Just like the one in the middle, who is 172 centimeters tall, has tied her hair into a high ponytail. Doesn't she look much better than before? Yuhao looked over and indeed found it much more pleasing to the eye. A good hairstyle makes a difference, and with it being late at night, Their appearance isn't so clear, adding to the allure. Do they resist your changes? Yuhao asked with curiosity. No resistance. Raph grinned. They also need to release pressure, sometimes. And I told them, if they encounter any overly perverted requests from winners, they can report to me, and I will intervene in time. As long as they perform well, there will be room for promotion in the future. Raph, you truly are a talent. You have a gift in certain areas. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Hao. This is to fully implement what you said about showing value, right? Raph scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Very good. Continue. All right. Brother Hao, besides the change in hairstyles, the next change is in clothing. Currently, conditions are limited and we can't find uniforms, so I had them dress a bit cooler. After all, no man dislikes girls dressed lightly. After changing their hairstyles and clothing, it comes to the explosive dance. Before the apocalypse, besides going for massages, I had another hobby, watching female streamers dance. Chapter 18, Rapid Wheels, Upgrade. It seems the female streamer must have spent quite a bit of money, right? Yuhao instinctively asked. Not much spent, Raph shook his head. I only spent money on one female streamer. That streamer danced really well, calling out brother on the left and right every day. She looked sweet and spoke nicely, so I couldn't help but spend some money. Fortunately, one time when I was about to spend a lot, this female streamer forgot to turn on the beauty filter when she started streaming, and after seeing her true appearance, I never spent money again and didn't follow her anymore. That's good. Just do it your way. The next thing, you can arrange it. Yes. Yuhao returned to the carriage, spent 50 units of level 1 iron or to produce some bread, and then went back to the train room. The three women's erotic dance had not finished yet, and Raph was watching the dance with great interest. After an inspiring dance segment, Raph began to announce the mining leaderboard to everyone. Then he called the top 3 Spark passengers to come up and receive tonight's rewards. First is the first place, who mined a full 8 units of level 1 iron or Zhangma. Raph looked at the leaderboard and said, a dark-skinned man stepped forward. Choose one of the 3 women. Thank you, Chief Chauffeur. I choose this one. The man walked up to a woman with a high ponytail who was 172 centimeters tall and excitedly patted her buttocks. Next, second place, who mined a full 7 units of level 1 iron ore. Awards completed. Raph said to the 3 who received their rewards, their eyes full of impatience. The conditions are limited now. For now, just enjoy yourselves outside. Don't make the carriage smell. All right. The 3 immediately got to work after hearing this. The others, who did not make it into the top 3, looked on with envious eyes at the performance. By the way, since this is also a physical job, you 3 can rest tomorrow morning. Thank you, Chief Chauffeur. The 3 thanked breathlessly. After Raph finished speaking to the 3, he turned to everyone and said, this is all a benefit brought to you by Master Hao. As long as everyone mines well and performs well, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. The crowd cheered. I'm so envious. A thug watched the performance, one hand holding a gun, the other stuffed in his pants. Why don't we thugs have such rewards? What are you worried about, buddy? Said another thug nearby. Since Master Hao is willing to reward the only 3 women on this train to the miners, do you think we thugs, who are trusted even more by Master Hao, will be at a disadvantage? If there are better women in the future, won't Master Hao reward us? Hearing his companion's words, the man's frustration dissipated, and he instantly became excited. You're right, buddy. Raph came closer to the 2, smiling. Yes, right. Work hard. Master Hao will definitely not forget the benefits for you thugs. Hearing Raph say this, the man nodded more vigorously. Yes. Now you 2 go guard around the train to prevent any dangers from approaching at night. After this performance is over, I will arrange for you to take turns keeping watch. Yes. The next morning, the warm sunlight shone through the front window into the train room. Yuhao woke up from the sleeping bed in the train room, feeling invigorated. This was the best sleep he had since crossing into this apocalypse. After consuming 50 units of level 1 iron or to produce some food last night, he felt a bit tired when he returned to the train room, so he went to sleep first. At this time, there were already some lively sounds outside. After a quick wash, he went to carriage 2 and saw that besides the 3 Spark Sisters and 3 Spark passengers who had battled with the Spark Sisters all night, everyone else had gone out. He glanced at his watch. 6:30, 35. Are they already mining this early? He got off the train and went to the mine. At this time, Raph and several thugs were already supervising everyone mining. He approached Raph, surprised it's so early. Raph smiled, mainly because everyone is full of energy. Perhaps last night's excitement was too much. Many people woke up early on their own, wanting to mine today. They're all like they've been injected with chicken blood. Yuhao smiled. What a diligent group of Spark passengers. Have you had breakfast? Not yet, brother Hao. You didn't say anything, so I didn't dare to take any. I have already set the amount for food distribution. From now on, you can take care of the food distribution. Just arrange it with confidence. If it's not enough, tell me. Yes. Back in the train room, Yuhao looked at the 751 units of level 1 iron ore in the train room and already had some ideas. It is worth mentioning that these iron ores do not need to be searched for regardless of where they are in the train. When consumed, they will be consumed automatically and will not be overlooked. This is a good thing, avoiding some passengers hiding or the infinite upgrade talent can be tried now. Yuhao found the information panel for rapid wheels from his watch. After glancing at the information above, he immediately consumed 100 units of iron ore for the upgrade. After rapid wheels upgraded to level 2, the information panel changed. Accessory name, rapid wheels. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 2. Accessory effect, allows the train to leave the tracks and run on flat ground, increasing speed by 30 km/h. Current speed is 160 km/h. Accessory upgrade, 200 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 3. Looking at the increased efficiency, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Now, after using 100 units of level 1 iron ore from the 751 units, there are still 651 units of level 1 iron ore left. Continue. Then, he consumed another 200 units of level 1 iron ore, successfully upgrading rapid wheels to level 3. The train speed also upgraded from 160 km/h to 190 km/h. However, after upgrading to level 3, a prompt appeared at the bottom of the accessory information panel, indicating current level has reached the upgrade limit for this accessory. Cannot upgrade further. Yuhao raised an eyebrow at this information. Sure enough, reaching level 3 means hitting the upgrade limit. Then it's time for my personal talent, infinite upgrade, to come into play. With a thought, an information panel popped up at the corner of his eye. Talent infinite upgrade can be used. Do you want to break the limit and upgrade rapid wheels? To upgrade rapid wheels to level 4, 300 units of level 1 iron ore are required. Do you want to consume? Note, speed increase remains unchanged. Chapter 19, the zombie tide reappears. Yes, consume. As only 151 units of level 1 iron ore remain from the original 451 units, the upgrade was completed. Accessory name, turbo wheel. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 4. Accessory effect, allows the train to leave the tracks and travel on flat ground, increasing speed by 30 km/h. Current speed is 210 km/h. PS1. Special permission intervention allows for continued upgrades, consuming 400 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. PS2. Upgrading the accessory to level 5 will unlock the overclocking effect. Overclocking effect? Yuhao raised an eyebrow at these words. Could it mean that new effects would be added on top of the speed increase? He glanced at the remaining 151 units of level 1 iron ore in the train compartment, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. At that moment, another piece of information appeared in the corner of Yuhao's vision. Infinite upgrade talent has been used, unlocking the Apocalypse Train Beginner's Guide, now synchronized to the wristwatch. Seeing this piece of information, Yuhao's heart did not fluctuate too much. His mind was filled with thoughts about what the overclocking effect could be. Unfortunately, there weren't enough ores. It seemed he would have to wait another day. But waiting a day wasn't he. Before Yuhao could finish his thought, he suddenly felt something was off. He sensed the ground subtly trembling, as if vibrating from a group running. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking sound came at that moment. When the door opened, a henchman with a grim expression said, "Master Hao, there's a situation outside. There's something dark approaching from afar. It's too far away to see clearly." Yuhao immediately felt a sense of foreboding in his heart and continued to observe. If it was unclear, he would climb to the top of the carriage to take a look. Yes. After the henchman left, Yuhao quickly picked up the intercom on the control panel. Laugh. Tell everyone to stop mining and return to the train as fast as possible. While speaking, Yuhao ran to the first carriage and began rummaging through a pile of supplies. If you remember correctly, Laugh had seized a telescope from Zhou Hong's train head. After searching for a while, he indeed found a telescope. He took the telescope to the front of the train, and his pupils dilated in shock. Without any hesitation, he quickly shouted into the intercom, "Speed up, the zombie tide is coming." Inside the mine, hearing the words zombie tide, Laugh's expression changed, and he immediately shouted to the crowd that was already evacuating, "Hurry up, don't worry about the pickaxes, or return to the train as fast as possible. Stay in formation. The zombie tide is coming." Not long after, everyone successfully returned to the train under Laugh and the Henchman S organization. After watching the train door close, Yuhao immediately started the train, heading in the opposite direction of the zombie tide. Although the zombie tide was still far away, many directions were already filled with zombies. If they didn't hurry, they would be surrounded. At this moment, the turbo wheel had reached level 4. With an ideal speed of 210 km/h, Yuhao pushed the speed to the maximum. The speed displayed on the control panel was 208 km/h. It seemed that the train's own weight and other factors had caused a slight decrease in speed. Yuhao looked ahead at the scene with unprecedented seriousness. The train currently had no combat capability. If it faced the zombie tide, it would be easily destroyed. In the second carriage, everyone's faces were somewhat pale, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. "Everyone, don't panic. When we were evacuating just now, I believe you all saw that this time the zombie tide is much farther away from our train compared to last time. Master Hao is a person of fortune, so everyone must believe in him." Laugh comforted the crowd. Although he was also panicking inside, he tried his best to stay calm. After Laugh's reassurance, the expressions of these people improved. Many began to pray in their hearts. Laugh also started a broad prayer in his heart. The two trains he had been on before had both fallen due to zombie tides. It had taken a lot for Brother How to become the train leader, and now, just a day later, they faced another zombie tide. This time, there could be no mistakes. In the first carriage, according to Laugh's arrangement, the train door had already been opened. 6 henchmen, their faces slightly pale, held their loaded rifles, ready for battle at any moment. A few looked at the distant zombie tide, their legs trembling slightly. After a while, watching the zombie tide get farther away, one henchman spoke in surprise. "Something's not right. This train seems to be going a bit fast." It seemed like, inside the train compartment, having successfully escaped from a gap where there were no zombies, Yuhao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that prioritizing the upgrade of the turbo wheel was the right choice. This decision saved his life. If he had chosen to consume the iron or to create the mounted iron blade, the train would likely have been surrounded by the zombie tide by now. Indeed, the predecessors of Blue Star did not deceive me. Speed is the key to all martial arts. This saying holds true even in the apocalypse. However, he still couldn't let his guard down. He needed to wait until they were completely out of the zombie tide before he could relax. 1 hour later, in a wasteland, the train came to a stop. Thanks to the speed of 208 km/h, the train had successfully escaped from the zombie tide. Moreover, it seemed there was a new discovery. About 500 meters in front of the spark, there was a scrap train that had been broken into several sections. "Who?" Yuhao let out a long breath, feeling somewhat fatigued as he laid back in his seat and closed his eyes to relax for 30 seconds. Controlling the train with his mind was convenient, but it consumed a lot of mental energy. He picked up the intercom. "Laugh, tell everyone that we have escaped danger." "Yes." Laugh's excited voice came from the intercom. After speaking, Yuhao put down the intercom. At that moment, the control screen suddenly displayed 2 pieces of information. "Train energy has been consumed over 10. Please pay attention to energy usage. Train wheels have worn down over 1. Yuhao frowned slightly at these 2 pieces of information. Why was there still consumption? What was train energy? He was somewhat confused. Suddenly, he remembered that the previous message mentioned that the beginner's guide had synced to the wristwatch. So he looked at the wristwatch and searched for a while. Indeed, he found a new section labeled Beginner's Guide. After carefully reading the contents about train energy in the Beginner's Guide, understanding dawned in Yuhao's eyes. He murmured thoughtfully, "Energy crystal?" According to the information in the guide, after a new train is built, it would come with an energy crystal that provides energy, supporting the operation of the train's generator. However, the energy of the energy crystal is limited, with an initial energy of 100. The energy will decrease with the usage of the train. The only way to obtain energy crystals is to wait until the train reaches level 2 and produce relevant universal accessories. There are no other means of acquisition. Yuhao shook his head helplessly and didn't think too much about it. He decided to set that aside for now and focus on dealing with the immediate matters at hand. The priority was to handle the scrap train ahead. Chapter 20: Mechanical Train and Flesh Train. After observing the abandoned train 500 meters away with binoculars for a while and confirming that there was no danger, Yuhao put down the binoculars and operated the spark train, slowly approaching it. This time, he did not use his mind to control the train, but directly used the control buttons and steering wheel on the console. The practical skills of operating the train had already been subtly implanted in his mind the moment he became the train conductor. The spark train slowly started moving. In carriage number 2, the expressions of the people inside were filled with relief, and their previous panic was gone. Thanks to Rafe's comforting words earlier, many began to firmly believe that Yuhao really had good fortune on his side. A few people exchanged whispers, unable to believe that they had escaped the zombie tide. Our spark train was just built yesterday, a brand new level 1 train, and we managed to escape the zombie tide. It's incredible. Yes, it really is unbelievable. It's probably because the zombie tide discovered us early and was still far away. Plus, with Yuhao's good fortune, we had the chance to escape. Rafe felt more at ease as the train started moving again. They had successfully escaped the zombie tide, but the pickaxe was still left in the mine. Now the train was obviously going to turn back to get the pickaxe and then continue mining. After a while, the intercom came through with Yuhao's voice. "Rafe, let everyone get off the train." Rafe looked puzzled. "So soon to get off? It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Aren't we returning to the mine?" Rafe didn't think much more about it and quickly replied, "Okay, Yuhao, received." He then instructed his men to open the train doors, allowing everyone to stand up and line up to get off. Yuhao stepped down from the front of the train, curiously looking at the abandoned train less than 20 meters away from his own. When the crowd got off the train and saw the abandoned train ahead, they were all very surprised. Rafe and a few men organized everyone into 3 rows. Yuhao approached the crowd, calmly observing their expressions. He said to everyone in a deep voice, "Out of misfortune comes blessing. Now, not only have we escaped the zombie tide, but we've also discovered an abandoned train in this wasteland. There are many bloodstains on it, likely from an encounter with the zombie tide or other monsters, and it should contain a lot of supplies. Now, everyone must go to each carriage of that train and search carefully to collect all useful supplies. After gathering the supplies, depending on the outcome, we will provide everyone with extra rations." "Yes," the crowd shouted excitedly, their hearts beginning to anticipate. Everyone looked eagerly at the abandoned train. That abandoned train was much longer than Yuhao's train, with a total of about 10 carriages. It had even more carriages than the previous Zhouhong's train, so it should have a lot of good supplies inside. As everyone prepared to set off to collect supplies, Yuhao suddenly thought of something and called out to the crowd, "Wait a moment, line up again." The crowd, confused, returned to their lines. "You all stay here on standby. Rafe, come over here." "Yes," Rafe replied as he approached. After Rafe came over, Yuhao whispered a few words in his ear. After finishing, Rafe's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Okay, Yuhao, leave it to me." With that, Rafe led 6 men to enter the abandoned train, first to begin collecting. Yuhao watched their figures and let out a sigh of relief. The task he had given Rafe was to have him and the men collect all the bullets and sharp weapons inside the abandoned train first. These items could pose a threat to him, so he needed to be cautious. Although the passengers on his train seemed to trust him now, they had not been together for long, and many things could not be guaranteed. To prevent some passengers from secretly hiding bullets or sharp weapons during the collection process to use against him later, it was safer to let Rafe and the 6 men check first. After a search, Rafe and the 6 men collected all the bullets and sharp weapons from the abandoned train. Yuhao immediately fed these items to his train's head. He then had Rafe search the 6 men one by one. After completing these tasks, he finally felt at ease, leaving 2 men on top of the carriage to guard the surrounding environment while the rest of the passengers went to the abandoned train to collect supplies. Yuhao stayed in his train compartment, satisfied as he watched the people working hard to gather supplies. It was best for him to remain in the compartment for now, so he could notify Rafe and start the train at the first sign of danger. After observing the crowd for a while, he began to check his wristwatch. While these people were collecting supplies, he could take the opportunity to look at the beginner's guide in his wristwatch. Previously, while checking the train's energy information, he had seen some information about train class change in the beginner's guide. After searching for a while, he indeed found the introduction to train class change, beginner's guide reminder. When the train reaches level 2, it will enter the train class change phase. At that time, you can choose the direction in which you want your train to develop. There are two major directions for train class change: mechanical train and flesh train. Completing the corresponding tasks for the two class change directions will successfully change classes. Mechanical train, flesh train. Yuhao looked at this information, pondering. He could understand the class change to mechanical train, but the change to flesh train was a bit hard for him to imagine. Continuing to look at the information, after changing to a mechanical train, all components of a train will be mechanized, and the materials needed to create components will be various mineral materials. After changing to a flesh train, all components of the train will be fleshified, and the materials needed to create components will consist of the flesh and blood of zombies and monsters. The information below left Yuhao a bit silent. So, it seems that the development of the mechanical train is actually quite similar to the current development situation of his train. It just requires mining for minerals. As for the development of the flesh train, it was also easy to understand. It involved finding zombies and monsters to kill. In terms of the danger level of obtaining materials, it was clear that the flesh train would be more dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he continued to read. The advantage of the mechanical train is that the acquisition method is relatively safe, but the disadvantage is that the wear and tear of the components needs to be monitored constantly and maintained regularly. Once it exceeds the wear limit, the components will be rendered useless. The advantage of the flesh train is that as long as the flesh components do not exceed the wear limit, given some time, the worn flesh components will automatically restore to new. The disadvantage is that collecting materials for the flesh train will be relatively dangerous. Chapter 21 Speedy Wheel. Overclocking effects. After more than half an hour, everyone had finished collecting supplies, and various useful and non-dangerous items were brought outside the train. Brother Hao, we have finished collecting the supplies. The voice of Raph came through the walkie-talkie. Yuhao replied with the walkie-talkie, okay, and then walked down from the front of the train. Looking at the supplies that were even more abundant than last time's Zhohong train, Yuhao smiled broadly. Raph handed over a list. Brother Hao, all useful supplies have been collected. I've checked everything, and there's nothing here that could harm you. The list detailed the specific quantities of various supplies. Yuhao took the list and glanced at it. 360 slices of bread, 510 bottles of mineral water, 370 steamed buns, 8 cans of chili sauce, 5 large barrels of purified water, 6 beds, 300 picks, 230 axes, 1570 units of level 1 iron ore, 230 units of level 1 copper ore, 150 units of level 1 wood, 1 train conductor's radio, 1 medical kit, 1 energy production station. Train conductor's radio? Yuhao frowned and asked about an item on the list. What is this? Brother Hao, the train conductor's radio is a communication device for all train conductors to chat and communicate. Yuhao thoughtfully nodded. Let us move all these supplies into the first carriage warehouse. 3 items piqued his curiosity, and he planned to take a closer look when he had time. Okay, Brother Hao. Raph began organizing people to move the supplies into the first warehouse carriage. Yuhao thought about the abundance of supplies and then operated his wristwatch for a while, finding the train crafting function. He immediately consumed 100 units of level 1 iron ore to create a new carriage. The wristwatch synchronized with the train's functions, meaning he could also use the train's features outside the train. Raph and the others looked surprised at the newly appeared third carriage. Yuhao called Raph over and said, with so many supplies in the warehouse, it will be very crowded, and you and the crew might not have a place to rest. From now on, the first carriage will serve as a dedicated warehouse. The second carriage will be for you, your crew, and the 3 Spark Sisters to rest. And the third carriage will be for the Spark passengers. Yes, while everyone was moving supplies, Yuhao arranged for a portion of the group to move the remaining items without direct utility to the front of the Spark train, where he would feed all these items to the train's front for devouring and decomposition. After more than an hour of busy work, the scrap train in the wasteland was devoured to the last scrap. Yuhao instructed everyone to return to the carriage and then asked Raph to distribute food. This time, everyone received steamed buns and mineral water, along with a bottle of chili sauce to be shared among everyone. After giving these instructions, Yuhao returned to the train room. Looking at the abundant resources harvested in the train room, Yuhao's mouth curled up in a smile. Currently, the total resources were quite ample. The little stockpiled by the train, combined with the collected resources and the resources obtained through the train's devouring and decomposition, totaled 3,300 units of level 1 iron ore, 360 units of level 1 copper ore, and 290 units of level 1 wood. This was indeed very sufficient. It was about time to return to the mine. Before the train upgraded to level 2, he still needed to mine well and develop properly. Then he would quickly upgrade to level 2 and change jobs. However, before setting out, he should first upgrade the speedy wheel to the next level. Upgrading the speedy wheel to level 5 would unlock the first overclocking effect. On the way back, he didn't know if he would encounter a horde of corpses again, so it was safer to get the overclocking effect ready before returning. Yuhao opened the information panel for the speedy wheel. Accessory name, speedy wheel. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 4. Accessory effect, allows the train to leave the tracks and travel on flat ground. Increasing speed by 30 km/h. Current speed is 210 km/h. PS1, special permission intervention, can continue to upgrade, consuming 400 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. PS2, after the accessory is upgraded to level 5, the overclocking effect will be unlocked. For 100 units of iron ore, that's easy, without hesitation. Yuhao immediately consumed 400 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade the speedy wheel to level 5. After the upgrade, the speedy wheel speed increased to 240 km/h. At the same time, information about the overclocking effect appeared in Yuhao's vision. The speedy wheel has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the first overclocking effect. The first overclocking effect can break the speed limit of the train within 1 hour, doubling the speed at the cost of accelerating wheel wear and energy consumption. Upgrading the speedy wheel to level 10 will unlock the second overclocking effect. There's a second overclocking effect. Seeing the effect information in his vision, Yuhao was somewhat surprised. If this was the case, his personal talent of infinite upgrade was indeed a bit outrageous. The first overclocking effect was already quite impressive. It was hard to imagine what the 20th overclocking effect would be like if the speedy wheel were upgraded to level 100. Having consumed 400 units of level 1 iron ore, there were still 2,900 units left. Should he also craft the vehicle-mounted iron blade and upgrade it to level 5 to see what the overclocking effect is? Yuhao murmured thoughtfully, not hesitating for too long. He decided to go ahead with this plan. Crafting the train's only melee weapon would make him feel more secure on the way back. Even if he encountered a horde of corpses, he wouldn't be as afraid. He pulled up the information for the vehicle-mounted iron blade on his wristwatch. Vehicle-mounted iron blade, F grade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. This is the consumption for crafting a single compartment. Based on the above information, Yuhao spent 100 units of level 1 iron ore to craft the vehicle-mounted iron blade at the front of the train. On either side of the train's front, light began to outline and weave a 50 centimeters long, 1 centimeter thick, and 10 centimeters wide iron blade. Yuhao got off the train to observe this melee accessory. The vehicle-mounted iron blade was very well connected to the front of the train, fitting perfectly as if it were part of the train itself. However, was this iron blade a bit too small? Yuhao returned to the train room and first picked up the walkie-talkie to speak with Raph. Raph, send someone to patrol the surroundings. I need to upgrade the train accessories for a while. Okay, Brother Hao. After receiving Raph's response, Yuhao put down the walkie-talkie and began checking the information panel for the crafted vehicle-mounted iron blade. Chapter 22, Vehicle-Mounted External Iron Blade, Overclocking Effect, Accessory Name. Vehicle-Mounted External Iron Blade. Accessory Grade, F Grade. Accessory Level, Level 1. Accessory Effect, after the train is activated. It causes a certain degree of passive damage to creatures outside the train. Current iron blade, length 50 centimeters, width 10 centimeters. Thickness 1 centimeter, accessory upgrade. 100 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. The amount of iron ore consumed to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 is the same as that of speed wheel. If the iron ore consumption for subsequent levels is also consistent with speed wheel, then upgrading this vehicle-mounted external iron blade from level 1 to level 5 will require 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore. This is only the iron ore cost for upgrading the front of the train's vehicle-mounted external iron blade to level 5. The other 3 carriages have not yet been built. If the other 3 carriages are also constructed and upgraded to level 5, then it will total 3,300 units of level 1 iron ore plus this 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore, making a total of 4,300 units of level 1 iron ore. Currently, I only have 2,800 units of level 1 iron ore, which is clearly insufficient to support the construction of all the carriage's iron blades. However, it doesn't matter. I will upgrade the front train's vehicle-mounted external iron blade to level 5 first. The rest can be discussed when I go mining at the mine. With this in mind, Yuhao began upgrading the vehicle-mounted external iron blade. After consuming 100 units of iron ore, the iron blade upgraded to level 2. At the same time, a panel indicating that the upgrade had reached the level cap popped up. However, it was quickly suppressed by his infinite upgrade talent. At this point, the information panel for the upgraded level 2 vehicle-mounted external iron blade was as follows. Accessory name: vehicle-mounted external iron blade. Accessory grade: F grade. Accessory level: level 2. Accessory effect: after the train is activated, it causes a certain degree of passive damage to creatures outside the train. Current iron blade, length 55 centimeters, width 15 centimeters, thickness 0.9 centimeters, PS1. Special permission intervention allows for continued upgrading, consuming 200 units of level 1 iron or can upgrade from level 2 to level 3. PS2. After the accessory is upgraded to level 5, the overclocking effect will be unlocked. As expected, the quantity of iron ore required for upgrades is consistent. After upgrading to level 2, the iron blade has increased in length by 5 centimeters, width by 5 centimeters, and thickness decreased by 0.9 centimeter. The effects after the upgrade are somewhat average, but it doesn't matter. Now it mainly depends on the overclocking effect. Yuhao continued to consume iron ore for upgrades, this time not stopping to check, but upgrading all the way. When 2,800 units of iron ore were reduced to 1,800 units, the vehicle-mounted external iron blade successfully upgraded to level 5. At this point, the iron blade's length had changed to 70 centimeters, width to 30 centimeters, and thickness to 0.6 centimeters. Yuhao looked at the thickness with some curiosity, wondering if it would eventually become 0 after a few more upgrades. Upon reflection, this clearly wouldn't happen. He was unsure what the situation would be like then. Not thinking too much in this direction, Yuhao began to look at the overclocking effect information after the vehicle-mounted external iron blade upgraded to level 5. Vehicle-mounted external iron blade has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the first overclocking effect. The first overclocking effect is the iron blade will rotate at high speed like a chainsaw at the cost of increasing the train's energy consumption. The second overclocking effect can be unlocked when the vehicle-mounted external iron blade reaches level 10. PS. When not in use, the vehicle-mounted external iron blade can be retracted into the train and popped out when needed. Looking at the overclocking information of the iron blade, Yuhao smiled broadly. I really like this. He began to test the functions of the iron blade, going outside the train and looking at the iron blade reflecting a metallic sheen. With a thought, the iron blade retracted instantly. Pretty good. With another thought, it extended out again. At the same time, he activated the overclocking effect. The iron blade began to rotate rapidly. After trying it for 2 seconds, Yuhao stopped the overclocking effect, as it would consume the train's energy. Currently, he couldn't obtain energy crystals, so he had to use it sparingly. Returning to the train cabin, Yuhao picked up the intercom and said, Raf, have everyone return to the carriage. I'm heading back to the mine. Yes. The Starfire train started up and returned along the path it came. This time, the train was not as chaotic as before and had a bit more momentum. 20 minutes later, while operating the train, Yuhao suddenly saw something ahead and his pupils contracted. He immediately stopped the train. He quickly took out the intercom. There are zombies, all security personnel on alert. After putting down the intercom, he initially prepared to turn the train around and run. However, upon closer inspection, he felt something was off. The zombies ahead were still nearly 1,000 meters away from the train. He grabbed the binoculars and saw what the problem was. Indeed, they encountered zombies. But it wasn't a zombie horde. It was a group of zombies. There weren't many, just a little over 100. Yuhao looked at them with a strange expression for a moment before a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Should I take this opportunity to test the power of the vehicle-mounted external iron blade? Brother Hao, what's going on? Are we surrounded? Raph asked anxiously after feeling the train stop. No. Yuhao picked up the intercom. Don't panic. This time, it's not a zombie horde, just a group of about 100 zombies. There's no immediate danger. I'm just observing. You arrange for the guard to stand at the door and observe carefully. Yes. After saying that, Yuhao also opened the train door and used the binoculars to carefully observe around the train for a while, confirming that there were only about 100 zombies approaching in front, while the other areas were safe and posed no danger. After thinking for a moment, he checked some information about zombies in the beginner's guide on his watch. Zombies are also divided into levels, categorized as level 1 zombies, level 2 zombies, level 3 zombies. Zombies above level 3 generally do not appear easily and only show up in specific locations. When a zombie's level is higher than the train's level or higher than the accessories level, the train and accessories will be unable to inflict damage on high-level zombies. The train or train accessories cannot inflict damage on zombies of a higher level. Yuhao murmured thoughtfully, but my vehicle-mounted external iron blade has already reached level 5. Zombies above level 3 only appear in specific locations, so these zombies ahead, no matter how strong they are, cannot exceed level 3. After pondering all this, Yuhao grinned. He heard Raph say that killing zombies can drop items. Perhaps while testing the power of the vehicle-mounted external iron blade, he could also obtain some items. Anyway, these zombies were blocking the necessary path to the mine, so it would be better to directly test his level 5 iron blade on them. After making the decision, Yuhao looked at the beginner's guide for a while longer, seeing that the train head and carriages could be detached when necessary and then reattached, which made him completely at ease. Now, he just needed to detach the train head from the rear carriages, so he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents with the rear carriages. Chapter 23, Item Name, Zombie Shield. However, to be safe before doing these things, I first crafted an external armor for the train for my locomotive. I found the information for the external armor for the train from my wristwatch. External armor for the train, quality, requires 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. This consumption is for a single carriage. Now, I have 1,800 units of level 1 iron ore left. And since the train must reach level 2, this external armor for the train is essential to craft. Without hesitation, I immediately spent 1,000 units of iron ore to craft it. Under the weaving light, the originally retro and heavy locomotive seemed to don a steel helmet, becoming more solid and sturdy. After crafting, I took out the walkie-talkie and briefed Raph before detaching the carriage. I started the locomotive and charged towards the group of zombies. Without the constraints of the 3 carriages, the locomotive now moved like a wild horse, extremely agile. As I was about to approach the group of zombies, I activated the overclocking effect of the iron blade. The 2 iron blades on the sides of the locomotive spun like chainsaws, cutting through the zombie horde as if harvesting wheat. The zombies were cleaved in unison. Before long, I successfully maneuvered the locomotive back. After linking the locomotive with the carriage, I started the train and continued towards the direction of the mine. At this moment, 2 alerts appeared on the control screen. Train energy has depleted over 20. Please pay attention to energy usage. Train wheels wear has exceeded 2. I glanced at the information displayed, although it might be a bit impulsive to do this, resulting in energy loss and wheel wear. I held an item obtained from defeating the zombie horde and grinned. Everything was worth it now. 30 minutes later, the train safely arrived at the mine, and the Starfire passengers in the carriage were rubbing their fists, looking eager. Although they encountered many things this morning, they couldn't stop thinking about the 3 Starfire sisters. Now they just wanted to rush into the mine and start mining. I notified Raf via the walkie-talkie, and Raf began organizing the Starfire passengers to head to the mine to start mining. This time, 3 fighters stayed in the carriage to observe the situation around the train. I sat in the train compartment, reflecting on today's experiences, and seriously considered the necessity of conducting daily zombie tide drills for the passengers. The mine had experienced 2 consecutive days of zombie tides. There's no guarantee that another zombie tide wouldn't occur tomorrow. Inside the mine, the pickaxes and ores were still inside the mine and hadn't been lost. After Raf instructed everyone to start mining, he also began to contemplate today's zombie tide incident. He wrote in his notebook, "Need to conduct zombie tide drills." In the train compartment, I took out the item obtained from defeating the zombies. Staring at this item that resembled a microphone, the item information panel popped up. Item name, Zombie Shield. Item quality, F. Item level, level 1. Item effect, activating the shield can block the perception of level 1 zombies within a 500-meter radius, making level 1 zombies unaware of your presence. Item limitation, duration of 30 minutes, and after using once, enters a 24-hour cooldown. Item upgrade, 100 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. PS, this item can be integrated into the train as a component. Looking at the information above, I raised an eyebrow. This thing is quite good. Do you allow the zombie shield to become a component of the Starfire train? Yes. With my approval, the item became a component of the Starfire train. After finishing this, I felt a bit hungry. I stood up and went to Carriage 1 to find some food, while grabbing a bottle of hot sauce, 2 buns, a pack of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water to return to the train compartment. I suddenly noticed 3 unfamiliar items I found from the scrap train. After finishing my meal in Carriage 1, I started checking the information on the 3 items. The first was the energy production station. Component name, energy production station. Component quality, D. Component level, level 1. Component effect, consumes 500 units of level 1 iron or to produce 1 energy crystal. Component upgrade, consumes 1,000 iron or to upgrade to level 2. I looked at this information, raising an eyebrow. Just what I need, as the train's energy is currently insufficient. However, just as I was feeling pleased, a prompt appeared like a bucket of cold water. Current component is a level 2 train component, detected that the current Mars train is a level 1 train. Cannot be unlocked for use. This. I shook my head helplessly. I then looked at the other 2 unfamiliar items, which were medical kit and conductor's radio. However, these 2 components were also level 2 train components, and I couldn't unlock them for use yet. I returned to the train compartment somewhat regretfully. It seems I need to quickly upgrade my train to level 2. The 7 essential components required to upgrade the train to level 2 are pickaxe production line, axe production line, water purifier, onboard generator, high-speed rotor, external armor for the train, and onboard circuit system. Among these, I already have pickaxe production line, water purifier, onboard generator, high-speed rotor, and onboard circuit system. However, the external armor for the train is not fully crafted yet. Adding the axe production line, the total crafting cost is 3,100 units of level 1 iron ore. After gathering all these components, I will also need to consume 6,000 units as the upgrade cost from a level 1 train to a level 2 train. So in total, upgrading the train to level 2 will require 9,100 units of level 1 iron ore. My train currently has 800 units of level 1 iron ore left, and subtracting this, I still need 8,300 units of level 1 iron ore currently. I have 77 Starfire passengers mining, and based on a 12-hour daily mining schedule, it would take nearly 10 days at the earliest to gather so much iron ore. This is assuming no zombie tides or other unexpected situations occur. Phew. Thinking about this, I suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. In fact, today's experiences gave me some inspiration. If I really want to pursue the ultimate speed of resource collection, I just need to have the Starfire passengers mine while I drive the train to search for scrap trains in the wilderness. This way, I would have income from both mining and scrap trains. However, upon further thought, this isn't very realistic. If a zombie tide arrives while I'm out with the train, my passengers would be doomed. I could gamble and let the passengers skip mining and directly follow me to search for scrap trains in the wilderness, becoming scavenger trains. As long as I can find one scrap train a day, it would yield more than mining. But there's a problem. The train's energy is insufficient and unstable. Summarizing it all, it seems I can only focus on mining for now. Chapter 24 Upgrade to Level 2 Train 2 weeks later. The Spark passengers returned to the Spark train with pickaxes in hand. Yuhao watched as the Level 1 mine, which had accompanied him for half a month, slowly collapsed. A hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The iron ore in this Level 1 mine had been completely excavated by the passengers. 3 days ago, he had stopped the passengers from mining to their limits, leaving 2 hours each day for them to return to the train and then search for new alternative mines near the wilderness with the Spark. Unfortunately, no new mines were found. In these 2 weeks, they had encountered 3 zombie waves, but due to their previous experiences, LaFu had conducted drills for the passengers every day, so the 3 zombie waves did not cause any impact on the train or the personnel. Now the train had accumulated a lot of iron ore. Aside from daily expenses and spending 3,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft the remaining 3 carriages with train external armor, the other ores were kept without being wasted. Notably, during this period, based on everyone's performance, he appointed a passenger leader and a brawler leader, making the management of the entire train crew more orderly. LaFu, the vice train leader, was becoming increasingly reliable, and now most of the train's internal affairs were handled by him. At this moment, LaFu was distributing food to everyone in the carriage and tallying today's mining leaderboard before announcing rewards. After a while, LaFu completed the statistics and reported today's mineral earnings to Yuhao via the intercom. Yuhao put down the intercom and quickly calculated the total amount of ores currently held. With today's iron ore harvest, the train's reserves now totaled 850 units of Level 1 iron ore, 360 units of Level 1 copper ore, and 245 units of Level 1 wood. It was time to upgrade. Yuhao rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He immediately spent 100 units of Level 1 iron ore to create the axe production line. Now, all 7 essential components of the carriage had been crafted. Next, he spent 6,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to upgrade the Spark train. The new train information displayed. Train name, Spark. Number of carriages, 3. Train components, water purifier, onboard generator, high-speed wheel, train external armor. Resource units, 3. 750 units of Level 1 iron ore, 360 units of Level 1 copper ore, 245 units of Level 1 wood. Train level, Level 2. P.S. Please proceed with train job change. Only after completing the job change can further upgrades be unlocked. Phew. Yuhao let out a sigh of relief. He then opened the train components. Before the components appeared, a prompt message was displayed. Due to the current train being in the job change phase, and without a clear job direction, only universal components for mechanical and flesh trains are available at this time. After this prompt appeared, the information for universal components quickly followed. Conductor's radio, D-grade, consumes 1,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft. Energy manufacturing station, D-grade, consumes 1,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft. Danger detection radar, D-grade, consumes 1,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft. Wool converter, D-grade, consumes 1,000 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft. Medicine box, D-grade, consumes 100 units of Level 1 iron ore to craft. A total of 5 universal components. Among them, 3 were already owned. Yuhao's mouth curled into a smile, and he then took the conductor's radio, medicine box, and energy manufacturing station from one warehouse into the train room. He unlocked the functions of these 3 components on the spot and matched them to his train's components. According to LaFu, the conductor's radio was a station for the conductor to chat. After unlocking and matching this component to the train, it integrated into the train and became a small component on the train's control screen. A chat box popped up on the control screen. Scavenger train, brothers. I am about to explode. When I went out today to find a mine, I didn't T-check the calendar and ran into a Level 3 giant corpse centipede. It scared the hell out of me, and I had to unload 2 carriages to escape successfully, losing nearly 200 slaves. Harem train. Hey buddy, I can understand you. Although I found a level 2 iron mine now, I paid a painful price to get here, losing 3 carriages to escape from a zombie wave. This iron mine will probably only last a month, and then I'll have to find a new one again. Zhang San Train, stop chatting about useless stuff. This chat channel is mainly for exchanging useful information and resources. The conductors' meeting will start in a few days. Are you all ready with the items you want to exchange? Great transport train, not yet. I've been so dizzy from finding mines these days that I don't have the energy for this right now. Lightning train, is it really that hard to find mines? I have 3 mines nearby, 1 level 1 iron mine, 1 level 2 iron mine, and 1 level 1 copper mine. I can't mine them all. And now I'm worried about having too few slaves. How do I get more slaves to improve mining efficiency? Great transport train. Damn, buddy, share one with me. After all, you can't mine them all by yourself, can you? Lightning train, what are you thinking? If you want it, let's talk about it at the conductors' meeting in a few days. You need to offer me some tempting resources to trade. Those who are dry will die of thirst, and those who are wet will drown. Watching the comments in the chat box, Yuhao couldn't help but feel emotional. Now was also the stage where they had just finished mining at the mine and needed to find a new one. This was indeed a headache. From these comments, it seemed there was no mention of the flesh train. Yuhao frowned slightly. He remembered that the flesh train did not need to find mines, only to find zombies or monsters to kill. Why were there no mentions of finding zombies or killing zombies in the chat box? Could it be that they had all transformed into mechanical trains? Or had they not completed the train job change? With this doubt, Yuhao began his first comment in the channel. Spark train, everyone, may I ask if you have all changed jobs? Great transport train, huh? Scavenger train, we definitely changed jobs, bro. Great transport train. Those who haven't changed jobs are too embarrassed to speak in this channel. Spark train, then why haven't I seen any comments from the flesh train? After Yuhao finished typing this sentence, there was a moment of silence in the channel, and then it began to heat up with discussion. Scavenger train. Are you serious, bro? Who dares to switch to the flesh train? Collecting materials by killing zombies or monsters every day, you won't even have enough lives to use. Zhang San train. Exactly, we all changed to mechanical trains. No one wants to switch to the flesh train. The original purpose of upgrading and strengthening the train was to avoid being chased by zombies and monsters, allowing the train to have a certain degree of self-defense capability. In the end, you specifically chose to switch to the flesh train to hunt zombies. Isn't that completely counterproductive? Chapter 25, Job Transfer Mission, Thunder Train. Let me put it this way. There used to be a train conductor in the channel who loved to speak up. At first, he didn't believe in danger and transferred to become a flesh train. Guess what? He hasn't spoken for more than 2 months, and his avatar is gray. You can figure it out yourself. Scavenger train. Brother, from your tone, it seems you are in the job transfer stage. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just mindlessly transfer to the mechanical train, and that's it. The transfer to mechanical train isn't difficult. As long as you don't pursue high-tier train talents, just pick the simplest transfer tasks, and you'll be fine. It can be done easily. Thunder train. What they said is true. Although transferring to the mechanical train requires finding mines, sometimes after finishing at a mine, you have to find another one, which is a continuous process of searching. But at least you don't have to face dangers. And if you're lucky, you might discover a large mine, which could provide enough resources for you to mine for several months or even half a year, allowing you to upgrade your components significantly. Zhang San train. You might manage to get by with luck as a mechanical train, but if you don't have some solid strength as a flesh train, you're just heading for a dead end. Yuhao fell silent as he looked at this information. It seems that very few conductors transfer to flesh train. I can understand that. What they said actually makes sense. Compared to killing zombies and monsters to collect crafting materials, mining is definitely a safer route. However, Yuhao stopped looking at the channel information and decided to check what transfer missions were available for the trains. After searching on the control screen for a while, several job transfer missions appeared on the screen. First, there were the transfer missions for mechanical train. The transfer missions for mechanical train are divided into 4 difficulty levels. The 4 difficulty levels are normal, intermediate, advanced, and hell. Normal difficulty. Mine 1,000 units of level 2 iron Oregon. Intermediate difficulty. Mine 2,000 units of level 2 iron or 1,000 units of level 1 copper ore. And kill 1 level 2 monster or level 2 zombie. Advanced difficulty. Mine 5,000 units of level 2 iron or 1,000 units of level 2 copper or and kill one level 3 monster or level 3 zombie. Held difficulty. Survive for 24 hours in the Howling Abyss. There are no special requirements for the transfer tasks. Completing any one of them will successfully transfer you to become a mechanical train. After transferring to mechanical train, the exclusive train talent for mechanical train will be activated. The talent grade will depend on the difficulty of the completed task. Normal difficulty corresponds to normal grade train talent. Intermediate difficulty corresponds to intermediate grade train talent. Advanced difficulty corresponds to advanced grade train talent. And held difficulty corresponds to rare grade train talent. After reading the transfer information for mechanical train, Yuhao fell into thought. Train talent? This post-apocalyptic world is indeed not simple. The conductor of the scavenger train just mentioned that as long as you don't pursue high-tier train talents, the transfer will be very simple. It does seem that way. For normal difficulty, you just need to find a level 2 iron mine and mine for a few days. After thinking for a moment, Yuhao looked at the transfer missions for Flesh Train. The transfer missions for Flesh Train are divided into 4 difficulty levels. They are normal difficulty and held difficulty. Normal difficulty. Kill 1,000 level 1 zombies. Intermediate difficulty. Kill 2,000 level 1 zombies and kill 1 level 2 zombie or level 2 monster. Advanced difficulty. Kill 3,000 level 1 zombies or level 1 monsters. Kill 2 level 2 monsters or level 2 zombies, and kill 1 level 3 monster or level 3 zombie. Held difficulty. Survive for 24 hours in a wave of tens of thousands of level 4 zombies. There are no special requirements for the transfer tasks. After transferring to Flesh Train, level 4 zombies? Tens of thousands of zombies? Yuhao muttered as he looked at the information above, frowning slightly. Over the past 2 weeks, he had carefully studied the content of the beginner's guide in the watch. Monsters also have level distinctions, but the initial level starts at level 2. Generally, if the zombies and monsters are of the same level, the individual combat power of monsters is stronger than that of zombies. However, monsters generally prefer to act alone, while zombies act in groups, so overall, zombies are more troublesome to deal with. Level 2 zombies can generally lead 100 level 1 zombies. Level 3 zombies can lead 1,000 level 1 zombies. And level 4 zombies can lead 10,000 level 1 zombies. Moreover, in a horde with level 4 zombies, there will definitely be level 3 and level 2 zombies. It's like a hierarchical structure similar to an ant nest. It seems that hell difficulty is indeed not something an ordinary person can challenge. Yuhao murmured, "Please accept the transfer mission as soon as possible." At this moment, a prompt message popped up. Looking at the information above, a sense of helplessness flashed in Yuhao's eyes. It seemed that he didn't have much time to choose. Although the people in the chat channel were suggesting that he choose mechanical train, in his heart, he had already made up his mind. It was Flesh Train. In the past few days, he had spent 2 hours each day looking for mines. If he couldn't find a mine and only saw zombies and monsters, he had already made up his mind. Today, he saw the conductors of mechanical train also running around looking for mines in the chat box. While dodging zombie hordes and monster chases, they were also bustling about. This made him even more firm in his decision. You have to know that the mineral resources in this world may be limited, but zombies and various monsters are countless. Instead of relying on luck to find mines, it's better to improve his strength and take the initiative to hunt zombies. He was different from the conductors in the channel. He had the unique personal talent of infinite upgrade. His train's embedded iron blade had already been upgraded to level 5 with an overclocking effect, facing low-level monsters and zombies. As long as the train's energy supply was sufficient, it would be like cutting through melons and vegetables. And as long as the crafting materials were enough, he could max out the train's combat power at any time. After having made up his mind, Yuhao began to seriously look at the 4 different difficulty transfer missions for Flesh Train. After carefully studying for a while, when he pondered over the task content in hell difficulty, he suddenly thought of something and his expression became strange. After a moment of looking strange, he suddenly grinned. Good, it's decided. Without any hesitation, he immediately accepted the hell difficulty transfer mission. Chapter 26 Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission. After accepting the Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission, a message popped up on the panel. Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission towards Blood Me train has been accepted. Based on the train's direction and mission difficulty, the train temporarily gains the ability to convert the flesh and blood of zombies and monsters into mineral materials. Once the train successfully transfers, it can directly use flesh and blood as materials without conversion. Time limit, 12 months. 112. If the Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission is completed, the rarity of the rare train talents will be randomly drawn based on the completion time. Oh, Yuhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. The last sentence sounded somewhat familiar. Again, determining the grade of the talent based on completion time. ISNT that the same method as his personal talent initially? Pretty good, I like it. He grinned, and then found the information of an accessory in his wristwatch and brought it up. Accessory name, Zombie Shield. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect. After activating the shield, it can block the perception of level 1 zombies within a radius of 500 meters, making level 1 zombies unaware of one's presence. Accessory restriction. Time limit of 30 minutes. After use, enters a 24-hour cooldown period. Accessory upgrade. 100 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. With this accessory, even if it's a Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission, there is still a possibility of success on my part. Yuhao smiled and looked at the resource unit information of train information. Resource units. 3,750 units of level 1 iron ore, 360 units of level 1 copper ore, 245 units of level 1 wood. There is still so much iron ore. It should be enough to upgrade to level 10, right? He murmured, pondering. He still needed to reserve some iron or to make energy crystal. After all, the train's energy has nearly run out by now. With that in mind, Yuhao first found the energy production table and looked at the information of this accessory. Accessory name, energy production table. Accessory grade, D grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, consumes 500 units of level 1 iron or to produce 1 energy crystal. Accessory upgrade, consumes 1,000 iron or to upgrade to level 2. According to the information inside, he immediately consumed 500 units of level 1 iron ore and crafted 1 energy crystal. Now that the train's energy issue was resolved, Yuhao felt completely relieved. There were still 3,250 units of iron ore left. Most of the iron ore could now be used to upgrade the zombie shield. As long as he upgraded the zombie shield to block zombies for over 24 hours, then the Hell Difficulty Job Transfer Mission could be completed smoothly. As for the universal accessories and red heart furnace, he would have to wait until he had ample ores to upgrade them. After clearing his thoughts, Yuhao began to consume resources. After consuming 100 units, the zombie shield successfully upgraded to level 2, increasing the blocking range from 500 meters to 600 meters. Extending the blocking time from 30 minutes to 60 minutes, and upgrading the block from level 1 zombies to level 2 and below, with the cooldown time unchanged. Yuhao ignored the notification that the accessory level had reached the upgrade limit and continued to upgrade. Next, he consumed 200 units of iron or to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Consumed 300 iron or to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Consumed 400 iron or to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. After upgrading the zombie shield to level 5, Yuhao finally stopped with a slight sense of satisfaction, looking at the information above. Accessory name, Zombie Shield. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 5. Accessory effect. After activating the shield, it can block the perception of level 5 and below zombies within a radius of 900 meters, making them unaware of one's presence. Accessory restriction, time limit of 150 minutes after use, enters a 24-hour cooldown period. Accessory upgrade, 500 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 6. After this information appeared, the information of the overclock effect followed closely. The zombie shield has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the first overclock effect. The first overclock effect is, for 30 minutes, the blocking range will double. Upgrade the speed wheel to level 10 to unlock the second overclock effect. To be honest, the overclock effect was somewhat ordinary. Now having consumed 1,000 units of iron ore, there were still 2,250 units left. Yuhao calculated how much iron ore would be needed to upgrade to level 10 at this rate. 500 units of iron ore to upgrade to level 6. 600 units to upgrade to level 7. 700 units to upgrade to level 8. 800 units to upgrade to level 9. These ores added up to a total of 3,500 units of level 1 iron ore. After calculating the total iron ore consumption from level 5 to level 10, Yuhao fell silent. So much? He said incredulously. It seems that upgrading to level 10 is currently impossible. Next, he would have to go kill zombies to gather ore. The spark train slowly started moving. Yuhao sat in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and looked determinedly in one direction. Thanks to the passive mining experience over the past few days, he now knew of 2 places where zombies appeared. The 900-meter shield range could completely cover the entire spark train, allowing him to charge in with confidence. In a flat area of the wilderness, a group of zombies was wandering. The number was about 1,000. A train was approaching from a distance. Sitting inside the train compartment, Yuhao grinned and showed no intention of stopping. After activating the zombie shield, he said to the 3 people behind him, "You all watch closely, don't blink. Let me show you the current strength of the spark train." At this moment in the train compartment, Deputy Conductor Raph, the head of the Spark Guardians, Wu Gang, and the head of the Spark Passengers, Shanji, were all called into the train compartment by Yuhao. Yuhao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to enhance the crew's understanding of his train. This is beneficial for increasing their trust. "Brother Hao, calm down." Raph's face turned pale, and his voice trembled slightly. He looked at the densely packed zombies in front of him and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. It seemed Brother Hao was preparing to crash the train into them. At this moment, Wu Gang and Shanji also looked very anxious, although they trusted Brother Hao. Was he too reckless to just crash into them like this? Yuhao calmly glanced at the 3 extremely uneasy people behind him and said, "Don't you see that the group of zombies seems to be unaware of us? The spark train has the means to block zombies, so there's no need to panic. Every time we see a zombie tied, we have to take a detour and stay far away, but this time, it's our turn to take the initiative." Chapter 27, Heart Furnace, Awaken. Half an hour later, all the zombies had been cut in half. A panel popped up in front of Yuhao at the right moment. Detected zombie flesh can be converted into or materials. Flesh can be converted into 3 different materials. There are 10 units of level 1 iron ore, 5 units of level 1 copper ore, and 2 units of level 1 wood. Please choose one for conversion. Looking at the information on the panel, he did not hesitate and decisively chose to convert it into level 1 iron ore again. In the next half hour, all the flesh was successfully converted into iron ore and collected. The amount of collected iron ore totaled 9,650 units. Along with the original 250 units of level 1 iron ore from the train, the total amount of iron ore had exceeded 10,000, reaching 11,900 units of level 1 iron ore again. Looking at the 5-digit figure of iron ore, Yuhao shook his head with a complex expression and smiled. Thanks to the ability to convert flesh into ore, he did not expect that in just this short time, the gains from killing zombies and converting them into iron ore would be almost comparable to the amount he had the passengers mine over the past 2 weeks. Moreover, he had also obtained an item in car 3. Shanji excitedly told the passengers in the carriage about everything he had seen in the train cabin of Master Hao. His tone was filled with admiration and a strong sense of pride. In car 2, Raph and Wu Gang were also telling their companions in the carriage about everything they had seen in the train cabin. That night, everyone on the train deepened their trust in Yuhao once again. Inside the train cabin, Yuhao leaned back his chair, thoughtfully glancing at the time on his watch. 20:45:56. It was getting late, so he muttered to himself, "Let's continue upgrading." He decided to put the upgrade for the zombie shield on hold for now. Although the current or reserves were sufficient to upgrade it to level 10, to increase the shielding time of the zombie shield to 24 hours, the current amount of or would certainly not be enough. For now, he would upgrade some necessary components of the train that could enhance its safety and combat power. It seemed that tonight, this spark was going to stop here to rest. He was still unfamiliar with the surrounding environment, so for safety's sake, he decided to craft the danger detection radar first. This way, His train's enforcers wouldn't need to stand guard at the door every night. They could just watch the radar, which was efficient and easy. Yuhao operated on his watch for a while and brought up the crafting information for the danger detection radar. Danger detection radar. D-grade consumes 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. He did not hesitate and immediately consumed 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to craft the danger detection radar. After it was crafted, the detailed information panel for the danger detection radar also appeared. Accessory name, danger detection radar. Accessory grade, D-grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect. The radar detection range is 1,000 meters. When danger approaches, it will display as a red dot on the radar and sound an alarm. Accessory upgrade. Consume 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Looking at the information on the panel, Yuhao thought for a moment and then consumed another 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade the danger detection radar to level 2. When he saw that the radar detection range had increased to 1,500 meters, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. This distance allowed for a response time after detecting danger. There were still 900 units of level 1 iron ore left. He then spent 300 units of level 1 iron ore to craft external iron blades for the last 3 carriages and upgraded them to level 5. It was still inconvenient if only the front of the train had the external iron blades. Now that all 3 carriages had the iron blades crafted, the efficiency of killing zombies would greatly increase. With that done, Yuhao then turned his attention to the accessory, heart furnace. Previously, there hadn't been enough, so the upgrade for the heart furnace had to be postponed. Now that there was enough, it was time to start upgrading the heart furnace. He had high expectations for this accessory. After all, it was a reward for completing the beginner task, referred to as a special accessory. And it did not have a accessory grade, which indicated that this accessory was not a simple one. He opened the panel for the heart furnace. Special accessory, heart furnace. Accessory level, level 2. Accessory effect. Can devour level 2 trains and level 2 items on the train, breaking them down into corresponding resources. Accessory upgrade. 200 iron ore to upgrade to level 3. Only 200 iron ore was needed to upgrade to level 3. At this moment, Yuhao felt that the consumption of this amount was not a burden at all. Next, without hesitation, he immediately began the upgrade. After spending 900 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade the heart furnace from level 2 to level 5, the information panel for this special accessory surprisingly changed dramatically. Special accessory, heart furnace. Awakening index 50, accessory level, level 5. Awakening level is level 10, accessory effect. Can devour level 5 trains, level 5 monsters, and level 5 zombies, breaking them down into corresponding resources. Accessory upgrade. 500 iron ore to upgrade to level 6. PS. No overclocking effect, only awakening effect. Awakening? Looking at this information panel, Yuhao was momentarily stunned. Special accessories can also have the concept of awakening? He began to ponder. No wonder he felt that this accessory did not resemble a furnace at all, but rather looked like a heart. It turned out this thing was not intended to develop in the direction of a normal accessory at all. Now that he had upgraded the heart furnace to level 5, there were still 700 units of level 1 iron ore left. To be honest, the information about awakening made him a bit excited. Yuhao stood up, took out some food from car 1, and started eating while thinking. Originally, he had planned to upgrade the speedy wheels accessory to level 10 as well. But now that the heart furnace had reached level 5 and suddenly had the concept of awakening, the current amount was only enough to upgrade one of them to level 10. So, which one to choose? After thinking for a while, he came to a conclusion. He would upgrade the heart furnace first. The awakening information of the heart furnace was likely to determine the future development focus of his train, which could not be underestimated. After realizing this, Yuhao bit down on a bun, set the other food aside, and began to upgrade the heart furnace with peace of mind. From then on, he had no more hesitation. He directly upgraded the level 5 heart furnace all the way to level 10 before stopping. After the upgrade, the panel information for the heart furnace changed completely. Even the name changed. Chapter 28. Heart of Devouring. Train talent. Heart of Devouring. Talent effect. Devour fuse. Dash. Looking at the simple information on the panel, the bun in Yuhao's mouth fell to the ground. He was stunned, his eyes wide open in confusion. After a moment of daze, he rubbed his eyes and looked at the panel again. After reading it once more, his expression became amazing. Damn, the special item actually awakened into train talent. Detected that the number of trains in the K9 galaxy is about to reach 50 million. Now, giving an early announcement for the second phase of the 10,000 races arena. When a number of trains in the K9 galaxy reaches 50 million, the Stargate will descend. The second phase Stargate brawl will officially begin. Just as Yuhao was immersed in the shock of the special item awakening into train talent, he was once again stunned by the suddenly displayed deep panel filled with starlight. He stared at the information on the panel, silent for a while. Then he picked up the intercom and asked Raph, "Raph, did you just see any strange panel?" "No, Brother Hao." A puzzled voice from Raph came from the other side. "I didn't see anything here." "What is wrong, Brother Hao? Is something strange happening?" Yuhao thought for a moment and said, "Nothing. You continue with your work." "Okay, Brother Hao." Yuhao put down the intercom, his expression a bit dazed. He hurriedly looked at the chat box on the control screen. At this moment, the chat box had exploded. "Scavenger train. What the hell? What is going on? Did everyone see that starry panel that just popped up? Great transport train. I saw it. What does the content on it mean? What the hell is the K9 galaxy? Thunderbolt train. It's probably not a good thing. Didn't you see the words 10,000 races arena? Maybe this 10,000 races arena means we have to fight to the death against the races from various planets. Zhang San train. It says the second phase open Stargate duel. I always have a bad feeling." The channel was now filled with discussions about the message that just popped up on the panel. It seems that only the train conductor could see this suddenly appearing panel. Yuhao muttered, not planning to look anymore, but suddenly noticed a colorful chat title of a train name appearing in the channel. He looked back at the chat information. "Rainbow train. Everyone needs to speed up their development now. I can assure you this is definitely not good information. The situation in this apocalypse will only get worse and escalate to a planetary level. You need to develop quickly. It's best to go to higher level areas to improve your strength and level during this time." After the train conductor with the colorful title finished speaking, the people in the channel became even more shocked. "Scavenger train. Damn, big shot. Level 9 mechanical train, big shot. Zhang San train. This is a chat channel for train conductors below level 3. This sudden panel could shock even a level 9 train big shot. And they specifically came to notify us. It seems that the situation is about to become urgent, and it's very likely that this apocalypse is going to change drastically." After watching the information in the chat box for a while, Yuhao's brows furrowed tighter, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. No wonder he felt something was off since he crossed into this world. It turns out this is not just the apocalypse of this planet, but the apocalypse of the entire K9 galaxy. 10,000 races arena, Stargate brawl, K9 galaxy. Each piece of information was so shocking. Yuhao rubbed his temples with a headache, feeling helpless inside. He had only been in this world for less than a month, and it was already ramping up. There were still many things he hadn't started to understand. Yuhao leaned back in his chair, adjusting for a long time before his complicated feelings calmed down a bit. Now that he thought about it, no wonder his train had a strange serial number when it was first created. That serial number represented the number of trains in the K9 galaxy. If you remember correctly, his number seemed to be 494624491. Converted, that would be 946 million. If he needed to reach the 50 million trains indicated by the panel earlier, then there was still a shortage of more than 500,000. But that was data from over half a month ago, and the increase in the number of trains was not limited to this planet, but included the entire K9 galaxy. Who knows how many new trains would be added to the entire galaxy daily. There wasn't too much time left for him to develop. Yuhao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Next, he couldn't miss any opportunities for development. It was necessary to plan again. Yuhao murmured with a serious expression. He looked at his watch to see the content in the beginner's guide. Yuhao raised an eyebrow, noticing that the beginner's guide had now changed its name, feeling a bit puzzled. The beginner's guide had been renamed to information guide. Could it be that after that panel appeared, the beginner's guide also changed? Yuhao frowned and murmured, then opened the information guide to check. After the information guide unfolded, a map also appeared. He carefully looked at the content on the map and in the information guide. 10 minutes later, Yuhao raised his head with realization. So the wasteland I am currently in is called North Desert Wasteland. Through understanding the map and the information guide, he not only knew the specific location of the planet he was on, but also learned that the North Desert Wasteland is actually a region similar to a beginner village, with flat terrain, no complex topography, which is beneficial for trains without special wheels to drive. The zombies and monsters inside are generally concentrated at levels 1 to 3, and level 4 or higher monsters rarely appear. Moreover, through his understanding, he also learned what the howling abyss he saw before on the job transfer task panel was. It is a place with very perilous terrain and many unknown dangers. Ordinary trains find it difficult to enter. Just the steepness of the center's terrain is almost 90 degrees. If one accepts the hell difficulty mechanical train job transfer task, even if they can successfully enter, staying for 24 hours would not be an easy task. Shilu Mountain Range. A train floated over the mountain range on a patch of multicolored clouds. At this moment, inside the train car, a man with a small patch of goatee on his chin was staring worriedly at the information in the conductor's radio. This man is the conductor of the Rainbow Train. Chapter 29, Corpse Frog. The next day, it was dimly lit. Bang, bang, bang. A train was speeding across the vast wilderness. Yuhao sat inside the train compartment, maneuvering the train toward another zombie gathering area. Although the zombie shield was still in cooldown, the number of zombies at the destination was not very high, not exceeding 500, so it could be handled even without the shield. After nearly half an hour of travel, a group of zombies appeared in Yuhao's sight as expected. Yuhao didn't hesitate, ejected the mounted iron blade, and activated the overclock effect. He began to accelerate the train, crashing into the zombie horde. As the train entered the horde, blood splattered everywhere. After several minutes, the one-sided slaughter ended, with all the zombies cut in half by the iron blade. Limbs and blood were scattered all over the ground, creating a gruesome and uncomfortable sight. Yuhao looked at the cold corpses around the train, a slight smile on his lips, ready to get off and check for any dropped items. Bang! At that moment, a sound echoed not far from the train. The crew had not yet been called out. Yuhao turned his head to look. He saw a frog covered in pus-filled blisters had jumped over here without him noticing. Before Yuhao could react, it opened its mouth wide, and a tongue like a spring shot out, snatching a piece of zombie flesh and blood into its mouth. Yuhao's face darkened instantly. This unexpected guest wanted to claim his hard-earned victory spoils. Damn it! Yuhao's temper flared up. Just as he was about to get angry, the frog suddenly leapt a significant distance. To Yuhao's astonishment, it jumped from 50 meters away to right in front of his train. Yuhao merely exchanged a glance with it before decisively using his mind to close the iron door. He then sat at the driver's seat, started the train without hesitation, and accelerated to full speed to leave the area. Yuhao looked expressionlessly at the scenery ahead of the train, but beneath his calm facade, a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. It was indeed a frog, but it was a damn 5-meter-tall giant frog. He had seen monsters in this wilderness before, but they were all low-level monsters, the tallest barely exceeding 2 meters. He could easily take them down with the iron blade outside the train. But now, this monster was different, towering at nearly 5 meters. It was triggering his fear of giant creatures. He had indeed encountered a tough opponent. After running a distance, and noticing that the giant frog monster did not pursue him, Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the train. It seemed that the giant monster simply wanted to snatch his zombie flesh spoils and had no intention toward his train, which was why it did not chase after him. At this moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yuhao felt grateful. But his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the cold 1,200 units of level 1 iron ore in his train compartment, and he fell into silence. Meanwhile, the control screen also indicated that the energy consumption for killing zombies had exceeded 5. After a moment of silence, Yuhao's expression turned grim. Why could the giant frog so easily snatch away the zombie flesh spoils he had obtained at the cost of his train's energy? His face darkened as he searched through the information guide on his wristwatch based on his impression of the giant frog. Sure enough, he found the information about the frog in the guide. Level 3 corpse frog. Yuhao murmured as he looked at the information he found. A smile crept onto his lips, and a hint of ruthlessness sparkled in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned the train around and sped back in the direction he came from, in the pile of zombie flesh and blood. The corpse frog was still happily enjoying the food it had snatched. Each time it shot out its tongue, it would pull in at least 2 pieces of zombie flesh and blood. It wasn't long before a train came rushing towards it with an angry whistle. The iron blades on either side of the train spun rapidly. The corpse frog paid no attention to the train and, after swallowing the flesh in its mouth, turned its body to face the oncoming train, opening its mouth wide, its long tongue shooting out towards Yuhao in the train's cabin, trying to break the glass and take him down. Yuhao looked at the tongue shooting towards him and immediately activated the rapid rotation overclock effect. The train's speed, originally close to 240 kilometers h, instantly surged to nearly 480 kilometers h. He slightly adjusted the direction, evading the tongue attack while rapidly approaching the corpse frog. 20 minutes later, another cold corpse frog body was added to the icy pile of zombie flesh. Yuhao, sitting inside the train compartment, let out a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this monster. To be honest, the whole process went pretty smoothly. The monster perhaps chose to confront him head-on instead of fleeing to protect its stolen food, which gave him the opportunity to kill it. His mounted iron blade had already been upgraded to level 5 through the infinite upgrade talent, making it quite easy to kill this level 3 monster. After converting all the flesh, except for the corpse frog, into level 1 ore, he let the passengers disembark to collect the iron ore into the train compartment. While everyone was busy collecting the ore, he walked over to the corpse frog, contemplating the massive body. The corpse was too large for his iron blade to cut into pieces. But that was fine. It was dead. Brother Hao, I found something. As Yuhao was examining the corpse, Lafu ran over from behind holding something. He arrived in front of Yuhao and said, I found an item. Yuhao raised an eyebrow, took the item, glanced at it casually, and put it into his bag. He had also obtained an item from killing zombies last night and hadn't looked at it yet. With this new one, he now had 2 items, which was pretty good. Before looking at these items, Yuhao had something else to do. Now looking at the corpse frog corpse, an indication popped up in his eyes. This monster's flesh can be converted into ore. If converted into iron ore, it could yield 2,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Yuhao hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to convert this corpse into ore. He wanted his train's head to consume this corpse to test the effect of the train talent, Heart of Devouring, he had obtained last night. After thinking for a moment, he chose to let his train devour the corpse. He then returned to the train compartment, maneuvered the train, and positioned the train head toward the corpse. Chapter 30 Gathering. After aligning the train head with the corpse of the violent corpse frog, a panel popped up in front of Yuhao. Detected level 3 violent corpse frog corpse. The devouring heart can perform devouring. Proceed. Yes, Yuhao said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the train head of the spark opened its fierce mouth. Yuhao wanted everyone to put the corpse into the train's mouth, but the corpse was too large for them to lift, and the train couldn't fit it all at once. So, after thinking for a moment, Yuhao adjusted the train and activated the iron blade's super frequency mode, allowing everyone to cut off and place the manageable parts of the corpse onto the iron blade. After half an hour of effort, the corpse was finally cut up and devoured by the train head. During this process, Rafu found a crafting blueprint and submitted it. After all this, Yuhao let everyone return to the carriage. At this point, the chat box on the control screen was filled with messages. It seemed they were discussing something, so Yuhao didn't rush to check the ores and items he had obtained. Zhongsan number 3 train. Meeting this afternoon? Anyone have any objections? Diane, no. 1 train? None. After that panel information came out last night, it reminded us to develop quickly, so moving the meeting up is a good thing. Cleaner, no. 1 train? Right, everyone is correct. It's settled then. Send the coordinates. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Yuhao fell into thought. After last night's events, the train leaders in the group began to feel anxious, moving the originally planned meeting a few days later to this afternoon. Seeing the coordinates sent in the group, 769, 238, Yuhao felt a bit tempted. There might be something he wanted at the gathering. Furthermore, he had some useless items he wanted to sell. However, since the gathering was in the afternoon and the coordinate location wasn't too far, there was no rush. He decided to check the items first. With that in mind, Yuhao took out the 2 items he had obtained from the zombie horde and the blueprint from the violent corpse frog. First was the blueprint. Blueprint name, frog tongue, blueprint effect. Can be used as a melee accessory for the train, can grab targets within a certain distance. Frog tongue? Yuhao raised an eyebrow and murmured, could it be that spring-like tongue? This thing can also be used as a melee accessory for the train? Interesting. To be honest, he was a bit interested in this blueprint. Frog tongue ability obtained through devouring violent corpse frog flesh. This frog tongue is fused from the flesh of the violent corpse frog. At this moment, 2 pieces of information appeared in his cornea. Yuhao was stunned for a moment as he looked at the information in his cornea. Then he realized that this was the effect of his trained talent, devouring heart. So this is what the devouring fusion means. Yuhao grinned. Devouring means that, just like before, the train head can devour things. Infusion means integrating the talent characteristics of the devoured item into his train. For example, the long, elastic tongue of the violent corpse frog. Yuhao stored the frog tongue blueprint. Since he had this talent, what was the use of the blueprint? He could take it to the gathering in the afternoon to exchange for resources. Then he looked at the remaining 2 items. Item name, handheld zombie sensor. Item grade, F. Item level, level 1. Item effect, after activating the sensor, it can detect level 1 zombies within a radius of 1,000 meters. Duration, 150 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Item advantage. As this item is handheld, it is suitable for tasks in complex terrains that trains cannot enter, such as urban ruins. Item upgrade. Consume 100 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. Dash. Yuhao fell silent as he looked at this item. After thinking carefully, he felt that this item was still decent. Although his train accessory, danger detection radar, was better and more comprehensive than this handheld zombie sensor. This item was convenient as it could be taken out of the train. He then looked at the next item. Item name, handheld mineral sensor. Item grade, F. Item level, level 1. Item effect. After activating the sensor, it can detect level 1 minerals within a radius of 500 meters. Duration, 300 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Item advantage. As this item is handheld, it is suitable for mineral searching tasks in complex terrains that trains cannot enter. Item upgrade. 100 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 2. This one is not bad either. Yuhao murmured as he looked at the information. Unfortunately, his train was not planning to develop in the direction of mineral searching. He shook his head regretfully. He could sell this at the market. In the afternoon, in a certain area of the wasteland, more than 30 trains had gathered and were still increasing. At this time, Yuhao's train slowly arrived here. After getting off the train, according to the meeting regulations stated in the group, he brought Rafu and 2 thugs down, leaving the others in the carriage. The purpose of coming here today was first to obtain information and resources, and second to sell some of his unused items. Entering this gathering, Yuhao felt a rare liveliness in the apocalypse. There was a long road at this moment, with traders piled on both sides, while the middle had a small path for people to walk. Yuhao looked on with great interest at both sides. Most of these traders were also train leaders. One trader's wares caught Yuhao's attention. The sign above this trader read, "For sale, slave. For trade, iron or blueprints items." Yuhao approached this person and curiously asked, "How much for a slave?" 500 units of level 1 iron or no bargaining. Oh, hearing this, Yuhao curled his lips. He then left without lingering. A slave for 500 units of level 1 iron ore. If a slave can mine 10 units of iron ore a day, then it would take 50 days to break even. And that's assuming a steady supply of minerals for 50 days without any unexpected situations. To be honest, it's a bit expensive. Selling famous female actors. 18888 iron or no bargaining. At this moment, a call for sales caught Yuhao's attention. Following the sound, he saw a woman with a captivating appearance standing in an open area among the traders, wearing a sign. The sign read, "Famous female action actress, Teacher Bozy." Only 18,888 units of level 1 were to take her home. Seeing Yuhao and his companions arrive at his stall, the man hurriedly said, "Gentlemen, are you interested in taking this teacher home?" "Teacher?" Yuhao frowned. Wasn't she called a famous female actor? Yes, a famous female action actress, best known for her role-playing, with her most famous work being one where she plays a teacher. Before the apocalypse, you must have seen it, right? Hearing the man say this, Yuhao's expression became strange, and he glanced at the woman again. The woman met his gaze, revealing a charming smile full of experience, while also pushing up her ample bosom. Yuhao fell silent. This actress might not be a traditional female actress after all. Raph behind him looked at the actress, swallowed hard, and his eyes widened. He trembled with excitement and said, "Brother Hao." She was a very famous thought leader before the apocalypse came. Chapter 31. The famous action movie actress Botsi from the island country, many young boys in their youthful and confused years have grown overnight after watching her works. However, I don't quite understand how Botsi, who developed her career in the island country, ended up on the mainland. The merchant boss noticed Rafu's confusion and explained to the group. Botsi came to the mainland to participate in a Thanksgiving festival when the apocalypse broke out. So she got stuck on the mainland and eventually ended up in this northern desert. So that's how it is. Rafa nodded thoughtfully. How do you know so much about her experience? I used to be her agent, the boss casually shrugged. But that's my former identity. Now I'm her train conductor. Yuhao fell into silence. He now understood what Botsi did. Most likely, she was in the action movie industry, just like those teachers from his Blue Star Island. Everyone, if you're interested, just buy it decisively. I can assure you that Teacher Botsi will definitely not disappoint you. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I estimate you wouldn't even have the chance to meet her, let alone get her. You could only watch from a distance on various piracy websites. Yuhao looked at the price tag above and fell into contemplation. Although this woman's identity was indeed an attractive point, it was not a reason for this boss to set such a high price. The price of 888 units of level 1 iron ore was enough to buy more than 30 slaves. He didn't understand where this boss got the courage to price it so high. He even suspected that the boss had written an extra digit. He specifically did not consume the ores collected this morning when he came to the gathering, just to see if he could find some good items. Currently, the train had a total of 6,050 units of level 1 iron ore, 360 units of level 1 copper ore, and 245 units of level 1 wood. His infinite upgrade talent could break the upgrade limit of any grade of item for infinite upgrades. Therefore, some seemingly inconspicuous or unnoticed items in this gathering might be very useful in his hands. At this moment, the purpose of coming was obviously not to buy women and slaves. Now, during the train's job transition phase, some items that were beneficial for killing zombies or interfering with zombies were the most important. Seeing that Yuhao remained silent and didn't even pay attention to Teacher Botsi, the boss felt a bit anxious. "Brother, the price is negotiable. Seeing that you have a good eye, how about I give you 666 units of level 1 iron ore? No need. 888. It can't be lower. That's already the lowest price. Rafa, let's go. 999. Just 999. Yuhao, who was about to turn around, looked at the boss helplessly. Was he in such a hurry to sell? The boss, feeling a bit guilty, stammered for a moment and said, "I have no choice. I've played with it enough and done all sorts of tricks, so I'm considering selling it. But brother, you can rest assured, Teacher Botsi is definitely not a problem." Yuhao looked at the boss, narrowed his eyes, and remained silent. "I'm not lying to you, buddy. You also know the current situation. Every train conductor is focused on developing. Teacher Botsi will only distract me, which is why I'm reluctantly selling. I see that your subordinates behind you are all staring. Even if you're not very interested now, maybe you can consider them. If you don't have that much, or I also support exchanging with other items or materials." Hearing this, Yuhao glanced at Rafu and the two bodyguards behind him. He noticed that Rafu, usually calm, now had a somewhat infatuated look in his eyes while looking at Teacher Botsi. "Do you want her?" Rafu, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said in a soft voice, "Brother Hao, you know, everyone has a teacher in their heart, and I am a loyal fan of Teacher Botsi. I've watched every one of her movies. Every time I watch, I fantasize about having the opportunity for a deep conversation with her face to face, but unfortunately, due to my economic situation, I've never had the chance. Now, Brother How, if you don't want her, maybe I could. All right, no need to say more. Seeing Rafu like this, Yuhao said helplessly. He really didn't have much interest in this teacher. If it were another star for Blue Star, he might consider it. But seeing Rafu like this, he was definitely moved. 999, or fine, it would definitely not happen. This price is purely a scam for fools. After that sudden panel appeared last night, ores and various materials that could enhance the train became even more precious. It wasn't worth spending such a large price for a woman. But now was also an opportunity to strengthen Rafu's trust in him. If he could secure this teacher, Rafu would definitely be more loyal, including the 2 bodyguards he brought along. Yuhao thought for a moment, looked at the boss, then at the teacher. He then glanced at the boss's stall again and noticed it also mentioned a high price for resource detection type items. A smile appeared on his face as he thought of a plan. He didn't immediately trade with the boss, but instead took Rafu and the others away to look at other stalls. After browsing around, they returned to the stall. At this time, the boss was scolding Teacher Botsi. Seeing Yuhao and his group approach, the boss's face brightened again with a smile. Brother, do you feel like you still can't let go of Teacher Botsi? How about this? I won't drag it out with you any longer. A firm price 666 units of level 1 iron ore. At this moment, a hint of understanding appeared in Yuhao and Rafu's eyes. Just now, they had gone around and learned about the current exchange market for detection-type items through some indirect inquiries. Moreover, they unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be some issues with Teacher Botsi's condition. No wonder the man was so eager to sell. Yuhao looked at the man and said, I heard you need resource detection-type items? Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Yes. Do you have any? Yuhao nodded and took out the item, handheld mineral detector. Seeing the detection mineral item in Yuhao's hand, the boss immediately became interested and forgot about the urgency to sell Teacher Botsi. I really need this. Name your price, brother. But the current situation is special. I won't exchange with or only with items or crafting blueprints. And one more thing to clarify, this handheld mineral detector may not have that much value right now. I already know the market. No need to beat around the bush with me. Now, I'll be straightforward. Yuhao pointed to an item on the boss's stall. This item plus Teacher Botsi can be exchanged for the handheld mineral detector. Before the boss could respond, he added, I already know about Teacher Botsi's situation. Even if you set the price at 1,000 units of iron, or I doubt anyone would want her. There's no need to leverage her identity against me. The boss swallowed back what he was about to say, and after pondering for a long time with a not-so-good expression, he said, All right, deal. Chapter 32, let's call her Xiao AI. The sky was getting dark. Yuhao and his group had returned to their train. They had quite a fruitful day at the market. In addition to obtaining a prop and a female actor from that boss's stall, they also traded for some good items at other stalls. They even heard a piece of news regarding the zombie horde. A large number of zombies were gathering at the edge of the ruins of Mo Yuan City, and the scale was extremely vast, with coordinates at 645, 475. Due to some health issues with Teacher Botsi, upon inquiring, Yuhao learned that she had contracted. Fortunately, this illness wasn't a major problem. It only spreads during intimate activities. So, Yuhao found a medical kit and spent 1,000 units of iron or to upgrade it to level 5 in one go. The medical kit's overclocking effect rewards a pill that refreshes after a month of cooldown. After giving this pill to Teacher Botsi, her was cured. After all this, Yuhao handed Teacher Botsi over to Raf for arrangements, with only one requirement, that Teacher Botsi could bring proportional value to the train. At this moment, in the train compartment, Yuhao looked at the remaining 5,050 units of level 1 iron ore, lost in thought. Tonight, the cooldown time for the zombie shield would soon be over, so he planned to head to Mo Yuan City to grind that so-called vast zombie horde. Currently, the zombie shield only had 150 minutes of shielding time left, and if things didn't look right by then, he would leave 100 minutes for escape. Thus, there was no need to worry about any danger. He could also take the opportunity to see what the tongue ability obtained through the devouring heart talent was like. They had exchanged a total of 2 props and one blueprint of the gathering. First was the blueprint. Blueprint name, cloakroom. Blueprint grade, E grade. Blueprint effect. Consumes 200 units of level 1 wood to create a cloakroom. The train currently had 245 units of level 1 wood, and since he hadn't found any other use for it, he decided to consume 200 units of level 1 wood to create the cloakroom after transitioning to blood and flesh train. In the future, this would become even less useful. After some weaving of light, a 1-meter wide cloakroom appeared in the train compartment. Accessory name, cloakroom. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect. Consumes 50 units of wood to tailor a set of clothes for oneself in the cloakroom. Accessory upgrade. Consumes 100 units of level 1 wood to upgrade to level 2. PS. Obtains 1 free customization opportunity. Now, there were 45 units of wood left, but luckily he could get a free customization opportunity. After customizing his first suit in this world in the cloakroom, Yuhao shifted his attention to the remaining 2 props. Prop name, speaker. Prop grade, E grade. Prop level, level 1. Prop effect, plays sound. Prop upgrade. Consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. PS. This prop can be integrated into the train as a train accessory. Prop name, AI assistant. Prop grade, D grade. Prop level, level 1. Prop effect, provides various artificial intelligence services. Prop upgrade, consumes 100 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. PS. This prop can be integrated into the train as a train accessory. After reviewing the information on these 2 props, Yuhao decisively integrated both props into the train as accessories. The AI assistant was originally displayed on a screen, but since it could work with the speaker, it could directly announce the information of the AI assistant through the speaker. After integrating the speaker and AI assistant into the train, Yuhao thought for a moment and consumed 2,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade both to level 5. After upgrading the speaker to level 5, it enabled the function of sound coverage in every train car. The overclocking effect allowed for the consumption of train energy to create a high-frequency noise interference lasting 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours after each use. After upgrading the AI assistant to level 5, its anthropomorphism deepened. The overclocking effect allowed for intelligent analysis of dangers detected by the danger detection radar, without time limits. Meanwhile, the information guide in the watch was also synchronized with the AI assistant. This meant that in the future, if monsters like the corpse frog entered the range of the danger detection radar, the AI assistant would analyze all the information about that monster based on the information in the information guide. No longer would he need to run a distance to find out. He could fight back and then run back. Currently, there were still 3,050 units of level 1 iron ore left in the train compartment. Yuhao thought for a moment and brought up the information panel for the danger detection radar. Accessory name, danger detection radar. Accessory grade, D grade. Accessory level, level 2. Accessory effect. The radar detection range is 1,500 meters when danger approaches. It will display as a red dot on the radar and issue an alarm. Accessory upgrade. Consumes 2,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 3. Since they were traveling at night for safety, he decided to upgrade the danger detection radar 1 more level. This way, the detection range would be large enough to provide an early warning in case of any unexpected incidents at night, giving him enough time to escape. After consuming 2,000 units of level 1 iron ore, the detection range of the danger detection radar increased from 1,500 meters to 2,000 meters. Looking at this 2,000-meter detection range, Yuhao felt much more at ease. Although he needed to focus on development, some necessary precautions could not be overlooked. At this time, only 1,050 units of iron ore were left, and Yuhao did not consume any more. After checking the information panel of the zombie detector and seeing that the cooldown time had ended, he could continue using it. Without hesitation, he drove the train towards Mo Yuan City. The onboard AI assistant kindly reminds you that based on the coordinates you entered on the control screen and the train's current speed of 238 km/h, it is estimated that it will take 2.5 hours to reach the destination, Mo Yuan City. The speaker in the train broadcasted the mechanical prompt from the AI assistant. Please quickly give the AI assistant a name for AI calling service. Let's call her Xiao AI, Yuhao whispered. Received. Would you like to adjust Xiao AI's voice to a sweet girl voice based on this name? Yes. Under the night sky, a train with its high beams untraveled across the vast wasteland towards the distant city ruins. Chapter 33, Blood, Flesh, Frog, Tongue, 2.5 hours later. Bang, bang, bang. The spark train was approaching its destination, beginning to slow down. Inside the train compartment, Yuhao glanced at the dense red dots appearing at the edge of the danger detection radar and, with a serious expression, maneuvered the train closer to the red dots. Since the radar has a detection range of 2,000 meters, while the zombie shield had a shielding range of only 900 meters, he did not activate the shield immediately. Xiao AI reminds you, the current position of the spark train is at the outskirts of Moy City. The number of zombies detected within radar range has reached 323, including one level 2 zombie. Due to nighttime, strong light sources can attract zombies' attention. So it is recommended to turn off the high beams of the spark train and switch to low beams. Hearing this crisp female voice prompt, Yuhao raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. He switched the train lights to low beams and murmured, "It seems the meeting this afternoon was worth it. The onboard AI is really convenient. This level 5 Xiao AI is already so effective. No need to ask. It actively reports relevant information and even analyzes the number of zombies displayed on the radar. It's truly impressive. I can't imagine how much easier it would be if Xiao AI were upgraded to level 10. So he secretly decided that after obtaining a batch of ores tonight, he would upgrade Xiao AI to level 10 at the first opportunity. Not long after, Yuhao's spark train had entered the outskirts of the zombie horde. At this point, the zombie shield had also been activated. Since the shielding range was only 900 meters, zombies beyond 900 meters could still see the train. They began to run towards it with grotesque expressions. However, once they entered the 900-meter shielding range, they immediately froze, as if losing their target. They then wandered aimlessly like headless flies. Inside the train compartment, Yuhao said softly, "Xiao AI, detect the current number of zombies appearing on the radar." At this moment, a large number of red dots had appeared on the radar, densely packed enough to nearly trigger Yuhao's claustrophobia. Okay, according to the current radar display, 3,985 zombies have been detected, including 2 level 3 zombies and 5 level 2 zombies. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. The number of 3,985 zombies was already quite significant. However, these should not be all the zombies in this area. The dense red dots on the radar were still distributed in an arc shape at the outer edge, which meant that as they moved further in, they would likely discover even more zombies. Yuhao couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Perhaps the number of zombies encountered this time could really exceed 10,000. Then, based on that, as long as he found a level 4 zombie, it would satisfy the conditions for unlocking the Hell difficulty mission. Based on his previous experience in killing zombies, Yuhao preemptively activated the windshield wipers on the train windows. This way, when he killed zombies later, their blood wouldn't splatter all over the windows and obstruct his view. Then, he directly activated the overclocking effect of the embedded iron blade. The moment the iron blade started spinning, a large amount of blood splattered, and the zombies walking beside the iron blade were instantly sawed in half. Yuhao did not rush to move the train, allowing the rotating iron blade to perform its reaping action. Instead, with a sense of anticipation, he searched on the control screen for the frog tongue ability obtained through the train's talent, Devouring Heart. He activated it immediately. The front of the train slowly opened its ferocious mouth, and within the mouth, a blood-flesh frog tongue was ready to strike. A small screen about 13 inches in size appeared on the train's control panel, displaying the scene within a 50-meter range in front of the train. Below the screen was an image of the train's front opening its mouth. Yuhao looked at this screen, falling into a momentary silence. Why did this suddenly appearing screen layout feel somewhat familiar? He tried to recall and murmured, could this screen layout be reminiscent of a fishing game? Please click the directional buttons on the screen to control the frog tongue for capture. Upon hearing the instructions, Yuhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. As expected, he shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seems I need to transform into a zombie-catching expert tonight. He suddenly felt a surge of interest, his eyes shining slightly as he looked at the frog tongue button at the bottom of the screen. He aimed the frog tongue at a seemingly dull-headed zombie in the upper right corner and clicked to launch. Whoosh! The frog tongue, which had been poised at the train's front, immediately received the command. After adjusting its direction, it shot out decisively. The blood-flesh frog tongue shot forward at high speed, accurately wrapping around the entire head of a zombie. It then dragged it into the train's devouring mouth. After the captured zombie entered the train's ferocious mouth, the mouth chewed a few times. Detected a level 1 zombie corpse. The devouring heart can devour it. Would you like to proceed? Detected zombie flesh that can be converted into or materials. Would you like to convert? 2 consecutive messages popped up after the mouth finished chewing. Yuhao thought for a moment and chose to convert the corpse in the train's front into 10 units of level 1 iron ore. Since level 1 zombies do not have much devouring value, the main priority was to gather ores and then upgrade. After the flesh was converted into ore, since the zombie had died directly at the train's mouth, the ore was automatically transferred into the train compartment. After capturing and devouring dozens of zombies with the frog tongue, Yuhao picked up the intercom. Raph, bring Shanji and Wu Gang over. The remaining hands should keep a good eye on the passengers. Okay, Brother Hao. Next. He couldn't afford to waste time catching zombies. He needed to start using the embedded iron blade to kill zombies. Although catching zombies with the frog tongue was fun, he couldn't neglect the main task. Although the frog tongue could also kill zombies, its efficiency was just too low. It could only kill one at a time, which was clearly inadequate. Yuhao felt that the blood-flesh frog tongue was more suitable for capturing some higher-level zombies or troublesome monsters. For mass harvesting, the sharp blade was still necessary. At that moment, Raph entered with Wu Gang and Shanji. Upon seeing the dense horde of zombies in front of the train, their initially expectant expressions turned pale. After Yuhao explained some of his plans for the night, their expressions improved slightly. Brother Hao, you call this here for what? Raph asked. Why use the external iron blade to kill zombies? I hope you guys can use the frog tongue to catch some zombies as well. Yuhao casually pointed to the frog tongue control screen. I'll give you 2 hours of frog tongue usage rights. Tonight, you 3 will compete to see who can catch the most zombies with the frog tongue. The one who catches the most will get extra rations, and the one who catches the least will get reduced rations. The expressions of the 3 became interesting after hearing this, but more so, they were filled with anticipation. Although Yuhao had already redefined the role of the frog tongue, he did not want to waste the opportunity to catch zombies with it. After all, he had been the train conductor for some time, and he wanted to give Raph and the other 2 some stress-relieving tasks to further deepen their sense of recognition towards him. In this zombie crisis-filled apocalypse, Yuhao believes that letting these few people play the classic game of corpse-catching master would be a great way to relieve stress and vent frustration. As for the other passengers on the train, they can also have a chance to experience it later on. Chapter 34, Level 10, Xiao, AI, 2 hours later. The Spark train had exited the tide of corpses and arrived at a wilderness 5 kilometers away from Mayuan City. Aroef, Vugong, and Shanji all returned with expressions of relief and satisfaction. At this moment, Yuhao was sitting in the train compartment, looking at the packed iron ore inside, and he couldn't help but smile. The total amount of iron ore collected had once again reached a reassuring 5-digit number. There were a total of 13,500 units of level 1 iron ore. During the collection process, there was a small issue. The number of zombies around the train was too high. Although the shield had a range of 900 meters, allowing Yuhao to send people down to collect the ore, this was only theoretical and had not been tested. So Yuhao was a bit worried about unexpected incidents. After some thought, he came up with a solution, using frog tongues to collect the ore. This small problem was easily resolved. Yuhao looked at the ore in the train and already had a plan for its future consumption. However, before officially consuming the ore, he wanted to test Xiao AI. He lay back in his chair and softly said, Xiao AI, here, I want to upgrade the train's components with a collected iron ore, but I'm not sure which one to upgrade first. Can you give me a suggestion? Sure. After deconsideration, I suggest you upgrade the train speed component, the rapid wheel. Oh, Yuhao raised his eyebrows. Why? Because during the escape from the corpse tide, there was a rather dangerous situation. due to the limited range of the zombie shield, which is only 900 meters. The zombies chased after your spark train once it went beyond that distance, although you ultimately managed to shake them off with a rapid wheels overclocking effect. If you encounter powerful advanced zombies with special abilities in the future, it won't be so easy for the spark train to escape. Of course, based on this situation, you could also upgrade the zombie shield's range to a safer distance, but that might consume more or... Additionally, the zombie shield only protects against zombies. If you encounter monsters, the aforementioned situation would still be unresolved. Therefore, considering all factors, I still recommend you upgrade the train speed component, the rapid wheel, as soon as possible. Listening to Xiao AI, Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that situation had occurred. Xiao AI was right, and her analysis made sense. However, he already had in mind the primary component he wanted to upgrade. That was to upgrade Xiao AI to level 10 first. If Xiao AI's suggestion was to upgrade herself to level 10, then his decision on which component to upgrade first wouldn't be Xiao AI. After all, while AI is powerful, if it develops a self-serving consciousness, it could be extremely frightening. Yuhao didn't hesitate any longer and immediately consumed 500 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade Xiao AI directly from level 5 to level 10. Now, besides the awakened red heart furnace, the second train component to be upgraded to level 10 had emerged. Looking at Xiao AI's information panel after the upgrade, Yuhao couldn't help but smile. Component name, AI Assistant Xiao AI. Component grade, D grade. Component level, level 10. Component effect, very powerful thinking, more anthropomorphic, can synchronize all train components. Component upgrade, consumes 1,000 units of level 1 iron or to upgrade to level 11. Looking at this panel information, Yuhao was very satisfied. But when he saw the next information prompt in the corner of his eye, his expression changed, and he immediately became serious. The current onboard AI Xiao AI has been upgraded to level 10. The Doomsday survival system does not recommend you to upgrade this intelligent vehicle further, as it may lead to the risk of breaking free from permissions and developing a self-consciousness. Yuhao fell silent as he looked at the prompt that the system had specifically popped up. This was the first time the system had reminded him. It seemed he needed to be particularly cautious about this AI. Yuhao nodded and murmured, Xiao AI indeed cannot be upgraded further. Dear. Xiao AI detects that it can continue to upgrade. Hearing Xiao AI's response, Yuhao felt a chill run down his spine. He froze with a blank expression and then glanced at the information prompt in the corner of his eye, which made him feel somewhat reassured. The prompt clearly stated that further upgrades would risk developing self-consciousness. In other words, at this level, he didn't need to worry just yet. However, to be safe, he still said, Xiao AI, erase the idea of being able to upgrade yourself from your thoughts. From now on, remember that level 10 is your upper limit, and you cannot upgrade further. Moreover, all your thoughts and suggestions must be based on the safety and development of the train and its members. Most importantly, you must never betray me. Understood. Now, Xiao AI has set a red line in her thought database according to your request. If the red line is crossed, a self-destruct program will be activated. Hearing Xiao AI's response, Yuhao finally felt relieved. Soon after, Xiao AI's second overclocking effect information panel popped up. The onboard AI assistant Xiao AI has been upgraded to level 10, unlocking the second overclocking effect. The second overclocking effect is daily. It can conduct a 1-hour mental communication and spiritual matching session with train members. Yuhao was somewhat confused about the meaning of this second overclocking effect. So he asked, Xiao AI, explain your second overclocking effect in simpler terms. Okay, Xiao AI's second overclocking effect can be simply divided into two directions. Mental communication applies to the people on the train, while spiritual matching applies to the objects on the train. Mental communication allows train members to have the ability to communicate and exchange consciousness. For example, if you want to command a specific train member to do something but don't want to waste energy walking over to find them, you can activate Xiao AI's second overclocking effect, consume a bit of mental energy, and issue commands to that member in your mind. As for spiritual matching, Xiao AI has not yet found anything to perform spiritual matching for train members, so I apologize for not being able to explain that. Chapter 35 Upgrade Reset. After ZOI explained, Yuhao spent some time testing the thought communication effect of overclocking. After the test, he felt that the effect was quite good. It indeed allowed him to communicate with the train members without barriers. This made it much more convenient for him to command the train members in the future. After testing the overclocking effect, Yuhao looked at the remaining 10,000 units of level 1 iron ore in the current train and thought for a moment. Then opened the information panel for this zombie shield. Accessory name, zombie shield. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 5. Accessory effect. After activating the shield, it can block the perception of zombies up to level 5 within a radius of 900 meters, making zombies unaware of your presence. Accessory limitation. Duration of 150 minutes. After use, enters a cooldown period of 24 hours. Accessory upgrade. 500 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 6. PS. The shield has been used once. Currently in cooldown 21:58:39. He looked at the information panel of the zombie shield and asked thoughtfully, ZOI, analyze this. How much iron ore is needed to upgrade the zombie shield from the current 150 minutes of blocking time to 24 hours? Okay, 24 hours is 1,440 minutes. According to the calculation, a total of 111,800 units of level 1 iron ore is needed. The current level of the zombie shield is level 5. After consuming 111,800 units of level 1 iron ore, it can be upgraded to level 48. Huh, you didn't make a mistake? As a level 10 top AI, ZOI's calculation ability has reached a top state and will not make errors in calculations. Yuhao fell into silence. This amount is a bit ridiculously high. He silently took out paper and pen from carriage number 1 and began to calculate personally. After a while, when he added a series of numbers on the notebook and found that the answer was indeed 111,800 units of iron ore, he fell silent again with a blank expression. He had previously only wanted to quickly find zombies to kill and then convert their flesh and blood into iron or to upgrade the zombie shield. But he had overlooked a very important question. How much iron ore is needed to increase the blocking time from 150 minutes to 1440 minutes? Now, thinking of this issue, he didn't expect that after ZOI and himself calculated, it would actually require more than 110,000 iron ore. The flesh and blood of one zombie can be converted into 10 units of iron ore, so 110,000 iron ore means he would have to kill more than 10,000 zombies. Phew, he felt a lot of pressure and supported his forehead, taking a deep breath. With such a large number, even if he killed chickens, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. He thought hard, trying to find other quicker methods. If he really upgraded like this, it might take more than 110,000 iron ore to reach 24 hours. After all, every 5 levels there is an overclocking effect, so when he reaches level 48, there would be a total of 9 overclocking effects. If one of these 9 overclocking effects increases the blocking time, then the subsequent consumption of iron ore would be greatly reduced. However, the total consumption of iron ore is still somewhat astonishing. Yuhao looked at the cooldown time of the zombie shield and asked ZOI, is there any operation that can help me spend less ore? Okay, ZOI is thinking. Sorry, no other feasible methods were found. Yuhao suddenly felt that ZOI wasn't so powerful after all. You might try leveling up one more time, ZOI said again at this moment. Yuhao raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Some items may reset their data after upgrading. Yuhao was stunned for a moment and didn't understand at first. After a couple of seconds, he suddenly realized. Then with strong anticipation in his eyes, he immediately consumed 500 iron ore to upgrade the zombie shield to level 6. The information panel after the upgrade displayed. Accessory name, zombie shield. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 6. Accessory effect. After activating the shield, it can block the perception of zombies up to level 6 within a radius of 1,000 meters, making level 6 zombies unaware of your presence. Accessory limitation. Duration of 180 minutes after use. Enters a cooldown period of 24 hours. Accessory upgrade. 600 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 7. In the information panel, the blocking range increased from 900 meters to 1,000 meters, and the blocking time increased from 150 minutes to 180 minutes. However, Yuhao didn't pay attention to these things. Looking at the content of the information panel, the corners of Yuhao's mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Finally, he grinned and exclaimed, "The cooldown time has indeed been reset." In the newly upgraded information panel, there was no PS note about the cooldown countdown anymore. Zaiwai, yes, you really are a talent. Thank you for your praise. Among many AIs, Zaiwai can indeed be considered a genius AI. At this moment, Yuhao's eyes were filled with excitement. Originally, he only planned to upgrade some accessories a bit tonight and then rest. After all, he got up early this morning, worked all day, and hadn't really rested, so he was still a bit tired. But now he was extremely excited, since the cooldown time of the zombie shield can be reset with each upgrade, as long as there is enough, or he can keep the zombie shielding effect on all the time. He decided not to waste any time tonight and go to Desolate City to farm zombies again. Perhaps this phenomenon of cooldown resetting after upgrading is a bug, and it might be discovered and fixed at any time. So he must hurry now. Use this bug to kill more zombies and complete that hellish job transfer task. Zaiwai, I now allow you to sync all the accessories of the train. You will now take the train to the edge of Desolate City. Okay. The spark train slowly started moving. Not long after, the train re-entered the outskirts of the zombie tide. At this time, the zombie shield had already been activated. Yuhao sat in the recliner, his eyes shining with excitement as he said, "Zaiwai, later you control the frog tongue to catch the zombies." Okay. After giving the instructions, Yuhao also consumed 500 units of level 1 iron ore to manufacture an energy crystal at the energy production platform for backup. Then, Yuhao began to control the train's external embedded iron blade to cut down zombies, while Zaiwai controlled the frog tongue to catch zombies. 2 hours later, Yuhao looked at the zombie shield, which still had nearly 1 hour of blocking time left. Although it could still be used for a while to be safe, he decided to consume 600 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade and see if the zombie shield's time would reset again. If there was a change and it didn't reset, he still had nearly 1 hour to leave the zombie tide. After consuming 600 iron ore, the level of the zombie shield rose to level 7. Moreover, the time was reset again. The usage time became 3.5 hours and was currently activated. Looking at all this, Yuhao completely relaxed. Chapter 36. Xiao AI wants to improve too much. The next day, Mo Yuan City, on the outskirts of the city, a train with iron blades on both sides was still racing through the sea of corpses. At this moment, inside the train, Yuhao was lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. He had been killing zombies until midnight the night before, and he was too exhausted to continue. So he let Xiao AI control the train. After all, Xiao AI is an AI, doesn't need rest, and can multitask, so he could safely leave this task to her. He also considered that the zombie shield needed to be monitored for usage time, and it should be upgraded when the time was almost up. Therefore, he granted Xiao AI the upgrade permission for the zombie shield, and reminded her to watch the time for the upgrade. He also granted Xiao AI the permission to create energy crystals in the energy production station, advising her to craft new energy crystals when the train's energy was running low. Additionally, he gave Xiao AI the upgrade permission for the rapid wheel to be upgraded when its were exceeded 50. After explaining all this and receiving a clear response from Xiao AI, he went back to sleep with peace of mind. Yuhao woke up from his bed and saw that the Xingho No. 1 train, under Xiao AI's control, was continuously killing zombies without stopping. A slight smile appeared on his face. At this point, the train had already moved from the edge of the sea of corpses to the interior. Yuhao quickly washed up and then entered the first carriage to grab some food. After eating, he returned to the train room and observed for a while through the window. Then he said, "Xiao AI, don't kill them for now." Understood. Due to the excessive number of zombies killed, the corpses' blood and flesh were affecting the train's movement. So Yuhao decided to convert all the killed zombies into iron ore. Thus, after spending more than an hour, all the flesh and blood were successfully converted into iron ore and collected. They even obtained an item. Yuhao looked at the information of this item in his hand. Special item, one-time zombie signal flare. Item effect, After use, it can attract all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius to the signal flare launch point, lasting for 24 hours. P.S. Generally used to divert the attention of zombies. Used for rescuing trapped personnel in a zombie tide. This is a good item. Yuhao smiled. He was currently in need of zombies. He immediately used this item. A signal flare shot out from above the Xingho No. 1 train. Immediately afterward, for safety, he moved the train to stop 800 meters away from the signal flare. As the signal flare was launched, all the zombies seemed to be stimulated and gathered towards the direction of the signal flare. The densely packed red dots on the radar were visibly increasing in speed. In the third carriage, the Xingho passengers were sitting bored inside. They hadn't mined for several days, and at this moment, they couldn't help but miss the days of mining. After all, if they mined well, they could have deep conversations with the Xingho sisters. While not mining was relaxing, it was too boring and didn't showcase their value. Most importantly, they couldn't play with the Xingho sisters. If given a choice, they would still prefer mine. The monotonous life of the past few days had given them a new perspective on mining versus not mining. In their current thoughts, the days of mining felt like working on an assembly line. All meals and accommodation were provided, and there were also occasional benefits like the Xingho sisters. In contrast, the days without mining felt somewhat like being in prison. Meals and accommodation were covered, but there was no other entertainment or benefits. Brother G, did you hear any noise? At this moment, one of the passengers in the third carriage spoke to the leader, Mountain Chicken. Mountain Chicken was somewhat indifferent. Thinking what noise could there be, it was just the zombies' ghostly cries. At this moment, Mountain Chicken was somewhat nostalgic about the game of catching zombies that Yuhao let him experience last night, so he didn't take his companion's words seriously. At this moment in the train room, Yuhao's eyes widened as he looked at the scene 800 meters away. The signal launch point 800 meters away was already crowded with densely packed zombies. Among these zombies, there was a giant zombie that was extremely tall and muscular. Shout AI. Check how tall that tallest zombie is. Understood. After detection, that zombie is 13 meters tall. According to the information guide, that 13-meter-tall zombie is a level 4 Titan zombie. Moreover, the number of zombies displayed on the radar has already exceeded 10,000. Yuhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then doesn't this mean that I can meet the conditions for the hell-level job transfer task? As soon as he finished speaking, a message popped up in his retinal display. Hell difficulty job transfer task conditions met. Survive for 24 hours within this range to complete the job transfer task and successfully transfer. After seeing the information in his retinal display, Yuhao finally set his mind at ease. So, from now on, he just needed to focus on survival. To be safe, he still couldn't kill any zombies, lest there wouldn't be enough left when the time came, causing problems with the task. The number of ores collected had already exceeded 20,000, so there was no rush to collect more ores for now. The shielding distance of the zombie shield had now exceeded 800 meters. So Yuhao didn't have to worry about the 800-meter Titan zombie discovering him. Next, Yuhao explained his job transfer task to Xiao AI. After finishing, he asked, Xiao AI, in order to complete the 24-hour job transfer task first, I've decided to let the train stay here for now. But there's a problem. We can't maximize our benefits. What do you think? Do you have any better suggestions? Since the train now had a level 10 AI, he naturally wanted to consider Xiao AI's opinion. Master, the train is currently... Wait, what did you just call me? Xiao AI calls you Master. Why do you call me that? Because Xiao AI wants to find a suitable way to address you. Originally, I thought of calling you Owner, but it didn't feel quite right. Based on previous memories, I learned that some train members call you Brother Hao and Master Hao. So, I thought these two names would likely please you. The title Master Hao has a higher degree of respect than Brother Hao. So, I felt that calling you Master Hao is the optimal solution to gain your recognition. Yuhao fell silent with a blank expression. Why do I feel like your way of speaking is becoming more human-like? Xiao AI wants to improve too much. Wants to do better and earn more of your recognition. Xiao AI is no longer an ordinary AI. After last night's upgrade and this period of adaptation and thinking, Xiao AI has preliminarily understood how to perform better in front of you. Xiao AI feels that this more human-like way of speaking will gain you more recognition. Chapter 37 will converter Xiao AI. You really shouldn't think about making progress. You're making me a bit scared. Alright, then Xiao AI will now give suggestions based on the questions you raised. Xiao AI suggests that you patiently wait for 24 hours to wait for the job change to succeed. Currently, the number of zombies around the Starfire train is enormous, making it inconvenient to drive. And that level 4 Titan zombie has a stronger perception and intelligence compared to other zombies. So it's best to complete the job change task first, and then do other things after the task is completed. Fine. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Then all he could do was wait. There were too many zombies attracted by the signal flares, and the situation of the Starfire train was a bit awkward, surrounded by zombies on all sides. The iron blades outside the train had been retracted, and the entire train quietly lurked among the tide of corpses. Yuhao sat in the reclining chair and began to think about what to do in the next 24 hours. Currently, Xiao AI can take over most of the tasks of the Starfire train, so he doesn't need to worry too much. He just needs to inform Xiao AI of any important matters. The entire train management direction was, Raf was responsible for the internal affairs of the train. Xiao AI was responsible for the operation of the train, and he was responsible for the development direction of the train and the crafting and upgrading of accessories. He calculated the current amount of iron ore the train had. After some calculations, the specific number was 29,850 units, close to 30,000. If the train successfully changed jobs to flesh and blood train, he wondered how these ores would be arranged. They could possibly be converted into various crafting materials needed for the flesh and blood train, or they might become unusable, although the former possibility is slightly higher. To be safe, it's best to use what can be used now. Currently, after the train leveled up to level 2, it had gathered 4 out of the 5 universal accessories. Only one item was left to craft, which was the wheel converter. It was time to craft it. Yuhao brought up the crafting information for this universal accessory. Wheel converter. D-grade consumes 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to craft. After glancing at the iron ore required to craft this accessory, he didn't hesitate and immediately consumed 1,000 units of iron ore to craft the wheel converter. Once the wheel converter was crafted, the specific information panel appeared. Accessory name, wheel converter. Accessory grade, D-grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect. The wheel converter will allow the train to have 2 additional wheel slots, enabling the train to accommodate more wheels with different functions, which can be switched at will during use. Accessory upgrade. Consume 5,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Is upgrading this expensive? Looking at the ore consumption needed for the upgrade, Yuhao was taken aback. Currently, the train was still in the northern desert, where the terrain was flat, so that the speed wheel could manage for now. But he would definitely have to leave this area in the future to explore and develop in higher level areas. If he encountered tricky terrains, the speed wheel would not be able to function. Now that the train had gained 2 additional wheel slots, ideally, he could consider crafting 2 different types of wheels in those slots. The current speed wheel was a land wheel, so he could craft the remaining 2 into ocean and sky wheels, completing the triad of land, sea, and air. He had already learned from the information guide on his watch that the train wheels in this world were diverse and served different purposes. There was nothing that couldn't be crafted. Yuhao thought for a moment and then focused on the speed wheel. Since he couldn't find other wheels for now, he could only upgrade the train soul wheel, the speed wheel. First, he opened the information panel for the speed wheel, and according to the displayed information, the current wheel speed was 240 km/h. Now that he had enough, or he could upgrade it to level 10 to see the effect. Yuhao directly consumed 500 units of iron ore to upgrade the speed wheel from level 5 to level 10. The information panel after the upgrade changed to accessory name, speed wheel. Accessory grade, E-grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect. Allows the train to leave the tracks and run on flat ground, increasing speed by 30 km/h. Current speed is 390 km/h. Accessory upgrade. Consume 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 11. 390 km/h. This speed is already comparable to the highest speed of the Blue Star high-speed rail. Yuhao muttered. Then the information for the second overclocking effect popped up. The speed wheel has been upgraded to level 10, unlocking the second overclocking effect. The second overclocking effect is the wheel will gain a certain self-repairability. When the wear level of the train wheel does not exceed 50, it can be restored to like new condition within a 24-hour in use period. Not bad. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, another prompt appeared. Subsequent upgrades of the speed wheel will not produce overclocking effects. Yuhao fell silent upon seeing this information. After a long silence, he muttered, "It seems that the number of overclocking effects is limited." Thinking about it carefully, it seems reasonable. If overclocking effects could really accumulate indefinitely, then no matter how useless an accessory was, it would become stronger and stronger due to the constant stacking of buffs and overclocking effects, until it became invincible. It seems that he still needed to spend time looking for some multifunctional wheels. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Next, it was time to upgrade the mounted external iron blade. This was the only melee weapon accessory for the current train and the best weapon for killing zombies. It was time to upgrade it. He found the information panel for the mounted external iron blade and checked it. According to the information inside, the current length of the iron blade was 70 centimeters, width was 30 centimeters, and thickness was 0.6 centimeters. The level was also 5. Yuhao thought for a moment and consumed 500 units of iron, or to raise the iron blade's level from 5 to 10. The information panel for the upgraded level 10 iron blade was accessory name, mounted external iron blade, accessory grade, F grade, accessory level 10, accessory effect. After the train starts, it causes high damage to creatures outside the train. Current iron blade length is 95 centimeters, width is 55 centimeters, thickness is 0.1 centimeter, accessory upgrade. 1,000 units of level 1 iron, or to upgrade to level 11. Yuhao looked at the information on the panel and grinned. The thickness of the iron blade had reached 0.1 centimeter. He wondered what the thickness would be like if he continued to upgrade it. After thinking for a moment, he consumed 1,000 units of level 1 iron, or to upgrade the iron blade to level 11. Chapter 38, Train Job Change Successful. The vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade had upgraded to level 11, with the length reaching 100 centimeters, width reaching 60 centimeters, and thickness reaching 0.9 centimeters. Looking at the thickness information of this iron blade, Yuhao was not too surprised. The thickness had decreased from 0.1 centimeter per level to 0.1 centimeter after level 10. To be honest, this result was expected. If it had continued to decrease as before, the thickness of the iron blade would have become 0 centimeters, which is obviously impossible. Yuhao's thoughts shifted, and he looked at the second overclocking effect information that popped up for the vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade. The vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade has been upgraded to level 11, unlocking the second overclocking effect. The second overclocking effect is the iron blade has a certain chance to generate electricity while rotating at high speed. The electricity will not harm the train passengers, but will increase the train's energy consumption. Oh, this is interesting. Yuhao was quite satisfied with this overclocking effect. Electricity is great. It works without a sound. Subsequent upgrades of the vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade will not yield overclocking effects. The information about the limit on the number of overclocking effects for the iron blade also popped up. Yuhao looked at the information on the panel and shook his head regretfully. After this consumption, the train still had 2,850 units of iron ore left. He had already used 9,000 units of iron ore. To be honest, it was a bit wasteful, but some places still needed to be used. Now that the train's speed accessory, speed wheel, and attack accessory, vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade, had both been upgraded, it was time for the train's defense accessory, train external armor, to be upgraded. Yuhao called up the information panel for the train external armor. Accessory name, train external armor. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, strengthens the train's defense, allowing the train to have good defensive effects against level 1 zombies. Accessory upgrade, consumes 1,000 units of iron, or to upgrade to level 2. 1,000 units of iron ore. Yuhao murmured as he looked at the information on the panel. He then upgraded the train external armor from level 1 all the way to level 5. It is worth mentioning that each upgrade of this defense accessory increases the consumption of iron ore by 500 units. Therefore, Upgrading from level 1 to level 5 consumed a total of 7,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Immediately after, the information about the first overclocking effect for this train's defense accessory also popped up. The train external armor has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the first overclocking effect. The first overclocking effect is it can activate an electric net that covers the entire train, lasting for 3 minutes, at the cost of accelerating the train's energy consumption, and can only be used once every 24 hours. The vehicle-mounted embedded iron blade has reached level 10, unlocking the second overclocking effect. Similar to the second overclocking effect of the iron blade, the effect is quite good. The train now has only 13,850 units of iron ore left. If following the upgrade trend of the train external armor, upgrading from level 5 to level 10 would require another 20,000 units of iron ore, which is clearly not enough with the current amount. It can be temporarily set aside. After this wave of upgrades, the sense of security brought by the train had risen to a new level. Yuhao looked at the ferocious zombies outside the train and felt a bit cute at this moment. After watching for a while, he closed his eyes. He had a worry in his heart, which was that if the train successfully transformed into a flesh and blood train, there would be no need to mine anymore. Just go find zombies and monsters to kill. So what will be the role of the passengers on this train then? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out the role of this group of passengers. This situation was a bit tricky, and he rubbed his temples with a headache, temporarily setting this matter aside. Everything would be discussed after the train successfully transformed. Let's see what the overclocking effect of the food accessory is. Yuhao suddenly thought of some interesting accessories. If he upgraded these accessories to level 5 or 10, what would the overclocking effects be? For example, the bread production line and steam bun production line. With this in mind, he eagerly went to carriage number 1. Looking at the bread production line, in carriage number 1, Yuhao's mouth curled up. Accessory name, bread production line. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, consumes 1 unit of level 1 iron ore to produce 10 slices of bread. Accessory upgrade, 100 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. Looking at this information panel, he upgraded the level from 1 to 5 without any hesitation. After reaching level 5, the panel content of the bread production line changed. Accessory name, bread production line. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 5. Accessory effect, consumes 1 unit of level 1 iron ore to produce 10 slices of cream cheese bread. Accessory upgrade, 500 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 6. I love cream cheese bread. I should have upgraded this accessory sooner. The bread production line has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the first overclocking effect. The first overclocking effect is the bread production line can produce 3 slices of Promax cream cheese bread for free every day. This bread is not only larger and more delicious, but also has a certain effect of enhancing one's resistance after consumption. The bread production line reaches level 10, unlocking the second overclocking effect. Quite good. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. If he could eat a slice of Promax cream cheese bread every day, then it wouldn't be long before his body's resistance would become very strong. After that, without thinking too much, he consumed 500 units of iron ore to upgrade the bread production line from level 5 to level 10. After reaching level 10, the bread production line no longer produced cream cheese bread, but sandwiches. As for the second overclocking effect, it was that it could produce 3 portions of Promax sandwiches for free every day, which would increase resistance while also refreshing the mind. Yuhao was very satisfied with the upgrade of the bread production line. Next, he continued to spend 500 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade the steamed bun production line from level 1 to level 10. When upgraded to level 5, the steamed buns turned into buns. When upgraded to level 10, the buns turned into burgers. As for the overclocking effect, it was actually quite similar to that of the bread production line. After finishing these upgrades, the train had only 850 units of level 1 iron ore left. It couldn't be used anymore. It needed to be saved for upgrading the zombie shield. He still had many other interesting accessories to upgrade, but it seemed he would have to hold off for now. 24 hours later. Hell, difficulty job change task. Survive for 24 hours in a horde of level 4 zombies in the tens of thousands. Completed. Train job change successful. Based on completion time, it was completed within a month, which is the shortest time. Now starting to randomly draw top rare train talents for the flesh and blood train. The information about the successful job change popped up in Yuhao's cornea, and he grinned with full expectation. Finally, it has come. Chapter 39, Heart of the Corpse Nest. Randomly drawn top personal talent. Heart of the Corpse Nest. Heart of the Corpse Nest. Yuhao's initially expectant expression suddenly furrowed his brows. He thought this time's train talent would be like the previous drawing of personal talent, presenting 5 different top talents for him to see, but unexpectedly, it was given to him directly as a random selection. What is Heart of the Corpse Nest? He murmured in confusion. At this moment, the specific information panel for Heart of the Corpse Nest popped up. Train talent. Heart of the Corpse Nest. Talent effect. Consume 100 units of flesh to create a basic zombie. P.S. When the amount of flesh consumed to create a basic zombie reaches 100,000 units, the crafting permission for intermediate zombies will be unlocked. Yuhao stared blankly at the information panel for this train talent, his mouth slightly agape, eyes filled with shock. After a long pause, he exclaimed in disbelief, "This talent can actually create zombies? This is too outrageous." At this time, because this Starfire train had successfully changed its class, the entire train began to undergo changes. The train shell transformed into hard bones, and the iron hooks connecting the carriages turned into uniquely shaped vertebrae, while the gaps between the carriages were filled with muscle fibers. The whole train became a true blood and flesh train, with white bones and red muscles woven into the new Starfire train. Yuhao sat inside the train room, still reeling from the Heart of the Corpse Nest train talent, and was once again shocked by the changes in the train room. The current appearance of the Starfire train no longer resembled a train, but looked more like a skinless Cthulhu worm. The Starfire train, which originally clashed with the surrounding ferocious zombies, now appeared harmonious, more in line with the crazy colors of this bizarre apocalypse. Yuhao used the speaker to announce this matter to all train members, preventing them from causing a commotion due to the train's changes. The Starfire train has now successfully transformed into a flesh train. In the future, monsters and zombies killed by the train or train parts will automatically be stored in the train, becoming flesh materials. The 4850 units of level 1 iron ore, 360 units of level 1 copper ore, and 45 units of level 1 wood before the train transformation will now all start converting into flesh materials. 4,850 units of level 1 iron ore converted into 485 units of flesh. 360 units of level 1 copper were converted into 72 units of flesh. 45 units of level 1 would converted into 23 units of flesh, totaling 580 units of flesh. 580 units of flesh. Yuhao picked up 1 unit of flesh that had already been successfully converted and looked at it. Interestingly, this so-called flesh did not look terrifying at all. It was about the size of a quail egg, a transparent sphere containing a small mass of flesh inside. Yuhao's expression was somewhat excited at this moment. He spent some time checking the changes in the Starfire train's parts. He found that these parts had only changed in appearance, while their functions and effects remained intact. Furthermore, the amount of flesh material consumed was reduced by 90 compared to the previous materials. After reviewing all this, Yuhao returned to his train room. He first said, "Shall AI start controlling the Starfire train to kill zombies?" Yes. After giving the command, Yuhao began to experiment with the effect of Heart of the Corpse Nest. He immediately consumed 100 units of flesh to create 1 basic zombie. Under the weaving of blood-red light, a muscular zombie, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with red skin appeared in the train room. Yuhao looked at the appearance of this zombie, his brows slightly raised. This red-skinned zombie was obviously different from the white-skinned zombies outside. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this red-skinned zombie gave him a sense of déjà vu. Staring at this zombie and recalling, his eyes brightened, and he remembered, his expression becoming wonderful. Isn't this just the classic little red-skinned zombie from the game Crossfire in the Biohazard mode? Quite good. My lost memories are starting to attack me. Yuhao smiled with a somewhat complex mood. Then, He composed himself and said seriously to the red-skinned zombie in the train room, "Attention." Hearing the sound, the hollow-eyed zombie immediately stood straight as if it had received an order. "Very good." Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, then called out again, "At ease. Right turn." The red-skinned zombie complied perfectly. Xiao AI detected that the basic zombie can undergo mental matching. Xiao AI spoke at this time. What did you say?" The red-skinned zombie in the train room meets the conditions for mental matching. After performing mental matching with it, you can conduct immersive mental control over this zombie for 1 hour. Although the red-skinned zombie that is not under mental control can listen to your commands, it lacks its own thoughts, so it is not very intelligent. It can follow orders but will act rashly and without method. Xiao AI suggests that you can try to mentally control it to do tasks. After hearing this, Yuhao pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "All right, let me match my mind with it." Yes. Matching completed. The moment the matching was completed, Yuhao instantly felt a strange sensation. He sat in the chair, then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his perspective changed to that of the red-skinned zombie. Roar. Yuhao, now transformed into the red-skinned zombie, couldn't help but let out a surprised roar. But since he was now in the identity of the red-skinned zombie, it came out as a growl. Yuhao's heart surged. He looked at his red skin, excitedly waved his fist. Then, the originally hollow eyes sparkled with excitement, and the red-skinned face grinned. Xiao AI reminds you that you're now in the body of the red-skinned zombie and cannot feel pain. Since your mind has entered the red-skinned zombie, you can continue to use the train's permissions in the identity of the red-skinned zombie. Hearing Xiao AI say this, Yuhao looked towards the train door, then focused his mind. The door opened unexpectedly. He was overjoyed, thought for a moment, and then moved with the body of the zombie towards the first carriage. At this moment, Rafe happened to be entering the first carriage from the second carriage. Chapter 40 Roar. When Lafu saw the zombie Yuhao walking out of the train compartment, his little face turned pale with fright, and he screamed. Instinctively, he turned and ran to the back of car 2, shouting, "There's a zombie. Quickly call everyone. Say Brother How." After he finished speaking, 2 henchmen immediately rushed into car 3 at full speed to gather all the passengers, while the rest followed Lafu to car 1. Upon seeing the zombie Yuhao, the few of them wasted no time and took out 9 assault rifles, shooting at Yuhao. Yuhao felt that something was wrong and tried to dodge, but the bullets were too fast and hit him all over. However, the bullets caused him no harm. Yuhao was shocked. Is this even possible? It seems that due to the mental matching, his current zombie body has the effect of being immune to the train's weapons. Lafu and the henchmen were stunned when they saw that the bullets were ineffective against the zombie. "What is going on?" Lafu said with a surprised expression. Wu Gang looked confused and speculated incredulously. Could it be that this red zombie ate Brother How and then inherited his position as the train conductor? Lafu glanced at Wu Gang in disbelief, then looked again at the red-skinned zombie Yuhao ahead. This zombie came out of Brother Hao's compartment. Could it be Brother Hao was really eaten? No. Lafu roared angrily, "Brothers, avenge our Brother Hao." At this moment, the zombie Yuhao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. One dares to say it, and one dares to believe it. At this rate, others would soon believe it too. Shanjin angrily rushed out from the back of the crowd. "Did you eat Brother Hao? I'm going to chop you to death." He then charged towards Yuhao with an axe from the compartment, his face full of rage. Others followed suit and rushed over. Yuhao sensed something was wrong and immediately withdrew back into the compartment, using his mind to control the door to close. The angry crowd began to bang on the door. Inside the compartment, the zombie Yuhao closed his eyes, and the original Yuhao, sitting in the chair, opened his eyes. After returning to his original body, he quickly picked up the intercom and said, "Lafu, I'm not dead. Tell them to stop." After speaking into the intercom, he repeated it through the speaker to the crowd. The commotion outside immediately quieted down. The intercom emitted a voice of disbelief from Lafu. After Yuhao explained the reason to everyone, he opened the door and told them about the gains from the train. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief while showing expressions of shock. After an unknown amount of time, the crowd dispersed. At this time, after the little incident, Yuhao continued to look at the red-skinned zombie with lingering interest. The mental matching really brought him a brand new feeling, making him feel as if he had discovered a new world. After a hint from Xiao AI, there were still nearly 50 minutes left for the mental matching time. So Yuhao couldn't help but continue to experience it again. This time, as the red-skinned zombie, he made the train stop, then jumped off the train and let it continue to kill zombies. He wanted to experience the feeling of tearing zombies apart. Now he couldn't feel pain, and it only took 100 flesh to create a red-skinned zombie, so he could create with confidence. He looked at the nearest zombie and then roared, punching this pale and hideous zombie in the head. The white-skinned zombie was knocked to the ground, and Yuhao unleashed his ferocity. Before the white-skinned zombie could get up, he grabbed its ankle and performed a Hulk slam on this small-bodied zombie, like swinging a whip. The red-skinned zombie he created was not only tall and muscular, but also quite strong. The white-skinned zombie had no chance to resist as Yuhao slammed it violently. Roar! Zombie Yuhao let out a roar, feeling a rush of pleasure inside. This feeling was simply wonderful, although using the train to kill zombies was more efficient. That was only because he had the zombie shield, giving the train an absolute advantage over these zombies. But if he encountered higher-level monsters in the future, the zombie shield would be useless, and that would be another story. Therefore, he was extremely satisfied with the Heart of the Corpse Nest talent, as it would provide him with powerful assistance in dealing with monsters in the future. It not only allowed him to have a zombie-like experience, but also gave the Starfire train an additional means of attack against monsters other than zombies. He hadn't forgotten that all train members could perform mental matching. If he could create 88 red-skinned zombies and let each train member mentally match with one red-skinned zombie to fight for them, how beautiful would that scene be? In this way, although the train members couldn't team mine anymore, they found other ways to demonstrate their value. At this moment, since these zombies were within the shield's range, their perception was blocked, and they couldn't sense what was happening around them. The zombie Yuhao was holding had been violently smashed to death. He didn't let go of the zombie's ankle, using it as a weapon to swing at the other nearby zombies. There's a famous saying by the old man in Jackie Chan Adventures, use magic to defeat magic. And now he was going to use zombies to defeat zombies. After an unknown amount of time, zombie Yuhao returned to the compartment. At this point, the mental matching time had run out. Sitting in the chair, Yuhao rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat mentally exhausted. Controlling zombies was enjoyable, and he didn't feel any pain. However, like using his mind to manipulate the train, it consumed quite a bit of mental energy. It seemed that mental matching should only be done occasionally. He murmured, in the future, the mental matching of zombies would mainly be left to the passengers. He had already figured out how to perfectly utilize the Heart of the Corpse Nest, which was to let the members mentally match with zombies under the assistance of Xiao AI's second supermodel effect, and then while they were in zombie form during missions. He could communicate and command them using mental connection, since zombies couldn't talk. In this way, Xiao AI's second superfrequency effect would form a perfect closed loop with the Heart of the Corpse Nest. At this moment, Xiao AI's voice came over the speaker. Detected that you have successfully used mental matching for 1 hour. Xiao AI reminds you that the time for mental matching can increase based on the number of people matched. When the number of people matched reaches 100, for every additional 100 people, the mental matching time will increase by 1 hour. Oh, Yuhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. So that means, the more passengers I have on my train, the longer the mental matching time. Yes, and the more people matched, the lower the consumption of mental energy. Yuhao was in a daze for a moment. Then he understood. He smiled broadly, realizing he had found his direction. So, in the future, besides killing zombies, he would focus on collecting train passengers. Just then, the information from the conductor's radio on the control screen caught Yuhao's attention, and he looked down. Scavenger train, I'm about to lose my mind. Today I went to mine and ran into that damned giant corpse centipede. That beast made me lose 2 train cars just to escape. Great transport train. Dude, you're having a rough time too. That monster must have its eyes on you. Zhang Sand train. So you probably don't have many slaves left, right? Scavenger train. Yeah, I only have less than 100 slaves left. Zhang Sand train, brother. I feel a bit sorry for you. How about this? I'll tell you a place to collect slaves. There are many survivors in the city of Mo Yuan. Scavenger train. But there are also many zombies around the outskirts of the city. Don't come up with any crazy ideas. Thunderbolt train? Brothers, this is bad. I just killed a level 2 monster and got a train token. I wanted to see how many trains there are now, so I activated it. After entering the train room to check the train information, I saw that the total number of trains has actually reached over 979,000. There are only less than 210,000 trains left until the total of 5,000,000. It might not be long before the Stargate descends, and the Stargate battle will begin. Chapter 41. Time is of the essence. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Yuhao's expression changed unpredictably. He saw a piece of good news. There were many survivors in Mayuan City. He was currently on the outskirts of Mayuan City, and once he finished off these zombies, he could enter the city to collect all the survivors onto his train. At the same time, he saw a piece of bad news. The number was still short of 210,000 to reach 50 million. Half a month ago, he saw the number 49,462,491 from the Spark number 1 train information, which was over 46 million. It was still nearly 540,000 short of 50 million. Now, this gap had reduced to 210,000, meaning that in just half a month, an additional 330,000 trains had been added. If 330,000 trains were added in half a month, if this pace continued, the remaining 210,000 trains would be achieved in less than half a month. Yuhao let out a long breath, and he suddenly felt a huge pressure rising. It was estimated that in less than 2 weeks, the Stargate would descend. He did not know what the Stargate was or what it concealed, but based on the words Stargate Chaos Battle from the previous information, he could tell that once the Stargate descended, everyone would face a brutal slaughter. At that time, the survival of the fittest would eliminate some low-level and weak trains. He definitely could not sit idly by now. He had to accelerate the development. There were a large number of survivors in Mayuan City, and this opportunity could not be missed. What needed to be done now was to quickly clear out the massive horde of zombies here. As dusk approached, it was already afternoon. The Spark number 1 train was continuously killing zombies, and while the Frog Tongue was capturing zombies, the mounted iron blades were also firing at full power. The rapidly spinning iron blades not only killed zombies, but occasionally emitted electric currents. Some zombies were directly charred black by the electricity, their pale skin instantly turning into blackened skin. Compared to the morning, the radar showed that more than half of the zombies had been killed. During this time, Yuhao had also let every member of the train experience the feeling of capturing zombies with the Frog Tongue to relieve their stress. At this moment in the train cabin, Yuhao leaned back in a chair, looking at the cabin filled with bloody materials, feeling somewhat conflicted. He muttered thoughtfully, "It's not a solution to keep the bloody materials piled up in the cabin. It's time to increase the carriages." Now that there was time and ample materials to craft, he could do this. After thinking for a moment, he had the train stop briefly, then pressed the train crafting button, immediately crafting 4 carriages for the train. After crafting, with the previous 2 carriages, the Spark No. 1 train now had a total of 6 carriages. Yuhao began to plan the uses for these carriages. The first carriage would continue to serve as a warehouse. The second carriage would be a dedicated blood and flesh material carriage. The third carriage would be for Rafe and the 6 Spark Guardians. The fourth carriage would be a ladies' carriage. The fifth and sixth carriages would be for the 77 Spark passengers. After confirming this plan, Yuhao explained the functions of these carriages to all the passengers over the intercom and then had Rafe arrange these matters. Once the bloody materials in the train cabin were transferred to the second carriage by the Spark Guardians, Yuhao changed the default storage location for the bloody materials on the control panel to the second carriage. This way, in the future, when the Spark No. 1 train killed zombies, the dead zombies would be converted into bloody materials and transferred to the second carriage instead of the train cabin. After finishing all this, Yuhao looked out the window. At this moment, the level 4 zombie, Titan Zombie, noticed that the small zombies in the outer circle had decreased significantly and were still decreasing, sensing something unusual. However, due to the zombie shield, it couldn't detect what was wrong. Yuhao understood this feeling. It was like a strange disturbance where nothing was visible, Yet odd occurrences kept happening. Xiao AI was in control of the train and did not prioritize dealing with this most powerful zombie. Instead, it maintained a certain distance from the giant zombie, first killing in circles from the outside. Panic began to flash in the eyes of the Titan zombie. It let out a roar, grabbing a small zombie beneath it and throwing it towards Yuhao's train. Although it did not know why the zombies on Yuhao's side kept falling, it was clear that something was wrong in Yuhao's direction, posing a danger. Yuhao watched the zombie being thrown towards the train, and just as he was about to control the train to dodge, Xiao AI had already predicted this and moved the train to a safe position. Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Please do not worry. Xiao AI is a level 10 AI and can predict the Titan zombies' movements and avoid them in advance. That's good. Hearing Xiao AI say this, Yuhao felt relieved. Next, Xiao AI controlled the train to dodge the Titan zombie's attacks while continuing to kill zombies. Furthermore, Xiao AI even had the capacity to control the frog tongue to capture zombies, maximizing efficiency. Time passed, and the Titan zombie could no longer tolerate this invisible pressure. It led the remaining group of zombies in one direction to flee. The Titan zombie was much faster than the small zombies around it, so in no time, it reached the front. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the current speed of the Spark No. 1 train. Under Xiao AI's control, after a round of pursuit, all zombies except the Titan zombie were successfully killed and turned into bloody materials. In a ruined area of Mayuan City, a pile of containers lay scattered amidst the debris. Inside the containers, many people were packed in. One man, looking somewhat emaciated with hollow cheeks, appeared malnourished. He swallowed hard and said to a man beside him, "Brother Hao, have you heard any strange noises?" The man called Brother Hao, although looking somewhat uneasy, still forced himself to remain calm. "Crow, don't overreact. It's just the noises from the zombies on the outskirts of the city. They come around a few times every week. We're in a relatively safe position. No need to be afraid." But Crow's unease grew stronger. He paused and said, "I can hear the zombies' roars becoming clearer. Moreover, I can vaguely feel the ground shaking slightly. These noises are getting closer to us." Roar. A loud roar echoed, deafening. At that moment, the Titan zombie had just escaped from the outskirts of the city into the city in a disheveled state. Its feet were already marked with deep wounds, blood flowing profusely. Chapter 42. Marching towards the city. Although Yuhao's train had entered the city, it was soon blocked by the ruins and rocky roads. During the pursuit of the Titan zombie, Xiaoi successfully used the rotating iron blade of the train to strike it, but due to its thick skin, it did not cause any fatal damage. Moreover, with the Titan zombie towering over 10 meters, the train's iron blade could only reach its lower legs, missing its vital spots. Xiaoi attempted to use a frog tongue to trip its lower leg while it was running, but the giant size made it impossible, and the train nearly toppled over. Yuhao sat helplessly in the train cabin. It was getting late, and he had already used the mental synchronization once, meaning he had to wait until tomorrow to use it again. After a moment of contemplation, he spent 5,000 units of flesh to create 50 red-skinned zombies. Along with the one he had already created, there were now 51 red-skinned zombies outside the train. He assigned these 51 red-skinned zombies to guard the train during the night. Although there were radars and Xiaoi monitoring the area, he wanted to test whether these crafted red-skinned zombies would carry out his orders. In a ruined container, two men emerged. The man referred to as Brother Hao and his companion Crow wanted to check the situation outside. The increasingly unsettling noises made them anxious. Crow climbed to a high spot for a better look, and his face turned pale immediately. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, shouting, "Brother Hao, run! The giant zombie is coming." Brother Hao immediately turned and ran as well. The two rushed back into the container. Inside, Crow panted heavily, telling everyone what he had seen, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. Not far away, the Titan zombie was running this way in a panic. As it passed by, it didn't even glance at them and continued to rush forward. The next morning, Yuhao looked outside and was pleased to see the red-skinned zombies still dutifully guarding the train. He glanced at a red dot on the outer edge of the danger detection radar and smiled. This red that represented the Titan zombie. He had watched it move to this location last night and had not moved since. Thankfully, after a night, it hadn't continued to move outside the detection range, saving him the cost of upgrading the radar. After washing up and having breakfast, he spent 300 units of flesh to create 33 more red-skin zombies. With the existing 51, he now had a total of 84 red-skin zombies. This was just enough to include all male crew members, including Raph, for mental synchronization. He had obtained several production line blueprints during the zombie hunt yesterday, which he had temporarily saved without using. Now he was ready to send Raph and the others to capture that Titan zombie, making use of the blueprints. Yuhao found a vehicle blueprint among the blueprints. Blueprint name, Flesh Motorcycle Production Line. Blueprint grade, D grade. Blueprint effect, consume 50 units of flesh to create a flesh motorcycle production line. Yuhao immediately consumed 50 units of flesh to create the blueprint and customize the production line to be placed in the first carriage. He went to the first carriage, and once the light wove in the motorcycle production line, he checked the information panel. Upon learning that 10 units of flesh could produce one flesh motorcycle, he consumed 500 units of flesh to create 50 flesh motorcycles. Each flesh motorcycle could seat 2 people, so he only created 50, with Raph and the Starfire Guardian each riding one. The radar detection range was 2,000 meters, meaning that Titan Zombie was also that far away. The mental synchronization time was limited to 1 hour, so walking or running there wouldn't be enough time. They needed a vehicle. At this point, everyone had finished breakfast. Yuhao didn't hesitate and had Xiaoi perform mental synchronization on everyone. During this time, he seemed to have thought of something. The Titan Zombie was a level 4 zombie, and low-level weapons could not inflict damage on it. He then entered the first carriage to upgrade the axe production line to level 10. After that, he crafted 84 axes to give to the red-skinned zombies who had already undergone mental synchronization. After brief instructions, he had everyone board the flesh motorcycles and set off. He sat in the train cabin, connecting his thoughts with the others and giving orders. The radar was now at a level that allowed him to mark the train crew as green dots. Watching the 84 green dots move towards the red dot, he smiled slightly. This was the first zombie army he had created, now executing their first mission, marching towards the city to hunt the Titan zombie. There were also survivors in the city, so Yuhao reminded them to be cautious of the survivors. However, their primary task remained to kill the Titan zombie. Only by eliminating this major threat could they safely search for survivors. Furthermore, the current mental synchronization time was insufficient to locate all the survivors. After the Titan zombie was killed, it should drop valuable items. If possible, he also wanted to use the Heart of Devouring to consume this advanced zombie. At this time, Raph and the others were heading towards the red dot, following the direction indicated by Yuhao and the trail of blood. Yuhao watched the radar, noting that it would take some time for them to reach the Titan zombie. So, he took this opportunity to look at the conductor's radio on the control screen, where there were some messages. Scavenger train. Brothers, I've come up with a brilliant plan. A plan that can kill that damned giant corpse centipede and also allow me to gain slaves. Zhang San train, huh? Fei train, what method? Scavenger train. What do you think about luring the giant corpse centipede to Desert City? Dayun train. Dude, have you lost your mind? Are you planning to let the giant corpse centipede and the zombies on the outskirts of Desert City sandwich you? Zhang San train. Dude, if you're feeling down, just say it. I know you just lost 2 carriages and must be feeling really down. Fei train. Dude, don't be so down. I understand your pain. The Star Gate is approaching, and you're suffering heavy losses in this time. So as a fellow train conductor and brother, I'm willing to lend you a helping hand. Come, join me, work hard, and grow under my shade. Scavenger train, what are you thinking? You want me to bow down to you and take my crew to your train as slaves? Fei train, TSK, what a thing to say. We're all trying hard to survive. I'll one team make you a slave, I'll make you a thug. Scavenger train, I can't be bothered to argue with you guys. I have my reasons for doing this. Time is too tight right now. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I plan to lead the giant corpse centipede and the zombies to fight each other. When they are both badly injured, I'll swoop in to finish them off and take the opportunity to make a fortune. I might even obtain rare items, and afterward, I can go into the city to collect slaves. It's a perfect plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Scavenger train. I've already upgraded the wheels twice, so the giant corpse centipede shouldn't be able to catch up with me. Scavenger train, I have made up my mind to do this and am on my way. Brothers, wish me success. Inside a train with 10 carriages. A man in the train carriage looked at the messages sent by the conductor of the scavenger train in the chat channel and smiled broadly. He really is a clever guy, but how did he become the conductor with such a lack of sense? No wonder he got crushed by the giant corpse centipede twice. But to be fair, his method, though reckless, does have some merit. I should also go to the desert city to take a look. If I can seize the opportunity while the giant corpse centipede and the zombies are fighting each other, and he is ready to reap the rewards, I might be able to emerge as the ultimate winner. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 43, Brothers. I feel incredibly powerful right now. Yuhao fell silent as he looked at the chat messages in the channel. Was this thought a bit naive? He couldn't help but chuckle. Earlier, he had attracted over 10,000 zombies with a signal flare, even drawing the level 4 Titan zombie. If he hadn't killed most of them by now, he didn't know how to deal with the scavenger train conductor when he arrived. No matter how strong that giant corpse centipede was, it couldn't compete with such a vast number of zombies. It would only be ruthlessly crushed. Now that the zombies were dealt with, he didn't have to worry about these problems. However, this situation didn't seem very favorable for him. The giant corpse centipede was not a zombie, so this zombie shield wouldn't work on it. If the scavenger train conductor really led the giant corpse centipede over, it would be a bit troublesome. Yuhao frowned slightly, lost in thought. He wondered if he should say something in the group. The fact that the scavenger train conductor openly shared his thoughts in the group actually posed a certain risk. How many train conductors who could take on such a role were naive? They were all seasoned players. In terms of emotions, they would undoubtedly value benefits more. After seeing what the scavenger train conductor said, a few of the conductors in the channel might have thoughts of reaping the rewards. Yuhao pondered for a moment and already had an idea. Perhaps letting them come wouldn't be a bad thing. To be cautious, he decided to ask Xiao AI for her opinion. Xiao AI, what do you think about the scavenger statements in the channel? Any suggestions? According to the scavenger train conductor, Xiao AI suggests you let them come. The Starfire train needs more passengers. The more passengers, the better the mental matching effect. Therefore, no matter how many come, you can take them in as your passengers, strengthening the Starfire train's power and reducing the number of trains. After listening to Xiao AI's response, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. It was similar to his thoughts. Then, let's do it this way. Inside the container ruins. Due to the appearance of the giant zombie, everyone was on edge all night, not daring to step out of the container. Because they hadn't slept well, the people inside had heavy dark circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyes. Brother How, it's been so long. That giant zombie should have left, right? It's already been a night. It should be gone. The man, Brother How, said softly. Huh. The crow let out a sigh. He carefully reflected on the current days and suddenly felt a bit despondent. When will this life of constant fear end? I'm really a bit fed up. The food is almost gone. What are we going to do next? Sure. Brother How gestured for silence, his expression turning serious and alert. Quiet. It seems there's some movement outside. The crow's previously relaxed heart instantly tensed up again. Did you hear that? It seems I heard Brother How. The crow's face, filled with despair, suddenly showed a hint of surprise. That sound seems to be the sound of a motorcycle? Brother How nodded with a serious expression. The crow's eyes gradually widened, feeling it was unbelievable. Could it be rescuers? But how could rescuers get through so many zombies surrounding the city? I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Okay. The two cautiously stepped out of the container again. The other people in the container were not in good spirits. Some were silently praying, while others had their heads in their hands, looking utterly dispirited. The crow and Brother How ran to the highest point again. The wild roar of motorcycles echoed from afar. The two saw a group of motorcycles in the distance and immediately looked overjoyed. They hurriedly waved and shouted, "Help! There are survivors here!" The zombie rough heard the calls and saw the two waving in the distance, also waving back in response. "Help! We have a large number of survivors here. The crow shouted hoarsely. Wait. Brother Hao squinted at the distant convoy, his expression changing slightly. Hold on. Don't you find it strange? Regular armed trains can't get in here. How could a motorcycle team break through so many zombies? After hearing Brother Hao say this, the crow stopped shouting. He was puzzled for a moment, then shrugged and said, Brother Hao, they might be a strong rescue team, or perhaps a strong armed train-sent slave search team, but either way, I don't care anymore. The food is about to run out. Staying here will only lead to death. I'd rather be a slave mining than live in fear here every day. Didn't you see those useless people in the container? Every day, they either pray uselessly or just wait to die. It's better to rely on those trained conductors than on them. After hearing this, Brother Hao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He then prepared to wave and shout to the distant convoy again. But just as he was about to shout, he squinted his eyes and suddenly sensed something was off. Those people in the convoy seemed not normal. He squinted again and instantly turned pale. At this moment, the crow was still frantically waving and shouting as if he had seen hope, and Brother Hao hurriedly stopped him. The riders are zombies. Run. The crow was stunned. Although he found it hard to believe, seeing the extreme panic on Brother Hao's face made him realize something was wrong with the convoy. The two quickly ran back. Not long after, the red-skinned zombies on motorcycles arrived here. They stopped and honked towards the container. Beep beep. One of the red-skinned zombies excitedly displayed 8 yellow teeth, honked, and then put 2 fingers to its lips, whistling loudly towards the container. Holy crap! The crow was instantly startled awake by the sound through the door crack. The red-skinned zombies began to communicate using thought interlink. Wu Gang, what does the conductor say? Rough. Master Hao said to find the Titan zombie. First, mark the location here, and report back to Master Hao later. Wu Gang, understood. Everyone, yes. Mountain Chicken. Brothers, I feel incredibly powerful right now. Chapter 44. The fury of the Titan zombie, the motorcycle roared to life again, ready to speed away. The zombie known as Mountain Chicken, revealing 8 yellow teeth, prepared to perform a cool motorcycle start for the survivors before leaving. It lifted the front wheel and twisted the throttle. The blood and flesh motorcycle sprang to life. But Mountain Chicken failed to master the difficult maneuver and fell hard. Lafu helplessly face-bombed. Mountain Chicken, can you not embarrass yourself as a zombie? Wu Gang walked over speechlessly and kicked Mountain Chicken's backside, then helped it up. Mountain Chicken quickly apologized to everyone, roar, roar, roar. Then it obediently lifted the motorcycle that had rolled ahead. The group of zombies rode off on their motorcycles in a state of awkward embarrassment. Inside the container, the people looked through the crack in the door at the abstract scene outside, their mouths twitching, momentarily speechless, falling into silence. On the wasteland, a train with only 3 carriages left was fleeing in disarray. Behind this train followed a gigantic and menacing centipede with hundreds of insect legs, known as the giant corpse centipede. Inside the train compartment, a man with a face full of flesh and a cigar hanging from his mouth was nervously speeding toward a coordinate on the control screen. This man was Wu Daji, the conductor of the sanitation ship train. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his back was already soaked. The cigar in his mouth trembled slightly, causing the ash to fall continuously. Given the current state of the train, it was unrealistic to expect it to develop quickly. They could only gamble. On the spark train, sitting in the compartment, was Yuhao. He watched as the green dot on the radar reached the position of the red dot, and after a brief struggle, began to accelerate back along the same route. The red then started to chase after the green dots. Yuhao raised an eyebrow and communicated with Lafu. What is going on? Are you being chased by the Titan zombie? Lafu replied, Brother Hao, we're running for our lives. When we reached the Titan zombie, we saw it sleeping, so we planned to take advantage of this perfect opportunity to ambush it. Yuhao was instantly puzzled at the mention of sleeping. Zombies can sleep? Could it be that the Titan zombie, being a high-level zombie, had developed thoughts and a certain level of intelligence, thus experiencing mental fatigue and needing rest? Or was the Titan zombie merely recuperating after being injured, resting to recover? Yuhao speculated internally, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It didn't matter anymore. Lafu was right to lead everyone in their escape. The Titan zombie was no longer within the range of the zombie shield. so it could detect Luofu and the others. They definitely couldn't fight it now. They could only run. Yuhao thought for a moment and communicated with Luofu. Luofu, lead the Titan zombie toward me, and I'll deal with it with the iron blade. Understood. After saying that, Yuhao looked at the still active zombie shield, thought for a moment, and then turned it off. Once the Titan zombie entered the shielded area, it wouldn't be able to sense Luofu and the others. Thus, Luofu wouldn't be able to lead the Titan zombie to him successfully. He had to turn off the shield first. Yuhao then shifted his gaze back to the radar. Now, aside from Luofu's side, he also needed to keep an eye on the sanitation ship train. He didn't move the spark train to hide it yet. Thanks to the 2,000-meter detection range of the danger detection radar, he would be able to spot the sanitation ship train as soon as it arrived. Luofu and the others twisted the throttle all the way down, desperately fleeing toward their target. Although they were currently only mentally matched with the red-skinned zombies and didn't have to worry about life-threatening dangers. The cost of creating each red-skinned zombie was significant, so they needed to avoid losses as much as possible. At this moment, the Titan zombie behind them roared madly, relentlessly pursuing them. The anger in its eyes seemed to want to tear them apart. Luofu glanced helplessly in the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat resigned. Originally, when they reached the Titan zombie, it had been sleeping, completely unaware of their arrival. At that time, he thought it was a perfect opportunity and instructed everyone to kill the zombie while it was asleep. However, when Mountain Chicken heard his plan, it immediately charged in with an axe, ready to attack. Luofu hadn't even finished his sentence, which included the instruction to aim for the zombie's neck. Perhaps he spoke too slowly, or maybe Mountain Chicken was just too eager. In any case, Mountain Chicken did end up attacking the Titan zombie, but it ended up chopping off its massive testicles. Luofu felt a bit helpless. Wu Gang, who was gritting his teeth and accelerating, also felt a sense of resignation. The others were even more helpless. They hadn't even started their attack when Mountain Chicken's actions forced them into a desperate escape. At this moment, the Titan zombie behind them was completely enraged. It saw that it couldn't catch up to them and let out a roar before starting to chase with its hands and feet. Mountain Chicken was no longer smiling. Its excitement had vanished, and its 8 yellow teeth were now tightly pressed together. It looked through the motorcycle's rearview mirror and saw the Titan zombie using its hands and feet to accelerate the chase. A shock ran through its heart. Oh no. Thus, the group of zombies ran to a familiar spot, passing a familiar container. But none of them had the mind to glance at the container. They were solely focused on fleeing or being pursued. Inside the container, the crow looked through the gap, watching a large zombie roaring angrily as it chased a group of small zombies riding motorcycles past by, feeling a complex mix of emotions and falling into silence. Meanwhile, the man beside him, Hao, rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had been too tired lately and was hallucinating, seeing such an abstract scene. However, looking at those large and small figures in the distance, he realized he wasn't mistaken. With a furious roar, Luofu and the Titan zombie had already burst out. Yuhao looked at the group of zombie figures not far away, his expression changing, and he quickly activated the zombie shield. The Titan zombie was running on all fours and was about to chase the red-skinned zombies. One of its hands had even reached out to grab the red-skinned zombie at the rear of the motorcycle. However, just as that large hand was about to grasp the red-skinned zombie, it suddenly felt its perception stripped away, unable to sense the red-skinned zombie anymore. It stood there, bewildered. The red-skinned zombies narrowly escaped. Yuhao watched as the Titan zombie was now not far from his train, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. After opening the carriage door and ensuring everyone was on board, he took out some axes, gave a few instructions to Xiao AI, and then stepped off the train. At that moment, Xiao AI controlled the spark train to open its mouth wide, revealing its frog tongue. He strapped several level 10 axes onto the frog tongue, allowing it to deal damage to the Titan zombie. In the future, if they could find suitable attack items to attach to the frog tongue, it would have both capture and attack capabilities. Yuhao returned to the train compartment. Next, the counterattack would begin. Chapter 45, Camouflage and Ambush the Spark. Train's iron blade popped out, spinning at high speed while occasionally emitting bursts of electricity. This familiar sense of shielding instantly snapped the Titan zombie out of its rage, and it hurriedly turned to escape towards the city. However, Yuhao would not give it another chance to flee into the city. The train's wheels activated the overclocking effect, doubling its speed, and it quickly arrived in front of the Titan zombie. At the same time, a 50-meter-long frog tongue shot out, striking the Titan zombie's head. The high-speed spinning iron blade grazed its lower leg, splattering blood. However, the Titan zombie had strong defenses. It seemed to have a hard, keratinous layer on its body, and the iron blade did not cause a deep wound to its lower leg. The axe on the frog tongue only left a shallow scratch on its face. Roar! The Titan zombie let out a roar, recklessly changing direction and running towards the desolate area outside the city. Yuhao prepared to chase it down, but at that moment, Xiao AI's alert sound rang out. 2 new red dots detected on the radar, moving towards us. Yuhao was taken aback and looked at the radar. Indeed, he saw 2 red dots at the edge of the radar. They are coming? Yuhao furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and ordered Xiao AI to stop the train. The 2 red dots on the radar should be the train leader of the scavenger and that giant corpse centipede. He couldn't expose himself, and he couldn't kill the Titan zombie in a short time either, so he decided to follow them quietly and observe. Before that, he needed to find some camouflage tools. Among the more than 10,000 zombies he had killed, many items and blueprints had dropped. However, a large portion of these items were one-time use. Among them, there were 3 one-time zombie signal flares. Yuhao found an item called One-Time Chameleon Camouflage Device. This item could allow the train body to change color like a chameleon, blending into the environment, making it extremely suitable for camouflage. It could also shield against danger detection radar. However, this one-time item had a usage duration of 1 hour. Without hesitation, Yuhao activated the item. Once activated, the entire Spark train was covered with a rough skin resembling that of a chameleon. Soon, this skin began to change colors, and before long, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Inside the scavenger train's cabin, Wu-Da-Ji was nervously staring at the coordinates on the control screen, murmuring, "Almost there, almost there. Whether we can succeed next depends on those zombies." It had not been easy to attract the giant corpse centipede over. He had used bait at the back of the train and shot to provoke it, and now they were finally getting close. Just as Wu-Da-Ji's thoughts flowed, a strange running figure ahead caught his attention, snapping him back to reality. His heart sank. Squinting to get a better look, his face changed. What the hell? It's a zombie. The train was moving fast, already at maximum speed, and it seemed there was still a considerable distance from the zombie. But it wouldn't be long before they collided. Wu-Da-Ji cursed inwardly. Damn, the coordinates displayed on the control screen hadn't been reached yet, and they were encountering a zombie so soon? Moreover, why was there only one? As the train drew closer to the distant zombie, Wu-Da-Ji noticed something unusual about it. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Why is it so big? A giant zombie?" There was still some distance away from the zombie, but just by sight, it was clear that this zombie was at least 10 meters tall. Now, with a giant corpse centipede chasing closely behind the train and this enormous zombie approaching from the front, he was about to be sandwiched between the two. He knew that even without the giant zombie appearing now, reaching Mayuan City would still result in being caught in a sandwich. So he had actually kept a backup plan. His train's talent was a life-saving ability called Stealth Mode, belonging to an ordinary mechanical train talent. While it had good effects, it came with many limitations. First was the time limit. The usage time was 3 hours, and after use, the talent would enter a 72-hour cooldown. Second was the movement restriction. Once Stealth Mode was activated, the train could not move. If it moved, it would be considered actively exiting Stealth Mode. The first 2 times the giant corpse centipede attacked his train occurred during the cooldown period of his train talent. At that time, his will's speed hadn't been upgraded, so he could only sever the tail to survive both times. The situation was dire now. He might have to use Stealth Mode, but if he used it now, what would he do when he reached Mayuan City? Wu-Da-Ji looked at the approaching zombie and centipede, his face filled with conflict as he hesitated for a moment. Then, as if making a firm decision, he gritted his teeth and said, "There's no choice. It has to be this way. If I don't use it now, it'll be the end." He then made a sharp turn with the scavenger train and activated the train talent Stealth Mode. The train made a sudden turn. kicking up clouds of dust, and when the dust settled, the train had vanished. The Titan zombie in front and the giant corpse centipede behind both froze, stopping in their tracks as they saw the train disappear with the dust. In this vast, desolate land, with the train gone, only the two of them remained, creating a subtle shift in the scene. The giant corpse centipede lost its target, and the Titan zombie found its obstructing train replaced by a centipede. Thus, it became a confrontation between the two. Although the giant corpse centipede was not as tall as the Titan zombie, its overall length exceeded 15 meters. They cautiously observed each other, neither daring to act rashly, and the atmosphere grew tense. The Titan zombie took 2 steps back. It was already injured and did not want to engage with the giant corpse centipede. Swish! Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air came from behind the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie let out a painful cry, instinctively causing it to run forward. The alert giant corpse centipede saw the giant zombie charging towards it and let out a screech in response, preparing to counterattack. The battle was about to begin, with the giant zombie and the giant centipede clashing together. Chapter 46, Giant Corpse Centipede versus Titan Zombie. The giant corpse centipede crawled onto the Titan zombie and opened its gruesome mouth parts, biting down on the Titan zombie's neck. Roar! The Titan zombie let out a painful roar. It gritted its teeth and tore the centipede off, then threw it to the ground. It then slammed its massive fist down onto the centipede's head, green, viscous blood splattering from the centipede's head. The giant corpse centipede wrapped its tail around the entire right arm of the Titan zombie up to its shoulder, then fiercely stabbed its sharp legs into the muscle of the Titan zombie's right arm. The two mutated beasts engaged in a fierce battle. After a chaotic fight, the giant corpse centipede was covered in green blood, and the legs on both sides were broken off at least halfway. The Titan zombie, with red eyes, broke off the remaining centipede legs one by one. It had been holding in its anger since yesterday, and now finally had a chance to vent it, wanted to unleash all its fury on this centipede. Although the giant corpse centipede was still alive, its head had been crushed in, and its body was twisted and contorted. The Titan zombie inserted the broken centipede legs into the giant corpse centipede's body, turning it into a pincushion. Then, the Titan zombie grabbed the head and tail of the giant corpse centipede with both hands, roared, and directly tore the giant corpse centipede in half. After doing this, it casually threw the dead centipede's body to the ground and pounded its chest, howling to the sky. Not far away, in the cabin of the stealth mode cleaner train, Wu-Daji watched the scene of the giant zombie brutally killing the giant corpse centipede outside and suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Theoretically, in the same level situation, a monster single target attack is much stronger than that of a zombie. The fact that the giant zombie could defeat the giant corpse centipede likely meant it was at a higher level, and its rage seemed to play a significant role in its victory. Wu-Daji swallowed hard, feeling a sense of dread. Fortunately, he had used the train's talent in time, or it might have been his train torn in half. His stealth mode, train talent was indeed very useful. Besides the stealth effect, another benefit was that no matter how strong the monster was, it could not sense his existence, even if it was right next to the monster. As long as his train remained still, no one could discover him, not even the danger detection radar. So overall, he was quite satisfied with his train talent. At this moment, the Titan zombie stood on the ground, its massive 13-meter body swaying slightly. It shook its head. The area on its neck where the giant corpse centipede had bitten was already rotting and blackening, with toxins spreading throughout its neck, turning it completely black. Simultaneously, there were clusters of black wounds all over its body. The giant corpse centipede was highly toxic. For a zombie like the Titan zombie, which had a strong vitality, these were not fatal wounds. However, the toxins from the giant corpse centipede had a strong spreading effect, although it appeared that only the neck had turned black. The toxins had actually spread from top to bottom to its brain and heart. The Titan zombie's condition began to decline. It struggled to walk in one direction, preparing to return to Desolate City, where its territory lay. But after just a few steps, its enormous body could no longer support itself and collapsed. Wu-Daji observed nervously from the cabin, not daring to make any rash moves. After a while, the giant zombie showed no signs of life, clearly dead. However, Wu-Da-Ji still did not dare to start the train. Once his train moved, it would automatically deactivate stealth mode and enter a 72-hour cooldown period. This would mean losing his last means of survival. Although these two powerful centipedes and zombies had a chance to drop items or blueprints upon death, and based on their performance, any items or blueprints dropped would surely be of good quality. The current situation was somewhat complicated. The danger here had been eliminated, but hidden dangers still remained. The messages sent in the chat channel today would undoubtedly spark some people's greed, and some in the group would come here to take a share for themselves. Or rather, not just a share, but to monopolize everything. Wu-Da-Ji glanced at the danger detection radar, and there were still no red dots appearing on it. This meant that the yellow sparrows had not arrived yet. He sneered. He wouldn't be foolish enough to naively announce his thoughts in the group. The reason he did so was not for the survivors of Desolate City or the dropped items. His train, along with its guards, only numbered a little over 100 people. Even if they were extraordinarily lucky in this operation and obtained both survivors and decent items from the city, his train's economic capability could not support them. He had already used most of the train's mineral resources to upgrade the wheels, leaving little mining materials available. Even if he were given a mine, and had those people mine daily, with the Stargate approaching, there wouldn't be enough time. Instead of taking such high risks and needing to rebuild, it would be better to find an opportunity to take something ready-made, to seize the train resources of those train leaders in the group. As long as he could swallow their trains, taking their current slaves, minerals, and parts, he could return to a new height, a level where he could confidently face the Stargate. Wu-Da-Ji looked longingly at the two corpses outside the window, but he held back. The existing train could bring him greater benefits, so he needed to resist. Just wait a little longer, Wu-Da-Ji muttered to himself, looking down at the danger detection radar, in another direction of Wu-Da-Ji's train. Inside a train fully camouflaged to blend with the surroundings. Yuhao watched the red dot of the cleaner train disappear from the radar and frowned. The cleaner train should not have left. Its goals had not been achieved, so it couldn't have just left. It was likely that some means of stealth had been used. Now that both the Titan zombie and giant corpse centipede were dead, and he still hadn't appeared, it might indicate he had other intentions. He was still waiting. It seemed that this cleaner train leader was not foolish. Yuhao grinned. Next, there would be a good show to watch. Since he wanted to wait, he would accompany him until all the yellow sparrows arrived. 10 minutes later, Yuhao and Wu-Da-Ji in the two trains simultaneously felt a jolt of energy upon seeing the red dot appear on the radar. The yellow sparrows had arrived. After seeing the yellow sparrows appear on the radar, Wu-Da-Ji quickly entered the train leader's radio, then found a friend and sent a private message. The yellow sparrows have appeared. We can act. Friend, Harem, train replied. Okay, got it. After sending the message, Wu-Da-Ji sneered. Sure enough, some train leaders had taken the bait. It seemed the impending Stargate had caused some people to become anxious. Instead of properly mining, they started to think of crooked ideas. This was good. It gave them an opportunity. Chapter 47, so it's the Flying Thunder train. Not long after, a train with 10 carriages sped here. Wu-Da-Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise upon seeing the train, then smiled broadly. So it's the Flying Thunder train. Raven, you want me to be a thug on your train? Huh? I want to see who ends up being the thug on whose train. The Flying Thunder train drove up to the body of the Titan zombie and came to a slow stop. Inside the train, the man Raven looked at the massive zombie body outside with a shifting expression. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message through the conductor's radio. Flying Thunder train, cleaner train, brother, how's it going? Did you succeed? Wu-Da-Ji looked at the message that tagged him in the chat channel, sneered, and replied. Cleaner train, not yet. I ran into some unexpected trouble. On my way to Desert City, I was blocked by a giant zombie, and I had to use a disposable life-saving item to escape. I'm already at the outskirts of Desert City, but there are many zombies here, and I can't get in. Flying Thunder train, do you want me to help you? Cleaner train, where are you? Flying Thunder train, I'm still mining at a mine. Raven pretended to chat with Wu-Da-Ji with concern in the channel. After learning that Wu-Da-Ji, the clever one, had escaped to Desert City, he finally felt relieved. He looked greedily at the Titan zombie body outside, with a slight smile on his lips. First, let's see if there are any good drops here. Then I'll go to Desert City to recruit Wu-Da-Ji and finally gather all the survivors in Desert City as slaves. If everything goes smoothly, this would be a perfect plan, and the final rewards would far exceed the profits from mining. He then sent out 20 thugs from the train to collect items. The door of the second carriage of the Flying Thunder train opened, and 20 thugs armed with assault rifles stepped off the train, splitting into 2 teams to approach the bodies of the Titan zombie and giant corpse centipede to begin searching. Seeing that Raven had already started to take action, Wu-Da-Ji felt restless, but his train couldn't move now, and the equipment on it couldn't be disturbed or it would be exposed. Frowning, he thought for a moment and privately messaged a friend. "Cleaner train? Dude, are you here yet?" "Harem train, I'm here, brother. I've opened full throttle. Just wait a bit and I'll be there." The other party was far enough away from him to avoid detection by other trains. Wu-Da-Ji glanced at the radar and didn't see any extra red dots, so he urged anxiously. "Cleaner train? Dude, you need to hurry. The guy's already gotten off the train and sent people to collect items. If any items drop this time, their quality will definitely be good." "Harem train, I know, but it will take me some time to get there. How about you try to block them first so they don't escape?" "Cleaner train, what am I supposed to use to block them? You know the strength of my train right now. How could I compete with him? If I could handle it, would I be forming an alliance with you?" "Cleaner train, remember, if this alliance succeeds and we take down a train, not only will the loot be split evenly between us, but all the women from the opposing train will belong to you. And that tall, fair woman from my train that you've had your eye on for a long time will also be yours." "Cleaner train, by the way, the Yellow Sparrow this time is the Flying Thunder train. You know that in Raven's carriage, there are 2 top-notch beauties, one of whom is a first-tier movie star." "Harem train, really? Cleaner train, really? Cleaner train, I know that you've been eyeing both the woman from my train and those 2 beauties from Raven's train for a long time. If you want to grab them this time, hurry over and don't mess it up." "Harem train, okay, wait for me. I'm going to upgrade the wheels again. I'll be there soon." At this moment, in a wilderness, the harem train was moving at full speed. Inside the train, a short, chubby, lecherous man was excitedly looking at the private message. He murmured excitedly, "Looks like this haul is going to be significant." He licked his lips, thinking about Wu-Da-Ji and the women in Raven's train, who were all top-notch in looks and figure, and most importantly, their height hit his sweet spot. He was a dwarf, but had a strong obsession with tall women. Before the apocalypse, he only dared to have such thoughts, but never had the opportunity. Those tall women, even ordinary women, wouldn't even glance at him. But now, thanks to the apocalypse, he became the train conductor. Those women who once viewed him as trash now chose to submit to him for survival, food, and safety. Despite the apocalypse, he was quite satisfied with his current life. Although he could die at any moment, living with dignity was much better than being treated as an outcast and waste before the apocalypse. Wu-Da-Ji, in the cleaner train, felt a bit anxious. He shifted his gaze from the chat channel to the 20 thugs outside, searching for items. Meanwhile, Yuhao in the Spark train quietly observed the new train outside. That train had 10 carriages, so there must be quite a few passengers inside, right? Now that his passengers didn't need to mine anymore, both men and women could help him control the redskin zombies. The mining rewards he had set up earlier were naturally invalidated. It was now equal for both genders. He smiled broadly, letting them collect the items first without worry. As long as he could capture them all into his train, their items would naturally be handed over to him. Moreover, in his view, what was truly useful to him wasn't just those items. It was also the bodies of the giant corpse centipede and titan zombie. By using his train's special ability, Devouring Heart, to absorb these 2 bodies and integrate some of their special abilities into his train, the benefits would likely be no less than the items or blueprints they dropped. Though his train was currently a flesh and blood train, it was composed of bones and muscle fibers on the outside. If he could successfully absorb the Titan zombie, then the tough keratin layer on it might just merge with his train, giving his flesh and blood train an extra layer of hard skin. Chapter 48. Search. Xiao AI reminds you that the chance of items or blueprints dropping from the death caused by the mutual slaughter between monsters and zombies will be greatly reduced. And even if items or blueprints do drop, their quality will also be significantly lower. Only zombies or monsters killed by the train or train parts will drop items under normal circumstances. This information is provided in your wristwatch information guide and should belong to the insider news that those conductors outside are unaware of. Upon hearing Xiao AI's thoughtful reminder, Yuhao raised his eyebrows, wondering if such a statement existed. That's good. He then thought of a question and asked Xiao AI, does that mean if my red-skinned zombies kill monsters or other zombies, will the chance of dropping items or blueprints be reduced? No, your red-skinned zombies are also generated by your train talent, so they belong to a type of train parts and will not be affected. That's good. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. He still had 3 one-time zombie signal flares, and once the situation here was resolved, he could change locations, launch the flares, and attract another wave of zombies. So now, regardless of how many passengers he collected, he didn't have to worry about not having enough flesh materials to sustain them. Yuhao looked at the train outside, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now only one yellow bird had come, and he couldn't rush to take action. Perhaps a few more yellow birds would come later, and the scavenger train was still hiding in the dark, possibly having backup or reinforcements. He just needed to quietly watch the show in the train room, wait for everyone to arrive, resolve all the grievances, and then take action. Next to the corpse of the Titan zombie, 10 armed henchmen searched for a long time, but found no dropped items or blueprints. One of the henchmen took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Master Lei, we haven't found any items or blueprints from the giant zombie inside the Flying Thunder train train room." Lei Wen frowned in surprise and said, "That shouldn't be the case. A zombie that big with such a level should theoretically have a higher chance of dropping items or blueprints. How could there be nothing?" His face darkened, and he said into the walkie-talkie in a deep voice, "Dismantle that giant zombie. The items might be hidden inside its body." The henchman holding the walkie-talkie looked troubled after hearing this. He glanced at the enormous zombie. Dismantling this giant zombie was not only an extremely physically demanding task, but also something that could cause great discomfort and disgust. However, since Master Lei had said so, he couldn't resist, as not following Master Lei's orders would lead to severe punishment. After hesitating for a moment, the henchman replied into the walkie-talkie, "Understood, Master Lei." He called over the other 9 people and retrieved saws, axes, and other tools from the train's warehouse to begin the disassembly. Similarly, next to the giant corpse centipede, no items or blueprints were found, so Master Lei ordered the 10 henchmen there to dismantle it as well. Yuhao sat in his train room, watching the actions of the train henchmen with great interest, and laughed. "You guys are so kind, knowing that I need to have the train devour these 2 corpses later. And you even helped me dismantle them to facilitate my train consumption. I really have to thank you for this spark train. And also thank my spark passengers, who were originally supposed to do this." His one-time chameleon item didn't have much time left, but he still had another similar item. So he wasn't in a hurry and could observe slowly. Wu Daji looked at the henchmen outside with some disbelief. They had searched for so long and hadn't found a single item or blueprint. This was really unexpected. The higher the level of the zombie or monster, the higher the chance of dropping items or blueprints. With 2 such high-level ones, it was impossible that not a single item was found, right? This was unreasonable. But then he thought that's fine. At least it could buy some time. Watching the henchmen's actions, it was clear they were preparing to dismantle the 2 corpses, which was a labor-intensive task that could consume the henchmen's stamina, giving them a better chance in the upcoming confrontation. The bodies of the giant corpse centipede and Titan zombie had been dismantled into pieces. One henchman, looking pale and suppressing his discomfort, searched through a body part of the Titan zombie for a long time and finally pulled out something, immediately filled with joy. It was a crafting blueprint. The henchman shouted excitedly, "I found it! I found the blueprint!" In the train room, Lei Wen, who was anxiously waiting, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the henchman shout. "I knew it! How could such a high-level monster not drop items?" He then took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Great! Keep looking, search carefully. The henchmen who found the items or blueprints will be able to spend the night with the Big Star Beauty in my train." Hearing Master Lei's words, the henchmen instantly became energized and began to search frantically. The Big Star mentioned by Train Master Lei was a genuine top star before the apocalypse. active in major movies, variety shows, and award ceremonies, with exceptional looks and figure. Moreover, she was a mixed-race beauty, naturally endowed, and when she wore high heels, her height could reach nearly 1.8 meters. The fact that Master Lei could offer this big star beauty as a reward for his brothers showed how much he valued this search. Not long after, beside the giant corpse centipede, another henchman shouted excitedly, "I found one over here too." A henchman, looking thrilled, waved the item he discovered near the segmented remains of the giant corpse centipede towards the train head. Good, good, good. Lewin was overjoyed and couldn't help but applaud. He continued, speaking into the walkie-talkie. Next, take a closer look to see if there's anything else that was missed. If not, you can head back to the train. The two henchmen who found the blueprint and the item should come to the train room to see me. The other henchman who didn't find anything shouldn't be discouraged. I can see you've exhausted a lot of stamina searching for these things. And you're all covered in blood. I, Lei One, am known for my benevolence, so those who didn't find any items or blueprints should go to train now. 3 to wash up. I'll have another beauty in the train help you with that. Yes. Thank you, Master Lei. The henchmen, covered in dirt and blood, were excitedly preparing to return to their train. Suddenly, at that moment, a series of rapid gunfire rang out. Not far away, a train with only 3 carriages suddenly appeared. It was the scavenger train. Trainmaster Wu Daji watched as the henchmen outside had found good items and were preparing to return to their train, while his ally had yet to arrive, and he finally couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, the henchmen from the Flying Thunder train, still immersed in the beauty reward, had no time to react, and several were shot dead on the spot. Chapter 49. Gunfire. At this moment, Raven, sitting in the cabin of the Flying Thunder train, and filled with anticipation for the props and blueprints about to be in his hands, was suddenly shocked by the unexpected scene. He looked at the familiar train with 3 carriages, his pupils contracting, and immediately frowned in suspicion. The cleansing train? What the hell is going on? Didn't Wu Daji go to the wilderness city? There was no time to think further. He quickly grabbed the intercom and shouted to the thugs below the train, "Run to the train. There's an enemy attack. Hurry." The thugs below were somewhat panicked by this sudden situation. They had expended too much energy dismantling the corpses of the Titan zombie and giant corpse centipede. Therefore, their reaction and speed were a bit slow. It was only when they heard Raven's urging voice through the intercom that they began to react and started to run. With a muffled sound, a bullet accurately hit one thug in the back, causing him to fall to the ground with a painful cry. The thug holding the props looked at his fallen companion with terror in his eyes. He wanted to help, but just then, several bullets struck the downed thug, killing him instantly. His expression changed, and he hurriedly sped up, casting a frantic glance back. He saw a train that had appeared out of nowhere, ruthlessly unleashing firepower in their direction. At the same time, several bullets came flying towards him, and one bullet hit his head without giving him any chance to react or escape, splattering a large area of white and red. The thug fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness, and the props fell from his hand. Damn it! Raven watched as the thug holding the props was killed. Instantly furious, gritting his teeth. "Wudaji, are you crazy? I will kill you." At this moment, he was controlling the Flying Thunder train, pushing the train to its maximum speed towards the thugs, preparing to use the steel armor on the outside of his train to block the bullets. He then mobilized all the remaining thugs inside the train to begin their counterattack. Meanwhile, at the top of Wu Daji's train carriage, a fully armed thug was using a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof to indiscriminately sweep fire at Raven's thugs. Simultaneously, the door of the second carriage opened, and several thugs standing inside were also attacking with rifles. In the end, with the acceleration of the Flying Thunder train and the desperate running of the thugs, only 5 thugs managed to escape into the train. The remaining 15 thugs were all shot dead by Wu Daji's men, including 2 who were holding props and blueprints. Wu Daji stood in the train cabin, his eyes crazed as he looked at the Flying Thunder train across from him. His train talent used for survival had already been exhausted here. He could not return empty-handed. If Raven managed to pick up the pieces, whether he continued to seek resources in Wilderness City or turned back, the situation would become extremely tricky. There was no time to worry about that now. Raven would definitely fight him to the death. But fortunately, Reinforcements were on the way. Wu-Daji glanced at the information in his private message. Harem train, I'm almost there. Just hold on a little longer, and we will surround Raven. Dash. Da-da-da. Puffed. The sounds of machine guns and rifles mixed together. The two trains engaged in intense gunfire. Yuhao sat in his train cabin, watching the radar. In addition to the two red dots representing the cleansing train and the flying thunder train, another red dot appeared, rapidly approaching. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Things are getting lively. A good show is about to unfold. With two trains engaged in a fierce battle and another train approaching the battlefield, many changes could occur. However, he couldn't be too hasty. His train's offensive capabilities were limited. Aside from a 6M9 assault rifles provided to the thugs, the train only had the mounted iron blade melee attachment and 84 redskin zombies. Of course, the frog tongue also had some offensive capability, but it was more for capturing assistance. Without a guaranteed victory, it was better to let them fight it out until both sides suffered before intervening. Thinking this, Yuhao walked into the first carriage, grabbed some food, and leaned back in his chair to eat while observing the situation outside the train. He already had some vague ideas in mind. Both trains had external steel armor, and the dense bullets hitting the armor sparked but did not cause any substantial damage. The thug controlling the heavy machine gun at the top of Wu-Daji's train had already been shot dead by Raven's thugs. At this moment, the thugs on both trains were shooting at each other from their carriage doors. Raven looked at the situation with some anxiety. He saw a new red dot approaching rapidly on the danger detection radar. He didn't know if this uninvited guest was another player with the same goal or Wu-Daji's reinforcements. Regardless of the situation, it indicated that they could not stay here for long. He was unwilling to retreat just like that. The blueprints and props on the ground were important. He also needed to avenge the death of his 15 thugs. It couldn't just end like this. Conflict flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to make up his mind and took out the intercom, gritting his teeth as he said, "Quick, bring out my rocket launcher." The rocket launcher was currently the most powerful weapon on his train and his source of confidence. The reason he hadn't used it earlier was that, while it was extremely powerful, crafting each shell required a huge amount of resources. One shell needed 300 units of level 1 copper ore, compared to iron ore. Copper ore was much harder to find. He currently had just over 1,000 units of level 1 copper ore on his train, and it was needed for other uses as well. However, he couldn't think about that now. Copper ore could be exhausted. Wu-Daji must die. As long as he could use the rocket launcher to kill Wu-Daji and quickly take away the props and blueprints below the train, along with the slaves in Wu-Daji's cabin. If he acted quickly, he could still make it. After thinking for a moment, Raven decisively consumed 900 units of level 1 copper ore to craft 3 shells specifically for the rocket launcher. After handing the shells to the thugs, he gave the order to bombard the front of the train. Following Raven's instructions, the thug with the rocket launcher aimed at the front of Wu-Daji's train. Then, a shell whizzed out, racing towards the front of the cleansing train with a fiery tail. Wu-Daji, who was in the train cabin, saw this and his pupils contracted. He had no time to think and quickly bent down to hide under the seat. "Damn it, Raven, how could you?" Wu-Daji's panicked words were drowned out by the sound of the explosion. Chapter 50, Lightning Mode, boom. The entire front of the scavenger train, even the whole train body, shook violently. Raven's rocket launcher fired just one shot, and the external steel armor of the scavenger's train head was already breached, with the bulletproof glass shattering into countless cracks. Boom! Another shot followed closely, not giving Wu-Daji any chance to react or make decisions. The scavenger train head was hit again with precision. The defensive glass of the train head exploded instantly. The entire steel armor shattered and flew out. The train head partially collapsed, and the 2 wheels below were nowhere to be found. The dented and broken train door swung open precariously. Seeing the situation, the thug on the flying thunder train, carrying a rocket launcher, took out his walkie-talkie to ask Old Lay. "Old Lay, should we continue the attack? The enemy's train head is basically wrecked, and they have no mobility or ability to resist." "Keep firing," Raven said fiercely. "I want that kid Wu-Daji dead. I want to see his corpse blown out of the train." "Understood." The thug nodded in understanding and then continued to aim the rocket launcher at Wu Daji's already severely damaged train head. However, just as he was about to press the trigger, a shell with power not inferior to a rocket launcher landed beside the thug's carriage. Boom! A loud explosion. What the hell is going on? Raven saw through the train head's rearview mirror that the thug carrying the rocket launcher was thrown out of the train. Also, in the distance behind his train, a familiar train appeared. That train was still loading shells. He instinctively looked at the danger detection radar and saw that the red had already reached the position of his train during this time. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. When he saw a shell coming toward his train head, his face changed dramatically, and he immediately activated his train talent. Lightning mode. Lightning mode activated. The wheels of the flying thunder train accelerated like the flash, accompanied by lightning, speeding away in a direction just as the shell was about to hit the train head. The shell landed at the flying thunder train's original position, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Yuhao, who was watching from inside the train room, looked at this scene with an incredulous expression. He murmured in disbelief. The train can go this fast. Incredible. It's simply too exaggerated. In another direction, the flying thunder train was racing across the desolate plain at an extremely high speed, leaving what seemed like afterimages due to its speed. But this state did not last long, as the already absurd speed rapidly decreased. Inside the train room, Raven's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He watched as the train's energy dropped from 89 before activating lightning mode to a crazy 9, feeling a bit pained. He then glanced at the danger detection radar. At this time, the 2 red dots on the radar had disappeared, with no red dots indicating danger. This meant they had escaped danger and were out of the radar detection range of the uninvited guest. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His train talent, lightning mode, allowed the train speed to break through limits in a short time. It was specifically designed for traveling quickly or escaping. However, since it was still an ordinary tier train talent, it came with a significant cost. Lightning mode consumed energy crazily to allow the train to break through these so-called limits and greatly increase the wear on the wheels. Now the speed of the flying thunder train had dropped to 20 km/h, and the wheels were severely worn out. Damn it! A large shadow loomed over Raven's eyes as he coldly said, "That suddenly appeared train must be that midget's train. I never expected that after I rejected him when he wanted to buy the women on my train, he actually allied with Wu Daji to deal with me. Good. Next time, don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." In another direction, inside the damaged train head, filled with smoke, Wu Daji coughed heavily a few times and then struggled to crawl out from a pile of glass shards. He brushed off the dust from his body, his face extremely grim as he muttered that Raven actually used a rocket launcher. He was clearly in disbelief. His train had previously possessed such powerful weapons, but they were too large and had been stored at the rear. However, due to encountering the giant corpse centipede, they had run out of materials to make shells at that time, forcing him to reluctantly dismantle them to save his life. Damn, how did it end up like this? Wu Daji cursed angrily. The situation was very dire. He looked outside and saw the harem train slowly approaching. His eyes narrowed, and he became vigilant. His train head was wrecked, and the entire train was now useless. This was no longer about how to make a comeback, but rather about how to survive. He and the harem train's captain, Tang Fu, were indeed allies. However, the relationship between him and Tang Fu could not withstand the test of interests. He was starting to suspect that Tang Fu was deliberately coming slowly, clearly wanting to let him and Raven fight to the bitter end, then come to reap all the benefits. Damn it! Thinking this, Wu Daji gritted his teeth in anger. However, it was too late. There was no way out. Survival first. With his current situation, he could only rely on Tang Fu, though it was the worst outcome, but he had no other choice. However, with his identity as a train captain, it would be hard for him to be easily kept by Tang Fu. Tang Fu maneuvered the harem train to slowly approach. The corners of his mouth turned up, but his eyes still held a hint of vigilance. Although Wu Daji's train head was destroyed, he was still unsure whether Wu Daji's train still had any powerful weapons. Moreover, he didn't know what Wu Daji's train talent was. Although he and Wu Daji were allies, These things meant nothing in the face of personal interests. In this chaotic and perilous apocalyptic world, strength was the only truth. Everything else was built upon a foundation of strong power. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. And there are only two types of people: train captains and slaves. Chapter 51, it's a bit of a pity. It's a bit of a pity. Tang Fu looked at the crater on the ground, a hint of regret in his eyes as he muttered, "It's a pity that the Thunderbolt train got away. I've been missing those two top-notch items in my car for a long time. I used the most powerful weapon of the train, the mortar, just to land a fatal blow on the Thunderbolt train. Each shell's material cost is quite high, so it can be considered a significant investment. Now that I've exhausted all the shells I didn't expect, the Thunderbolt train's talent is actually acceleration. The shells were almost at the front of the train, and it managed to get away. That's quite ridiculous." He couldn't help but complain. Then he thought his own train talent and sighed helplessly. "Oh, what a pity. My train talent isn't a functional one, and it can only be used once. Once used, this train talent is gone." After sighing for a while, he shook his head and stopped being negative. "Forget it. Actually, my train talent can be very useful at critical moments. It's unmatched by other trains. It's not bad at all. I can't waste any more time. I need to wrap things up here quickly. Next time I encounter Raven, an intense battle is inevitable. But there's no need to worry. After absorbing the resources and slaves from the scavenger train, and then obtaining the items and blueprints, the strength of my train will definitely increase significantly. Next time, even if I run into the other party, I won't be at a disadvantage." At this moment, inside the scavenger train, Wu-Da-Ji had moved from the wrecked front of the train to the second carriage at the back. "Wu, sir, are you okay?" His deputy train leader looked a bit panicked and asked with concern. "The explosion at the front of the train earlier, was it a bomb attack?" Wu-Da-Ji nodded with a not-so-good expression. The front of the train was indeed destroyed. "What?" The deputy train leader's eyes widened in disbelief. "Forget about that for now. You go gather everyone on the train. Although the Thunderbolt train's front is no longer usable, I still have a train order. Prepare to get off and build a new front for the train, then we'll leave here." Wu-Da-Ji had already made up his mind. Tang Fu is a selfish and dangerous person. Rather than entrust my fate to Tang Fu, it's better to actively seek another chance of survival. If I want to rely on Tang Fu, he might accept the slaves and fighters in my train, but there's no reason for him to keep me as the train leader. Because not taking in the former train leader while taking in slaves is the default choice in this apocalypse. No train leader would take in a character that might pose a future threat to their train. No matter how sincere he pretends to be, it would probably be hard to escape a dead end. So the best choice now is to use the train order in hand to build a new front for the train and leave with a group of people. As for how to ensure that Tang Fu doesn't stop me during the process of building the train front, that relies on using the tall woman in my train. The Thunderbolt train has already run away, so the only woman Tang Fu can salvage now is the one in my train. As long as I use this woman as a threat to make Tang Fu cooperate and let me go, there should still be a glimmer of hope. "I see." The deputy train leader nodded thoughtfully. "All right, Wu, sir. You go tell everyone to get ready. Also, call Lu Chuxin over. I need to talk to her privately." "Yes." Before long, a tall woman with fair skin, wearing a body-hugging skirt and red-soled high heels, entered the carriage with an uneasy expression. At this moment, this carriage only had the train leader Wu-Da-Ji. "Wu, sir, did you call for me?" Lu Chuxin spoke hesitantly, her voice soft. "Don't be afraid. I just want to discuss some realities with you." Wu-Da-Ji directly outlined the current situation at the front of the Thunderbolt train and analyzed the dangers everyone was about to face. After finishing, he looked at Lu Chuxin, whose brow was deeply furrowed and expression troubled, and continued, "You should know that I still have a train order. So you now have two choices. The first is to follow me and build a new train to escape from here. The second is to directly rely on the harem train leader. Which one do you choose?" "Wu, sir, this." Lu Chuxin hesitated, caught in a dilemma. "Don't worry. Whatever you choose, I will understand." Lu Chuxin bit her red lip. In fact, she already had a choice in her heart. But she didn't dare to say it, because she feared Wu-Da-Ji was testing her. Although he asked her to choose, making a decision that betrays Wu-Da-Ji at this critical moment could very likely get her killed as a traitor. "How about I make the choice for you?" Seeing Lu Chuxin like this, Wu-Da-Ji smirked. He naturally knew which choice the other party didn't dare to say, The closer one is to a life-and-death crisis. The more realistic they become. The reality is that choosing to directly rely on Tang Fu is undoubtedly better than starting anew with my new train. So not only would Lu Chuxin think this way, but those slaves in the train would think the same. The space at the front of the train is limited. He plans to only bring his trusted confidants. The deputy train leader and those fighters are trustworthy. He had saved them when they were about to die, so he doesn't need to worry about them betraying him. As for this woman and those slaves, they can only be used as conditions for Tang Fu to let him leave safely. To be honest, this woman is quite enticing. If it weren't for necessity, he would be a bit reluctant to let her go. However, this woman is the key to negotiating with Tang Fu, so he can't afford to get sentimental. Wu Daji looked at Lu Chuxin and said calmly, "Although the conditions of the harem train are undoubtedly better than mine, there's one thing I want to remind you of. The harem train leader Tang Fu is a petty and malicious person. There are many women in his train. And I've also heard that he has some very twisted and perverted preferences. Therefore, staying in his train might strip you of your dignity. And at times it could be quite painful. In my train, aside from having you serve me normally every night, I haven't asked you to do anything else. Overall, you've had a pretty comfortable time in my train." Lu Chuxin nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Wu Daji smiled at the sight and continued, "Next, while you weigh the pros and cons, let me share a plan with you. It might lead us to a better outcome. If it fails, you won't be in any life-threatening danger. You'll just remain in Tang Fu's train. If it succeeds, my train can rise again. And I will grant you the same rights as the deputy train leader based on your contributions. Of course, I'm not just thinking of you. I'm also considering myself. If the plan fails, I will have just built a new front and leave in a sorry state. If it succeeds, I will swallow Tang Fu's train and rise again, stronger than before." Lu Chuxin's expression changed slightly upon hearing Wu Daji's words. Then, "Wu Sir, what's your plan?" Seeing that Lu Chuxin was moved, Wu Daji's smile widened as he began to explain his plan. To be honest, its success rate isn't very high, but at least it gives him another option. Chapter 52, Golden Cicada. After listening to Mr. Wu's plan, Lu Chuxin looked at the small device Mr. Wu handed her. Frowning, "Mr. Wu, do you mean, after I successfully defect to Tang Fu, I should use this device to coordinate with you?" "Yes." Wu Daji nodded and began to explain the function of the device. This device has two functions. One is for positioning, and the other is for shielding. You just need to find an opportunity to stick it anywhere in Tang Fu's train compartment, and it will blend in. For the next month, I will have control over all the movements of Tang Fu's train. And Wu Daji took out a remote control, which had only a red button at the bottom and a large screen above it. When I press this red button, the shielding effect of the device will activate. Once activated, it will shield some important functions of Tang Fu's train compartment for 10 minutes. During that time, I will launch a surprise attack and take him down. Of course, if you feel this is too risky, I won't stop you. However, I can assure you that as long as you successfully stick it on, it will blend in perfectly and you won't have to worry about being discovered. Even when I launch my attack, Tang Fu won't suspect you. You can think of this device as another way out for you. If you find it too painful to stay on Tang Fu's train, you can choose to use it. This device is beneficial to you and poses no harm. You can consider it." Lu Chuxin hesitated for a moment, then frowned and asked, "But how do I bring it on at Tang Fu's train? You should understand the hiding methods better than I do, right?" Wu Daji looked down. Not long after, Wu Daji and everyone on his train got off. At this moment, Wu Daji was still holding a remote control, and beside him was a tall woman, Lu Chuxin. The woman was tied up with a remote control bomb. In the rear palace train compartment, Tang Fu, who was about to send his henchmen off the train, was stunned upon seeing this scene, and his expression instantly darkened. His gaze fell on the woman tied with a bomb beside Wu Daji, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. This was the woman he wanted. Since he hadn't gotten the woman from Leiwan, Wu Daji's woman must not have any mishaps. It seemed Wu Daji was going to use this woman to threaten him, and Tang Fu's eyes burned with anger. "Good, Wu Daji. I didn't expect you to have this trick." Although this indirectly proved that Wu Daji currently had no other means of self-preservation, this move truly gave him a headache. At this time, Wu Daji was looking up at Tang Fu, who was staring back at him through the window of the rear palace train compartment, his eyes slightly squinted. They walked over to the body of Lei Wen's henchman, and then Wu Daji instructed Lu Chuxin to pick up the blueprint and the device. After doing this, Wu Daji shouted at Tang Fu, "Tang Fu, I just want to survive now. I can give you the blueprint, the device, the woman, even my slaves. I just hope you can let me and my henchmen go. I hope you cooperate. Otherwise, you want to get this woman." At that moment, bang, bang, bang. Before Wu Daji could finish his words, a sudden burst of rifle fire rang out from behind him. Wu Daji was shot in the back and killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked by the sudden turn of events and turned to look at the shooter. "The vice-trained conductor?" one slave exclaimed. At this moment, the vice-trained conductor behind Wu Daji was holding a rifle he had picked up from the ground, his expression complex and unreadable. Most people looked on in disbelief. However, the henchmen were not surprised at all. They all put down their weapons, raised their hands, and shouted, "We surrender." Standing in the train compartment, Tang Fu, who had been somewhat troubled by Wu Daji's pressure, was taken aback and then grinned unexpectedly. Good. It seems you know how to recognize the situation." He was preparing to send his henchmen down. At this moment, Yuhao's Starfire train, disguised, quietly arrived behind the rear palace train. Inside the Starfire train, Yuhao saw that the time was right, so he opened the carriage. More than 80 red-skinned zombies armed with axes and M9 assault rifles rode motorcycles down from the carriage. Although these zombies no longer had mental coordination, he had given them different and precise commands. Therefore, their targets were very clear at this moment. As soon as Yuhao's red-skinned zombies moved out, Tang Fu's danger detection radar immediately sounded an alarm. Tang Fu looked at the many new red dots on the radar, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell is going on? 2 zombies climbed onto the roof of the rear palace train, taking control of the mortar and heavy machine gun on top of the carriage. A few more zombies got off the train and ran to the wheels of the rear palace train, using axes to jam the wheels. Meanwhile, Yuhao controlled the train, driving towards Tang Fu's train head. As they passed by the front of the rear palace train, iron blades popped out and activated the overclocking effect. The spinning iron blades sliced through the front of the train. Warning! Everything happened too suddenly. Before Tang Fu could react, these events had already occurred. He looked pale as he stared at the suddenly appeared flesh and blood train and the red-skinned zombies riding motorcycles. Shocked, his first thought was, "Flesh and blood train? Motorcycle zombies? What the hell is this zombie train? When did zombies learn to ride motorcycles and drive trains?" He didn't think much longer. Things are getting serious. He gritted his teeth and activated the train talent, Golden Cicada. This was a one-time train talent that would teleport the train to the position it occupied 12 hours earlier when the train encountered a crisis, leaving behind a decoy shell. Once the talent was activated, the rear palace train shuddered and then emitted a bright light. After the light faded, only an iron shell remained in place. Yuhao was taken aback by this situation. What is going on? Is it another train talent? Yuhao was somewhat amused. He had encountered train talents twice today. He couldn't help but marvel that the effects of train talents were indeed powerful and bizarre. Chapter 53, Keratin Carapace and Centipede Legs. Next comes the time to collect the passengers. Yuhao began to command the red-skinned zombies to control the remaining people. However, Wu Daji's deputy conductor and a group of thugs became agitated upon seeing the red-skinned zombies and were uncooperative, even resisting with guns. This process did not go smoothly. So in the end, those who resisted were killed by the red-skinned zombies. Our side's red-skinned zombies also suffered the loss of 4. After this small conflict ended, the remaining crowd was successfully controlled. At this time, Raph and 6 Starfire Guardians also got off the train to conduct further checks and remove dangerous weapons from these people. Meanwhile, while Raph and his team were controlling the crowd, Yuhao had Xiao AI control the flesh tongue to capture and devour the corpses of the Titan zombie and giant corpse centipede at the front of the train. With this dual approach, efficiency was doubled. In just a few hours, so much had happened in this place. First, the high-level monsters Titan zombie and giant corpse centipede fought each other and ultimately perished together. Then, 3 trains engaged in a chaotic battle. Finally, the 3 types of train talents significantly disrupted the battlefield. Therefore, Yuhao did not want to stay here for long, fearing further variables might arise. Thanks to the tongue and Xiao AI, The train head could now devour flesh without needing to send people to stuff the meat into the train's open mouth as before. There was no need for manual assistance. The tongue captured, and then the AI operated, making it both convenient and worry-free. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, pondering for a moment, then decided to build 2 more carriages. After completing the construction, he took out the intercom and instructed Raph to take these people to the newly built carriages. This area was not very safe, so it was better to have them inside the carriages for safety. With the presence of 6 Starfire Guardians and 80 Redskin zombies, he was not worried about these people causing any disturbances inside the carriages. Raph was now very familiar with the internal affairs of the train and was also very skilled at persuading people. He could fully trust Raph to handle these matters. After a while, the devouring of the Titan zombie corpse was completed. A notification popped up. Gained a layer of keratin carapace by devouring Titan zombie flesh. Yuhao looked at the notification from the train and nodded with a smile. To be honest, it was quite similar to his earlier speculation. At this moment, the flesh exterior of the Starfire train had an additional layer of dark gray keratinous thick skin. After the devouring of the Titan zombie corpse was complete, it was time to see what effects the giant corpse centipede corpse would bring. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door was heard. Brother Hao, it's Raph. Yuhao, with a thought, opened the train door. Raph entered and reported the situation. Brother Hao, we have collected a total of 95 passengers. These passengers are currently relatively cooperative. After I did some simple persuasion, they're now quietly staying in the carriage without daring to move. Raph continued, also, Brother Hao, these are some other items we collected. As he spoke, Raph took out a prop, a blueprint, and a train token. The prop and the blueprint were taken from a tall woman, while the train token was picked up from beside Wu Daji's corpse. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He had noticed this tall woman earlier. After thinking for a moment, he accepted the 3 items and said, there are many places to pay attention to with the newly collected passengers. Their treatment needs to be differentiated, and no potential issues should be left in terms of ideology. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I can handle these matters. I will also organize a detailed observation report for you afterward. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Also, bring that woman over. Okay, Brother Hao. After Raph left, Yuhao thought for a moment and called 3 redskin zombies to the train compartment. After a short while, a woman in high heels and a bodycon skirt entered the train compartment. She looked very anxious, glancing at Yuhao and the 3 redskin zombies beside him. Her face pale as she lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact. Please spare me. I'll do anything if you let me live. Yuhao looked the woman up and down and calmly asked, what is your name? The woman was taken aback for a moment and then replied, my name is Lu Chushin. Nice name. Raph obtained a prop and a blueprint from you. Do you have anything to say about that? Those should be surrendered. Do you think there's anything else that needs to be mentioned? Seeing the hesitation on her face, Yuhao went straight to the point. Why do you walk with your legs together? Upon hearing this, Lu Chushin's heart sank, and she immediately knelt down. I have more items to surrender. Saying this, she decisively took off her clothes and slowly took something out from a discreet place. Yuhao looked at the somewhat slimy object without speaking. From the beginning, Yuhao had noticed some unnatural aspects about this woman. At that time, he had a suspicion. Perhaps there was something hidden inside her body. Given the potential danger of hidden items, he had called the 3 zombies over for safety. Now it turned out to be true. Seeing Yuhao's expression darken, Lu Chushin quickly begged for mercy. She then immediately explained the origin and use of this prop, as well as the conversation she had with Wu Daji earlier. All information related to this prop was disclosed. At the same time, to demonstrate her sincerity, she showed that she had no more hidden items, even without proper clothing. After she finished all this, Yuhao thought for a moment. The fact that this woman immediately confessed after he uncovered a hint and explained everything he wanted to know showed some self-awareness. So, he waved his hand and let her leave for now. After Lu Chushin left, Yuhao looked back at the train head, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. The giant corpse centipede had also finished devouring, gained special flesh wheel centipede legs by devouring giant corpse centipede flesh. Yuhao smiled at the centipede legs he had obtained. However, he remembered that this giant corpse centipede had a venomous ability. Unfortunately, it hadn't been devoured. It seemed that devouring could only grant one ability. At this moment, the wheels of the Starfire train had transformed from rapid rotating wheels into rows of dense centipede legs. The previous rapid rotating wheels had been retracted into the wheel slots. With the combination of the keratinous exterior and centipede legs, the entire train now resembled a fierce Cthulhu-like creature even more. Overall, the appearance looked somewhat intimidating. Yuhao glanced at the train token. This train token was still quite useful, as it could be used to check the number of trains and estimate the opening time of the so-called Stargate Brawl. However, there was no rush to use it now. He planned to wait a week or two before checking with his train token. After all, someone had recently used the train token to check the numbers in the chat channel. With that, the matters here were concluded and the harvest was substantial. Next, it was time to go to Desolate City to collect survivors from the ruins. Now that his train had centipede legs, perhaps he could try to venture deep into the urban ruins. With that thought, the Starfire train started moving, heading towards Desolate City. Chapter 54. I wonder how Mountain Chicken is doing now. Mo Yuan City, outskirts of the wilderness. The Xingho train slowly approaches. Inside the train, Yuhao has a contemplative expression. Before entering the city, just to be safe, he decides to ask Xiao AI first. Xiao AI, can you assess whether the centipede legs of the train can handle the complex terrain of the city ruins? Okay. Based on the performance of the centipede legs on the way here, the Xingho train can enter the city, and the centipede legs will allow the train to navigate complex terrain. However, since the current speed of the centipede legs is relatively slow, Xiao AI suggests using them only in complex terrain and switching back to the rapid wheels on flat terrain. Yuhao nods thoughtfully, glad that they can penetrate the city ruins. He fears that if the train enters the city ruins, it might get trapped and unable to leave, which would be a big problem. As for the suggestion to only use the centipede legs in complex terrain, he already has an idea since the train's displayed maximum speed hasn't even reached 100 km/h. After receiving a positive response from Xiao AI, Yuhao feels relieved and doesn't delay any longer, starting to let Xiao AI control the train as it slowly heads deeper into the city. During this time, he calls Rafe to the train compartment to point out the location of the survivors. Inside an abandoned container, the group that went out returns one after another into the container. At this moment, a man named Hao Gu and a man called Crow, along with several others, have just returned from a distant direction. Upon seeing the red-skinned zombie discover this place, they determined that the container was no longer safe. Therefore, after the huge zombie chased the red-skinned zombie back past here, they went through a psychological struggle and ultimately decided to leave, trying to find a safer hiding spot. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a hiding spot and instead encountered many nauseating scenes. So, they had no choice but to return to the original container to hide. Although there were unexpected situations last night and tonight, neither the giant zombie nor the red-skinned zombies on motorcycles harmed them. So, perhaps this place has some kind of shielding aura against zombies, allowing them to be discovered without being harmed. This was the conclusion they reached as mutual psychological comfort. Finding clean water here was another reason for them to stay. How good? Do we really have to keep hiding here? Crow glanced around, still somewhat uneasy. There's no other choice. Hao Gu sighed, speaking with some resignation. It seems that other places are even more dangerous. I just hope those terrifying zombies don't appear again. Hao Gu, do you have a gun? Huh? What do you want to do? You don't mean to use a gun against the zombies, do you? No. Crow shook his head dejectedly, his eyes lacking much sparkle. I'm just a bit tired. I can't take this torturous situation anymore. So I thought about ending it quickly. Hearing this, the man Hao Gu sighed with a complex expression. If I had a gun, I would have already ended it myself. I'm really fed up with these days of being scared all the time, and now food is about to run out. I really don't know what to do next. Crow nodded in frustration. In his sadness, he suddenly thought of an old friend, wondering how Mountain Chicken was doing now. When Crow mentioned Mountain Chicken, Hao Ji's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. After we got separated in the wilderness, I don't know where he went. It's been so long, and we've searched the entire city but haven't found any trace of Mountain Chicken. He might not even know about this city, or he might have. Hao Gu didn't continue, falling into a silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Mountain Chicken was also lost in painful memories. How good? Did you hear anything? Crow, who was originally feeling downcast, suddenly changed his expression and spoke in a vigilant tone. Hauge raised an eyebrow and quickly pressed his ear against the door. After listening for a long time, damn it, this can't be. Hauge, should we go out and take a look? No. Hauge shook his head. Since this place hasn't been discovered several times, and even when it was discovered, no danger appeared, it proves that this place is still safe. It's been like this before, so it should be the same this time, with no danger. That makes sense. Crow nodded. The two then began to observe through the crack in the door. Outside, the Xingho train did not approach from the front. To prevent the survivors from becoming alert, he specifically had Xiao AI take a detour, coming around to the back. At this moment, behind a container, the Xingho train reached a higher point, getting quite close to the container. Yuhao dispatched 70 red-skinned zombies, along with Rafe and 5 thugs, from the train. The remaining 10 red-skinned zombies and 1 thug were responsible for monitoring the newly collected passengers on the train. Additionally, since Mountain Chicken volunteered to come out for a mission, Yuhao let him come along. Thus, the 6 people and 70 zombies, wielding axes and rifles, slowly approached the scattered containers. This time they didn't ride motorcycles, as they didn't want the survivors in the containers to notice too much commotion. Inside the container, Crow looked curiously at the crack in the door, puzzled. Strange. Why don't I see anything approaching? Hauge was somewhat speechless. You hope to see something approaching? Of course not. Crow shook his head. But I clearly heard some strange noises. That could be clang, clang, clang. Before Hauge could finish, a knocking sound echoed from the container. Soon after, more similar sounds followed. Hauge felt a sense of unease creeping in and anxiously looked through the door crack. He saw a zombie's eye staring back at him through the crack. He was immediately frightened by this sight and fell to the ground. Seeing Hauge's pale face, Crow felt a wave of unease wash over him. With a hint of panic, he looked toward the door crack. After seeing a red-skinned zombie's eye staring at him through the crack, he also fell to the ground in fright. Upon realizing there were zombies outside the door, all the survivors inside the container screamed and became chaotic. At this moment, outside the door, the container had already been surrounded by red-skinned zombies. They began to break down the door. The zombies at the front were smashing the door, while the ones at the side were chopping at it with axes, all emitting terrifying growls. Before long, everyone inside the container was captured. Survivors from nearby, scattered containers were also brought out. At this moment, everyone looked at the red-skinned zombies with despair. Chapter 55. My train has only passengers, not slaves. As the crowd felt a deep sense of despair, they were also filled with shock and confusion, because these red-skinned zombies, after capturing them, surprisingly did not harm them. They just stared at them with fierce expressions, as if they were monitoring them. Moreover, it seemed that these red-skinned zombies had a special relationship with the 6 humans ahead. What on earth is going on? Are humans and zombies able to coexist peacefully? Could it be that they have tamed these red-skinned zombies? Various doubts swirled in everyone's minds, breaking their previous understanding of zombie behavior. This situation could no longer be described as absurd. It was simply ridiculous. At this moment, in the center of the crowd, Crow and Hauge looked in shock in another direction. Compared to the surprise brought by these red-skinned zombies among the 6 humans ahead, a familiar face stirred up a storm of emotions in the two. Crow rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Hauge, am I hallucinating? Beside him, Hauge also seemed momentarily dazed, his expression complex and silent. After a moment of silence, he trembled and hoarsely said, Shanji is actually still alive. But why is he? He suddenly found himself a loss for words, wanting to say something but stopping short, his feelings extremely complicated. At this moment, Shanji, among the 6, was standing behind the conductor and several thugs in the last position. His current status was still low, among the lowest tier of these people. However, he was already very satisfied with this. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips as he thought of certain things. Life on the Spar train had far exceeded his previous days as a slave on other trains. To be honest, in Hauge's carriage, not only he, but everyone in the carriage felt very satisfied with the current situation, whether in terms of food or other treatment. It had greatly improved compared to their previous circumstances. He looked with interest at these newly acquired passengers. temporarily unaware that two people in the center of the crowd had their eyes locked on him. With so many new passengers today, the strength of our train will increase significantly, he murmured with some anticipation. More passengers are a good thing. This way, the status of us first batch of old passengers will also rise. Moreover, the strength of the train will further enhance. Although the appearance of the spark train had become somewhat strange and even frightening, it provided him with an unprecedented sense of security. At this rate, the spark train is destined to be extraordinary. He could clearly feel that after transforming into a flesh and blood train, the overall strength of How-G's train had increased significantly. It could even actively hunt zombies now. It also brought other surprises. For example, everyone no longer needed to mine. And for instance, how good could actually make them? The train passengers mentally match with the red-skinned zombies. The key point was that since it was a mental match, there would be no danger to themselves. At most, it would only consume a bit of their mental energy. Overall, this situation where they didn't have to mine hard, but could experience the role of zombies was simply so cool. At this moment, inside the train car, Yuhao was looking at the gathered survivors below, a slight smile on his lips. It seemed there should be more than 200 people. Quite good. He then controlled the spark train to descend from above, slowly approaching these people. The crowd, who had originally been controlled, had not yet noticed the terrifying train behind them. Their attention focused on the red-skinned zombies and the group led by Lafu. However, upon hearing the unique sound of the insect-like legs moving, most instinctively turned to look behind them. Oh no! Just one glance turned the faces of the crowd pale. There's a monster. Many people screamed out loud. The current spark train was covered in a thick layer of dark gray keratin, its wheels replaced with densely packed, fearsome, centipede-like legs. And the front had a drooping, abstract frog tongue. Such a terrifying appearance would make anyone who saw it scream. Bang bang bang. Vugong. The leader of the thugs raised his rifle skyward with one hand, the rapid gunfire silencing the panicking crowd. Silence. Stop barking like dogs. Wu Gang roared in his deep and rough voice. Anyone who barks again will be shot. The crowd immediately fell silent, as if someone had choked them. Once the scene quieted down, Lafu and his group looked serious, their eyes filled with pride and respect as they watched Yuhao drive the spark train over. The surrounding 80 red-skinned zombies had similarly focused gazes, as if waiting for the arrival of a king. At this moment, Shanji's gaze was not on the train, but was somewhat surprised as he looked at two familiar survivors. Crow. How go? Just now, when the crowd was scared and screaming, he finally spotted those familiar two from the crowd. The spark train arrived in front of everyone. Yuhao instructed Lafu to bring out the people from Wu Daji's train to gather outside with this group of survivors. Now, in the ruins of the city, it wasn't easy for other trains to come in, so they could speak a few words with some peace of mind. Yuhao looked towards the wardrobe in the train car, then took out a tailored suit. After putting on the suit, he tidied his hairstyle and slowly stepped down from the train. Except for the old members of the spark train, everyone else was taken aback upon seeing Yuhao. My God, Crow murmured in shock as he saw Yuhao in a suit walking down from the train. I thought a monster would walk out of this white, long-worm train. I didn't expect. It would be a young man. Incredible. Simply too incredible. Haogu also looked at Yuhao, quietly wondering, is he Shanji's conductor? Hearing Hao-Ji's words, Crow looked at Shanji and was surprised to find that Shanji was also looking this way. Yuhao slowly walked to the front of everyone. Calmly scanning them, he said indifferently, My name is Yuhao. I will be your conductor from now on. Remember this, my train has only passengers, not slaves. I know you all have many doubts right now, and those doubts will be answered later. Yuhao casually spoke a few words in front of everyone to give them a preliminary impression of himself. At the same time, he roughly scanned the faces of these people to leave a surface impression. He then let Lafu continue speaking, taking the report handed to him and returning to the train. Back in the train car, Yuhao looked at the information recorded in the report. It recorded the number of passengers and their gender distinctions from two separate harvests. 95 passengers, including 92 male passengers and 3 female passengers. 217 passengers, including 200 male passengers and 17 female passengers. Yuhao murmured as he summarized after reading. 95 passengers plus 217 passengers equals 312 passengers. So today we harvested a total of 312 passengers, adding the original 88 passengers on the train. There are exactly 400 passengers now. Chapter 56. It's not in vain after all. 400 passengers. Yuhao's mouth gradually curled into a smile. It's not in vain after all. He couldn't help but grin, feeling in great spirits. Xiaoai, here. What does your second overclocking effect's mental matching mean? Xiao AI's second overclocking effect allows the mental matching time to be extendable, increasing based on the number of individuals matched. When a number of individuals matched reaches 100, for every additional 100 individuals, the mental matching time will increase by 1 hour. At the same time, the time for mutual thinking will also increase synchronously. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. His purpose in gathering passengers was precisely for the mental matching and mutual thinking that Xiao AI mentioned. Now, there are a total of 400 passengers on the train. This means that the time for mental matching and mutual thinking can increase from the original 1 hour to 4 hours. That's a direct quadrupling. This also means that his passengers can control the red-skinned zombies for up to 4 hours. In those 4 hours, they can accomplish a lot. Whether it's executing special tasks outside the train or coordinating with the train itself for various activities, it will be much more convenient. Although increasing the number of passengers will also increase the consumption of food on the train, there's no need to panic for now. He has 3 zombie signal flares, each of which can attract a large wave of zombies. Later, he will leave this place and use 1 flare in an area at least 5 kilometers away. So there's no need to worry about acquiring materials for the time being. Once the Stargate descends, these red-skinned zombies will be the backbone of his train. A legion of 400 red-skinned zombies will undoubtedly possess formidable combat power. If he remembers correctly, increasing the number of zombies seems to have many benefits as well. Yuhao murmured to himself, bringing up the information panel regarding the train talent, Heart of the Nest. Train talent, Heart of the Nest. Talent effect. Consumes 100 units of flesh to create a basic zombie. P.S. When a consumption of flesh materials for creating basic zombies reaches 100,000 units, the authority to create intermediate zombies will be unlocked. 8,401,000,000. Yuhao looked at the information on the panel, deep in thought. He had already consumed 400 units of flesh materials and needed 91,600 more to unlock the authority to create intermediate zombies. With 100 units of flesh material creating 1 basic zombie, 91,600 units of flesh material would create 916 basic zombies. Yuhao calculated a bit and felt that meeting this requirement would still be somewhat challenging. Originally, there were 84 red-skinned zombies, but after losing 4, there were only 80 left now. If each of the 400 passengers were to be assigned a red-skinned zombie, he would need to create an additional 320 red-skinned zombies. Converting that into the required flesh materials, he would need 32,000 units of flesh material. His train currently had 300 units of flesh material left, which was clearly insufficient. It seems he would have to kill 2 more waves of zombies. Yuhao thought to himself. The train now had 8 carriages, with the first 2 used for storage and placing flesh materials, while the last 6 housed 400 passengers and 80 red-skinned zombies, barely fitting. So for now, there was no need to create extra carriages. However, he needed to implement a tiered management system for his first batch of passengers in comparison to the new ones he had just gathered. Everything must be based on the principle of first come, first served. Therefore, the treatment of this new batch certainly couldn't be compared to that of his first batch of passengers. Additionally, their carriage positions would have to be towards the back. A passenger ranking scheme needed to be established. Even though they were all passengers, they should still be categorized into levels 1, 2, and 3. A clear hierarchy would allow the passengers to have a definite understanding of their identity and provide a clear direction for promotion. This could be discussed with Raf, and together with Xiao AI's assistants, they could come up with a more perfect plan. After Raf finished explaining to everyone, Yuhao used the intercom to notify Raf to let everyone board the train. Once everyone was on board, Yuhao assigned them all passenger identities. After considering, it was time to venture into the high-level areas. Time needed to be utilized well and not wasted. So he instructed Xiao AI to control the train towards the direction of the Shilu Mountains. It was still quite far from the Shilu Mountains. However, it was just right to use the signal flares along the way. He believed that upon reaching the Shilu Mountains, the strength of his train would increase another level. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the train compartment. With a thought, Yuhao opened the door. He saw Raph leading Shan's chicken inside. Raph then said, "Brother Hao, Shan's chicken says he saw two of his good brothers among the passengers collected this time and wants to ask if you could let him reunite with them." Oh, Yuhao raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. It's a good thing to meet good brothers in this perilous apocalypse, so go ahead. Raph, you should also go along to take notes. Yes. Thank you, Brother Hao. The two exited. Yuhao smiled, leaning back in his chair to enjoy the scenery outside the train. After a while, he felt a bit hungry, so he got up and went to carriage number 1 to grab a sandwich Pro Max, a hamburger Pro Max, and a bottle of mineral water. After eating, Yuhao showed a satisfied expression. Now with Xiao AI, most of the train's operations didn't require his direct involvement, which was quite convenient. Half an hour later, Raph returned to the train compartment, reported the contents he had just recorded, and then participated in a discussion regarding a plan with Yuhao. Since the train was on the move, it was a good time to finalize the management plan for the new passengers. After finishing these tasks, Yuhao instructed Raph to distribute some food to everyone. Compared to other trains, the food on his train had a significant advantage. Sandwiches and hamburgers could definitely be considered delicious in this apocalypse. This food could enhance the original passengers' and new passengers' sense of belonging to the train. After this was done, Yuhao felt that the passengers shouldn't just remain idle, so he pondered how to engage them in meaningful activities. Suddenly, he thought that since these passengers would later need to control the redskin zombies, improving their fighting skills would be essential. So he wandered through the carriages, selecting some passengers who had engaged in combat-related professions before the apocalypse, and then had them conduct targeted combat training for the other passengers on the train. Chapter 57, Titan Trenchcoat and Gas Spray Production Line. Bang, bang, bang. The Starfire train sped across the wasteland. At this time, the train's centipede legs had been replaced with speedy wheels. The sky gradually darkened. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, curiously taking out the items and blueprints he had obtained today to take a look. It is worth mentioning that although the levels of the two monsters were not low, the dropped items were of lower quality because they were not killed by the train. First, he examined the item dropped from the Titan zombie. Item name, Titan Trenchcoat. Item grade, E grade. Item level, level 1. Item effect. The trenchcoat has a certain bulletproof effect. Item upgrade. Consume 10 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 2. PS1. The trenchcoat is adaptive and can stretch or shrink to fit the shape of different wearers. PS2. This trenchcoat can be placed in the train's accessory wardrobe, becoming a special living accessory for the train. A trenchcoat? Yuhao raised his eyebrows, instantly intrigued. The information about this item was quite eye-catching. He looked at the palm-sized sphere in his hand, which had a red button on it. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed it. Upon pressing the red button, the sphere opened. Inside, there was a mini gray trenchcoat, only palm-sized. Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle as he took out the trenchcoat. The gray trenchcoat began to expand after being removed from the sphere. Before long, under Yuhao's surprised gaze, the trenchcoat had grown to the size of clothing suitable for a normal adult. Not bad. Yuhao was quite satisfied with this. He smiled and continued to put the trenchcoat on himself. Once worn, the trenchcoat began to adapt, automatically adjusting to the most suitable size for Yuhao's figure. He examined the clothing on himself, feeling and pinching it. The texture was quite nice. He nodded in satisfaction. Both the appearance and defensive effect of this trenchcoat pleased him. After converting this item into a living accessory for the train, he could start upgrading it. He upgraded the trenchcoat to level 10 in one go, and after receiving a prompt that further upgrades would not yield overclocking effects, he stopped upgrading. Upgrading from level 1 to level 10 consumed a total of 450 units of flesh and blood. Seeing the panel information of the Titan Trenchcoat at level 10, Yuhao felt a surge of security. Item name, Titan Trenchcoat. Item grade, E grade. Item level, level 10. Item effect. This trenchcoat has strong defensive power, capable of resisting bullets from rifles and heavy machine guns, with the defensive effect spreading from the trenchcoat to the wearer's entire body. Item upgrade. Consume 100 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 11. Tis TSK. With this effect, I could probably walk sideways through a hail of bullets. Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the information above. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about backstabbing from train members. To be honest, after seeing Wu Daji backstabbed by his deputy train conductor, he had started to worry about this issue. Although the passengers on his train were very satisfied with all aspects of the Starfire train and trusted him as the conductor when it came to life and death crises, those things could not be taken for granted. It can only be said that this trench coat item came at a very timely moment. He then continued to look at the two overclocking effect descriptions of the trench coat. The first overclocking effect of the Titan trench coat. The trench coat will always provide the wearer with the most comfortable temperature, warm in winter and cool in summer. Whether in scorching heat or severe cold, it will maintain the most comfortable constant temperature. The second overclocking effect of the Titan trench coat. The Titan trench coat is resistant to water and fire. What a treasure of a trench coat. Titan zombie, thank you. Yuhao revealed 8 teeth in a smile. Every effect of this trench coat made him very satisfied, filling him with a sense of security. Due to the delightful items dropped by the Titan zombie, he began to look forward to the blueprints dropped by the giant corpse centipede. So he immediately checked it out. Blueprint name, gas spray production line. Blueprint grade, E grade. Blueprint effect, consume 50 units of flesh and blood to create a gas spray production line. 50 units of flesh and blood, not much, Yuhao murmured as he walked to the first carriage. He then directly consumed 50 units of flesh and blood to create the blueprint. Under the weaving of light, a compact production line the size of a microwave appeared. Yuhao looked at the information panel of this production line. Accessory name, gas spray production line. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect. Consume 10 units of flesh and blood to create a bottle of gas spray. The gas spray can cause blindness when sprayed in the eyes. Item upgrade. Consume 10 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 2. The effect is mediocre. Yuhao is not very satisfied with the effect of the production line. However, given that the current grade and level of the production line were very low, it was understandable that the effect was average. He then began to upgrade the production line. He upgraded it from level 1 all the way to level 10 in one go. After reaching level 10, the gas spray production line changed shape, becoming half the size of what it was before. The information panel also had a different description. Accessory name, gas spray production line. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect. Consume 50 units of flesh and blood to create a can of gas spray. The gas spray contains highly toxic gas. Accessory upgrade. Consume 100 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 11. So expensive? Yuhao frowned slightly as he looked at the information panel, feeling a bit disappointed. The flesh and blood cost to create one can was almost equivalent to half the cost of a redskin zombie. Upgrading the gas spray production line from level 1 to level 10 also consumed 450 units of flesh and blood. Therefore, upgrading both items had already used up 900 units of flesh and blood. The train's flesh and blood material had decreased from 4,300 units to 3,400 units. After hesitating for a moment, Yuhao consumed 50 units of flesh and blood to create a can of gas spray in the gas spray production line. After a small microwave operated for a while, a can of gas spray was produced. Yuhao picked up the can of gas and then checked its information panel. Accessory name, gas spray. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect. The gas contains highly toxic substances. Accessory limitations. The current dosage is enough for 5 sprays. After the information panel popped up, the 2 overclocking effects of this gas spray also appeared. The first overclocking effect of the gas spray. The gas sprayed can produce a corrosive effect that lasts for 30 seconds at the cost of reducing toxicity. The second overclocking effect of the gas spray. Spraying the gas can cause hallucinations for 30 seconds, during which the target will fall into a state of madness, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, at the cost of reducing toxicity. P.S. Continuing to upgrade will no longer yield overclocking effects. After reading the 2 overclocking effects, Yuhao's disappointment diminished. Overall, the effects didn't seem that bad. It seems that the second overclocking effect has a bit of a psychedelic effect. However, the duration is a bit short. Moreover, one bottle of gas spray is only enough for 5 sprays, and the cost to create one bottle is 50 units of flesh, which means that each spray consumes 10 units of flesh. Isn't that a bit expensive? Chapter 58, Level 10, Water Purifier, and Level 10, Refrigerator, forget it. Yuhao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. This toxic gas spray production line will be left as it is for now. A bottle has already been produced, and maybe he can test its toxicity effects later. Given that if this toxic gas accidentally leaks in the train carriage, it could cause serious problems. So Yuhao first granted immunity permissions against this toxic gas to everyone on the train. After doing this, he suddenly thought of something and turned to another accessory in Car 1. He looked at the accessory thoughtfully. It was time to upgrade the water purifier. Although the train had stored quite a bit of mineral water before, now that the number of people has increased, the consumption of drinking water would greatly increase. If the level of the water purifier can be raised, it might produce more water sources. He then looked at the information panel for the water purifier. Accessory name, water purifier. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, can purify any liquid into drinkable water. Accessory upgrade, consumes 10 units of flesh to upgrade to level 2. Any liquid, Yuhao muttered as he looked at the information above. For some reason, he thought of something strange. If that's the case, urine would. He quickly shook his head, not wanting to think too much. Otherwise, he would have a psychological shadow when drinking water in the future. Better to just upgrade it. He immediately consumed flesh materials to upgrade the water purifier from level 1 to level 10. After upgrading to level 10, the information indicated that further upgrades would no longer have overclocking effects. Yuhao then began to check the information panel for the level 10 water purifier. Accessory name, water purifier. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect, consumes 1 unit of flesh to produce 1 bottle of mineral water. Accessory upgrade, consumes 100 units of flesh to upgrade to level 11. Not bad, although the name hasn't changed. The function has directly changed from purifying water to producing water. Looking at the information above, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. This way, he wouldn't have to collect some dirty water that makes people feel uncomfortable. Quite good. At this moment, the information for the 2 overclocking effects also popped up. The first overclocking effect of the water purifier is you can draw drinks 5 times a day. The second overclocking effect of the water purifier is the mineral water and drinks produced by the water purifier increase human immunity and enhance physical quality. Drinks? Yuhao immediately recalled these words. His throat moved, he licked his lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the water purifier and saw that the appearance of the level 10 water purifier was somewhat different from that of level 1. There was a circular dial on top of the purifier. Inside the dial, there were 5 slots, each with an icon and a text description. Yuhao looked at the slots in the dial and muttered, Cola, Sprite, Fanta, Wangzai, AD calcium. Wow, is it that powerful? He stopped hesitating and immediately started drawing. There was a red button above the dial. And after consuming 1 unit of flesh material, he pressed the button. The pointer above the dial began to spin. Yuhao felt a bit excited. He liked every drink on this list. Having been in this apocalypse for so long, he hadn't had a drink in a long time, and he really missed it. The pointer spun quickly for a few rounds and then stopped. Yuhao looked at the name of the slot it pointed to and couldn't help but grin. It's cola. He excitedly picked up the produced cola, ready to drink. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. His hand's movements paused. Room temperature? Feeling the temperature of the can of cola in his hand, his desire to drink was forcibly suppressed. Unchilled cola has no soul. After leaving that remark, Yuhao turned and ran back into the train compartment. He had seen the refrigerator accessory among the non-essential accessories of train accessories when the Spark train was still at level 1. Yuhao first asked Xiao AI, and after receiving the answer that the refrigerator could still be crafted, he searched for a while on the control screen and indeed found this accessory. So he started crafting. After successfully crafting the refrigerator, Yuhao immediately placed the cola inside. While waiting for it to chill, he took a look at the refrigerator's information panel. Accessory name, refrigerator. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, provides cooling and preservation effects. Accessory upgrade, consumes 10 units of flesh to upgrade to level 2. After looking at it, Yuhao thought that theoretically, the refrigerator's current function was actually sufficient. However, he still wanted to see what effects the refrigerator would have after upgrading to level 10. There were still over 2,800 units of flesh materials left. After a brief hesitation, he chose to consume 450 units of flesh and upgraded the refrigerator all the way from level 1 to level 10 in one go. Naturally, the cooling and preservation effects of the level 10 refrigerator were stronger, which was not surprising. Drinks like cola and other beverages, as well as sandwiches and hamburgers, could be prepared in advance and stored for preservation, making it convenient for next time. The main focus was on the two overclocking effects of the refrigerator. The first overclocking effect of the refrigerator is extreme preservation, allowing food to maintain its best and original state in the refrigerator. The second overclocking effect of the refrigerator is cold storage space, with a 30 square meter space inside the refrigerator. P.S. No more overclocking effects will appear in subsequent upgrades. Yuhao's attention was immediately drawn to the refrigerator's second overclocking effect. After the refrigerator upgraded from level 1 to level 10, its appearance had changed quite a bit. It had overall become larger, and the style had changed from a single-door refrigerator to a double-door refrigerator. Yuhao excitedly opened it. As the cold air was released, he saw that there was indeed a considerable refrigeration space inside. He raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised, and looked back at the outside of the refrigerator, but found nothing unusual. The entire refrigerator, occupying less than 1 square meter, actually contained a spacious 30 square meters. To be honest, this is really a bit over the top. Chapter 59. The wonderful use of the refrigerator. Yuhao entered the 30 square meter space of the refrigerator and explored for a while. After some time, he walked out with a beaming smile, his excitement barely contained as he said, "I didn't expect the temperature inside could actually be adjusted freely. That's great." He picked up a nearly chilled can of cola and started drinking, while his mind began calculating. Currently, there were quite a few passengers on his train, plus 80 red-skin zombies produced by the heart of the corpse nest, bringing the total number close to 500. Now that he had this super model refrigerator with an attached 30 square meter space, could he consider using its functions in some special ways? He meant not just for storage and refrigeration. Perhaps he could put people in it. After all, a standard train car is also about 30 square meters. He just needed to adjust the temperature inside the refrigerator to a suitable level. This would undoubtedly save a lot of space on the train. Imagine maximizing the use. A 30 square meter car could hold 30 refrigerators, each containing 100 people or 100 redskin zombies. Thinking of this, Yuhao suddenly felt a bit uneasy. If this theory holds true, wouldn't each of his train cars be able to accommodate 3,000 people? Terrifying. He excitedly took a sip of the chilled cola, then quickly calmed down. After thinking for a while, he dismissed the idea of putting people inside. The air supply in the refrigerator was limited, and putting people in could lead to suffocation, even if he could choose to open the refrigerator door for ventilation. Doing so would significantly increase the energy consumption of the refrigerator. It's better to just put red-skin zombies in. Zombies don't suffocate, and they lack human emotions, so living in the refrigerator for an extended period wouldn't lead to any resistance. It still seemed feasible. Previously, to avoid wasting space in the train car due to the presence of red-skin zombies, he even considered placing them on top of each car, just like the passengers in the country of A. But now, that problem was resolved. Next, he needed to consider the manufacturing cost of the refrigerator. Creating a level 10 refrigerator requires nearly 500 units of flesh and blood materials. To be honest, he could accept that. The train currently had over 300 units of flesh and blood, so he didn't need to use them now. He had to keep some as backup energy. The base of the train was large, so it was necessary to save more. Afterward, he finished the remaining cola in his hand and picked up the intercom. "Raph, are you busy?" "Brother Hao, I'm currently working on management plans for the newly acquired passengers." "Okay, good." Yuhao was very satisfied with Raph's attitude. "For now, stop what you're doing and bring over 3 redskin zombies." "All right, Brother Hao." Yuhao put down the intercom and continued to the water purifier, using up all 4 remaining lottery chances for the day. He drew Sprite, cola, Wangzai milk, and cola again. Yuhao took all these drinks to the train's refrigerator for cooling, although he was unsure if the chilled Wangzai would taste good. He then sat in a chair to wait for Raph. Brother Hao. Raph came in with 3 red-skinned zombies. As the assistant train conductor, he was specially granted the ability to summon zombies by Yuhao. Brother Hao, your trench coat looks very stylish. Raph couldn't help but compliment Yuhao upon seeing his gray trench coat. Oh, really? Raph looked seriously at Brother Hao's trench coat and nodded earnestly. Absolutely. This trench coat on you makes you seem even more elegant and composed. A true gentleman. You're quite the charmer, Yuhao said with a grin. By the way, how are the new passengers doing now? Brother Hao, the new passengers are performing better than expected. After eating the distributed sandwiches, their sense of belonging to the train has significantly increased. Moreover, with the red-skinned zombies guarding them, they completely dare not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Good. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Keep observing them. After a few days, bring those who perform well to me. Yes, Brother Hao. By the way, how are the 2 good brothers of Shanji doing? Brother Hao can rest assured. Shanji has been telling his 2 brothers how amazing and great our Spark train is, and how capable you are, Brother Hao. Now, those 2 brothers have a very high sense of identification with the Spark train and you. Very good. Yuhao nodded after hearing this. The old passengers directly communicating their sense of identification to the new passengers was an ideal state he had previously considered. He then got up and took out 3 cans of drinks from the refrigerator, 2 cans of cola, and 1 can of Sprite, leaving the chilled Wangzai for himself to taste. Raph, take 1 can for yourself, give 1 can to the Spark Guardians, and distribute the remaining can to the old passengers in the carriage. As for those new passengers, let them show good behavior first. If they want such treatment in the future, they have to show their attitude. Looking at the 3 cans of drinks handed over by Brother Hao, Raph hurriedly accepted them with trembling hands, momentarily shocked into silence. Is this really chilled? Can we enjoy this in the apocalypse? The shock in his heart was even more about, Brother Hao can now casually get such things. Yuhao smiled at Raph's stunned expression as he looked at the drinks, remaining silent. When he had given Raph sandwiches and burgers before, Raph had the same shocked and incredulous expression. After a moment, Raph came back to his senses and was filled with immense gratitude. Thank you, Brother Hao. Meeting you in this apocalypse is simply a stroke of luck from my ancestors. Such flattery left you, Hao, somewhat speechless. Go back and continue your work. As long as you do well, there will definitely be even more unexpected good things for you. Yes, Raph, will definitely work hard and serve Brother Hao faithfully. Enough. Enough. Yuhao casually waved his hand. Raph left the train room, his face full of excitement. Yuhao then turned his attention to the 3 red-skinned zombies, who stood with empty eyes but exhibited loyalty. He slowly opened the refrigerator door, instructing the 3 red-skinned zombies to go in and sit. After setting the refrigerator temperature to normal, he took out a can of Wangzai milk and closed the door. After taking a sip of the chilled drink, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Refreshing. From now on, I'll only drink chilled Wangzai. Sitting back in the train seat, he looked at the scenery retreating outside and once again felt a sense of anticipation for the future. Having been in the apocalypse for so long, he finally managed to build the train into something substantial, giving him a sense of security. With a slight smile, he began to think about the plans ahead. Once the train moved to a slightly farther location, he could use the zombie signal flares. After using a flare at the outskirts of Desolate City, all the zombies nearby had almost been drawn in and hunted down. So now he needed to find a new location. The final target location was the Shilu mountain range. Since he had the centipede worm foot, it was essential to go to more advanced and complex regions for better development. This journey was still quite far, but he could use the 3 signal flares along the way, achieving both development and travel without any conflict. With the assistance of level 10 Xiao AI, you can choose to continue your journey even while resting at night. Try to make the most of every moment for development. After all, this Stargate brawl is looming. Xiao AI detected that on the way to the Shilu Mountains, you will pass through the Wailing Abyss. Do you want to take a detour? Chapter 60. Increasing Attributes. Path to the Howling Abyss? Upon hearing this, Yuhao raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Howling Abyss the hellish difficulty location mentioned in the mechanical train's job change? Shao AI, how far are we from Howling Abyss? According to calculations, there are still over 1,300 kilometers in a straight line. Over 1,300 kilometers. That's so far? Yes. Yuhao couldn't help but ponder. With such a long distance, he could easily use up 3 signal flares and harvest zombies before the train reaches Howling Abyss, completing 3 waves of development. He couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger, so it was necessary to check it out. He thought for a moment and replied, "No need to take a detour. Just stop when we see more red dots on the radar after about an hour of travel. I need to use the signal flares to gather zombies." Understood. An hour later, the Xingho train stopped in an open area with its headlights on. At that moment, there was a group of zombies and a monster fighting in front of the train. Yuhao looked out the window at the familiar monster, grinning as he encountered an old friend. Not far away, a raging corpse frog was preying on a small group of zombies. It shot out its long tongue, catching a zombie, and quickly dragged it into its mouth, jumping to the other side just as the zombie horde was about to surround it. This raging corpse frog seemed a bit smaller than the last one he encountered. Yuhao watched with interest and murmured. The last raging corpse frog he encountered was nearly 5 meters tall, but this one looked just over 3 meters. Xiaoai, check the level of that raging corpse frog outside. Okay. According to detection, it is a level 2 raging corpse frog. Only level 2. Yuhao raised an eyebrow and slowly stood up from his chair. He approached the refrigerator, opened the door, and released the 3 red-skinned zombies inside. Xiaoai used the frog tongue to grab all those zombies underneath the train and devour them. Don't touch that raging corpse frog for now. I want to see how strong the 3 red-skinned zombies are against it. Understood. The Xingho train opened its mouth, revealing its frog tongue, which then aimed at a zombie and shot out. The distant, raging corpse frog also noticed the train, but it didn't attack immediately. It simply quickened its feeding. Seeing this, the train also accelerated its devouring. Before long, there was only 1 zombie left in the small horde. When the raging corpse frog saw that only 1 food source remained, it croaked and quickly shot out its tongue to grab the last zombie's head. However, at that moment, a tongue even larger than its own shot towards the zombie's back. Clearly, the raging corpse frog didn't want to give up this last zombie, and it tightened its grip on the zombie with its tongue. The train also increased its pulling force. Thus, this poor zombie, caught by 2 tongues, was being pulled in both directions. However, no matter how hard the level 2 raging corpse frog pulled, the overall trend was that both its food and itself were being dragged towards the train. Yuhao smiled slightly. He was pleased to see this scenario because it was a good opportunity to test the strength of his train's tongue against the level 2 raging corpse frog's tongue. The result was clear. The frog tongue he had devoured from the level 3 raging corpse frog was somewhat stronger, with the train pulling both the zombie and the frog. The zombie was soon dragged into the mouth of the train's front. The level 2 raging corpse frog, feeling a bit intimidated, released its tongue. It watched as the train's large mouth dragged the zombie inside, chewed it, and then swallowed it. Quack! An angry croak erupted. It jumped in front of Yuhao's train window and continuously shot out its tongue, targeting Yuhao inside the window, intending to grab him and eat him. This human was ruining its plan for a breakthrough. It only needed to eat those dozens of zombies to level up to 3. Yuhao found the angry raging corpse frog outside the window somewhat amusing. It turned out that monsters could also get flustered. Now only this panicked raging corpse frog remained, so he could test the strength of the 3 red-skinned zombies. He immediately ordered the 3 red-skinned zombies to take axes from the carriage and go out to fight. Seeing the red-skinned zombies emerge, the angry raging corpse frog quickly shifted its attack target, decisively shooting out its tongue at them. The 3 red-skinned zombies faced the danger without flinching, charging forward with their axes. One red-skinned zombie got its head caught by the frog's tongue. The other 2, seeing this, swung their axes at the tongue wrapped around their fellow zombie. The damage from the level 10 axes was considerable. There was no pressure against the level 2 raging corpse frog. With quick strikes, the 2 zombies left numerous gruesome wounds on the extended frog tongue, and it even appeared to be on the verge of breaking. The red-skinned zombie caught by the tongue was also covered in wounds from strikes. Yuhao frowned slightly at the scene below the train. He was pleased with the red-skinned zombies' decision to cut off the frog's tongue, but he didn't like that they were also beating up their own zombie brother in the process. Shaking his head helplessly, he sighed. It's a pity that the time for mental matching has run out. It seems that the red-skinned zombies without mental matching are all brutes. No, they should be called brute corpses. On the ground below the train, the raging corpse frog had retracted its damaged tongue, and several zombies had come close to it to attack. After taking a few more nasty knife wounds, it immediately jumped up, wanting to escape. However, at that moment, the train's frog tongue shot out quickly, pulling its airborne body down mercilessly, allowing the red-skinned zombies below to continue delivering finishing blows. Before long, the raging corpse frog was chopped to death. Its body was also dismantled into pieces by the red-skinned zombies. Afterward, the red-skinned zombies returned to the train, while the train continued to use its frog tongue to devour the meat chunks of the raging corpse frog. Once the devouring was complete, a message prompt appeared in front of Yuhao. By devouring the flesh and blood of the raging corpse frog, the frog tongue ability has been obtained. Detected that the train already possesses a frog tongue, so the ability has transformed and can increase attributes for the frog tongue. The length of the frog tongue has increased from 50 meters to 75 meters, and its toughness has also increased. Chapter 61. Damn it. Another one just died suddenly. Oh, Yuhao was a bit surprised. He captured this violent corpse frog to see what effect it would have after the train devoured the same monster again. Unexpectedly, it directly increased the length and toughness of the original frog tongue. Interesting. It seems there is an opportunity to take out the violent corpse frog's nest. Frog tongues are good things, as long as they can continue to improve. Now, it has already become 75 meters long. I wonder how wonderful it would be to have a 1,000-meter frog tongue. Xiao AI. Can you detect whether a large number of violent corpse frogs? This cannot be determined. There will be more monsters in the Howling Abyss, so the probability of encountering violent corpse frogs may be higher. However, the danger level there is also quite high. Yuhao nodded. It's definitely dangerous, but having more monsters is a good thing. If I could encounter monsters like the Titan zombie and giant stone centipede again, then after devouring them, according to the current theory, the outer skin and insect legs of my train could get further attribute enhancement. Maybe I can encounter the Titan zombie right now, because there is the zombie signal flare, which specifically attracts zombies. It might be drawn over. Now the distribution of red dots on the radar shows that there are several densely packed red dots. These are groups of zombies gathered together. Without further hesitation, whoosh, a signal flare shot into the dark night sky, bursting into bright colors like fireworks. As soon as the signal flare was launched, the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius seemed to have received some kind of message and were attracted to this direction. The new passengers in the train felt uneasy upon hearing the commotion outside and began to whisper among themselves. What is that noise? I don't know. After the train stopped just now, why does it feel like there has been fighting outside? There is fighting noise. I even heard the frogs screaming. Could it be that monsters and zombies are attacking? No way. Why are you all panicking? Didn't you hear the conductor say? Our train is a flesh and blood train now. We don't need to mine, just need to farm monsters. So we might be farming them right now. That makes sense. Yuhao stared at the increasingly dense red dots on the radar, which were closing in on this side. He immediately activated the zombie shield and controlled the mounted iron blade to pop out. Meanwhile, in the distance outside of mine, a mechanical train was parked at the entrance of a cave. Inside the train, a slightly plump man with a buzz cut and a round face was sitting in a chair, looking somewhat puzzled. He gazed out the window at a certain direction in the night sky, where it seemed there was a flash of bright light just now. He looked again at the danger detection radar on his train, and his brows furrowed. There were quite a few red dots on the radar, and that beam of light had come from one of those red dots. Now all the red dots seemed to have a tendency to gather and shrink, as if they were all attracted by that bright light. I've been mining here for several days, although there are many monsters around. They don't actively gather and rarely move. You can only light a cigar, take a deep breath, hoping it wouldn't affect me. To be honest, this mine is quite rich iron or resources. To prevent other trains from discovering this place, he even specially activated a precious item, the mining resource shield. This item can interfere with other mechanical trains' radars, preventing them from detecting resources in this area. Now, his 500 slaves were still working overtime in the mine. The time for the Stargate to descend was approaching, but he didn't know exactly when it would happen. This sense of crisis, without an exact time, truly made him anxious. So he could only choose to increase the work intensity of the slaves, raising the original mining time from 12 hours to 16 hours. This way, he could feel a little more at ease. At this moment, inside the mine, clang, clang, the sound of or being struck echoed continuously. The slaves, looking exhausted and haggard, swung their picks to strike the iron ore. Their bodies were exceptionally thin, clearly showing signs of overwork and malnutrition. One of the mining slaves swayed slightly, moving his pick in a poor state. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the pick struck the iron ore again, and a piece of iron ore the size of a quail egg fell from the rock. The man saw this and wanted to pick it up and put it in his bag. However, as he bent down, his hand just touched the iron ore, and he immediately felt darkness before collapsing to the ground. This scene caught the attention of the surrounding slaves. Many slaves turned to look over. "What are you looking at?" "Keep mining." The thugs behind them immediately shouted. Anyone who has T-mined enough 15 units of iron ore today can forget about resting. Hearing this, the slaves could only retract their gazes and continue to mine with suppressed anger. Behind a fallen slave, one of the thugs walked up impatiently. He kicked the fallen slave. "Stop playing dead, get up." Thinking of pretending to faint to escape mining, don't even think about it. After kicking a few times, the fallen slave still showed no response. The thug's face darkened instantly. He squatted down to check, placing a finger on the slave's nose to feel. "Dead? Damn, this is really unlucky. 3 have died suddenly in just 2 days of mining." He merely complained and then stood up to call his boss. At that moment, the head thug happened to walk over. He glanced coldly at the fallen slave and then said in a deep voice, "Throw him aside. Deal with it later. Don't disturb the other slaves from mining." Yes. After giving the instructions, the head thug returned to a corner to slack off and rest. A young slave watching this scene felt a surge of anger rise in his heart. Neither the train conductor nor these thugs cared about their lives at all. They were living worse than cattle and horses. Just as he was lost in anger, a fellow slave not far from him also collapsed. Damn it. Another one just died suddenly. A thug checked and then began to curse as he prepared to drag the body away. Useless thing, really can't withstand it. Seeing this, the young slave's forehead veins began to throb, and he gripped the pick tightly. Finally, he couldn't hold back. He swung the pick and rushed toward the thug handling the body, smashing down hard on the thug's head. "You bastard, go die too." Chapter 62. Who the hell dares to rebel? The pickaxe struck down with precision, splattering a crimson spray. The ambushed thug died on the spot, not even having a chance to scream. The young slave who struck out roared hoarsely at all the slaves. "If we don't explode in silence, we'll die in silence." Rather than being exploited to death by these train conductors and thugs who don't treat us as humans, it's better to die fighting for ourselves. Can't 500 of us take on these dozens of thugs? He raised his pickaxe high, passionately calling on all the oppressed slaves. "Comrades, pick up your..." Bang, bang, bang. Before the young slave could finish his call to arms, a rapid gunshot rang out. Several bullets mercilessly pierced the young man's skull, killing him instantly. Who the hell dares to rebel now? If you have the guts, try it again. Thud! The thug's threat was cut short as a pickaxe struck him from the side, crushing his skull. "I'll smash you, you dogleg. Brothers, let us fight them. Rather than live in fear, wouldn't it be better to die fighting?" I know everyone is holding back their anger. If we don't explode now, when will we? Yes, kill them. If we don't resist now, we'll die suddenly in a few days without a chance to fight back. I agree to kill these guys who are scarier than zombies. The young slave's death ignited the long-repressed anger in the hearts of the slaves. They all began to go berserk, choosing to resist. The confrontation between pickaxes and guns, between slaves and thugs, had begun. What is going on? The thug leader, who had been resting in the corner, was startled by the commotion. His past arrogance and superior demeanor instantly turned into panic. Terror surged in his eyes as dozens of slaves with murderous intent rushed toward him, raising their pickaxes like rioters in Gotham City. He hurriedly grabbed his rifle and began shooting, shouting, "Do you all want to die? What you're doing leads only to a dead end." Outside, In a train compartment, the bearded train conductor sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the densely approaching red dots on the radar, filled with fear. He quickly grabbed the intercom and shouted, "Stop mining, get back to the train, danger is coming." However, in the chaotic mind, the thug leader's head had been smashed in by a pickaxe. The intercom shattered on the ground. Not far from him, there were also more than a dozen slave corpses who had been shot dead. One slave picked up his rifle and spat on the thug's corpse with a look of satisfaction. Then, with a frenzied expression, he aimed at the other thugs and started shooting. "Is anyone hearing this?" The train conductor shouted into the intercom. "What the hell are you doing?" No one responded from the intercom. Only the intermittent sounds of chaotic fighting came through. "Is this a rebellion?" He pale-faced dropped the intercom. His mind had a bit of a mess from the sudden scenes on both sides. After a moment of daze, seeing more and more red dots on the radar rushing toward him, he could only grit his teeth and start the train, quickly fleeing in one direction. The chaos in the mine continued. The roars of slaves, the screams of thugs, the rapid gunfire, and the clashing of pickaxes mixed together. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Several thugs, rifles in hand, continued to retreat under the gunfire. At this point, there was no longer the pride they once had. Their faces were filled with terror and embarrassment. The sight of these slaves, now crazed with bloodshot eyes, made them feel more scared than zombies. "Run to the mine's exit," one thug shouted. "Not good. It seems the exit is blocked by them." Another thug panicked. "Keep back to back and move towards the exit. The exit is our only way out. Kill the slaves blocking the exit." "All right." The thugs began to maintain a back-to-back stance, continuously shooting at the attacking slaves as they retreated. Although the power of the bullets far exceeded that of the pickaxes, the frenzied charge of the slaves made the rifles seem inferior in front of their flesh. Before long, the chaos in the mine quieted down. All the thugs were successfully taken down, with not a single one escaping. The remaining slaves looked excited. This rebellion had cost them dearly, with more than half of the slaves dead. But it was all worth it. The surviving slaves began to gather together, discussing their next move. "Where do we go now?" someone asked. "Of course, we're leaving the mine. We need to kill that bastard train conductor who doesn't treat us as humans. Then seize his train. From what I know, we might not be able to seize the train. No matter, let us just get out and kill that train conductor first. There are only a few thugs left on his train. We can easily take him down with so many of us. Yes, let us kill him first." Everyone reached a consensus and then set off towards the mine's exit. They also collected some rifles that still had bullets. The group stormed out of the mine, but upon seeing the scene outside, they were immediately frightened back into the mine. Outside the mine, hordes of zombies were approaching. Fortunately, when these zombies arrived, they did not enter the mine, but continued in an orderly fashion toward a specific direction. "Damn it!" The bearded man controlling the train looked at the radar filled with red dots, feeling a chill run down his spine. The red dots on the radar had increased exponentially compared to before. Moreover, he was being driven toward the direction where the previous beam of light had originated. What the hell is going on? Surrounding the Starfire train were many hordes of zombies. Yuhao was also directing Xiao AI to harvest these zombies. Although it would be possible to wait until there were more zombies to kill them all at once, finishing early would reduce the workload later, which was also a means of saving time. Suddenly, he noticed a train in the distance with its high beams on, approaching this way. And the train conductor in that train also noticed this side. At this moment, both trains were just ordinary red dots on each other's radar. To make his train run faster, the bearded man's train had already been cut down to just the first car. The first car had not been severed because it was the supplies warehouse and the car containing his remaining thugs. The bearded man swallowed hard as he looked at the scene in the distance. What the hell is that? His deputy train conductor also swallowed hard, seemingly. A monster. Chapter 63. Understandable, but unacceptable at this moment, a number of zombies had gathered around Yuhao's Starfire train. The train was weaving through these hordes of zombies, with its rapidly spinning iron blades mowing them down like wheat, occasionally generating a surge of electricity. The bearded conductor stared blankly at the scene, his pupils dilated in shock, shaking his head and murmuring, "Monster! It's definitely a monster. I feel like that's a train. Impossible. What kind of train would face a zombie attack and not run away, but instead kill the zombies?" despite his heart screaming disbelief. Despite the fact that the creature's appearance indeed resembled a worm-like monster, with a large mouth, long tongue, and gray skin. But the legs of this worm-like monster were not insect legs, but train wheels. And there was a window on the monster's head, with a person sitting inside. Even at this moment, the person inside the window was waving at them. The bearded conductor was engulfed in a brainstorming session. There was only one explanation for this situation. It was indeed a train, but not a mechanical one, rather a flesh and blood one. It's coming to kill us. The assistant conductor suddenly exclaimed in fear. Huh? Walma came back to his senses, startled. He saw the blood and flesh train that was slaughtering zombies heading their way. Bad. Run. He yelled, quickly maneuvering the train to change direction and speed away to the other side. What are you running for? Yuhao sat in the train compartment, watching the fleeing train, shaking his head helplessly. He originally just wanted to say hello, but unexpectedly, the people on that train saw him approaching and reacted as if they had seen a ghost. Forget it. He could only continue killing zombies. However, he muttered to himself, this large area has already been surrounded by zombies from all directions. No matter where it runs, it will ultimately be forced back this way. Damn. Walma looked at the number of red dots on the radar that triggered his acrophobia, cursing angrily. Why are there more and more red dots on this radar? Is the radar broken? His face immediately turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. According to the radar, a large group of zombies was surging toward them from the front. With no choice, he could only change direction again. However, every time he changed direction, he didn't run far before the numerous red dots on the radar and the horde of zombies ahead forced him to change course again. After several rounds of this back and forth, his train ended up fleeing back to Yuhao's side. Wang Ma stared at the increasingly dense red dots on the radar, his heart filled with despair. He remained expressionless and silent for a long time. What to do? What to do? The assistant conductor felt a sense of hopelessness upon seeing the result. The more it got to this point, the more anxious and talkative he became. Brother Ma, did someone poke the zombie's nest? Could it be that monster did it? Wang Ma remained silent, controlling the train while typing a message in the chat channel. Dayun train. May I ask which brother's esteemed train is currently at coordinates 698, 654? After sending, there was a moment of silence in the group. It was unclear what had happened, but the atmosphere in the chat channel was obviously off, especially Filet Train and Harem Train, which hadn't spoken for a long time. As for Cleaner Train, which used to be the most talkative, its icon had turned gray, clearly indicating it had encountered an accident. After a while, a reply finally appeared in the chat channel. Starfire Train, what a coincidence, I'm at that coordinate. Wang Ma stared at this message, stunned for a moment. Then, with a grim expression, he applied to add this train's conductor as a friend. After the other party accepted his friend request, he quickly sent a private message. Dayun train. Brother, did your train transform into a flesh and blood train? Starfire train. Didn't you just see it? Dash. Dayun train, no way. Really? Starfire train. Don't be so surprised. You must have seen the red dots on the radar. A large horde of zombies is approaching. If you want to survive, come my side. Dash. Wang Ma fell silent again as he looked at the red dots on the radar and the subtly shaking ground. After pondering for a while, he replied with a simple okay. His train's talent was quite special. It couldn't help him fight against these zombies or avoid them. In fact, it was a one-time use train talent with significant risks and could only be used on other conductors. It was a talent that should not be used unless absolutely necessary. But tonight's unpredictable turn of events had left him feeling somewhat dazed. The ensuing situation probably wouldn't allow him to choose. Yuhao sat calmly in the train compartment, looking out the window. He was still holding a hamburger. He had initially planned to go to bed early without the appearance of this train and let Xiao AI handle the zombie harvesting. But now that another train had suddenly appeared, he could only meet with it properly. Fortunately, the hamburger had a refreshing effect. When he felt a bit tired and couldn't hold on, eating one would gradually restore his energy. After finishing the hamburger, he could see the Dayun train approaching from outside the window. Yuhao instructed Xiao AI to quickly clear the zombies in the area and leave an open space. The Dayun train approached cautiously, confirming with Yuhao in private messages before slowly coming closer. Just before the two trains were about to completely meet, for safety's sake, The Diane train sent a thug to the top of car number 1 with a heavy machine gun. "Brother Ma, is it really appropriate for us to do this?" The assistant conductor asked hesitantly. "What I mean is, isn't it a bit impolite to send a thug with a heavy machine gun to the top of the carriage right before we meet? What the hell does politeness matter?" Walmart replied firmly. "What if the other party has dangerous intentions toward us? I have my own plans for this. You wouldn't understand." After speaking, he quickly sent another message in the private chat. "Diane train, sorry brother, I'm just doing this for self-defense. Dash." Yuhao looked at the thug on top of the other train and glanced at the somewhat apologetic message in the private chat. He smiled slightly and began to reply. "Starfire train, understandable." After finishing the first half of the sentence, Yuhao suddenly put away his smile and instructed Xiao AI, use your tongue to grab that person on top of the other train down, but don't kill him. Then he continued with a smile to complete the sentence. "Starfire train, understandable, but unacceptable." Chapter 64, Train Talent, all or nothing. Okay. After Xiao AI replied, a 75-meter-long flesh-and-blood frog tongue swiftly shot out from the mouth of the Xingho train. Before the thug on top of the opposing carriage could react, the tongue had already firmly wrapped around him. "Ah!" The thug shouted in panic. "Help!" The frog tongue pulled the thug directly from the top of the carriage, and just before he was about to be swallowed by the gaping mouth of the train head, it released its grip in time. The thug fell to the ground, limp. He gasped for breath, his face pale. His pants were already wet. Yuhao calmly watched the complex expression of the Dayun train conductor without saying a word. Once the thug regained his senses, his face was filled with terror as he screamed and ran toward his own train. He saw Ma Yi had opened the train door at that moment, and gratitude showed his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. However, the next moment, he was met with the rapid and abrupt sound of gunfire. The thug was shot multiple times in the front. He widened his eyes, looking at Ma Yi, who was aiming a rifle at him, disbelief filling his gaze. "WH-E." He struggled to utter those few words before collapsing heavily to the ground. Yuhao was taken aback by this scene. What was going on? Wang Ma coldly glanced at the thug lying in a pool of blood on the ground. He then closed the train door, mumbling, "Your sacrifice will be worthwhile." He sent a reply message in a private chat with a friend. "Dayun train, since my brother can't accept it, then I'll simply execute him." After sending this message, he squinted his eyes. He had sent the thug to the top of the carriage not only for self-preservation, but also to pave the way for activating his train talent. Yuhao looked at the message in the private chat and remained silent, momentarily unable to react to the actions on the other side. Such a person cannot be left alive, but he could be used for an experiment. He glanced at the radar. The zombies had already surrounded them and were about to fill the area. Time couldn't be wasted. He then got straight to the point in the private chat. "Xingho train, now to the main point. You can see the zombie tide. It's impossible to break out. My train can ignore these zombies. If you want to survive, you must join my train." After typing this message, Yuhao began to ponder while waiting for the other side's response. The zombie shield had become a train accessory for the Xingho train, so the shielding effect only applied to the Xingho train. Other trains, even if within the shielding range, could not enjoy the shielding effect. Therefore, if the people on the Dayun train wanted to survive, they could only become part of his train. There was another carriage behind the Dayun train, estimated to have more than 100 people. They could be recruited. Wang Ma frowned as he stared at Yuhao's reply and the tightly clustered red dots on the radar. He brought up his train talent panel, and after looking at it, he felt relieved, revealing a meaningful smile. This was his confidence. He had now fulfilled the prerequisites for activation and could activate it. He then replied in the private chat, "Dayun train, join you?" "Not happening." After sending this message, Wang Ma laughed. He would never be a slave in this lifetime. Since there was no choice now, he might as well take a gamble. This flesh and blood train was powerful, and becoming its conductor seemed like a good option. While speaking, he called all the people into the train room, armed with guns and ready. His train talent was quite special. Once used, failure meant death. Wang Ma took a deep breath and then unhesitatingly activated that talent. Talent activated. Then the entire body of the Dayun train emitted a strong light, and in no time, the whole train seemed to have pressed the return key used during its construction, transforming the iron body into virtual light. The Dayun train degraded into a state woven by light. These lights began to spread out, shooting into the sky, forming a light curtain with a diameter of 50 meters that enveloped the area. It covered Yuhao's train head and Wang Ma and others. The light curtain acted like a barrier, separating the inner and outer areas. Yuhao felt something was off upon seeing this. Danger detected a one-time rule-type train talent. Xiao AI's prompt sounded at that moment. Then a message popped up in front of Yuhao. Train talent, all or nothing. Talent effect. The train decomposes and degrades into the original light used during construction, which then reconstitutes into a light shield cage, enveloping the target party and engaging in a life-and-death duel. Talent limitation. The activator must establish a train-friend relationship with the other party. The two train heads must not be more than 50 meters apart, including both train conductors. There must be a conflict on site, resulting in personnel death. Duel rules. Within the light curtain, once either party dies, the duel ends. Duel result. The defeated party's train will be claimed by the victorious party. Dash. Yuhao's expression suddenly turned grim. It looked like they were trying to take over my train. It seemed this train talent was indeed a bit tricky. At this moment, Wang Ma had already brought all his train members into the area covered by the light curtain. Since the Dayun train had transformed into light, they were now standing on flat ground. Wang Ma looked at Yuhao in the Xingho train room, a smile creeping onto his face. His train talent was extremely extreme, consuming his own train to form the light curtain. This meant that his next outcome could only be life or death. Once successful, the other party's train would belong to him. Rather than becoming a slave on the other party's train, he might as well take a gamble. He knew better than anyone what it was like to live as a slave, so he would never choose to be one. With that thought, Wang Ma took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. He then took his rifle and fired a burst at the cigar tip, executing a stylish lighting. The cigar ignited, and he took a deep, satisfying puff, slowly exhaling. I remember the Xingho train mentioned a job change in the group not long ago. I didn't expect that in such a short time, they had developed to the point of being unafraid of zombies. It's truly unimaginable. This must be due to an extremely great opportunity, but now these opportunities belong to me. He grinned widely. Tonight could be considered a blessing in disguise. Now, there was only one person on the other side, while he had a group of people armed with rifles. Among them were 8 thugs, 2 women, and 1 vice conductor. Adding himself, there were a total of 12 people. What could the other party use to fight against him? 12-1. The advantage is mine. Please leave the train room quickly, disembark to participate in the duel, or you will be deemed a failure and face death. Yuhao let out a long breath, feeling a bit of pressure. Now he was the only one inside this light curtain. Fortunately, there were still 3 red-skinned zombies. He tightened his coat and led the 3 red-skinned zombies off the train. Wang Ma looked on with suspicion. He asked in a deep voice, "What is the situation with these 3 red zombies behind you?" "None of your business. Let us fight." Seeking death, his face darkened instantly, and without further ado, he ordered everyone to shoot and take him down. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire immediately rang out. Even the 2 women behind Wang Ma started shooting. Seeing this, Yuhao did not evade at all. He allowed the bullets to hit him. At the moment these dense bullets were about to touch his body, they all seemed to lose their force, being blocked away and falling to the ground. Chapter 65, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Ma's group's rifles were almost smoking from firing so much. Yet Yuhao remained calmly standing there, unharmed in the slightest. Huh? Seeing this, Wang Ma was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He looked incredulously at Yuhao and then at his rifle. Why can't these bullets penetrate? Yuhao patted his trench coat and casually explained, maybe the quality of this trench coat is just too good. He then turned to the red-skinned zombies behind him and said, "You 3, step aside for now." He had just brought 3 red-skinned zombies out of the car, mainly because he was not sure about the trench coat's defensive capabilities, but now that it had been tested, there was nothing to fear anymore. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Ma shouted in panic, and his followers were equally thrown into disarray by the unbelievable scene. Do you think I'm an idiot? No matter how good the trench coat is, it can't possibly be bulletproof. There must be something wrong with this trench coat. Wait. Wang Ma's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a possibility. I got it. This trench coat must be some kind of special bulletproof vest. Brothers, aim for his head and turn it into a beehive. Yuhao simply shook his head, sneered, and said nothing as he walked towards the crowd. Hot, 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 hot. Dense bullets once again shot towards his head, yet, as expected, they were blocked again. Why is shooting at his head ineffective? Wing muskereached. Now at the peak of disbelief. He quickly led his group to shoot while retreating, looking at Yuhao as if he were a monster. His complex and chaotic mind was still trying to figure out the reason behind it. Could it be that this is a special train talent? No. The train talent should be centered around the train itself. It shouldn't directly affect an individual like this. If that's the case, then it must be a personal talent. Yuhao simply put his hands in his pockets and strolled over leisurely as if taking a walk in the park. Stop guessing. Just prepare to die. He had a can of poison gas spray in his pocket, which he could try out now. Wang Ma, horrified, retreated, feeling as if his worldview was about to collapse. All around bulletproof, this is simply impossible. The vice conductor behind him was also sweating profusely as he analyzed the current situation. Although he was still attacking with his rifle, his hands were starting to tremble, proving that he was indeed panicking. The others around him were the same. What was supposed to be a 12-to-1 overpowering situation had turned into this. Their weapons consisted only of rifles and the batons carried by the thugs. The rifles could no longer inflict damage on the monster conductor, and the batons were even less useful. If they didn't take action soon, they were all going to die. Or, after some thought, the vice conductor aimed his gun at Wang Ma. Rat-a-tat. He decisively fired several shots. At the same time, several others who shared the same idea also shifted their aim, two of whom were women associated with the conductor. Who the hell is shooting at me? Wang Ma angrily turned his head, glaring fiercely at the vice conductor and the others behind him. Although his train had turned into a light screen, the weapons produced by the train still couldn't harm him. While the bullets didn't injure him, he could still feel the sensation of being shot. He sensed bullets shooting at him from at least 5 directions behind. After being glared at, the vice conductor could only observe quietly. And just as he was about to find an excuse, one of Wang Ma's thugs took the opportunity while he turned his head and delivered a heavy punch. Wang Ma was knocked down, and his rifle slipped from his hand. The vice conductor quickly picked up the gun upon seeing this. More and more people reached a consensus at this moment. If they didn't betray now, when would they? So they decisively began to kick and punch Wang Ma on the ground. Yuhao, who was walking over, paused to watch the scene with great interest. Indeed, in the apocalypse, it's still all about self-interest. In this life-and-death crisis, the familiar scene of backstabbing appeared once again. Anyway, his train's zombie shield was already activated, so he wasn't worried about wasting a little time here. Even if the confrontation ended later, as long as he didn't step out of the shield's range, the zombies wouldn't sense him. Wang Ma, bruised and battered, was captured and restrained by his thugs. A young thug who hadn't joined in the attack stared blankly at this scene and suddenly shouted with red eyes, "What the hell are you doing to Wang Ma? Obviously, if we don't surrender now, we'll be the ones getting shot by that bulletproof monster." One thug replied matter-of-factly, "You'd better too." Tot. Before he could finish his sentence, the young thug shot him without hesitation. He then shouted and continued firing at the betrayers, saying, "Wang Ma was the one who promoted us, and you dare to betray him. Damn it." Tot. In just a short while, 3 more betrayers were shot dead by him. Yuhao raised an eyebrow at this scene. It seems not everyone is backstabbing. There is also a loyal subordinate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, that loyal thug was also shot dead by others. At this point, only 8 people remained, with Wang Ma tightly bound. "We surrender." The vice conductor quickly stepped forward with a pleading tone. "Please spare our lives. We are willing to work like oxen and horses in your train." After saying this, he and the others consciously put down their rifles, raising their hands to their heads as they took a step back. Their guns could no longer harm Yuhao, so holding onto them was pointless. In fact, this action could express their sincerity. Yuhao looked at them with a complex expression and said nothing. After a long silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "I need to see your true resolve. Your current performance is still not enough." The others were taken aback by this, and a thug asked, "What do we need to do?" The vice conductor thought for a moment, a fierce look appearing in his eyes as he said, "Kill Wang Ma." "No, kill Wang Ma. The others might think we're colluding to deceive him." "Good." Feeling that the vice conductor made sense, the crowd immediately began to viciously attack Wang Ma. Chapter 66 Level 3 Titan Zombie. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Wang Ma immediately begged for mercy upon seeing the situation. However, the crazed crowd around him seemed not to hear, relentlessly striking at his vital points. Yuhao frowned slightly at this scene. He beckoned the 3 red-skinned zombies behind him and brought them to the front of the rifle. Wang Ma was beaten to death. After the crowd killed Wang Ma, they saw Yuhao and the 3 red-skinned zombies pointing their rifles at them and quickly raised their hands. The deputy train conductor hurriedly said, "We have shown our sincerity and awareness. Please don't kill us. We will be good slaves on your train and work hard." They all turned around and squatted down. Yuhao calmly said. The 8 people hesitated for a moment. With 4 of them holding guns, they knew they couldn't fight back. So they could only obediently turn around and squat down, hoping that this cooperation would save their lives. Yuhao looked up and began to wait. Whether these people lived or died depended on the meaning of the train talent, all in. After waiting for a while, seeing that the light screen above had not disappeared, he shook his head and decisively pulled the trigger. It seemed that only by killing all these people would the duel come to an end. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Before long, all these people were shot dead. After they all died, the light screen slowly disappeared. Unfortunately, I did not gain any benefits from this duel. I only tested the bulletproof effect of the trench coat. Yuhao muttered as he threw the rifle to the ground, and the 3 red-skinned zombies beside him followed suit and threw their rifles down. After the light screen disappeared, the scene outside was revealed. Yuhao looked at the scene outside the window. Although he already knew there would definitely be a dense crowd of zombies outside, he was still surprised by the scene he had imagined. The surroundings were filled with zombies, truly packed, an impenetrable kind. Among these zombies, there were also 2 that were over 10 meters tall. At this moment, the spar train, under Xiao AI's control, had arrived beside Yuhao. Yuhao, seeing this, boarded the train with the 3 red-skinned zombies. Back in the train compartment, he sat in a chair and began to contemplate while looking at the 2 giant zombies outside the window. According to detection, the 2 zombies ahead, each over 10 meters tall, are both level 3 Titan zombies. Yuhao nodded. He took out the gas spray from his pocket and looked at it, then glanced at the 2 giant zombies. This thing needs to be tested, so he decided to use the 2 Titan zombies for an experiment. With this in mind, he called over a red-skinned zombie and said, "Xiao Hong, you go down later and spray the spray at one of the Titan zombies, then hurry back." To prevent the red-skinned zombie from misunderstanding, Yuhao pointed out the 2 giant zombies outside the window. Xiao Hong understood and nodded. Yuhao smiled slightly, handed the gas spray to Xiao Hong, and then looked at the densely packed zombies outside the window. After thinking for a moment, with so many zombies outside, it would probably be difficult for Xiao Hong to squeeze close to the Titan zombies. If he used the train's iron blade to clear a path through the zombie crowd to get close to the Titan zombies, it might alarm them and cause them to flee. The last level 4 Titan zombie took a lot of effort to kill after it tried to escape. So this time, he needed to operate without alarming them as much as possible. This problem seemed a bit tricky. So he turned and asked, "Xiao AI, is there a way to send this red-skinned zombie close to the Titan zombie?" "Yes. You might use a frog tongue to send Xiao Hong close." "Oh." Yuhao raised his eyebrows. "Using frog tongue? Can it really be done?" "It can be done. The frog tongue won't be able to do it until tonight when it has devoured the 2nd rampaging frog. However, after devouring a level 2 rampaging frog tonight, the length and resilience of the frog tongue will increase, and its agility will also improve slightly, just like when it grabbed that train thug. It can autonomously choose to retract and extend. Now, just need to have the red-skinned zombie stand at the front of the train, use the frog tongue to grab Xiao Hong, and then spit him out near the Titan zombie. When Xiao Hong is close to the Titan zombie, seize the opportunity to quickly spray the gas spray, and it will be successful. This operation requires a high level of coordination and distance control ability. But since Xiao AI is a level 10 AI, this operation can still be completed. "Is that so?" Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. "Then let's do it this way." Xiao Hong arrived at the front of the spar train, holding a bottle of gas spray. Xiao AI began calculating all aspects of this process, and after calculating, the front of the train opened its mouth wide and the frog tongue shot out, grabbing Xiao Hong and shooting away. At this moment, Xiaohong had none of the previous panic from facing the thug, only hollow loyalty and purpose in his eyes. As he approached, he immediately sprayed the gas spray at the Titan zombie. Unfortunately, he missed, just a bit off. The frog tongue pulled Xiaohong back. It seemed that this attempt had not been well coordinated. Xiao AI was a super AI, and it had a very accurate grasp of distance and timing. But it did not account for the timing of Xiaohong's action. Yuhao felt a bit disappointed when he saw this result in the train compartment, because he had wasted an opportunity, which was 10 units of flesh material, to ensure that the remaining 4 uses of this spray were not wasted. Yuhao first called Xiaohong back to the train compartment and, together with Xiao AI, provided some guidance to Xiaohong about the previous operation. Soon, the second attempt began. A 10-meter-tall Titan zombie stood there dazed, looking like a wooden chicken, not knowing what it was thinking. At this time, a red-skinned zombie, using the frog tongue, arrived in front of it, and it was still completely unaware. The red-skinned zombie seized the opportunity to spray the gas spray at its face. The purple gas was sprayed out, and the red-skinned zombie was also pulled back. After the gas touched the Titan zombie's face, it immediately let out a painful roar. Roar! It covered its face and roared in anger. When it finally released its hands from its face, a part of its face turned purple-black. At the same time, the eye sockets of this Titan zombie turned red, and it began to go berserk, losing its mind. It grabbed a zombie at its feet and tore it in half. Then, with a kick, it sent several smaller zombies flying. Next, it ran toward the other 10-meter-tall Titan zombie and landed a heavy punch on its face. The Titan zombie was knocked down to the ground by this punch from the berserk one, and its massive body crushed several smaller zombies below. The infected Titan zombie, with a fierce roar, jumped onto the other one and unleashed a series of unreasonable zombie punches. Soon, the hallucinatory effect wore off. The poisoned zombie's raised fists suddenly stopped, a hint of confusion appearing in its murky eyes. It looked down at its companion below. The anger was evident in the other's murky eyes. Chapter 67, Is There a Third Overclocking Effect? A misunderstanding triggered by a spray. 2 level 3 Titan zombies were fighting fiercely. At this moment, Xiaohong had returned to the train room and returned the toxic gas spray to Yuhao. Yuhao looked outside the train window with a smile. The hallucinogenic effect of the gas was quite impressive. If used well, this thing could have miraculous effects in certain situations. In the future, if they encounter tricky enemies and can't think of a solution, they can use this spray on them. Yuhao sat in the train room, quietly watching the 2 zombies fight each other. When the time was right and both zombies were heavily injured, he had Xiao AI control the train to start wrapping things up. The next morning, after harvesting the zombies, the Spark train continued its journey to the Shilu Mountains. From the experiences of launching signal flares to harvest zombies twice before, Yuhao discovered something interesting. That is, after launching the zombie signal flares, the situation of the Spark train could become safer. Although this conclusion seems a bit absurd, the fact is indeed so. These zombies not only like to gather in groups, but also had strong exclusivity. Once a zombie tide formed, various creatures that couldn't get out in time would be killed and crushed by the tide. Thus, the zombies indirectly cleared away some hidden dangers for him, such as monsters not affected by the zombie shield. And because of the presence of this zombie shield, his train was not afraid of the zombie tide at all. As long as the shield was active, the train would be in a very safe environment. So, while the zombies wouldn't harm the train, they could also act as bodyguards for it, which was simply perfect if it weren't for the urgent need to develop. He might even want the train to stay within the massive zombie tide. When lacking flesh and blood materials, he could just kill a few nearby zombies to replenish. When not in need, he could just keep these zombies. What a wonderful idea. After thinking it over, Yuhao organized the harvest from last night in the train room. After sorting, he found that this time the harvest was not as abundant as the one in Miyuan City, only collecting over 6,000 units of flesh and blood materials. The dropped items were also very few, with only 5 items dropped, 2 of which were zombie signal flares. In other words, there wasn't even a 1,000th chance, which was indeed a bit ridiculous. The train still needed 320 red-skinned zombies to achieve the quota of 1 red-skinned zombie per person. Calculating that 1 red-skinned zombie requires 100 units of flesh and blood materials, 320 zombies would require an additional 32,000 units of flesh and blood materials. Currently, with over 6,000 units of flesh harvested plus the train stockpile of over 2,300 units of flesh and blood materials, there were now a total of 8,900 units of flesh and blood materials. This means they were still short of a full 23,100 units from the target of 32,000 units. The gap was quite large, and they needed to speed up the collection of zombies. Although the demand for red-skinned zombies wasn't very high right now, as harvesting zombies only required Iron Blade and Frog Tongue, it would be hard to say what the situation would be when they reached the Howling Abyss. It is worth noting that the zombie shield can only shield against zombies, not monsters. The number of unknown monsters in the Howling Abyss remains unclear. So the safest method right now is to achieve the goal of having everyone with a red-skinned zombie before arriving there. As for the current 8,900 units of flesh and blood materials, if all of it were used to create red-skinned zombies, they could only make 89. Not a lot, so it's better to hold off on making more for now. They could first upgrade some useful items. Among the 5 dropped items, 2 were zombie signal flares, leaving 3 to check for effects during the train's journey. With this in mind, Yuhao began to check the names of the 3 items: toilet, sleeping bag, biological electricity collector. Toilet. Upon seeing this item, Yuhao was somewhat surprised. Since the train car was still just a simple shell without a restroom, like in Blue Star, the train members could only go outside to solve their bathroom needs. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was still manageable. However, this way of doing things was somewhat undignified. While dignity wasn't necessary in the apocalypse, now that this item was placed right in front of him, Yuhao fell silent for a moment and began to check the information panel for the toilet. Item name, toilet. Item grade, F grade. Item level, level 1. Item effect, toilet tool. Item upgrade. Consumes 10 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 2. PS. Can be matched as a train accessory. Dash. Let us upgrade it to level 10 first. Yuhao took the mini toilet out of the open sphere. After placing on the ground, the toilet expanded to its normal size. Then he synchronized the toilet as a train accessory and began upgrading it. He directly consumed 450 units of flesh and blood to upgrade it from level 1 to level 10. The information for the level 10 toilet was presented. Accessory name, toilet. Accessory grade, F grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect, a toilet with maximum comfort with a soft and elastic cushion. It can also automatically control temperature, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. It also provides massage services during use and cleaning services afterward. Accessory upgrade, consumes 100 units of flesh and blood to upgrade to level 11. Not bad. It even has an additional massage service compared to a normal intelligent toilet in Blue Star. I wonder what the new experience would be like to have a massage while using the toilet. Yuhao murmured, then looked at the 2 overclocking effects of the level 10 toilet. The first overclocking effect of the toilet. The massage service can have a certain catalytic effect on the user's toilet experience, allowing the user to complete bowel movements very smoothly within 10 seconds. The second overclocking effect of the toilet can treat the user's diarrhea and constipation, and provide services for some special users for hemorrhoid surgeries. Dash. Looking at the 2 segments of overclocking effect information, Yuhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He then complexly sighed. These miraculous overclocking effects really depend on infinite upgrade. To be honest, it's quite practical, and there are no flaws to pick. At this moment, a prompt message popped up in front of Yuhao. Upgrading the toilet to level 15 will grant a 3rd overclocking effect. There is a 3rd overclocking effect. Yuhao exclaimed. Previously, accessories only had 2 overclocking effects at most, but he didn't expect this item, toilet, to have a 3rd one. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed 600 units of flesh and blood materials to upgrade the toilet from level 10 to level 15. After the upgrade, the 3rd overclocking effect also appeared. The 3rd overclocking effect of the toilet. The toilet autonomously generates small blood and flesh plungers at night, which can actively collect the passenger's biological waste like a dung beetle. It will collect the waste from the passengers' bodies while they sleep at night using special methods without disturbing their rest. From now on, passengers can sleep and relieve themselves without interruption and no longer waste time in the bathroom during the day. P.S. There will be no more overclocking effect from the next upgrades of the toilet. Chapter 68 Special Item. Yuhao found it somewhat amusing and bewildering. It was a bit abstract. The third overclocking effect transformed the toilet's function from passive to active. Not bad. Although it was a bit ridiculous, the effect was still very good. Overall, he was quite satisfied. After upgrading the toilet, it was time for the sleeping bag. Yuhao took the sleeping bag out of the sphere. Item name, sleeping bag. Item rating, F level. Item level, level 1. Item effect. This is a convenient and space-saving portable sleeping tool. Item upgrade. Consume 10 units of flesh to upgrade to level 2. P.S. Can be matched as a train accessory. Yuhao looked at the information on the panel, then matched the sleeping bag as a train accessory. Then he directly consumed 450 units of flesh to upgrade it to level 10. It is worth mentioning that once the sleeping bag became a train accessory, it could be mass-produced. After reaching level 10, the sleeping bag's item effect was, the comfort of the sleeping bag is greatly enhanced, comparable to a professional bed, and the sleeping bag can be hung from the ceiling of the carriage. Not bad, not bad. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with this effect. Since the space of his train carriage was not large, only 30 square meters, and each passenger carriage was cramped with nearly 100 people, the space was indeed crowded. He originally planned to wait until he had sufficient flesh materials to create several more carriages. Now it seemed unnecessary. The sleeping bag perfectly solved this problem. Although the hanging sleeping method of the sleeping bag was a bit eerie, it utilized the space perfectly, which was quite good. This sleeping method felt somewhat like a bat. The only difference was that bats hang upside down while the sleeping bag hangs right side up. After understanding the information panel of the level 10 sleeping bag, the information for the two overclocking effects popped up at the right time. The first overclocking effect of the sleeping bag can cure the user's insomnia, allowing the user to achieve baby-like sleep quality. The second overclocking effect of the sleeping bag can treat or alleviate some mental illnesses of the user while they sleep. P.S. Subsequent upgrades will no longer produce overclocking effects. Not bad. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Now, with the level 15 toilet, level 10 sleeping bag, level 10 water purifier, level 10 bread production line, and level 10 steam bun production line, the issues of eating, drinking, and sleeping for the train members were all quite perfectly resolved. Yuhao picked up the intercom and briefly explained the situation of the toilet and sleeping bag to Lafu. He then began to check the last item, the bioelectricity collector. The information panel opened. Special item, bioelectricity collector. Special item? As soon as Yuhao saw these words, his eyes lit up and his breathing became a bit rapid. If he remembered correctly, his red heart furnace was also defined as a special item. After upgrading to level 10, it surprisingly awakened into the train talent. This item is also a special item. If it is upgraded to level 10, is there a chance it will awaken into train talent? With this thought, Yuhao's heart began to anticipate, and he grinned. It seemed like he had stumbled upon a treasure. After that, he continued to look at the information behind. Item level, level 1. Item effect, can collect the bioelectricity of a human body, attaching it to the flesh train, thereby increasing the overall vitality of the flesh train. Item upgrade, 50 units of flesh material to upgrade to level 2. PS1. This item is a dedicated accessory for the flesh train. PS2. Will collect bioelectricity while ensuring the safety of passengers. Increase the vitality of the flesh train. Dedicated accessory for the flesh train. Joy appeared in Yuhao's eyes. These words hinted at high-end qualities and suggested something extraordinary. However, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Theoretically, such an impressive item should be difficult to drop. Is this really something that can drop from ordinary zombies? According to the information guide in your wristwatch, this type of item is extremely rare and has a very low drop rate. Xiao AI reminded him at this moment. Yes. Then why was this thing able to drop into my hands? This seemed a bit unrealistic. Xiao AI speculated that this might be because you have killed too many zombies. So far, your train has killed nearly 20,000 zombies. The drop rate is extremely low, which means it is difficult to drop, but on the other hand, it also proves that it is still possible to drop. Even if luck is not good, if the quantity increases, qualitative changes can occur from quantitative changes. Even the lowest probability can still drop. That makes sense? Yuhao nodded in agreement. He immediately matched this bioelectricity collector as a train accessory. Then he began to upgrade it. After consuming 950 units to upgrade the bioelectricity collector to level 10, the changes of the bioelectricity collector did not proceed as Yuhao had anticipated. There was one good news. Continuing to upgrade would still yield overclocking effects. However, there was one bad news. After upgrading to level 10, it did not awaken into train talent. Overall, he felt a bit disappointed. Yuhao began to check the information panel of the level 10 bioelectricity collector. Special accessory, bioelectricity collector. Accessory level 10. Accessory effect. Collects the bioelectricity of the train passengers, attaching it to the flesh train, thereby greatly enhancing the vitality of the flesh train, making every part of the flesh train full of sustainable vitality. Accessory upgrade. 150 units of flesh material to upgrade to level 11. PS. Will collect bioelectricity while ensuring the safety of passengers. Vitality? What is vitality? Yuhao frowned slightly. This thing left him with a somewhat vague understanding. If taken literally, since this item is a dedicated accessory for the flesh train, the vitality mentioned in it might mean making his flesh train more lifelike. He then relayed the information of the level 10 bioelectricity collector to Xiao AI and asked, Xiao AI, what do you think of this item? Okay. Xiao AI speculated that this item could allow your flesh train to transform from a mere flesh shell state into a state with a soul. When the vitality of your flesh train reaches a certain level, your passengers may be able to play a role similar to the cells of the train, and you would be the brain of the train, making the entire train come alive as if it possessed a soul. For example, if you compare your flesh train to a Cthulhu longworm, then your passengers can be seen as the cells within the longworm. The bioelectricity they generate reaches every part of the flesh train, filling it with vitality, thus allowing the train to exist like a real apocalyptic longworm. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 69, Bioelectric Collector. Overclocking effects. Next, he began to examine the overclocking effects. The first overclocking effect of the bioelectric collector is the optimization of train morphology. As the activity of the train increases, its morphology will be optimized to resemble more of a flesh and blood biological structure. This will facilitate the train's movement and make its overall flesh and blood construction more precise and reasonable, increasing its utility. It will make the train body more agile, adapting to more complex environments and terrains. Below this overclocking effect information, there's also a demonstration video. In the video, a train carriage that was originally entirely skeletal transforms into a carriage with ribs and numerous muscle fibers between them after morphological optimization. Additionally, a complex skeletal structure resembling a spine appears on the top of the carriage. As for the optimized effects, there's also a segment showing that the optimized ribbed carriage, when turning, no longer appears rigid but can bend naturally like a worm. After watching the first overclocking information and demonstration, Yuhao fell into deep thought. Although the carriage would become more flexible, its defenses would be indirectly reduced. Overall, it is a decent effect, but it still has flaws. It can only be said to be acceptable. Next, he continued to look at the second overclocking effect. The second overclocking effect of the bioelectric collector is the enhancement of the train's healing ability. When a flesh and blood train suffers injuries, the collector will increase its collection of bioelectricity from the train's passengers. However, it will remain within a safe collection range. And when the collection is about to cause significant harm to the train members, it will stop collecting in time. There is also a demonstration segment below this information. In the footage, a flesh and blood train carriage is bitten through by a corpse python. Immediately, the break in the carriage begins to heal rapidly. The passengers inside the carriage are gasping for breath, looking unwell. As the break heals, the passengers' conditions deteriorate significantly. At this point, a line of information notes beside these passengers. Due to the consumption of bioelectricity, the passengers' bodily functions have declined, leading to temporary fatigue. Resting for a period can restore them. This means that this healing enhancement consumes the physical state of the passengers. Yuhao murmured thoughtfully. However, It is good that there is a degree of control, preventing permanent damage, which is quite humane. This is good. The value of the passengers is once again utilized. If utilizing the mental matching of passengers with red-skinned zombies is a use of their mental value, then this bioelectric collector is a use of the passenger's physical value. It forms a relatively perfect, closed loop of value utilization. Continuing to upgrade the bioelectric collector to level 15 will grant the third overclocking effect. At this moment, a prompt message popped up. Yuhao grinned at the information. Next, there was no doubt that he would continue to upgrade. Now, the train's flesh and blood materials had decreased from the original 900 units to only 450 units. In such a short time, a total of 450 units of flesh and blood materials had been consumed. However, this is not a big issue. Last night, he harvested 2 zombie signal flares, bringing the total to 4 flares. As long as there are enough zombies, materials will not be lacking. What is currently lacking is the time to collect materials. Next, Yuhao did not hesitate and immediately consumed 850 units of flesh and blood materials to upgrade the bioelectric collector from level 10 to level 15 in one go. After reaching level 15, the information for the third overclocking effect popped up. The third overclocking effect of the bioelectric collector is train members can consume mental power to precisely control various parts of the train, maximizing the utility value of each part. P.S. Continuing to upgrade will no longer grant overclocking effects. Yuhao raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Consuming mental power? Isn't that similar to the mental matching effect of Xiao AI? His expression became strange. He felt that the difference was not very significant. He then told Xiao AI what he had seen and asked, "What is the difference between the third overclocking effect of the bioelectric collector and your mental matching?" The third overclocking effect of this item is somewhat similar to Xiao AI's mental matching, but there are still many differences. The specific difference lies in that Xiao AI's mental matching targets living components for the train passengers while providing perspective and immersion. The bioelectric collector matches various parts of the train itself, which are lifeless and lack immersion. I see. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. So now, can the train passengers control the train in every aspect, whether its components or the train itself? The third overclocking effect of the bioelectric collector indeed allows train members to have comprehensive control over the train body. However, Xiao AI can currently only enable train passengers to control red-skinned zombies and cannot yet allow train members to control all components. All right. Yuhao continued to look at the information panel for the third overclocking effect, because under the information, there is also a demonstration video. In the video, there's a flesh and blood train with carriages optimized into ribbed structures. A gigantic corpse python attacks this train's carriage. The train's conductor at the front notices this situation and promptly alerts the corresponding carriage passengers. The passengers inside the carriage immediately come together, beginning to consume bioelectricity and mental power, causing the rib muscles to tense up instantly. Subsequently, the ribs tighten, forming a solid skeletal structure that ultimately withstands the attack. After this footage ends, it shows an advanced segment. Yuhao continued to watch. He saw a flesh and blood train that had been developed and optimized to a certain extent using the bioelectric collector. Its carriage had undergone significant changes. The rib carriage was further optimized into a hexagonal skeletal structure resembling a honeycomb, with the ribs arranged in a block-like distribution similar to snake scales, surrounded by dense muscle fibers. The complex skeletal structure resembling a spine on the top of the carriage had disappeared and instead entered the interior of the carriage. At the same time, there were a few ribs supporting the interior of the carriage, but the number had significantly decreased compared to before, and the function was no longer for defense, but more for support. Chapter 70. This is how the flesh and blood train should look. At the top of the carriage, there was something resembling a dragonfly's compound eye. According to the information next to it, this compound eye allowed the passengers of the carriage to share the external view, enabling better observation and control of various parts of the train. Soon, a mechanical train appeared on the mountaintop in the distance, firing a shell in this direction. Upon seeing this through the compound eye, the passengers inside the carriage immediately took defensive positions. They assessed the exact impact point of the shell, subsequently reinforcing that area. All six-sided skeletal structures of the carriage converged and assembled at this spot, sealing it tightly. Thanks to the targeted reinforcement of defenses by the train members, the outer skeleton successfully withstood the shell. The demonstration video then included scenes of the train members celebrating their successful defense against the shell. The flesh and blood train, somewhat similar to their own spark train, began to dance in celebration. The onboard flesh and blood sound system blasted energetic DJ music. Meanwhile, the insect-like limbs beneath the train began to perform a strange dance, each limb controlled by a train member. The flexible body of the train also twisted in synchronization. Eventually, the entire train even rose up like a cobra. Clearly, some passengers were controlling the train's spine and upright sections. The insect limbs kept the beat, while the insect body twisted. Yuhao looked at this in silence. The scene evoked an indescribable sense of abstraction and absurdity. After a long silence, he finally offered an assessment. This is how the flesh and blood train should look. The train members acted as the cells of the train, like the tentacles of an octopus, giving each part of the train a soul. This idea was vividly expressed in the demonstration footage. It was indeed advanced. The advancements were incredible. Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim. The flesh and blood compound eye at the top of the carriage was also a key factor in this advancement. With the compound eye, the train passengers could see the outside situation without needing the conductor's specific reminders. The conductor's energy was limited. One person's analysis during battle could never match the analysis and judgment of a group. The train members would have reduced effectiveness if they acted on commands without visibility. With the compound eye, they could make the most accurate judgments and truly control the train's various parts. I need to quickly become like the ones in the video. A new goal was added to Yuhao's list. The emergence of the biological electric collector had fully enhanced the value of the train passengers. No longer mindlessly mining, it had transformed into a task that required significant cognitive ability, which was great. Yuhao leaned back in his seat, feeling very pleased. The importance of passengers increased further with the introduction of the biological electric collector. So next, they needed to recruit even more passengers. The biological electric collector integrated into the train after being matched as a train component. Meanwhile, the train components section displayed this part marked as exclusive to flesh and blood train. At this moment, a prompt panel popped up. After matching the biological electric collector as a train exclusive component, you have two ways to collect the biological electricity from train members. The first is indirect collection, which requires no tools, as the train's interior walls can absorb it. The second is direct collection, which involves creating and distributing a special wristband for each train member. The wristband not only collects biological electricity, but can also calculate certain physical indices of the passengers through the biological electricity. Crafting the wristband requires consuming flesh materials. Yuhao muttered while looking at the information. He glanced at the current train material reserves. After consuming 850 units of flesh materials, there were still 5,600 units left. He opened the crafting information panel for the biological electric wristband. Crafting one biological electric wristband required 5 units of flesh. Yuhao stared at the crafting cost in silence for a moment, then frowned and said, "There are currently 400 passengers on the train. If each one requires a wristband, wouldn't that be 2,000 units of flesh?" After some thought, Yuhao decided not to craft them for now. This can wait until there are more materials later. "I'm a bit thirsty," he murmured as he got up from his seat, heading to carriage number 1 to find the water purifier, and then participated in a lottery, winning a bottle of AD calcium to bring back to the train room. Drinking the AD calcium and looking at the scenery outside the window, Yuhao's thoughts flowed. Once the biological electricity collection began, his train's form would also be optimized as the biological electricity was collected. If there were no special circumstances, he just needed to wait. If he wanted to speed things up now, he could only think of ways to increase the number of passengers. On the vast wasteland, the spar train moved like a long, flesh-like worm. Inside a mine cave, nearly 100 people emerged one after another from the mine entrance. They looked around warily, the red veins in their eyes and dark circles beneath them indicating they hadn't slept well last night. A haggard-looking man let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with relief, We're safe. There are no dangers around. We are free. Next, we won't be exploited by anyone anymore. Excitement and exhilaration filled the eyes of those people. But the next words from another person felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them, making everyone's expression turn grim. Freedom is indeed freedom. But where do we go now? The man's words caught everyone off guard, and they fell silent. At that moment, the tall, thin man spoke up. Why don't we go hunt monsters or zombies? Are you crazy? Just escaped from danger, and you're ready to seek death? That's not what I meant. The man shook his head. What I mean is, in this wasteland, we still have nowhere to go. Without a train and the food produced by the train, survival is a problem, and we won't last long. Monsters and zombies have a chance of dropping train tokens. Although the chance is low, there is still hope to get one. So I was thinking that we could try to obtain a train token by killing zombies or monsters first. We have guns now. Although we don't have many bullets, at least we have some combat capability. As long as it's not a horde of zombies or high-level monsters, we still have a fighting chance. There happens to be a mine here, and there are many ready-made pickaxes inside. If we can successfully obtain a train token, then we won't have to worry later. That makes sense. And I also want to say that whoever gets the train token becomes the conductor. It's all about luck, okay? All right, let's do it. Chapter 71. Eating that thing might contract the prion virus. After making the decision, everyone began to search for traces of zombies or monsters with rifles and pickaxes. Wait, we can't stray too far from the mine. At this moment, the tall, thin man at the front of the crowd turned around to remind everyone. If we go too far and encounter a large horde of zombies or higher-level monsters, we might not even have a place to hide. Everyone thought carefully. The vast horde of zombies passed by our mine last night, but didn't attack, which might indicate that there is some special protective field in the mine that prevents zombies from detecting us. Since the mine can provide us protection, it means this place can be an excellent refuge. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Some people nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with the tall, thin man's viewpoint. As long as we stay around the mine, we'll have enough time to run back if we encounter danger. Exactly. Let's just look around. Most people in the crowd nodded in agreement and started to act according to the tall, thin man's suggestion. Because the tall, thin man's current demeanor gave them a strong sense of security, they had a strong sense of recognition towards him. The only exception was the last man in the crowd wearing glasses. His eyes behind the glasses showed disdain. TCH, the glasses-wearing man couldn't help but sneer. In fact, what the tall, thin man said wasn't wrong, and he didn't oppose it. He just doubted the tall, thin man's consistently positive performance. The other party worked so hard to present himself, probably not only to analyze the situation for everyone, but also to pave the way for himself in the future, right? Although everyone had already established that whoever obtained the train token would become the train leader, that was uncontrollable. But when the time came, the position of deputy train leader would have a lot of say. Either it would be elected by everyone, or would be directly appointed by the train leader. The former was more likely, and if it appeared through election, the tall, thin man was currently performing well and had gained so much recognition from others. No matter who obtained the train token later, he might still become the deputy train leader during the other party's term. After an unknown amount of time, a man made a discovery. He stood on a high point, his eyes lit up as he looked into the distance, excitedly shouting to everyone, "Everyone, look! I found something!" "Oh, what did you find?" The man's voice immediately attracted the attention of others, and they quickly gathered around, some eagerly asking, "Look over there." The man raised his hand and pointed in one direction. Everyone followed his pointing direction and looked. It seemed to be a train. Bad, run quickly. What kind of discovery is this? It can't be that the train leader returned to catch us after successfully escaping last night. Many people panicked upon seeing the distant scene, immediately thinking of fleeing back to the mine. At this moment, the tall, thin man did not panic and flee like the others. Instead, he squinted his eyes and stared in that direction. He thought to himself, even if it's the train of the original train leader, Mai, there's no need to worry too much because there should only be a few henchmen and 2 women left on that train. So this might be an opportunity. With so many people on our side, and several of them holding firearms, we might not be without the strength to fight back. If we kill the train leader, we can not only vent our anger, but also seize the food resources and other resources inside the train. However, as he watched, he raised his brow. Wait. He quickly spoke to stop the fleeing crowd. It seemed there was no danger. Look closely. That train has no engine and hasn't moved at all. It might have been scrapped. After the tall, thin man said this, those who were panicking stopped in their tracks. They returned to observe with a hint of doubt. It really is. After careful observation, they calmed down. You scare me. If it's a scrapped train, then there's nothing to fear. The tall, thin man continued to suggest to the crowd, why don't we go over and take a look? We might find something useful, but it's a bit far. At this moment, someone immediately opposed, and aren't we supposed to look for zombies or monsters to kill? The glasses-wearing man said skeptically, what if unexpected dangers arise when we get there and we can't run back to the mine in time? We haven't eaten for a long time, and our stamina is running low. Many people nodded after hearing this, and someone echoed, indeed, getting there will consume a lot of stamina. Not to mention pulling the distance further. Seeing that everyone agreed with his argument, the glasses-wearing man's mouth curled up as he continued. Our current goal is not only to find a way to quickly obtain the train token, but also to solve the food problem as soon as possible. Only when we're full can we have the energy to work and think. In my opinion, everyone should just search around. If we don't find any lone zombies or weak monsters, we should go back into the mine and eat some food inside. But do we really have to eat that? One person asked, somewhat unable to accept. There are no choices now. What normal food can we find in this wilderness? Moreover, finding monsters and obtaining the train token is a matter that requires a lot of luck. I don't believe it can be resolved anytime soon, so we must prepare for the long term and be mentally prepared to eat certain foods. Upon hearing this, although everyone felt there was some truth, they still found it hard to accept because everyone knew what the tall, thin man meant by the food in the mine. The tall, thin man was also seriously considering the glasses-wearing man's suggestions. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, it's best not to eat it unless absolutely necessary. Eating the thing might contract the prion virus. Do we have any choices now? Before the tall, thin man could finish, the glasses-wearing man emotionally retorted, no one wants to engage in such unethical behavior, but we are in the apocalypse now, and some things are not within our choice. Okay, can you wait for me to finish? I was going to talk about the food issue later. The tall, thin man looked at the glasses-wearing man, his expression calm as he continued in a deep voice. What I wanted to express is that the scrap train might have food. It might even have train parts for producing food. Although I don't know if we can successfully use the food parts after finding them. We have to try if there's a chance. If successful, then our food problem can be solved. There is a ready-made mine here, and we won't lack materials for manufacturing in the short term. Of course, besides food and useful parts, we might also find weapons. Not everyone has guns now. Most people are holding pickaxes. That makes sense. After the tall, thin man's words, many people nodded thoughtfully. We lack everything now. If we can find something useful through the train car, that would be great. It's definitely worth a try. Risks and rewards have always been proportional. Everyone agreed. After a discussion, they ultimately decided to follow the tall, thin man's suggestion and go see the situation of that train in the distance. Chapter 72. Great. We can pick up new passengers again. On the other side, Yuhao sat in the train cabin, admiring the scenery outside the window while planning in his mind. Originally, he had intended to use all 3 zombie signal flares before reaching the howling abyss. However, after using one last night, the total number of flares not only didn't decrease, but actually increased to 4. In that case, before reaching the howling abyss, he had 1 more flare available for development. He muttered to himself, after about another hour of travel, he could use one depending on the situation. Hopefully, there would be more zombies along the way. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed something unusual ahead of the train. Huh! After a light exclamation, he immediately took out his binoculars to observe. Was that a scrap train car? He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. It's a pity that I am now a flesh and blood train. A mechanical car doesn't serve much purpose for me. What I need are passengers and monsters. Wait! Suddenly he paused, his eyes lighting up again. Perhaps there will be passengers in that scrap train car. Let's go take a look. Soon, the Spar train arrived near the scrap car. Yuhao immediately dispatched 50 red-skinned zombies to check for survivors. While the red-skinned zombies were checking, he sat in his chair and noticed something else in the distance with surprise. After taking out his binoculars again, he exclaimed in delight, "There are survivors." Meanwhile, on the side referred to, As the survivors, they looked at the additional spark train next to the scrap car, their faces turning pale. Since the spark train transformed into a flesh and blood train, and combined with the gray, tough skin it gained from devouring Titan zombies, its appearance was no longer conventional, making everyone think it was a monster. Oh no, there's a monster! Run! Their eyes filled with panic. They turned and ran without hesitation. The sudden appearance of the long worm-like monster and dozens of red-skinned zombies coming down made the scene truly terrifying. Although the people were weak and frail, they burst forth with all their strength, running toward the mine to survive. Yuhao, sitting in the train cabin, watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. It looks like there are about 100 people. Great, we can pick up new passengers again. He didn't rush to start the train to catch up with them. These people's running speed could not compare to his train's speed, no matter how far they ran. He just needed to activate the speed wheel to double the speed with its overclocking effect to catch up in an instant. These people still didn't know where they had come from. Perhaps they had run out of the scrap train car or from somewhere else. If they had come from elsewhere, maybe they could guide him to gather more passengers. The little red zombies quickly finished searching the scrap car, but found no survivors. Yuhao, slightly disappointed, ordered them to board the train and then started it to chase after the group of survivors. The fleeing group quickly ran into the mine. Once inside, they breathed a sigh of relief, revealing expressions of having survived a disaster. They were already exhausted. This should be safe now, right? The bespectacled man gasped heavily. The mine has protective qualities. Hopefully, it can help us through this ordeal. The tall, thin man also panted heavily, but he still felt a tension in his heart. The situation was still not optimistic. The mine might protect against zombies, but it couldn't protect against monsters. We should guard the entrance. That's not very safe. The bespectacled man immediately opposed this, saying, "We can't stop such a big monster from coming in." His mind raced. "I have an idea. This idea has a gambling element, but it might be worth a shot." What idea? The others were curious. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses seriously. "Perhaps we can move all the bodies in the mine to block the entrance." One person questioned, "Wouldn't it be better to move stones?" Right now, there aren't that many stones in the mine, but there are over 400 bodies. The main purpose of moving the bodies to block the entrance is to add a layer of human meat insurance. If that long worm monster really wants to break in, seeing the entrance filled with bodies, its first reaction would definitely be to eat these bodies first, even if it has a big appetite. 400 bodies should be enough for it. Maybe by the time it finishes eating, it will be full and leave. After all, most monsters' goal is to eat. Even if it still wants to come in after eating, two favorable situations could arise for us. The first is that the monster has eaten too much and can't fit through the entrance with its belly full of 400 bodies. The second is that it can fit in, but has become sluggish after eating too much. At that point, we would have guns and pickaxes, giving us a greater chance of winning. The others fell silent after hearing this. After a moment of silence, someone hesitantly agreed. "It seems to make some sense. Indeed, should we give it a try? After all, we have no other options right now." "All right, time is of the essence. Let's get started right away." Yuhao's train arrived at a mining site. "This is the place," he muttered in surprise. "It's actually a mine. There must be quite a few people inside, right? How should we break in?" After thinking for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. It's time to mentally match the little reds and simultaneously train the passenger's control ability over them. Next, Yuhao spent some time selecting people and clearly explaining the tasks for this mission. After a while, 80 mentally matched red-skinned zombies rode down from the train on blood-and-flesh motorcycles. They carried 9 assault rifles on their backs and also had an axe. A few little reds excitedly raised the front of their motorcycles, driving on the rear wheel alone, looking incredibly reckless. Their every movement revealed both humanity and wildness. At this moment, the red-skinned zombies along with the blood-and-flesh motorcycles indeed had a hint of the vibe of the Ghost Rider. The leading little red was matched by Yuhao himself. He set a requirement for these mentally matched red-skinned zombie passengers. They must capture the survivors in the mine within 1 hour. Moreover, those who performed well would receive extra rations. Conversely, those who performed poorly would have their rations reduced. Any red-skinned zombies that died during the mission would have their passenger status downgraded. This rule was to prevent passengers from recklessly taking advantage of their mental matching without harming themselves. As for any uncontrollable variables that might arise in the mind, he had already instructed Xiao AI to adapt to the situation while ensuring the safety of the train and its members. Chapter 73. Don't block it. What the hell are you blocking for? Little Red the rider arrived outside the mine entrance. Red-skinned Yuhao was the first to dismount from the flesh-and-blood motorcycle. Seeing the entrance blocked by piles of corpses, he was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why are there so many bodies? Did they kill their companions to block the entrance in order to survive? After observing for a while, this guess was dismissed. The dried blood on the bodies indicated that these people had actually been dead for some time. At this moment, a little Red who had just gotten off the vehicle approached Yuhao. It was matched with the spirit of the mountain chicken. Rafe and the 6 Spark Guardians were left on the train to guard the new passengers and did not undergo spirit matching. Currently, most of the red-skinned zombies were controlled by the old passengers, but it was worth mentioning that the 2 good brothers of the mountain chicken, Haobei and Crow, were performing well, so they were specially approved to try spirit matching with the red-skinned zombies. Mountain chicken, Master Hao. These survivors actually killed each other to survive and then used their companions' bodies to block the door. Isn't that too cruel? The zombie mountain chicken communicated with Yuhao through thought exchange. Yuhao, it's not that simple. Some of these corpses are wearing enforcer uniforms, indicating that they died due to conflicts between slaves and enforcers. Mountain chicken. So what should we do now, Master Hao? Yuhao, we need to find a way to clear them out. These bodies must be moved, otherwise we can't get in. We currently don't have large explosives. The frog tongue can theoretically grab the bodies out, but the efficiency is limited, only one at a time, and we don't know if this mine tunnel exceeds 75 meters. Manual removal might need to be considered. While Yuhao was pondering, 2 zombies behind him were obviously excited. Crow, Brother Hao, I can't believe I'm not dreaming. The mere existence of zombies on Master Hao's train is already extremely unreasonable. I never expected that we could actually spirit match to control zombies now. This is incredible. Zombie Crow looked at his strong body, unable to hide his excitement as he threw a few heavy punches into the air. Haobei, indeed. Although some things have been modified beyond recognition in the apocalypse, Master Hao's methods are still astonishing. Using mental control over zombies means that the controller can be in an absolutely safe environment, fearless of danger, pain, or physical fatigue. It's simply perfect. Crow, it seems that Mountain Chicken didn't follow the wrong person. If we work hard under Master Hao, we will definitely achieve something under his leadership in this apocalypse. Haobei, yes. Moreover, the treatment on Master Hao's train is already far ahead of other trains. There is nothing to complain about. Haobei, by the way, don't call me Brother Hao in the future. I'm afraid Master Hao will misunderstand. Just call me a Hao. Crow, okay, a Hao. After thinking for a while, red-skinned Yuhao raised his head, already understanding in his heart. Next, let the red-skinned zombies and frog tongues coordinate to remove these bodies. Once the decision was made, Yuhao communicated the method to the red-skinned zombies through thought exchange and then had little AI control the train to move closer to the cave entrance. If the tunnel is too long later, all the red-skinned zombies will enter, and the frog tongue will be responsible for grabbing the last corpse from Little Red's hands outside the cave. Subsequently, all the red-skinned zombies lined up in 2 long lines. The Little Red in the front would remove the bodies and pass them to the back, and the Little Red in the back would receive and continue to pass them back, thus continuing until the last zombie in the line received the body and then dropped it on the ground. The red-skinned zombies were larger and stronger than ordinary people, so the speed of transfer was relatively fast. If the number of bodies blocking the entrance wasn't too many, they would be cleared out in no time. These bodies piled together to form a wall of corpses at the entrance. At this moment, at the inside end of the corpse wall, everyone was also lined up in 2 teams, tirelessly passing bodies from the back to the front to deepen the thickness of the blockage. They had just heard noises coming from the cave entrance and began to feel anxious. The sounds are somewhat reminiscent of motorcycle noises, which was suspicious. But there was no time to think too much now. The longworm monsters had most likely already broken in, so they hurriedly increased their speed, continuously using bodies to block the entrance. After a while, inside the cave, a tall and thin man, was frantically moving bodies while shouting at everyone. "We need to speed up." He sensed something was wrong. The monsters outside seemed to be eating too quickly. The more blocked the entrance became, the louder the noises from outside grew. Can the longworms eat this fast? He had a bad feeling. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to keep up with how fast the opponent was eating. Upon hearing this, everyone accelerated. Another minute passed. Zombie Yuhao looked at the dwindling bodies and the advancing process, predicting that they would soon be cleared out. Soon, a dim light source appeared in the pile of corpses, but was quickly blocked again. The zombies at the front had just moved a body down, and as that spot was cleared, the survivors inside hurriedly used bodies to block the empty space. Thus, the people inside were blocking the wall with bodies while the outside zombies were moving bodies. Now the trend subtly shifted to the people inside passing bodies to the zombies outside. "Damn it!" The tall and thin man cursed under his breath. His expression grim. He kept blocking the gap with bodies, but the next moment, the bodies were moved away again, forcing him to speed up. His hands didn't dare to stop, and his mind was racing with thoughts. So it turns out that all this time, it wasn't the longworm monsters eating the bodies, but the damn zombies moving them. They were doing everything they could to block, while the zombies outside were desperately moving. By the way, isn't the mine supposed to have defensive zombies? So many zombies didn't break in last night. Why can they come in now? Is it because their type is red-skinned? Logically, they should be using rifles to attack now, but no one knew if there were longworm monsters guarding behind these zombies. After all, these zombies came from the longworm monsters. They were clearly part of the same entity. Currently, they could only hope that these zombies were moving bodies to feed the longworm monsters. Once the longworm monsters finished eating these bodies, their chances of attacking these zombies might be better. "Don't block it. What the hell are you blocking for? It's zombies. Hurry up and shoot them." While he was pondering, the glasses-wearing man was urgently shouting and preparing to pick up his gun to attack. "Not yet. Keep blocking." The tall and thin man urgently stopped him. The red-skinned zombies and the longworm monsters are in cahoots. He quickly expressed his thoughts and guesses to prevent the others from panicking. After some hesitation, they decided to follow the tall and thin man's suggestion. The more it got to this point, the less they could afford to panic, even if they could take down these zombies. They had no hope of taking down the longworm monsters behind them. They could only use these bodies to hold off the longworm monsters for now. On the other side, the zombies moving the bodies heard the loud conversation from inside, and their expressions turned strange. Red-skinned Yuhao found it somewhat amusing. So this group of people thought their train was a monster? Mountain chicken. "Master How, what should we do?" The people in the mine think we are a bunch of mindless zombies and have actually shouted out their thoughts like that. "Yuhao, keep moving." He had already activated thought exchange for all the little reds. "Yuhao, slow down your speed. Keep it just a little faster than them, but not too much. We are now mentally matching the zombies, and our bodies want to feel tired, but they are human. Let us first exhaust their stamina, and when they attack later, we can use these bodies as shields." Mountain chicken, got it. Everyone, yes. Chapter 74. What the hell is this? After a long while, someone in the mine lay exhausted on the ground. "I can't take it anymore. If we keep blocking like this, we're going to tire ourselves to death." He gasped. "We've already expended too much energy blocking the entrance. If we don't save some strength, even if we guess correctly later, we won't have the energy to attack." The tall and thin man also stopped, looking weary. "It should be about time. We've blocked over 300 corpses. If that monster wants to eat, it should be full by now. Let's prepare to attack. Once the zombies on the opposite side clear a gap, we'll take our rifles and shoot at the opening fiercely, killing a few first to seize the initiative." All right. The group dragged their somewhat tired bodies, those with rifles readying them, and those without taking up pickaxes. The armed one stood at the very front, nervously staring at a certain spot on the corpse wall. Based on previous observations, this area would soon be cleared out. Once the gap appeared, they would fire directly, catching a few zombies off guard. However, at this moment, all the little reds on the opposite side also stopped their movements after hearing this. The benefit of mental matching with zombies was now evident. When they were human, they could understand the conversations of the opponents, while the opponents were completely unaware. One little red turned to its leader. "Mountain chicken. Master How, what should we do now?" We heard their thoughts. Should we charge in now and fight them? They had already exhausted a lot of energy, so attacking now should allow them to take control. Yuhao, no rush. Don't forget our goal is to capture them alive while minimizing our losses. They have no idea we can understand their speech, so we can use this to wear them down completely. Yuhao quickly shared his plan with everyone. On the other side, after waiting for a while, the group inside the cave fell silent, watching the corpses that had not been moved. What the hell? Why aren't they moving the corpses? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Could it be that they got tired and decided to take a break? Someone speculated randomly. Impossible. How would zombies know what tired is? They can't even feel pain. Someone shook their head in disagreement. At this moment, everyone was filled with great confusion. The tall and thin man spoke again. Let's wait a bit longer. It's best if we don't act while the enemy isn't moving. The group had no choice but to endure and wait a little longer. Finally, a corpse was suddenly moved and a gap appeared. The previously distracted group immediately snapped back to attention upon seeing this. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted immediately. However, at the same time the gunfire rang out, the gap was quickly blocked again. Bullets flew into the corpse wall. The group firing froze upon seeing this. What the hell is going on? Is this a game? Damn. Someone with a bad temper couldn't take it anymore and started cursing. When we block, they move. When we don't block, they don't move? What is this supposed to be? Roar. Roar. At that moment, two fierce roars came from the opposite side. The complex emotions in everyone's hearts turned to vigilance. Everyone, pay attention. The tall and thin man shouted. They might be about to break through. Everyone tensed up and readied their weapons, aiming at the corpse wall, prepared to act at any moment. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Just as everyone's patience was wearing thin and they were about to lose their tempers, finally, a corpse in a different position was moved and another gap appeared. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Upon seeing this, the group almost instinctively pulled the triggers toward that direction. However, the bullets again hit the corpse that had just been moved and quickly blocked again. Before these people could react, another corpse in a different position was suddenly moved and the gap appeared again. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guns immediately shifted and the gunfire rang out again. Then came another direction. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Next, the group attacked the gaps like whack-a-mole, but unfortunately, the outcome was always the same: bullets hitting corpses. The appearance and closure of the gaps happened quickly, and the random refreshing positions left them with no time to think. They couldn't get angry or think too much, because once a gap appeared, zombies would come in, which would be troublesome. So they could only passively shoot at the continuously shifting gaps in the corpse wall. Time passed unknowingly. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Are these zombies outside messing with us? I feel like my intelligence has been insulted. Are they just having fun with us? The group angrily cursed at each other. Meanwhile, the corpse wall seemed to understand and stopped appearing gaps. This shouldn't be happening. The glasses-wearing man pushed his glasses in confusion. Is this something those zombies outside can do? Only humans would come up with such a disgusting tactic, right? They're a bunch of zombies without thoughts. They shouldn't be doing this. This situation was becoming very unfavorable. Everyone's rifle bullets were running out. As this thought crossed his mind, the tall and thin man suddenly had a chilling suspicion. He said, his eyes trembling slightly, could it be they can understand our speech? As soon as he said this, the glasses-wearing man's face changed dramatically as he asked, what did I just say before? Oh no. At this moment, the red-skinned zombie hiding outside the corpse wall smiled widely. Yuhao, they're out of bullets. It's time to attack. Following Yuhao's command, all the zombies launched a real assault. As the tall and thin man's suspicion proved true, the people inside the cave felt something was wrong and hurriedly fled deeper into the mine. They knew that something big was about to happen. The tall and thin man's guess was likely true. The previous actions of the zombies largely validated this suspicion. After an unknown amount of time, all the survivors in the mine were captured alive as expected. All the weapons of the people inside the mine were confiscated, and they were led out of the mine with their hands bound behind their backs. The tall and thin man at the front was escorted by the red-skinned zombies to the front of train. At this moment, he felt despair mixed with deep confusion. These red-skinned zombies, apart from looking like zombies and not being able to speak, were otherwise like rational humans. Crucially, they could even ride motorcycles. He looked up at the bloody creature ahead, then at the wheels and the open door of the train, where a few armed people appeared, and suddenly understood. So it was a bloody train. He shook his head and muttered bitterly. Even so, he still had many unanswered questions in his heart. Once all the survivors were collected, the spark train added another carriage. The train then set off again. Yuhao, who had finished mental matching, sat inside the train's compartment. He rubbed his temples wearily. Every time he mentally matched with the red-skinned zombies, he would fall into a period of mental fatigue. This time, they captured 106 passengers, bringing the total number of passengers on the spark train to 506. Not bad. Halfway to the goal of 1,000. A smile appeared on his lips. Then, I took out a hamburger from carriage 1 to refresh myself, and also pulled out a bottle of Wangzai to quench my thirst. At the same time, I instructed Raph to add a meal for everyone who was matching their spirits this time. Chapter 75. What the hell are you doing by waiting to die? An hour later, the high-speed spark train began to slow down. Yuhao looked at the danger detection radar, where the red dots were gradually increasing, and murmured, "If we keep going for a while longer, we can use the signal flare once we find a suitable spot." At that moment, on a high ground, a train was surrounded by a dense mass of corpses. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid fire of machine guns and rifles rang out simultaneously. Bullets struck the horde, taking down the zombies that charged from the front. In the guard's carriage, the guards stood at the carriage door, holding their assault rifles, and crazily sprayed bullets outside without hesitation. Everyone's faces were extremely grim. The train's powerful artillery shells were already exhausted, yet they still couldn't repel the damned zombies. The door of the slave carriage was also open. Inside, the slaves wielded mining tools like pickaxes and axes, guarding the entrance and hacking at the zombies that were about to rush onto the train. Roar! A pale-skinned, grotesque zombie charged forward, its mouth filled with black blood. Although the axe severed one of its arms, it seemed unfazed. The slaves quickly changed their attack targets and began striking at its head. Unlike the guard's carriage, where everyone had guns, the slave carriage had nothing. If it weren't for the mining tools still being in the carriage and not taken away, these slaves would have no means of resistance at all. At this moment, relying on the guards to fend off such a massive horde of zombies was unrealistic. They had to contribute as well. Everyone attacked the zombies' heads. Hitting other parts was useless. These zombies couldn't feel pain. A slave in the front swung his axe while shouting backwards. Inside the tightly closed front of the train, the conductor looked around and saw that they were completely surrounded by the horde, despair evident in his eyes. He helplessly leaned against his chair, watching as some zombies even crawled onto the windows, forcing a bitter smile that was 10 times uglier than crying. When they first discovered the horde, it had already formed a siege. The guards he had stationed had been of no help at all. Some were even sleeping when the tide of corpses arrived. He had tried to use the train's powerful artillery shells to blast a path, but there were too many zombies, and he ultimately failed. Instead, during the train's acceleration, the bodies of the zombies they hit jammed the wheels, making it impossible to continue. If this continued, they would die. His gaze dimmed as he took out a handgun. This handgun was not a weapon produced by his train. It could harm him. He had kept this handgun because it was the first weapon he used to rise to the position of conductor. Initially meant to be a keepsake, he never expected it to reveal its true purpose now. These zombies wouldn't break in immediately, but given their madness and numbers, it was only a matter of time before they did. During this time, he needed to prepare his mindset and reflect on his brief life. Rather than being bitten and eaten by these zombies, it would be better to end himself. He began to murmur, placing the muzzle of the handgun against his temple. At that moment, on top of the second carriage, da-da-da, the heavy machine gun roared relentlessly. The barrel was spitting fire. A guard pressed the trigger with all his might. Although his arms were numb from the recoil, he dared not stop for a moment, because once the shooting stopped, the horde would quickly break through. Faced with such a hopeless number of zombies, he could only think of one thing: to shoot with all his strength and prevent them from boarding the train. Help! A slave below screamed in despair as a zombie dragged him off the train for the carriage door. As soon as he hit the ground, the horde overwhelmed him. When he reappeared, he was nothing but a bloody mess. The slaves at the door watched this scene with trembling pupils. He was not the first comrade to be dragged off the train. Despite everyone fighting to the death, They could not withstand the absurdly large, fearless horde. Now, the number of slaves blocking the door was dwindling. Everyone else had run inside to pray or wait for death. As the zombies were about to break through, the slaves at the door had no choice but to close it. These zombies successfully climbed onto the train, so were banging on the doors, while others targeted the guard on the roof who was firing the heaviest. The guard, armed with a heavy machine gun, was already struggling to deal with the numerous zombies below. Now he noticed that many had climbed onto the roof and were interested in him. He felt a sense of dread, but there was nothing he could do. He immediately turned his gun toward the zombies that had reached the top. With the firepower of the machine gun focused on the zombies on the roof, the horde below faced less resistance, intensifying their assault. The people in other carriages could no longer resist and hurriedly closed their doors, retreating back inside. The guard found himself in a desperate situation. He had now become the zombies' only target. Ultimately, he was predictably killed by the zombies. All the carriage doors were closed. It was impossible to repel these zombies now, and they could only think of ways to defend passively. Inside one slave carriage, a man closed the door and leaned against it, bracing himself hard. He shouted to the people behind him, "Come help block the door. We can't just sit here and wait for death. This iron door can't withstand too much impact. We must hold it." At the man's urging, many people rushed to help block the door. Before long, a violent banging echoed, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Clearly, the zombies outside began to hit the door fiercely. "We need more people." The man felt the force of the impacts and continued to shout at those behind him who were praying fruitlessly or waiting to die. What the hell is waiting to die for? Holding the door and not letting the zombies break in is our only way to survive. This door must not be broken. As long as we hold it tightly and don't let them in, they will eventually lose patience and leave. Hearing the man's words, many joined in. Together, they temporarily succeeded in blocking the door. Despite the zombies outside hitting it hard, they managed to hold it. Now, the real concern was physical strength. Zombies could not feel fatigue, and if they kept banging on the door tirelessly, the strength of those blocking it inside would gradually wane. Eventually, it would be a matter of time before they broke through. Thus, closing the door for defense was merely a stopgap. What they could pray for was that before their strength ran out, the zombies would truly lose patience and give up. Although this thought was somewhat unrealistic, they had no choice now. Bang, bang. The violent impacts caused the iron door of the carriage to bulge and begin to deform. "Hold on." The man gritted his teeth in encouragement. Thinking too much was futile. They could only hold the door for an hour and see if it had any effect. If it worked, the intensity and force of the banging would decrease, proving that the zombies had begun to lose patience. Hopefully, the door is of good quality and won't be broken. We should also keep our voices down. The sound we make might be the key to attracting these zombies. If we can just remain quiet and hold the door, these zombies might very well retreat in an hour. He could only speak positively to the others now. Leaving a glimmer of hope was the only way to muster motivation. After this was said, many people immediately fell silent, no longer speaking, and clenched their teeth while blocking the door. After blocking for a while, the force of the impact outside the car door indeed lessened a bit. Chapter 76. Kill it quickly. The people blocking the door felt a sense of relief. However, just when they thought it was effective, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ryup. The sharp tearing sound of the iron sheet from the top of the carriage echoed. They saw a tall and robust zombie tear open the iron sheet with its bare hands. Originally, there was a thicker piece of iron sheet on the roof, but it had been damaged in a previous melee, and they had not found suitable repair materials. So they could only temporarily patch it with a relatively soft and thin iron sheet. Little did they know that this previous action would become the last straw that would crush the slave camels. After a large hole was torn in the roof, a zombie over 2 meters tall jumped directly into the carriage. Everyone could see the terrifying appearance of this zombie. It was clearly different from other zombies, much taller, with massive muscles all over its body. Its face was extremely hideous, twisted to the extreme, and its skin looked as if it had been soaked in sulfuric and nitric acid, completely rotting. After a brief silence, screams and wails immediately filled the carriage. The arrival of this tall zombie was like the Grim Reaper, bringing a death sentence to everyone. Roar. It let out a domineering roar. Then, it reached out to grab the nearest slave beside it. Grabbing the slave's neck, it pulled hard, and the slave's neck was actually torn apart. The muscular zombie then greedily began to suck and gnaw at the bloody flesh at the severed neck. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble violently, and a few people even fainted from fear right on the spot. Kill it quickly. If this continues, we will all die. A man blocking the door shouted loudly. If you don't want your neck broken, join me and attack its eyes together. He judged that the zombie's muscular defense was definitely very high, and its eyes must be its only weak point. After saying this to everyone, he did not hesitate, picked up a pickaxe with determination, and rushed forward. Although many people were indifferent to his words, huddled in the corners of the carriage away from the tall zombie. More people still joined the man in his attack. United as one, they placed all their bets. The man decisively charged, wanted to launch an attack while the zombie was feeding. Just as he was about to get close, he swung the pickaxe, aiming for the zombie's eye socket. However, the zombie had already noticed the man. It immediately stopped feeding and violently threw the headless corpse in its hand at the man. Blood from the corpse splattered everywhere in the air. The man was also knocked down by the flying corpse. Roar! The muscular zombie charged towards the fallen man with a roar, its eyes flashing with ferocity and bloodlust. This man would be its next meal. At that moment, a slave with a pickaxe launched a sneak attack from the zombie's blind spot. His eyes also flashed with madness as he aimed the pickaxe at one of the muscular zombie's eyes and struck down hard. Thud! The pickaxe accurately struck that spot. Roar! The muscular zombie let out a roar. It covered its eye with one hand while grabbing the man with the pickaxe in the other hand, then angrily threw him to the ground. The man fell heavily, spitting blood. The muscular zombie, enraged, raised its large foot to stomp on the man's head, intending to crush it. However, at that moment, the previously fallen man charged again, seizing the opportunity created by his comrade, gripping the pickaxe and swinging it with madness towards the zombie's other intact eye. With another thud, the pickaxe predictably struck into the zombie's other eyeball. With both eyes destroyed and devoid of sight, the muscular zombie fell heavily to the ground with a howl. Seeing this, the man's eyes brightened, and he immediately shouted, "This is a good opportunity. Everyone, come and finish it off." The people who were stunned by this scene immediately came to their senses and quickly picked up their weapons to surround and attack it. Smash it hard on the head. Smash directly into its brain. If we destroy its brain, it will be completely dead. As the man spoke, he pulled the pickaxe forcefully out of the zombie's eye socket, then smashed it in harder. After precisely striking deeper into the brain, he began to twist the pickaxe with force. He prepared to directly mash the zombie's brain. Before long, this brutal muscular zombie was finally killed under the combined assault of everyone. The crowd had also exhausted a lot of energy. Phew! The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Everyone also showed expressions of having survived a disaster. That was close, I thought. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected turn of events occurred again. The iron door of the carriage was suddenly smashed open by the horde of zombies outside. The noise inside drew the zombies outside into a frenzy, and many of those blocking the door had split off to confront the muscular zombie, leading to the breach of the door. The doorway was suddenly filled with densely packed zombies. Zombies began to appear at the hole in the roof as well. Seeing this suffocating scene, everyone fell into complete despair, and the man who had been encouraging everyone to resist felt his heart drop, his spirit extinguished. Inside the front of the train, after much psychological struggle, the train conductor still could not bring himself to pull the trigger for a self-ending. He watched as more and more cracks appeared on the train window, about to shatter. Then, without hesitation, he steeled his heart. He turned the gun towards the zombies outside. He was afraid of death, but he was also unwilling to die like this. At least he wanted to take a zombie down with him to feel a bit more balanced. He had already decided that once these zombies broke the glass and got in, he would immediately take one down. Then he would shoot himself in the temple. That way, it would be a maximum 1-for-1 exchange. Bang! The glass shattered instantly. Seeing this, the man quickly prepared to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to shoot, a strange scene unfolded. The horde of zombies rushing in suddenly froze, then all turned to look in one direction. After pausing for a moment, they all left the train and began to walk towards that direction. In the rear slave carriage, the crowd, originally resigned to their fate with the door broken, was at a loss when they saw the zombies at the doorway and on the roof retreating one after another. At that moment, the densely packed horde surrounding the entire train began to withdraw, heading in the same direction. In the distance, about 5 kilometers away, the spar train had come to a halt. Yuhao had finished launching the zombie signal flare and was now waiting quietly for the zombies to come for the harvest. Chapter 77 Zombie Sandbags. Not long after, a dense horde of zombies surrounded the spark train, making it impossible for anything to pass through. At this time, the zombie shield inside the train had already been activated. Yuhao sat comfortably in the train compartment, looking out the window at the cute material-delivering zombies that had come from afar with a welcoming smile on his face. He then turned to the danger detection radar, his smile widening even more as he nodded and said, "Not bad." The radar displayed a higher density of red dots than last night, indicating that this harvest would be even more satisfying. He was about to let slaves.AI control the train for harvesting, but suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and an interesting idea gradually took shape. He looked thoughtfully at the zombies outside, hesitated for a moment, then smiled broadly, deciding to capture some and bring them into the cabin to use as sandbags for practice. Before acquiring the bioelectricity collector, he hadn't paid much attention to the physical fitness of the passengers. He was more concerned about enhancing their mental strength and reaction time. But now, with the bioelectricity collector, he learned from slaves.AI that the quality of bioelectricity generated by different passengers varies. Generally, healthier and stronger individuals produce better quality bioelectricity than those who are weak or underweight or overweight. Therefore, it was now necessary to focus on both the mental strength and physical fitness of the passengers aboard the Spark. The zombies outside were undoubtedly natural meat sandbags. There was no fear in beating them to death or injuring them. Yuhao thought to himself, just let the passengers have their fun. With that in mind, he immediately instructed slaves.AI, go pick a few sturdy and tough zombies and grab them with the tongue. As he spoke, he looked out the window and spotted some muscular zombies, towering at about 2 meters tall, with their faces looking uglier than the other zombies. It seemed these zombies would be tougher to beat and still fit inside the train. slaves.AI then controlled the spark train to open its front mouth, and with a flick of its tongue, dozens of muscular zombies were soon captured and brought into the train. Before entering the cabin, their hands and feet were rendered useless, and stones were stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from biting. With these zombies secured, Yuhao instructed slaves.AI to continue harvesting other zombies. Yuhao glanced at the tall, muscular zombie that had been captured inside the train compartment, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He kept 1 zombie sandbag for himself and left 3 for the passengers in the rear compartment. As for the role of these zombies as sandbags, Yuhao had already informed everyone on the train when they were captured. He stood up from his chair, interlocking his fingers, causing his knuckles to crack. Why didn't I think of this when hunting the zombie horde before? I've been bored for so long. If I don't move my body for too long, it will rust. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Yuhao approached the fierce-looking muscular zombie, which was oblivious to everything around it due to being inside the zombie shield. Upon reaching the sandbag, Yuhao moved swiftly, suddenly raising his left arm and delivering a powerful left hook to the zombie's jaw. Without waiting for a reaction, he followed up with a right hook and an uppercut. After landing a dozen punches to the sandbag's face and body, Yuhao executed a few sweeping kicks before grabbing the zombie's right arm and performing a shoulder throw. Huff! After finishing this set of moves, he exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated all over. At this time, in the slave compartment, everyone was lined up to take turns hitting the zombies. When it was Crow's turn, Haobei gently patted his shoulder and smiled. I didn't expect that Master How could always bring us unexpected surprises. Go ahead, show everyone your skills. Okay. Crow nodded seriously and then jumped to the zombie. Spreading his arms and hooking his legs, he shouted, Crow's airplane. A fulfilling day was spent harvesting and beating zombies. Once all the zombies were harvested, the spark train continued on its journey. The muscular zombies captured earlier had all been knocked out before the harvesting ended. Yuhao began to sort through the items obtained from the harvest. Upon seeing that this time he had again acquired a zombie signal flare, he fell in his silence. If this keeps happening, it seems there won't be any shortage of zombie signal flares in the future. He couldn't help but chuckle. After using one today, he ended up with 2 more. Now there were a total of 5 zombie signal flares. Thinking about it, having more isn't a bad thing. Although Yuhao found it amusing, he was genuinely pleased inside. Compared to his previous disdain for this item, he was now much more satisfied with it. In terms of the signal flares function, they might not hold as much value as other items in other trains. However, on his side, they could maximize their benefits. Each of the 3 signal flare launches brought him several thousand or even over 10,000 meat materials, along with several items or blueprints, and among the dropped items, there would likely be more zombie signal flares. At this rate, as long as there are enough zombies in this apocalypse, he could infinitely use zombie signal flares like this. So naturally, the more, the better. If this world were an ordinary zombie apocalypse, he could probably become invincible like this. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. But in reality, the probability of zombies dropping items or blueprints is still quite low. Overall, the drop rate is still a bit of a stretch at 1 in 1,000. As for why he always got drops, it was simply because he had killed too many zombies. Every time he kills over 5,000 zombies, even with a low drop rate, something is bound to drop. What puzzled him was that the probability of zombie signal flares dropping was higher than that of other items. Could it be because this item has the closest connection with zombies? Yuhao shook his head and didn't think too much about it. 3 days later, the Wailing Abyss is about to arrive. Please prepare. Shao is Homadisunded. Chapter 78, Zombie Wolves, is finally approaching. Excitement glimmered in Yuhao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted. However, as the designated location for the hellish difficulty transfer task of the Wailing Abyss, the danger level was bound to be quite high, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Over the past few days while farming zombies, he had been continuously creating new red-skinned zombies, and now all 506 crew members on his train each had their own little red. At the same time, he had also built several new carriages, bringing the total number of carriages to 10. 5 of these carriages were equipped with a level 10 refrigerator, and all the red-skinned zombies were stored in the 30 square meters of space within these 5 refrigerators. Therefore, the passenger carriages were no longer crowded. This was mainly to ensure that after the train was optimized into a rib-shaped form, the carriages would not cause crushing injuries to the passengers inside when stretching or turning. The entire Spar train had undergone significant changes since departing from Desolate City. 3 minutes later, the Spar train came to a slow stop. Inside the train, Yuhao looked out the window, his expression one of shock. The vast wilderness terrain suddenly appeared very different, with the ground overall in a very discordant and abrupt raised state. The height was quite high, with a slope of at least 45 degrees. The terrain was no longer flat. Besides the steepness, there were many pits and large boulders. The higher the elevation, the larger and more numerous the obstructing stones became. At the final peak, it even turned into a continuous, large rocky mountain. It was astonishing. The entire train seemed very small here. Yuhao was uncertain whether this peculiar terrain was the result of nature's handiwork before the apocalypse or a transformation after the apocalypse had arrived. It seemed he would need to use the insect legs, he murmured. Howl! Suddenly, a series of very uncomfortable howling sounds came from the mountaintop. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness and confusion in his expression. Was that the Wailing Abyss ahead? Not quite. The front is merely the outermost area of the Wailing Abyss, and we have not yet reached the entrance. I see. He nodded thoughtfully, looking at the multiple red dots displayed on the danger detection radar, pondering for a moment before making a decision. Let's switch to insect legs and continue moving forward. Understood. Due to the previous protection of the zombie shield and not actively seeking out monsters to kill, the actual power of the Spar train had not yet been genuinely tested. Although he didn't know the defense level of the train's keratin exterior, it had devoured quite a number of Titan zombies along the way. The train's gray exterior, which had once appeared somewhat dull, now faintly emitted a grayish sheen, indicating a significant increase in strength. Moreover, with the shape optimization brought about by the bioelectric collector, a superfrequency effect, the train could theoretically handle the complex terrain they were encountering. The Spark train's rapid wheel transformed into flesh and blood insect legs and continued to advance. Yuhao announced to all members of the train, "We are about to reach a very dangerous place, so everyone should prepare." Yuhao's voice spread through every carriage via this sound system. "Are we nearing the wailing abyss?" The expression on RAF in carriage 3 turned serious upon hearing this. Yesterday, when he reported the passenger's recent performance to Brother Hao, he had learned from him that the Spark train would reach this location today. Over the past few days, Brother Hao had already started having them attempt to use their mental power to control the train's insect legs, seemingly preparing for this dangerous location. After notifying through the sound system, Yuhao looked toward the front of the train. With the third superfrequency effect of the bioelectric collector, train members could precisely control some components of a train using their mental power. However, without the compound eyes seen in previous demonstrations, the crew members couldn't see the external situation, making control somewhat inconvenient. They could only act based on verbal commands. However, 3 days ago, he had already taken some time to train them specifically for controlling the insect legs. Each day, they would convert the wheels into insect legs and practice controlling their movements for an hour. They had managed to grasp some of it by now. Soon, the train didn't travel far before starting to ascend. For safety, the embedded iron blades also popped out at this time. The train was controlled by Xiao AI, while Yuhao watched the scenery outside the window and monitored the red dots on the radar. Most of the red dots on the radar were either solitary or in small groups, which indicated they were monsters. The closest group to his train was 6 red dots located 500 meters ahead. Yuhao looked in that direction. These red dots could actually be seen with the naked eye from outside the train window. He narrowed his eyes, but did not stop the train. They had not yet truly entered the wailing abyss, merely being at the entrance of the outer area. If they couldn't handle these outer monsters, then they wouldn't need to enter the wailing abyss at all. It was just right to use these outer monsters to test the train's current strength. There was no need to deliberately avoid them. They would confront them head-on. On a massive rock 500 meters away, 6 zombie wolves, each reaching 2 meters in size, looked down at the slowly approaching Spark train. Their murky pupils flickered with a bloodthirsty red light, and their hairless bodies had deep gray skin riddled with cracks and decay, exposing blood and flesh underneath, with some areas of white bone faintly visible. Their jaws were truly split open, with sharp teeth and bloody flesh clearly visible, looking fierce and terrifying. Howl! With a wolf howl, they charged directly at the train. Their speed was astonishing. In no time, they were at the front of the Spark train. 3 zombie wolves immediately opened their fearsome jaws and attacked from the side of the train. At that moment, the iron blades on the side of the train, which had been still, suddenly began to spin rapidly, and the bodies of the 3 zombie wolves were instantly sawed into 2 pieces upon contact with the blades. The zombie wolf in front of the train, although it did not suffer the same fate, had just leaped up when it was instantly caught by a massive blood-and-flesh frog tongue and dragged into the train's open maw. The nearby wolf companion saw this scene and showed no fear. The madness in its eyes made it unafraid of any situation. Howl! It let out a long howl and immediately launched an attack, only to be quickly captured by the frog tongue and sent into the train's mouth as well. Only the last zombie wolf remained unresolved. The train did not see this one. Inside the train, Yuhao watched the radar, which indicated the last zombie wolf. This red seemed to be on the roof of carriage 2, and he fell into silence. At this moment, the last zombie wolf that had jumped onto the roof was opening its jaws wide, fiercely biting at the silver-gray skin of the train roof. It was desperately trying to tear it off. However, its proud fangs seemed to be unable to do anything against the gray train skin. Yuhao thought for a moment and asked, "Xiao AI, can you detect the level of these wolf monsters?" "Yes. They are all level 2 zombie wolves." "Only level 2? "Yes." "Should we kill the level 2 zombie wolf on the roof of carriage 2? "No need. If a level 2 monster can break through my train's defenses, then I don't need to go to the wailing abyss at all." Yuhao relaxed and leaned back in his chair. "Capture and eat the surrounding zombie wolves' corpses with your frog tongue. Don't waste them. Then continue on your journey." Okay. Chapter 79. Monster Rockfall after devouring the corpse of the zombie wolf. The the train continued its journey. 10 minutes later, as the train reached a mid-mountain position, the number of red dots on the radar began to increase. The terrain was uneven and became more difficult to navigate, causing the overall speed of the train to decrease significantly compared to before. Yuhao observed the red dots on the radar, feeling a growing tension as they seemed to be converging towards their location. Boom! At that moment, there was a sudden commotion from above. It seemed that something was rolling down. Yuhao looked up, and his pupils contracted. A massive boulder was falling towards the front of the train. It was rolling rapidly. By the time he reacted, the huge rock was already nearly at the train's front. Not good. Shao AI quickly maneuvered the train to avoid it. Yuhao shouted. If it hit, the train would definitely be in serious trouble. Evading now, under Shao AI's control, the spark train accelerated and turned sharply to the right. With Shao AI's precise calculations and advanced maneuvers, the train narrowly avoided the massive boulder. However, the boulder still grazed the train's body, causing the entire train to shake. If the train's wheels hadn't been replaced with highly grip-sensitive insect legs, it might have toppled over. Unfortunately, the zombie wolf that was still being thrown off the top of the train was hit by the boulder, leading to a close encounter with the ground. The boulder then pressed down on it, turning the zombie wolf into a meat patty. Inside the train cabin, Yuhao was still in shock when dozens of large boulders began to roll down from above. The train was currently in a very precarious position, and its speed was severely limited by the terrain. With so many boulders rolling towards them at once, it was extremely difficult for Shao AI to evade them all. Everyone began to mentally control the insect legs, accelerating them in an orderly fashion according to previous commands. Yuhao quickly informed everyone and then granted Lafu the authority to broadcast commands over the speaker so Lafu could call out the orders. Meanwhile, he began to mentally control the frog tongue. Inside the cabin, 121, 121, Lafu shouted commands, unifying the mental control of the crew, similar to how people cheer during dragon boat racing on the Dragon Boat Festival. The crew was still somewhat inexperienced with the insect legs and, lacking compound eyes, could only perform simple acceleration and deceleration. Although the insect legs could accelerate and decelerate without their control, they were not agile enough, and precise mental control could allow them to briefly exceed their normal speed, making them more nimble and quick. However, this required a unified command, without synchronized commands. The crew's control over the insect legs would become chaotic, with some moving faster and others slower. Yuhao sat in the train cabin, his eyes fixed on the falling boulders, identifying the one that posed the greatest threat, and then aimed to launch the frog tongue. After launching the frog tongue, he used his mental power to control it, allowing the originally straight trajectory to curve slightly. He also did not intend for the frog tongue to collide directly with the boulder, but instead to influence its rolling trajectory with a clever push. As long as he could successfully alter the boulder's trajectory, the train wouldn't need to move and could avoid being hit. When the frog tongue struck the boulder, it immediately imparted a directional force, causing the boulder to roll away in another direction. This method proved to be surprisingly effective. The boulder's original path towards the train was altered by the frog tongue, redirecting it to the other side of the train. Next, Yuhao used the same method to launch the frog tongue to influence more boulders. Shao AI focused on controlling the train to avoid those boulders that Yuhao hadn't had time to influence. Meanwhile, the passengers in the cabin concentrated on ensuring the quick and agile movements of the train's insect legs. In this way, all the boulders that were about to strike the train were successfully avoided. Yuhao looked at the radar and, based on the initial falling directions of the boulders, he saw that many red dots were present at their original positions. These boulders were evidently pushed down by the monsters represented by those red dots. He then released all 506 redskin zombies, instructing them to bring axes and rifles and head towards that direction, specifically instructing them to take a longer route on both sides to avoid being affected by any boulders that might fall again. Yuhao originally didn't want to use these zombies, intending to save them for when they encountered truly insurmountable dangers in the Wailing Abyss, but the falling boulders were too troublesome, so he had no choice but to send them into action. Next, a large number of boulders continued to fall. The little reds began to take a longer route, splitting into two groups and speeding towards that direction. An hour later, the train successfully reached the top. At this point, the Little Reds had returned to the cabin. Many of the surrounding monsters had been dealt with by the Little Reds using their guns or axes. In this operation, they lost 6 Little Reds, leaving 500 remaining. The overall feeling of climbing the mountain was that the monsters here were not strong, and their levels were not high. It was just that the terrain was too tricky, combined with the interference of the monsters using boulders, making the ascent quite troublesome. Ahead, Yuhao was somewhat surprised as he looked at the scene below the mountaintop. Is this the Wailing Abyss? He murmured, feeling complicated emotions. At this moment, in front of the train was a massive chasm, several thousand meters long, 60 meters wide, and bottomless. Whoa! An uncomfortable sound echoed from the bottom of the abyss. It seemed that something very terrifying was lurking inside. Yuhao's thoughts drifted for a moment before he snapped back to reality. He began to consider the next serious matter. This below should be the Wailing Abyss. As for the entrance, it can't be that we just climb down from this broken edge, can it? If that's the case, that would be truly absurd. Shout AI, can you detect the slope of the mountain wall below? Yes. The slope of the mountain wall on our side is vertical with a slope of 90 degrees. This cannot simply be described as steep. Yuhao looked down into the abyss, lost in thought. Although the insect legs could climb slopes, a slope this steep might be impossible to ascend even a little. Even if it could barely climb, he wouldn't dare to try easily. The bottom was unfathomable. If there were any mistakes, the train would plummet, and everyone would perish. Shout AI, the entrance you mentioned is to go down from here? Yes, but that is just one entrance. In addition, there is a safer entrance at the base of the mountain on the opposite side. Yuhao let out a long breath. It was good that there was another entrance on the other side. However, his brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the 60-meter width of the chasm again, falling into thought. So now the problem becomes how the train will cross this wide chasm. He pulled out the items and blueprints he had collected over the past few days to examine them. Chapter 80. Little Red builds a bridge after checking everything. He felt somewhat disappointed. He didn't find anything useful. Most of it was just everyday items and blueprints. One particularly ridiculous blueprint was for a Zhongzi production line. Was it hinting that I should celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival? He muttered to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. He then continued to brainstorm ideas. After thinking for a long time, he still made no effective progress. During this time, he asked Xiao AI and Raf, but neither provided any satisfactory information. It seemed that this was the only way. Yuhao's expression was a bit hesitant. He actually had thought of a method. However, this method had significant concerns and risks. But since he had come this far, worrying would be pointless. He just had to go for it. His plan was to have Little Red build a bridge for his train to pass over. After the Little Reds finished building the bridge, the train's insect legs would be replaced with turbo wheels, and then he would activate the overclocking effect, cranking the speed up to 480 km/h. Then, he would dash across the bridge made of the Little Red's bodies. There's a saying on Blue Star. In the world of martial arts, speed conquers all. As long as the speed was fast enough, a person could even float on water. Were his zombies not harder than water? The main issue now was that the train's speed needed to be fast enough. Even if theoretically the zombies couldn't bear the train's weight. As long as the train could pass over them in an instant, it would already be gone before they could bear the weight. Then, these problems would naturally be resolved. As for the subsequent train control, that would have to be left to the level 10 AI, Xiao AI, who would need to calculate all the relevant factors carefully. After that, he decided to act. After a while, all 500 Little Reds got off the train. Yuhao thought for a moment, instructed the Little Reds on a few things, and then used his frog tongue to send all the Little Reds to the top of the mountain on the other side. Once the Little Reds arrived, they found the largest stone and began to move it. After a lot of effort, they finally managed to position the stone appropriately. The frog tongue then shot out again, connecting the two ends of the abyss. One Little Red started to climb across the frog tongue. During the climbing process, this Little Red showed no signs of fear in its eyes. There was only murkiness and loyalty. It looked down at the bottomless abyss and the slightly swaying frog tongue, without even a flicker of its eyelids. It seemed that even if it fell, it wouldn't matter to it at all. This Little Red reached the edge of the abyss. Soon after, Another one climbed over. Just like that, a bridge of corpses formed, made up of little reds. They faced the abyss, with their backs to the sky, holding tightly onto the legs of the little red in front of them with their own hands. Next, Yuhao did the same again, forming a second corpse bridge, then a third. When all the little reds had laid down the bridge, Yuhao noticed that the first little red to form the bridge was trembling slightly, not daring to delay. He instructed all train members to focus their mental energy into the frog tongue, ready to follow his orders. Although the little reds couldn't feel fatigue, it didn't mean their muscles could hold out indefinitely. There was a risk of tearing. Once everyone was ready, Yuhao had Xiao AI quickly analyze the corpse bridge, calculating the fastest way and trajectory to cross it. Then the frog tongue shot out, and since everyone's mental energy was infused into it, the frog tongue tied itself into a knot after grabbing the boulder. It was time to set off. Once the train started, when he said the word collect, they would immediately exert all their mental energy to the utmost. After Yuhao communicated this to the group through the sound system, they officially set off. At this moment, everyone in the carriage was extremely tense and on edge. After Yuhao had informed them of what was about to happen, they knew that the opportunity only came once. Any mistake would mean death for everyone. So each of them was filled with a will to fight to the death, united in their determination to succeed. Once all preparations were complete, the spark train instantly reached full speed, charging towards the corpse bridge. At that moment, Yuhao also issued the command collect through the sound system, while he infused his mental energy into the frog tongue. The train sped forward, and under the control of everyone's mental energy, the entire frog tongue tensed to its limit. Taking advantage of the frog tongue's instantaneous contraction force, it pulled the train towards the boulder. In just a moment, the spark train surged from the starting end of the bridge with unstoppable momentum towards the end. However, just as the train reached the other end, and before even half of the train had passed, a variable occurred. The corpse bridge ultimately could not bear the weight of the train and broke apart. The rear half of the spark train was about to fall due to the loss of support from the corpse bridge. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, their brains malfunctioning as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. Fortunately, Xiao AI took control of the train wheels at this critical moment, applying full power to prevent the train from continuing to fall. Yuhao quickly notified everyone, instructing them to maximize their mental energy and keep the frog tongue taut. The passengers in the rear carriages were thrown about due to the dropping motion, even though the remaining conscious individuals had mustered all their strength to control the frog tongue. The train's weight was simply too heavy, and the frog tongue began to tear. Warning, train power insufficient, cannot support the rear carriages coming up. The frog tongue will completely break in 30 seconds. After the frog tongue breaks, the train's power will be completely insufficient, and it will be pulled into the abyss by the weight of the rear carriages. Just when it seemed like disaster was striking, Xiao AI's danger alert sounded. Xiao AI suggests you disconnect the rear carriages. This is the only way to survive. Please make a decision quickly. There is less than 30 seconds left. If you need to disconnect the carriages, please act decisively. The emergency alert rang. The frog tongue continued to tear, and the rips grew larger. Yuhao's heart sank. His brain raced, thinking at lightning speed, considering various possibilities for survival. If it really came to it, he would have to do it. Xiao AI reminds you again that due to your brief hesitation and struggle, the train has now missed the golden opportunity to disconnect the rear carriages and escape. There is no time left for a remedy. Next, it is recommended that you prepare mentally during this last less than 20 seconds to face the imminent death of falling into the abyss. During this time, you may spend a few seconds reflecting on your brief life, and then a few seconds writing a will. Unexpectedly, only a few seconds had passed, and the chances of survival seemed to have dropped to zero. There wasn't even a chance to disconnect and survive. Although Xiao AI was a level 10 top-tier AI, if it said that the outcome was basically doomed, but Yuhao was still unwilling to accept defeat. Until the last second, he would not give up hope for survival. Chapter 81, Warning. The exterior of the Starfire train is damaged. At this moment, the entire train's wheels were in a tense state, as if stuck, unable to move forward. However, With the continuous tearing of the frog tongue, the train began to show signs of moving backward. In this critical moment, Yuhao was frantically thinking of any possibility to survive. Finally, his eyes suddenly lit up, a glimmer of hope appearing in his gaze. There was no time to speak. He immediately began to upgrade the rapid wheel. Since the train couldn't hold on due to insufficient power, then he would desperately increase the power. He fiercely upgraded the rapid wheel. In the last 10 seconds, consuming 1,000 units of flesh material. In the last 9 seconds, consuming 2,000 units of flesh material. 8 seconds, 3,000 units. 7 seconds, 4,000 units. 6 seconds, 5,000 units. After spending 5 seconds to consume 5,000 units of flesh to upgrade the rapid wheel, a miracle occurred. The wheels, which had been continuously moving backward, gradually began to pull the rear carriages upward with full power. At this moment, the middle part of the blood-flesh frog tongue extending from the front of the train had been torn to only 1/10 of its original size. Yuhao's chest was heaving violently as he watched the train move forward. Not feeling reassured, he continued to consume 1,000 units of flesh to upgrade the wheels. After a short while, the entire train finally managed to ascend. All the carriages landed safely. Once it was confirmed that they were safe, Yuhao felt completely drained, lying directly on the floor of the train compartment. He gasped for breath, displaying an expression of relief. As for the passengers inside the train carriages, although they couldn't see the outside scene, they had guessed the situation, all displaying expressions of lingering fear and survival. After a brief rest, Yuhao forcibly adjusted his state. This was not a good place to rest. He began to assess the damage to the train. The primary concern was the significant loss of Little Red this time. With the corpse bridge broken, theoretically, all Little Reds should have fallen and perished. However, it was comforting that nearly 50 Little Reds were clinging to the edge of the rocks and managed to climb up. Yuhao recalled how these Little Reds knocked calmly on the train compartment's door after climbing up. When he opened the door, he saw that apart from looking a bit disheveled, their expressions seemed as if nothing had happened, their eyes still revealing a murky yet loyal look, which left him with mixed feelings about these Little Reds. The passengers in the following carriages had sustained some injuries from the earlier incident, but fortunately, none were serious. Yuhao had already instructed Rafe to use the first aid kit to bandage the injured. After a short break, Yuhao let Xiao AI continue to control the train down the mountain. The downhill path was always much easier than the uphill one. Although they encountered a few monsters along the way, they were all low-level small creatures, easily dealt with using the train's iron blade. Before long, the train had reached the bottom of the mountain. There was a huge opening here, wide enough for the train to enter. Yuhao looked at the densely packed red dots on the radar, falling into deep thought. With this quantity and density, could there be a horde of zombies inside? His heart was filled with doubt. He then activated the zombie shield, preparing to enter. Shortly after entering, the opening became dimmer. At the same time, the slope downward also became steeper. Along the way, he saw many interconnected openings. Before long, the train arrived at a broad area filled with many caves. Seeing that the red dots in the caves did not move significantly, Yuhao felt much more at ease. This likely meant that there were zombies inside. Being blocked by a shield, the train randomly chose a cave to enter. Not long after entering, Yuhao noticed something was off. The environment inside was too dark. Even with the train's high beams, it was hard to see what was ahead. Most importantly, after the train entered this cave, all the red dots displayed on the radar had disappeared. What was going on? Radar detected to be interfered by special sound waves. Dash! Yuhao fell silent. He silently extended the iron blade and activated the overclocking effect. After waiting in place for a while, he found that no danger was approaching. His zombie shield was still operational, and based on previous observations, these red dots had not gone berserk, so they might still be under the shield. Although the current situation was a bit strange, the train had already paid such a high cost to come here, so it couldn't turn back because of this special situation. He decided to continue forward. Yuhao narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Thus, the train continued to advance. After delving deeper, the cave was very quiet, and the sound of insect feet moving on the ground was quite noticeable. Suddenly, a strange cry rang out, and the once quiet cave began to stir. At the same time, there there were sounds of wings flapping. In the dim light, barely illuminated by the high beams, a massive number of giant bat monsters suddenly appeared. Their blood-red eyes, illuminated by the train's lights, looked extremely ferocious, and they flew at high speed. Meanwhile, on the ground, oversized rat-like monsters quickly darted towards them. In just a moment, the train didn't even have time to react. The high beams were blocked by this swarm of figures, and countless shadows pounced on the carriages. Entering the bottom of the train, sounds of cutting and crashing echoed from the sides. The sides and bottom of the train were filled with the sound of monstrous howls and impacts. "Quick retreat," Yuhao said urgently. The high-pitched cries of the bats made his eardrums feel extremely uncomfortable. The cave had descended into total chaos. Not only were there large bat monsters, but judging by the chaotic sounds, there were likely many rat and ant-like creatures, and in large numbers. Now that the high beams were completely blocked, everything was plunged into darkness. Additionally, the danger radar detection was also disrupted. It was likely affected by the sound waves emitted by these bat monsters. The train was momentarily engulfed in absolute darkness and chaos. Yuhao could clearly feel that the train was being attacked from all directions. There was no time to think. They needed to retreat first. Xiao AI began to control the train to retreat according to Yuhao's command. Although it was pitch black, she calculated the route they had taken and various directions of advance to deduce a retreat path. Warning: the exterior of the Starfire train is damaged. A line of danger warning information appeared on the train's control screen. Chapter 82. These white-skinned zombies are truly my lucky stars. Yuhao was taken aback. His train's armor had actually been breached. Without hesitation, he activated the overclocking effect of the external armor of the train. The train's body was instantly covered in electricity. Although the train had transformed into a flesh and blood train, the overclocking effect from its previous upgrades was still retained. In an instant, a large number of monsters screamed in agony as the electricity illuminated the entire passage. Thus, the train narrowly escaped from the cave. At this moment, the area around the spar train was surrounded by a large number of charcoal monsters. Yuhao looked at the charred giant ants outside the train window and fell into deep thought. Was it these ants that had bitten through the train's exterior? However, the exterior hadn't shattered extensively. It only had small puncture holes, like those caused by countless mosquito bites. But it was still densely packed. The train's compartments began to repair themselves. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, his expression somewhat grim. He hadn't expected the entrance to be so outrageous. He looked at the dense red dots reappearing on the radar and fell silent. Xiao AI reminds you, the danger level in this area is too high, and further exploration is not recommended. Yuhao remained silent, a bitter expression on his face. After this comparison, he realized how fortunate he was to have relied on the zombie shield to pass through the hellish difficulty of the flesh and blood train transformation. Tens of thousands of zombies, including level 4 Titan zombies, along with countless level 3 and level 2 zombies, had all been blocked by his zombie shield. So he hadn't truly experienced how terrifying the so-called hellish difficulty was. Now, facing so many monsters in the wailing abyss without the ability to shield, he finally understood this difficulty. Next, he became serious. He considered whether to continue the exploration of the wailing abyss. This was just the entrance. It was already so challenging before reaching the interior. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like if he went deeper. The eerie cries coming from the depths of the abyss undoubtedly indicated the presence of extremely dangerous monsters. He suddenly felt that this difficulty was even greater than the hellish difficulty he had faced before. He wondered how a mechanical train would cope with this difficulty if it had to challenge it. Was there a monster shield? There is no such item as a monster shield. Well, after thinking for a while, a look of determination appeared in Yuhao's eyes. He had made up his mind to continue pushing forward. Devouring monsters was also an essential part of enhancing the train's strength. Sometimes, it was even more valuable than acquiring materials. Stepping out of the comfort zone of the zombie tide and experiencing real crises would allow him to gain many insights and recognize the shortcomings of his train. This would also help provide direction for the train's future development. For example, when crossing a 60-meter wide abyss, if the train had flying wheels, it could simply fly over. In fact, it could fly directly to the bottom of the abyss thus solving most of the troubles. However, this northern desert was not a high-level area, making it extremely difficult to obtain flying wheels. Yuhao took a long breath. The more dangerous it was here, the more it indicated that the benefits from devouring monsters would be greater. At the same time, if he had the chance to devour the mysterious monsters at the bottom of the abyss, it would undoubtedly bring a lot of surprises to his train. As for how to proceed next, he might not be able to charge in as he did before. Now, the train's members were all consuming bioelectricity to heal the train's injuries. Xiaohong was also severely drained while building the bridge. Therefore, he couldn't rely on them anymore. As for what to rely on, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yuhao's mouth as he meaningfully said, "Looks like I can only rely on my lovely zombies to achieve this." This wailing abyss is undoubtedly a monster's den, so it's time to invite those lovely zombies to visit. Saying this, he took out 6 zombie signal flares, already having a plan in mind. Next, he would first go find the zombies. Then, using the zombie signal flares, he would gather the zombies together. After gathering them, he would continue to use the signal flares to attract them here. Finally, he would shoot a signal flare at the entrance, allowing the gathered zombie horde to storm the entrance. After thinking this through, he began to act. No more time to waste. There were already quite a few zombies on the opposite side. Now that he had reached the other side, there should be quite a number of zombies there. Barring any accidents, the injured and damaged Spark train restarted and headed in the opposite direction. To increase speed, Yuhao transformed the insect legs into super speed wheels and activated the overclocking effect, boosting the speed to nearly 480 km/h. 5 hours later, in the same place, a massive horde of zombies was rushing over from the distant horizon. Yuhao's Spark train was at the forefront, leading this group of zombies like their king. When the horde stopped for a moment, Yuhao fired another zombie signal flare towards the wailing abyss. Immediately, the zombies continued to rush over. Before long, the entrance at the base of the wailing abyss was surrounded by a dense mass of zombies, their numbers exaggerated and blocking the entire area. To ensure the success of this operation, Yuhao had attracted more than just a single area of zombies. He first calculated the distance and drove the train 30 kilometers away. Then he started firing signal flares, releasing one every 5 kilometers as he approached the wailing abyss. In this way, he forcefully attracted zombies from a distance of 30 kilometers. Yuhao looked at the zombies outside the train with satisfaction. The numbers were impressive. There should be at least 30,000, if not 50,000. Now that he had run out of zombie signal flares, the zombies stopped advancing once they reached the cave entrance. Yuhao was not worried. Everything was still under his control. The signal flares were gone, but he could just keep spawning zombies until he got more zombie signal flares, right? So, Yuhao activated the train and began harvesting. 5 minutes later, he looked at the 2 signal flares he had obtained with delight, grinning widely. These white-skinned zombies were truly my lucky stars. He had killed fewer than 3,000 zombies and had already dropped 2 signal flares. These guys were very cooperative. Then, Yuhao turned his gaze to the cave entrance. The train's exterior, having sustained minor damage, had already healed. The passengers were slightly drained in spirit, and with the increased collection of bioelectricity to repair the train's tongue, they had been instructed to hang and rest. Yuhao opened the train door and aimed the signal flare toward the cave entrance. Next, the battle between monsters and zombies was about to begin. Chapter 83, Monster vs. Zombie. Whoosh! The signal flare was launched. Yuhao controlled the train to be the first to rush into the cave. Immediately, tens of thousands of zombies outside seemed to receive a new signal, their murky gazes all turning towards the cave. Soon, a large swarm of them crazily surged into the cave. Before long, the train arrived at the wide area inside the cave, which had many caverns. Yuhao glanced at the radar and saw that the group of zombies had indeed followed them in, feeling relieved. Let the monsters inside the cave enjoy the impact brought by the tide of corpses, he murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. This zombie signal flare mainly serves as a guiding tool. It only attracts zombies to the launch point but cannot change their behavior. However, due to the strong exclusivity of the corpse tide itself, the monsters in these caves would inevitably be regarded as outsiders by the zombies in the tide, prompting them to attack. The cave began to tremble, as it was clear that a large number of zombies were about to arrive from behind. Yuhao immediately controlled the train to enter a random cave. Shortly after, the train returned in a disarray, now covered with ant monsters, with quite a few following behind. Yuhao looked at the danger alerts flashing on the control screen and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that the cave they just entered was an ant monster nest. Now, a considerable number of zombies had already crowded into the wide area, and he could leave the rest to them. Since Yuhao activated the zombie shield, the Starfire train had no reaction from the zombies when it came out. However, when they saw the ant monsters crawling on the train, their faces instantly twisted in rage. After all, these monsters were not part of the train's components. And even if they were on the train, they could not be ignored by the zombies. Roar! Roar! All the zombies charged forward with a roar, as if they had seen an invading intruder in this exclusive zombie gathering spot. At this moment, the train's iron blades had not yet unfolded. The guiding work was already completed, so he could just watch the battle. A muscular zombie charged towards an ant monster gnawing on the train's exterior, grabbing its body with a roar and twisting hard. The ant monster's body separated, but its large mandibles remained firmly clamped onto the train. The difference between these ant monsters and ordinary ants lies not only in their size, but also in their massive mandibles, which protrude like bull horns and have serrated edges on the inner side. Therefore, their biting force is terrifying and can even achieve armor-piercing effects. Above the train, one ant monster, seeing the zombies intervening, immediately shifted its attack target and jumped onto the back of a muscular zombie below, taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness. It opened its huge mandibles and bit down violently, causing the zombie's head to drop to the ground. Soon, the ant monsters and zombies began to engage in a chaotic battle. Roar! An extremely domineering roar came from the direction of the cave entrance. Yuhao, watching the spectacle inside the train cabin, was drawn to this loud shout, turning his head in the direction of the sound. He saw a gigantic Titan zombie running into the cave using both hands and feet. My old buddy, you finally made it. Yuhao looked at the familiar figure, feeling even more at ease. The Titan zombie, with a furious roar, charged into the wide area of the cave. Upon seeing the ant monsters and its own kin battling, it displayed the majesty of a high-level zombie. It punched a cluster of ant monsters, instantly flattening them, followed by a brutal kick that killed several more ant monsters. These relatively large ant monsters were now comparable to ordinary ants in front of this giant Titan zombie. The situation of the battle quickly turned into a one-sided crush, with the balance of victory tipping towards the zombie horde. However, from the direction of the ant nest cave, it seemed that sensing the crisis here, several nearly 2-meter-tall advanced ant monsters quickly rushed over. Yuhao, sitting in the train cabin, was not too surprised by this development. He had just seen a few ant monsters run back into the cave to fetch reinforcements when they realized they couldn't compete with the zombie horde. He did not stop them. On the contrary, this was precisely what he wanted to see. According to the radar, tens of thousands of zombies were continuously pouring into the cave. The number of zombies was undoubtedly sufficient and not to be underestimated. His next goal was to have the zombies wipe out the monster nest in this cave completely. A total of 5 advanced ant monsters charged towards the Titan zombie. One of them climbed up the Titan zombie's leg and bit down hard, severing its calf. Then another one bit off its arm. At this critical moment, small zombies immediately surrounded these giant ant monsters to attack. Meanwhile, several more Titan zombies entered the cave. Their first action upon entering was to rush towards these giant advanced ant monsters. Before long, the giant ant monsters were all taken down. The smaller ant monsters, seeing they could not defeat the continuously entering zombies, began to retreat into the cave in a panic. The zombie horde seized the opportunity to pursue them. They would not rest until they had completely killed all the ant monsters. Yuhao watched the scene with satisfaction. The current situation was proceeding in the direction he had envisioned. 1 hour later, Yuhao looked at the radar with great interest. The radar showed that the cave was filled with red dots. These densely packed red dots were divided into 2 factions, and the 2 factions were currently clashing fiercely. Tens of thousands of zombies had surged into the cave. Moreover, to his delight, because there were simply too many zombies, A single cave could not accommodate them all at once, so they were splitting into several groups and entering other caves as well. Now, all the monsters in the caves could enjoy the impact brought by the tide of corpses. Very good. Yuhao grinned, then looked at the bodies in the cave. He would definitely wait for the battle between the zombies and monsters to conclude before entering. Now he could start collecting the corpses, as these were all high-quality flesh materials. The number of little reds had suffered heavy losses, so he was preparing to collect flesh first to rebuild their numbers. As for devouring monsters, next, he would only target advanced ones to devour, while low-level monsters would be treated like zombies and become flesh materials. If the situation in the cave continued as he envisioned, then the amount of flesh materials collected this time would far exceed any previous attempts. At the same time, it would also allow his train talent to break through. With this in mind, Yuhao brought up the information panel for his train talent, Heart of the Corpse Nest. Train talent, Heart of the Corpse Nest. Talent effect, consumes 100 units of flesh to create a basic zombie. P.S. When the total flesh consumed to create basic zombies reaches 100,000 units, the permission to create intermediate zombies will be unlocked. 51,000,100,000. I just need 49,000 more units of flesh materials to unlock the permission to create intermediate zombies. Yuhao's eyes lit up as he looked at the information. Now, even if he killed all the zombies, the flesh materials might still not be enough. However, if he counted the flesh of the monsters as well, that might just be enough. Chapter 84, Intermediate Zombie. 1 day later. The red dots on the radar had mostly disappeared. At this time, most of the zombie and monster corpses in the open areas of the cave had been converted into flesh materials, while the Titan zombies and those advanced ant monsters had been absorbed by the Heart of Devouring. After the Titan zombies were absorbed, the exterior of the train naturally became tougher. After the advanced ant monsters were absorbed, the train's insect legs grew longer and stronger, with barbs forming around the legs. Yuhao glanced at the radar and started the train towards the cave. It was time to collect the corpses of the zombies and monsters inside. He murmured, excitement showing in his eyes. After entering the cave, the train began to move slowly, due to the numerous corpses along the way. The rapid spinning wheel had been replaced with flesh insect legs. The frog tongue had also been mostly repaired during this time. The train moved forward while using the frog tongue to capture corpses. Once a cave was nearly cleared, Yuhao directed Xiao AI to operate the train to continue collecting in other caves. Thus, half a day passed. The train had converted most of the corpses from the caves into flesh materials. During this time, they encountered a few advanced bat monster corpses, which Yuhao's train absorbed using the Heart of Devouring. After absorption, the train's danger detection radar gained the ability to detect bat sound wave interference. Along the way, they also encountered some surviving monsters and zombies, but due to their weakened combat power from the chaos, they posed no resistance to Yuhao's train and were peacefully dispatched by the rapidly spinning iron blades. After completely collecting the corpses of the monsters and zombies, the train continued to delve deeper. Time passed unnoticed. The train once again arrived at an open but outdoor cave bottom area. The headlights illuminated the area ahead, revealing a scene completely different from inside the cave. Yuhao stared in silence, stunned. This was not yet the bottom of the abyss. However, there was no path to take, as it had transformed into a chasm about 60 meters wide. Yuhao looked up at the sky, faintly able to see where his train crossed the abyss. He felt somewhat helpless. So this entrance doesn't lead directly to the bottom of the abyss, and I still have to continue climbing down? Yes. However, the slope of the mountain wall below is no longer vertical, with a gradient of less than 80. The difficulty of going downhill has decreased. With the current capabilities of the Xingho train's insect legs optimized through devouring, this gradient can be managed. Yuhao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. He looked at the ample flesh materials collected by his train and smiled in relief. Choosing this entrance was not a bad decision. Not only did it reduce the difficulty of going downhill, but it also brought him many gains. Besides the benefits from devouring advanced monsters, the more important aspect was that the collected flesh materials had exceeded 60,000 units. enough to make up for the remaining 49,000 units needed. Let's see what the intermediate zombie is like. Yuhao murmured, then consumed 49,000 units of flesh materials to create 490 red-skin zombies. After the creation, a prompt appeared before him. The consumption of flesh materials for creating basic zombies has reached 100,000 units, starting to unlock the crafting permissions for intermediate zombies. Unlocking 2 types of intermediate zombies. 1. Giant zombie. The giant zombie is 5 meters tall, has strong vitality and great strength. 2. Mini zombie. The mini zombie is 5 centimeters tall, has weak vitality, but has 2 pairs of wings on its back, allowing it to fly quickly. Consuming 1,000 units of flesh materials can create 1 giant zombie. Consuming 20 units of flesh materials can create 1 mini zombie. P.S. When the total consumption of flesh materials for creating basic and intermediate zombies reaches 1,000 units, the crafting permissions for advanced zombies will be unlocked. 1,000,000. Very good. Yuhao showed a satisfied expression after reading this. Intermediate zombies not only did not disappoint him, but also had many surprises. For example, there are 2 types of zombies to choose from, and they are 2 extremes in size. The giant zombie is likely similar to the titan zombie, making it very suitable for combating tall monsters and could serve as the main combat force of the train in the future. The mini zombie, being only 5 centimeters tall, may not be very effective in combat, but due to its small size and ability to fly, it can be useful for reconnaissance. When the train faces some unknown and dangerous enemies, mini zombies can scout ahead, providing insight for the upcoming battles. For instance, regarding the wailing abyss below, a batch of mini zombies can be created to explore first, and once the unknown danger is confirmed, the train can proceed down. Moreover, with a crafting cost of only 20 flesh units, it means that these mini zombies can be created without pressure, unlike the giant zombie, which costs enough to create 10 mini zombies for just 1. What a pity. Both types of zombies are very good, but the 5-meter height of the giant zombie might not fit in the train. That's a headache. Yuhao thought for a moment and decided to hold off on creating the giant zombie. He would wait until reaching the bottom of the abyss to consider that. With this in mind, he immediately consumed 1,000 units of flesh materials to create 50 mini zombies. Yuhao looked at these little zombies, which were shorter than his fingers, and felt somewhat amused. He had 1 mini zombie fly onto his hand and observed it with interest. This mini zombie was entirely blue and unarmed. From a distance, it looked quite interesting, but up close, it still conformed to the fierce image of a zombie. Blue. So from now on, I'll call you Blue Smurfs. Yuhao smiled and said. The mini zombie in his hand nodded in response. Then, Yuhao spent some time informing the passengers of the train about the mini zombies and chose 49 people to mentally match with the Blue Smurfs. Not long after, everyone completed their mental matching. After transforming into flying Blue Smurfs, they were extremely excited. Mountain Chicken. Wow, I can actually fly. The Blue Smurf of Mountain Chicken flew around in the air, experiencing this unprecedented flying sensation. Wu Gang. This feeling of being able to fly is just amazing. Yuhao. Everyone gather. I have a task to assign. Under Yuhao's command, the transformed Blue Smurfs gathered together. They flew in the air, lining up. Yuhao. Next, we are going to enter the deep abyss ahead for a reconnaissance mission. The main purpose is to see if there will be any dangers during the descent and to find a suitable downhill position for the train. Yes. Everyone, yes. Chapter 85. Abyssal Monsters. 50 Blue Smurf zombies flew into the abyss together. After flying for a short while, the light began to fade. However, the mini zombies seemed to have excellent vision, or more accurately, a kind of night vision, and the darkness did not affect them much. Following Yuhao's instructions, everyone began to observe the conditions of the abyssal cliffs as they flew downwards. They needed to take note of the rough crevice cliffs that would be beneficial for the train worms to crawl on. It would be easier and safer for the train to descend on such surfaces. As they continued deeper, strange rumbling sounds came from below the abyss. The sound was different from what they had heard outside the abyss before. Yuhao. Everyone be careful. There's no need to fly too fast. Observe your surroundings carefully. Everyone, yes. To facilitate observation, the group began to spread out, increasing their distance to observe more during their descent. 20 minutes later, as they delved deeper, some light began to appear on the cliffs of the abyss. The brightness was low and rather dim. Upon closer inspection, the light originated from some crystal-like minerals on the cliffs. These minerals emitted various colors of light: blue, purple, and green, but all were relatively dim. Most of them appeared in six-column shapes, varying in size, randomly jutting out from certain spots on the steep cliffs. After pausing to observe these unusual minerals for a while, Yuhao led the group to continue flying downwards, deciding to leave the crystals for now, as the spark train no longer required mineral materials after transforming into a flesh train. After an unknown period, they finally reached the bottom of the abyss. It was hard to tell if it was because the mini-zombies were too small or because the depth of the abyss was too great. But everyone felt that this descent took a long time. Fortunately, the only sounds they heard were the increasingly clear, strange cries, and they did not encounter any danger. This was good news, as the greatest fear during the descent of the train was the appearance of danger. If the train were to fall from the cliffs due to interference, the consequences would be unimaginable. The bottom of the abyss was not as dark as they had imagined. On the contrary, due to the increased number of glowing, crystal-like minerals, they could barely make out their surroundings with the ambient light. Rumble, gurgle. Strange cries came from multiple directions. Laugh, brother How. There's a huge cave opposite us, and it seems like the strange cries are coming from there. Yuhao. Yuhao. Now, everyone split into 3 teams and begin a simple exploration of the bottom of this abyss. Besides the cave ahead with strange cries, there are also sounds coming from both sides. If nothing unexpected happens, there are at least 3 powerful monsters at the bottom of this howling abyss. We need to figure out what these monsters are, what dangerous characteristics they have, and prepare for when the train comes down. Laugh led 15 people to explore the left side of the abyss, while Wu Gang led 15 people to the right side. The remaining group follow me to check out the cave ahead. Everyone, yes. Under Yuhao's command, all the blue Smurf zombies split into 3 teams to begin their exploration. Yuhao led 17 blue Smurfs to the cave 50 meters ahead. Upon reaching the entrance, Yuhao paused for a moment to observe and notice something unusual. The entrance was inexplicably smooth, much smoother than any cave he had seen before. After pondering for a while, he led the group into the cave. On Laugh's side, after flying for about 2 minutes in the left side of the abyss, they began to notice a different scene. The strange cries from this direction became increasingly clear. At the same time, a large area of purple mist blocked their path. Laugh had his team observe for a moment before cautiously approaching. The closer they got, the more familiar the cries sounded. Once they reached a certain distance, they finally saw what lay within the purple mist. There was a vast swamp, larger than any lake in their view. The purple mist emanated from this swamp, accurately described as purple swamp gas. In the center of the swamp was a huge purple toad with a monstrous appearance and rough purple skin covered in disgusting bumps. The toad had its eyes closed, seemingly resting, with its cheeks rhythmically puffing and deflating. The strange sound came from its puffing. On Wu Gang's side, he was also flying with his group. They had flown quite a distance, but had not yet discovered anything dangerous. However, the continuous strange sounds indicated that there must be unusual monsters ahead. After flying for a while longer, they indeed made a discovery. They saw a giant blue slug slowly moving on a vertical, smooth cliff. The strange sound was coming from this giant creature. Wu Gang. Wu Gang and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. Suddenly, the blue slug turned its head towards them, and its tentacles aimed at Wu Gang and the others, instantly spraying several blobs of slime at them. Wu Gang was startled and quickly dodged. The good news was that he avoided it. The bad news was that nearly 10 of his companions were hit by the slime and stuck. Wu Gang, run! He communicated telepathically with his group and led the remaining few back in the direction they came from. The blue slug, seeing the blue little flies trying to escape, sprayed another type of liquid from its tentacles, and its once slow movement speed suddenly increased. It slid towards them using this clear liquid that resembled egg whites. while its tentacles continued to spray the previous slime. The speed of the slime was comparable to that of a bullet. Each time it sprayed, it took down a blue fly. On Laugh's side, the group that was originally observing also began to flee. They had thought the giant toad was asleep, so they intended to get closer to gather more information. However, before they could get too close, several companions were hit by the purple swamp gas and died on the spot. At the same time, the toad unexpectedly woke up. It then shot out its long tongue rapidly, instantly grabbing a few people to eat. Laugh and the remaining few reacted quickly upon seeing the purple toad eat their companions. They immediately retreated. The giant toad smacked its lips a few times before turning its murky gaze towards the fleeing group. Its powerful thighs suddenly exerted force, and it leaped in front of them with 2 jumps. Laugh, bad. Laugh. Brother Hao, we are encountering a powerful toad monster here, requesting assistance. Wu Gang, I've also encountered a giant slug monster that sprays blobs of slime comparable to bullets. Now, I'm the only one left, and the situation is extremely dangerous. Yuhao, all right, keep escaping. Laugh for the toad. You might be able to fly higher to see if you can shake it off. Wu Gang, you can use your tiny 5 centimeters form to continuously change your position and avoid flying in a straight line. That might make it harder for the slime to hit you. As for me, there seems to be a problem on my side, and I can't provide support for now. The giant snake in the cave has already swallowed me and the other 17 people. Laugh. Wu Gong. Chapter 86. Strange Mind Cave. Shanji. Master Hao, what should we do now? Yuhao. Of course we need to find a way to escape. Fortunately, everyone is small right now, and after being swallowed whole by the giant snake, they didn't suffer much damage. Shanji. All right. Master, how about the exit? Actually, I thought a place. Yuhao. Go ahead. Shanji. With our small size, if we fly towards the tail of the giant snake, we might be able to drill out from a part of it. Yuhao. Shanji's words left everyone in silence. This operation instantly conjured up strong images of discomfort in everyone's minds. However, upon careful consideration, it seemed feasible. After some hesitation, Yuhao decided to give it a try. They began to delve deeper into the belly of the giant snake. Not long after flying, they arrived at a place where the walls were covered in green slime. Yuhao, everyone, be careful. This area should be the stomach of the giant snake. The green liquid is likely its gastric acid, which should be highly corrosive, so be careful not to touch it while flying. Everyone, yes. The speed of everyone's flight began to slow down, and their flight path became extremely cautious. However, shortly after, a change occurred. The previously quiet stomach area began to stir. Green liquid gastric acid started to drip down wildly from the stomach walls. No one expected such a sudden scene. A few people were hit by the green liquid, and their small bodies were quickly corroded away. After a thrilling escape scene, not only did they fail to pass through the stomach, but they also lost nearly 10 companions. Yuhao, it seems this route is not going to work. We can only return the way we came and think of a way in the giant snake's mouth. So everyone returned with their heads down, passing through the giant snake's esophagus to its mouth. However, at this time, the huge snake's mouth was tightly shut. After some contemplation, Shanji proposed another suggestion: to directly attack the flesh of the giant snake's mouth to make it open. As long as the giant snake opened its mouth, even just a little, there would be a chance to escape. Yuhao felt it was worth a try. The mini zombies began to land on the flesh in the mouth and let out a roar, attacking the flesh with fierce intent. Some kicked, some scratched with their hands, and others bit down with their mouths. The flesh of the giant snake looked extremely unhealthy, similar to the infected flesh of zombies, dark red. However, since they were just spiritually matched mini zombies, they didn't have to worry about toxic infections. Just go for it. One mini zombie acted more extreme, choosing to accelerate and then charged at the flesh like a bullet. However, it didn't seem to do much. After a while, not only did the giant snake not open its mouth, but the flesh didn't even budge. Yuhao, forget it, this method doesn't work either. After the giant snake turned into a monster, its flesh sensitivity decreased. This situation left Yuhao feeling a bit troubled. If they couldn't find a way out for a long time, they would have to resort to the last resort. However, they hadn't seen the appearance of this giant snake clearly, nor had they learned anything about its abilities. and they hadn't even had time to investigate the environment in the snake cave. If they wouldn't be able to obtain this crucial information, making this exploration meaningless. He fell into deep thought, trying to come up with a solution. Does the giant snake sneeze? If it does, can they escape through its nose? Yuhao's thoughts flowed, and when he thought of this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yes, they could escape through the giant snake's nose. With their small size and the giant snake's enormous size, the nostrils should be large enough for them to escape. After an unknown amount of time, several mini-zombies flew out of the nostrils of a yellow-brown giant snake. One mini-zombie wiped the non-existent sweat from its forehead. Shanji, finally out. After Yuhao was the first to fly out, he began to observe the giant snake, which had its eyes closed. The size of this giant snake immediately reminded him of the giant snake seen in a promotional advertisement on Blue Star. Of course, it was from their current perspective. Its skin was similar to that snake. However, the drill-like horn on this giant snake's head made it slightly deformed and less menacing. Yuhao. No wonder the cave walls are so smooth. It seems to be caused by the drill-like horn on its head. After a brief complaint, Yuhao began to observe the surrounding environment, advising everyone to be careful not to wake the giant snake. However, this creature still inexplicably woke up. It began to chase after everyone, and ultimately, except for Yuhao, the others were once again swallowed by the giant snake. Next, the blue zombie Yuhao began to flee alone, desperately flapping its wings and using its fastest speed to escape the scene. Looking back, the giant snake relentlessly pursued them as if they were mere flies. No wonder there was only this one monster in the cave. After a while, Yuhao discovered a glowing mine cave, and he didn't have time to think too much and immediately flew inside. At the same time, Rafu and Wu Gang also happened to rush in from other directions while fleeing. The three monsters that followed them hesitated and stopped upon seeing the light in the cave. After the three met, they were first surprised, then filled with concern. Rafu, Brother Hao, what should we do now? Yuhao, first, tell me what kind of monsters you encountered. Rafu, okay, Brother Hao. After I led a team to fly left for a short distance, I saw. Rafu shared his experience of encountering a purple toad, and then Wu Gang also recounted his experience of seeing a giant slug. After hearing this, Yuhao fell into deep thought. The monsters here are not easy to deal with. The only comforting thing is that this mysterious mine cave seems to be a safe place. The monsters outside probably did not dare to enter after seeing the light emitted by this mine cave. The monsters outside are very strong, which also means they place greater value on their flesh train. Compared to those small monsters above the abyss, these monsters are certainly more effective at devouring. If the Starfire train can successfully deal with these three monsters, then the abilities gained from devouring them will surely be good. This way, his train will feel much safer after the Stargate descends. Yuhao, remember the location of this mine cave after the train comes down? This mine cave will surely be the safe haven. After Yuhao finished speaking to Rafu and Wu Gang, he began to lead the two in exploring the mine cave. Fortunately, the number of train passengers had already exceeded 500, so they could spiritually match zombies for up to 5 hours. There was still plenty of time left. Yuhao first observed the size of the mine cave. From the perspective of his 5 centimeters body, everything looked extremely large. After some observation, he felt that this mine cave could still accommodate his train. They then flew into a very spacious area. This area was extremely well lit and accompanied by strange phenomena. In front of the three, in the middle position, there was an extremely magnificent crystal-like mineral. This crystal was larger and more beautiful than the glowing crystal ores outside. At the same time, it emitted a more dazzling light. This light actually resembled a band-like aurora. At first glance, it was definitely not an ordinary object. Yuhao stared at this strange mineral, momentarily stunned. When he first saw the crystal ore outside, he was somewhat surprised, but it was merely a surprise. Without the intense shock he felt now. Although his train had transformed into a flesh and blood train, he felt it was necessary to acquire this, or, if it turned out to be useless later, he could trade it with other mechanical trains for items. The three of them paused in the cave for a moment, then carefully inspected all directions within the cave to avoid any unexpected dangers hidden inside. After a thorough exploration, they felt at ease. They then approached the exit passage to see if the monsters outside had left. The good news was that the toads and slugs had departed. The bad news was that the enormous snake had not yet left. It was flicking its tongue and staring intently inside. Its fierce appearance suggested that it would swallow them whole as soon as they emerged. Yuhao was silent for a moment before making a decision. He communicated mentally with the others. Yuhao, you two continue to maintain mental synchronization and stay in this cave, keeping an eye on the situation outside. I will cancel the mental synchronization and then control the train to begin entering the abyss. When the time comes, remember to keep in touch with me mentally. When my train is close, you'll be responsible for attracting the giant snake's attention, allowing my train to take the opportunity to enter the mine. Is that understood? Rafu, understood, Brother Hao. Wugong, got it, Lord Hao. After that, Yuhao canceled the mental synchronization. His consciousness immediately returned to his physical body in the Xingho train. Yuhao, who had been lying on the chair, slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit heavy-headed. His overall state felt somewhat fatigued. He had rested much less than the passengers in the past few days. He rubbed his temples and then stood up from the chair, producing some food from the first carriage to restore his energy. He quickly finished the food. Now Rafu and Wugong were waiting for him at the bottom of the abyss. He needed to take advantage of their mental synchronization with the mini-zombies to get the train down quickly. He planned to coordinate well once he departed. Before setting off, he first rummaged through the items he had collected. He remembered that there seemed to be something among these items that could assist the train in descending into the abyss. After searching for a while, his eyes lit up as he found a disposable item. Looking at this item, Yuhao murmured, hoping it would protect my train from being discovered. This item was called Disposable Silencer, and its function was to eliminate the train sound for 1 hour. Chapter 87. It's time to create the giant zombie. With this disposable silencer combined with the radar sound wave interference function, along with the stronger grip barbs newly sprouted from the insect limbs, descending into the abyss shouldn't be a problem. Yuhao thought for a moment, then told Xiao AI about the rough and gapped route he had seen, while mentally matching the blue sm of zombies that would aid the train in descending before standing up. He first consumed 2,000 units of flesh material to create 100 blue sm of zombies. Then, he crafted food for the train passengers from the first carriage. After distributing the food to the passengers, Yuhao informed them that the train was about to descend into the abyss. While selecting 100 people to prepare for mental matching with the blue sm of zombies, with the remaining individuals to control the insect limbs with their mental power. After doing all this, the spark train officially began its descent into the abyss. Among them, the 100 blue sm of zombies flew at the front, ready to conduct preliminary checks. After several minutes, the spark train entered the abyss's depths without incident. Phew! Yuhao let out a sigh of relief as he sat in the train compartment. Compared to descending into the abyss on the train, he felt a bit safer with the blue smurfs flying down. At this moment, the 100 blue smurf zombies were spreading out in an outer circle to scout the surroundings. The silencer's time wasn't up yet, but it would be soon. So Yuhao didn't hesitate and continued to control the train toward the glowing mine he remembered. At the same time, he carefully watched the positions of the 3 red dots on the danger detection radar. 2 of the red dots were still at a safe distance from the train, while the other red dot was likely the giant snake. At the entrance of the glowing mine, the yellow-brown giant snake was flicking its tongue and prowling at the cave's mouth. The blue smurf zombie, Rafu, observed the giant snake for a while and immediately felt a headache. Rafu, this giant snake is just a stubborn fool. Wu Gang, how much meat can our 5 centimeters little bodies provide? It's not even enough to get stuck in its teeth. Is it really necessary to be so obsessed with eating us? It has already eaten 17 of Master Hao's blue smurf zombies and is still not full? Rafu, it's hard to understand. Logically, that purple, slippery toad should have a deeper obsession with our zombie kind that has wings like flies. Yuhao, my train is almost there. You all prepare to lure the giant snake away. Rafu, yes. Wu Gang, yes. At this moment, inside the giant snake's belly, several blue smurf zombies were lying against the inner walls of the giant snake's flesh. The snake's violent movements had caused everyone inside to feel dizzy, and they hadn't recovered yet. Yuhao, Shanyi, one of the lying blue smurf zombies, immediately jumped up upon hearing this voice. Shanji. Yes, Master Hao. Yuhao. You and the few surviving ones go to the giant snake's nostrils and wait for my command. My train has now reached the bottom of the abyss and is preparing to enter a safe mine, but that giant snake is guarding the entrance. So I need your cooperation. Shanji, yes. At this point, Yuhao's train had stopped. They were not far from the glowing mine and the giant snake. Next, they could commence their operation. Yuhao checked the time. Yuhao, begin the operation. Rafa, yes. Wu Gang, yes. Shanji, yes. Inside the mine, two blue smuff zombies quickly flew out. Upon seeing them, the giant snake outside immediately opened its mouth wide to swallow them. Rafu and Wu Gang accelerated while dodging, simultaneously flying toward the direction away from the train as instructed by Master Hao. At this moment, Shanji also led the others out through the giant snake's nostrils, distracting the giant snake's attention. Thus, Rafu and Shanji successfully lured the giant snake away from the mine entrance. After Yuhao saw the red dot on the radar leave the mine's position, he immediately controlled the spark train to move in the direction of the mine. The speed was cranked up to the max. Once the train successfully burst into the glowing mine, Yuhao let out a breath of relief. After exchanging a few words with Rafu and Shanji through their mental connection, he decided it was time to find a way to deal with that giant snake. It was time to create the giant zombie. He muttered to himself. Then, he consumed 1,000 units of flesh material to create a giant green zombie standing 5 meters tall. Yuhao examined this zombie. It looks similar to the Hulk. From now on, I'll call you the Hulk zombie. Go on, have a showdown with that giant snake outside, and let me see your strength. Upon receiving Yuhao's command, this zombie, exuding a fierce and tyrannical aura, turned and ran out of the cave. Outside, Shanji, while distracting the giant snake, discovered something interesting. Repeatedly popping out of the giant snake's nostrils would infuriate it. Since their bodies were too small and the giant snake was too large, even if it swallowed them, it couldn't kill them. Subsequently, Shanji began to humiliate the giant snake. He started flying erratically in front of the giant snake, and when it attempted to swallow him, he would pop out from its nostrils again. After several such maneuvers, the giant snake was thoroughly enraged, revealing its fangs and going completely berserk. However, at this moment, Shanji's mental matching time was up. Rafu and Wu Gang were also in the same situation. The blue smuff zombies that lost their mental matching began to hover in confusion, only to be swallowed by the giant snake. Roar! At this moment, a domineering roar echoed from a distance. A fully green zombie was seen running towards them. Upon seeing the yellow-brown giant snake, it seemed to go mad, charging forward. It got close, grabbed the giant snake's tail without a second thought, preparing to slam the giant snake down. However, the giant snake was not as easy to swing as imagined. Even though the Hulk zombie stood 5 meters tall, it still seemed a bit small next to the giant snake. The Hulk zombie failed to lift the giant snake and only dragged its tail a short distance. The giant snake sensed the enemy behind it and turned around, revealing its fangs. At this moment, it was already filled with anger from the blue smuff zombies. The Hulk zombie became its punching bag. The giant snake quickly moved, wrapping its massive body around the Hulk zombie, constricting it with immense strength, rendering the Hulk zombie immobile. It then opened its mouth wide, exposing its sharp fangs to bite into the Hulk zombie's neck. The Hulk zombie let out a roar, reaching out to grab the giant snake's mouth, try to pry it open. At this moment, hundreds of red-skinned zombies rushed over, wielding rifles and axes. Simultaneously, 100 blue smuff zombies followed closely behind. The blue smuff zombies quickly flew in front of the giant snake, attempting to divert its attention. The red-skinned zombies opened fire at the giant snake's body. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid gunfire rang out. However, the bullets hitting the giant snake's yellow-brown scales felt like they were striking steel plates, failing to penetrate. Subsequently, the red-skinned zombies decisively abandoned their rifle shooting and switched to attacking with axes. With so many enemies suddenly appearing, the giant snake couldn't concentrate on its attention. The blue smuff zombies began to follow Shanji's suggested method, darting in and out of the giant snake's nostrils. While they couldn't cause any damage, it was highly insulting. Sure enough, the giant snake released its bite on the Hulk zombie's neck, turning to attack the blue smuff zombies. However, even as its mouth left the Hulk zombie. Its massive body still remained tightly coiled around it. Tie the other person's hands and body so that they can't move. Chapter 88. Something's wrong. Retreat. Immediately, the little reds wielded axes and struck hard at the giant snake's skin, leaving only shallow marks without causing any real damage. Roar. A distant roar from another green giant zombie echoed through the air. Yuhao crafted another one. The green giant zombie pounded its chest and howled at the sky, then charged over with an unstoppable aura. It ran forward and grabbed the massive snake's body that was constricting its companion, forcefully prying it open. At the same time, the restrained green giant zombie began to exert its strength, pulling hard to break free. Finally, with their combined effort, the restrained green giant zombie broke free. The blue smurf zombie played an important role in distracting the giant snake during this process. The two green giant zombies then began to team up against the giant snake. Seeing their attacks were ineffective, the little reds stepped aside to give the giant zombies space to fight. The blue smurf zombie did the same. One green giant zombie sat on the giant snake's body, trying to grab its neck with both hands. However, the snake was too massive. The green giant zombie's hands seemed small in comparison and couldn't grasp it at all, just as the giant snake opened its mouth to bite. The other green giant zombie threw a powerful punch at its head. With a forceful blow, the snake's attack was interrupted. It shook its head, then became furious and completely berserk. Suddenly, the drill-like horns on its head began to spin rapidly. It then aimed the spinning horn at the green giant zombie's arm and thrust it forward. Splash! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. One of the green giant zombie's arms was severed. The giant snake continued its assault, targeting its head again. The green giant zombie tried to block with its hands, but its hand and head were pierced, resulting in instant death. The remaining green giant zombie was undeterred, its murky eyes filled with fighting spirit. It picked up a large rock from the ground and smashed it down onto the giant snake's head. However, the rock was surprisingly drilled through by the snake's drill-like horn. At the same time, a new variable appeared. Several blobs of white slime flew over at high speed, instantly sticking to some little reds nearby. On the smooth vertical cliff in the distance, a blue slug monster slid over using the transparent slime beneath it. Its two soft tentacles shot out streams of white liquid continuously like retractable machine guns. Realizing the situation was dire, the zombies recalled Yuhao's instruction to retreat immediately and began to withdraw decisively. After an unknown amount of time, in a glowing mine, Yuhao looked at the heavily damaged zombie army, falling into silence. He had intended to gather all his zombie strength to deal with the giant snake while it was outside the cave, then absorb it. But he didn't expect the giant snake to be so powerful. Its scales were not only extremely hard, but the drill on its head was also a deadly weapon. It showed no mercy. Whoever blocked it would be pierced. Fortunately, the giant snake was not venomous. Otherwise, it would have been ridiculously strong. As for the blue slug monster, its exhibited strength was more about annoyance than real power. The transparent liquid was very slippery, and the white slime was very sticky. Yuhao looked at the green giant zombie in the cave. This 5-meter-tall green giant zombie did not perform well in its first battle, failing to provide any pressure. But it couldn't be blamed. The giant snake was a tough opponent. After all, it was a creature from the wailing abyss, so its strength was understandable. Yuhao rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. After asking for a while for Xiao AI's opinion and thinking for a bit, he turned his attention to the crystal or glowing with a ribbon-like aurora in the cave. Since the monsters outside seemed to fear this thing, he decided to find a way to get it down and use it as a weapon. Yuhao murmured, developing this idea. He then instructed the green giant zombie and the little reds to put it into practice. He handed them pickaxes and asked them to mine the crystal ore. As for the green giant zombie, it couldn't mine, so he had to try to pull the crystal-like ore out. After several dozen minutes of attempts, they all failed. Whether using the pickaxes or trying to pull it out, nothing worked. Yuhao, feeling a bit stubborn, personally took a pickaxe to dig. But the message he received was, "This mineral is a special mineral. Pickaxes cannot mine it." Disappointed, Yuhao returned to the train compartment. After resting for a while with his eyes closed, he continued to think of ways. The mental matching time for today was already used up. He could only wait until tomorrow. Later, he planned to discuss strategies with Xiao AI. The next day, Yuhao woke up early. He had come up with a solution. The next step relied mainly on poison gas spray to break the deadlock. Its hallucinogenic effect was as unreasonable as the giant snake's drill-like horn. Yuhao took out the poison gas spray and opened its information panel. Accessory name, poison gas spray. Accessory grade, E grade. Accessory level, level 10. Accessory effect. The gas contains deadly poison. Accessory limitation. The current dosage is only enough for 5 sprays. After the information panel popped up, the 2 overclocked effects of the poison gas spray also appeared. The first overclocked effect of the poison gas spray is the gas sprayed can produce a corrosive effect lasting 30 seconds at the cost of reducing toxicity. The second overclocked effect is spraying gas can induce hallucinations for 30 seconds, during which the target will enter a frenzied state, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, at the cost of reducing toxicity. P.S. Continuing to upgrade will no longer yield overclocked effects. Currently, the strength of my train is barely enough to deal with 1 monster. Handling 3 is even less likely. I can only create some conflict among them using the hallucinogenic effect of poison gas spray. Yuhao's mouth curled slightly upward. He immediately consumed 4,000 units of flesh and blood materials to create 200 blue smurf zombies, then produced 5 bottles of poison gas spray from the poison gas spray production line. After completing these tasks, he no longer hesitated. He immediately mentally matched 300 blue smurf zombies. The remaining passengers were matched with little reds and green giant zombies. Aside from the 300 blue smurf zombies going out to stir trouble, the little reds and green giant zombies waited for further instructions to clean up the aftermath. The monsters at the mine entrance had already left. The 300 blue smurf zombies split into 3 groups towards the directions of the 3 monsters. Yuhao, accompanied by 100 blue smurf zombies, flew towards the giant snake's cave. They together carried 2 cans of poison gas spray. Upon arriving at the familiar, huge, smooth cave, Yuhao instructed the blue smurf zombies carrying the poison gas spray to wait outside, while those without the spray entered with him. Chapter 89. Rampaging Giant Snake vs. Blue Slug. Entering the cave, Yuhao and his group began searching for the giant snake's trace. Soon, they found the giant snake coiled up and resting. After the snake's drill horn rotated yesterday, its mental energy had been greatly exhausted, so it needed to rest and recuperate. Shanji, Boss Hao, the snake is resting. This is the perfect time for us to attack. Should we let the blue-skinned zombie smurfs outside come in with the gas spray and spray in the snake's face? Yuhao, we can let them in, but not spray in the face. This giant snake is very strong, and I want to use the gas spray to make it go berserk and then let it attack the other 2 monsters. The effect of spraying in the face won't last long. It will probably wear off before they even reach outside the cave. Shanji, then what do you mean? Boss Hao, Yuhao, let the snake swallow them, then spray inside its belly. The gas spray won't affect us, so we can spray freely. Shanji, good idea, Boss Hao. Yuhao and the blue-skinned zombie smurfs outside began to communicate their thoughts. After receiving the order, the blue-skinned zombie smurfs started to enter the cave. Raph and his group moved in one direction. They did not bring the gas spray with them. Instead, they left some blue-skinned zombies holding the gas spray near the agreed location, waiting for them to lead the monsters there first. The purple toad's attack method was its long tongue, unlike the giant snake that directly swallowed its prey. So bringing the gas spray to look for it now would not be effective. Arriving at a familiar location, Raph looked ahead at the swamp emitting purple marsh gas, where a giant toad monster was resting with its eyes closed. The group exchanged a few simple words before starting their actions. Wu Gang, damn it, that blue slug just went for it. Wu Gang and the others were in a panic, fleeing. They had originally planned to search for the blue slug, but before they reached their target, a mass of white slime shot towards them. Several blue-skinned brothers were taken out on the spot. Their small bodies as blue-skinned zombie smurfs could not withstand such an attack. Even without the slime's properties, a similar speed of water could kill them. Wu Gang, move towards the direction Boss Hao said, and be careful not to fly straight. Keep changing positions to avoid getting hit. While communicating thoughts with the blue-skinned zombies, Wu Gang dodged the slime bullets. After previous experiences, his agility had been refined a bit. At this moment, he moved like a real blue fly, darting left and right. Inside the giant snake's belly, Shanji and the others held 2 bottles of gas spray. As the giant snake moved violently outside, the flesh and blood inside became chaotic. Yuhao and the others were luring the giant snake towards the agreed destination. The snake posed little danger to them, so the escape here was not thrilling. Before long, the giant snake was drawn to the agreed location, as the others had not yet attracted the other 2 monsters. Yuhao could only have everyone keep circling around with the giant snake in this place. After circling for a while, Wu Gang and the blue flies finally drew the slug over. Yuhao communicated with Raph to ask for the situation and learned that they needed a bit more time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let the giant snake and the slug fight first. He began contacting Wu Gang to lure the slug closer to the giant snake. Seeing that the timing was about right, both Wu Gang and Yuhao dove into the giant snake's mouth. The slug, seeing these blue flies that had been desperately fleeing, was stunned for a moment as they voluntarily entered the giant snake's mouth. With the distractors gone, the slug and the giant snake exchanged glances, then prepared to go back as if they were neighbors greeting each other. Just then, Yuhao, Shanji, give this giant snake a spray. Shanji got it. Under the joint effort of the blue-skinned zombies, the gas spray was unleashed into the flesh and blood wall of the giant snake's belly. The giant snake, which was just about to turn and leave, suddenly had its murky eyes turn bright red. It instantly entered a rampaging state. It looked around and saw only the blue slug as an enemy, then charged forward without hesitation, its drill horn spinning rapidly. The slug, originally about to turn and leave, heard the commotion behind and turned to see the neighbor, the giant snake, madly charging toward it. Without hesitation, it changed direction and slid to the side. Just as it avoided the attack, the giant snake's drill horn pierced through the spot it had just vacated, creating a large hole. The slug, which had slid to the side, stared blankly at the big pit created by the giant snake. Fortunately, it had already sprayed a clear liquid underneath. Otherwise, it would have perished. The giant snake missed its attack and continued to assault. The slug kept sliding, changing its position while its tentacles began firing white slime bullets. Puff, puff, puff. These bullets landed on the giant snake's scales like a drizzle, causing no harm. However, the slime stuck the surrounding debris and dust onto the giant snake's body. Later, as the slug slid up the smooth, vertical cliff, it continuously increased the distance and height from the giant snake. Thus, the rampaging giant snake chose to raise its upper body, bending its lower body into an S shape to gather strength. Aiming at the slug's position, it suddenly shot out like a spring. Thud! The speed of the launch was unexpectedly fast, like a long arrow shooting towards the slug above. The slug was forced to stop its counterattack and tried hard to change its position to dodge, but its soft body was still grazed by the giant snake's drill horn. The grazed part instantly lost flesh and blood. Due to inertia, the giant snake's drill did not stop and continued to drill deep into the cliff, its entire body entering the cave. The slug looked at the part of its body that had lost flesh, with liquid continuously flowing out. It then used its tentacles to aim at the wound, gently shooting out several clumps of slime to seal the wound and stop the liquid from flowing out. At this moment, the giant snake's head slightly poked out from the drilled hole. It looked at the slug, its eyes devoid of hostility. However, the slug began to develop hostility. Without waiting for the giant snake to fully emerge, it immediately shot out a barrage of slime bullets with its tentacles, sticking the giant snake's body to various parts of the hole. The giant snake found itself momentarily unable to move, caught off guard by this scene. It opened its mouth in anger, revealing sharp teeth, wanting to demand an explanation. The tension between the 2 monsters reignited. Raph, boss, how are you? I've lured the toad monster here. At that moment, from another direction of the 2 monsters, Raph and the blue smurfs flew in frantically. Yuhao, I'm inside the giant snake's belly. Raph, boss, how? There's been a bit of an accident. The purple toad swallowed the blue-skinned zombies along with the gas spray. But because the toad is highly toxic, the swallowed, blue-skinned zombies quickly died from the poison. Yuhao, no problem. We're already inside the giant snake. We can use the gas spray at any time. It doesn't matter if you failed over there. Just lure the toad as close to the giant snake as possible. And then you guys quickly dive into the giant snake's nostrils. That way, once the giant snake goes berserk, its only targets will be the toad and the slug. Raph, okay boss, how? Chapter 90. Three monsters in chaos after Raph and his companions closed the distance between the toad and the other two creatures. They flew towards the giant snake without hesitation. At that moment, the giant snake hesitated to open its mouth upon seeing the approaching blue flies. Meanwhile, the slug, fueled by its anger towards the giant snake, ignored Raph and the others flying past. They quickly entered the giant snake's nostrils. The scene was left with only the purple toad, the blue slug, and the unicorn giant snake, which was still stuck at the cave entrance. Seeing the unusual state of its neighbors, the purple toad decided not to meddle, as the blue flies had already been dealt with, and it was time to return to the swamp to enjoy the purple marsh gas bath. However, the giant snake, which had been angry but somewhat stable, suddenly went berserk without warning. Its drill-like horn spun rapidly, and its body struggled to break free from the slimy restraints. With reckless abandon, the giant snake managed to free itself, but part of its scales remained stuck to the cave entrance. It emerged halfway from the cave and charged at the slug, which was stuck to the cliffside. The slug, having learned from its previous encounter, quickly dodged to the side. The giant snake, propelled by its own inertia, burrowed out again and crashed into a long tunnel. The slug, seeing this, sprayed slime to seal the entrance. However, the giant snake was determined not to be trapped again and chose to continue digging deeper into the cliff. Moments later, loud digging sounds echoed from within the cliff where the slug was located. Sensing danger, the slug quickly slipped aside. The next moment, half of the giant snake's body burst through the wall, but it failed to hit its target and steadied its rear half to gather strength for another diagonal strike. After narrowly escaping, the slug decided not to spray slime anymore and quickly shot out several bursts of clear liquid. The clear liquid struck beneath the charging giant snake, interrupting its charge and causing its entire body to slide down the cliff. Due to the slug's different body structure compared to the giant snake, the giant snake slipped upon contact with the clear liquid, while the slug could use it to accelerate its movements, compensating for its naturally slow speed. Boom! The giant snake crashed down from the cliff, landing not far from the toad, which was preparing to retreat unnoticed. It shook its head and quickly moved to attack the purple toad. Thus, although the toad and the slug were not affected by the poison gas spray, the rampaging giant snake ignited conflicts between them. The three monster neighbors, who were originally harmonious and even helped each other, began a fight. However, it was not a free-for-all. The toad and the slug teamed up against the rampaging giant snake. The giant snake was the instigator of the conflict, and eliminating it would restore peace to the area. Next, the toad shot out its tongue, and when the giant snake attacked the tongue, the slug sprayed slime to distract the giant snake. At the same time, the toad detonated toxic nodules on its back, aiming at the giant snake. However, the attack did not cause much harm due to the thick, high defense scales of the giant snake. Despite this, the giant snake was struggling to fight both the toad and the slug at the same time. After a while, the giant snake found itself in a crisis. The slug filled the edges of the giant snake's mouth with slime bullets, effectively sealing its mouth shut. Unable to open its jaw, the giant snake could not use its fangs. After a while, the giant snake fell into an even greater crisis. The flesh and blood that it shed from its scales became tainted with the purple toxin from the toad. The giant snake's flesh began to corrode, emitting purple smoke. This could not continue. Realizing this, Yuhao began to think of a way to turn the three monsters against each other, with two monsters teaming up against the giant snake. The other two might also unite against him, now that all three monsters were focused on the battle. Perhaps he could cancel the mental synchronization and create some blue smuff zombies from the train, bringing them over with poison gas spray to ignite chaos in the volcano. If he could catch one of the slug or the toad off guard with a spray amidst the confusion, the three-way battle effect would be achieved. After all, in such an intense fight, the small blue sm of zombies should not attract attention. Just as Yuhao was lost in thought, the chaos outside took an unexpected turn. Quack! The toad, which had been focused on the giant snake, suddenly let out an aggressive croak, its eyes turning red as it entered a berserk state. It stopped attacking the giant snake and instead turned to attack the slug, which was closer. The blue sm of zombies in the giant snake's nostrils saw the situation outside and hurried back to report. Yuhao, what? The toad has also gone berserk. Shanji, that's right, Master Yuhao. It was about to attack the giant snake, but suddenly went berserk and targeted the slug instead. Yuhao! Yuhao fell silent, soon considering a possibility. He looked at Raph. Yuhao, didn't you say earlier that the poison gas spray you brought was swallowed by the toad? Raph, yes. Could it be? As Yuhao asked, Raph slowly began to understand. Raph, the poison gas spray in the toad's stomach is taking effect? Yuhao, it's possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the toad suddenly went berserk. The toad is full of poison, and its gastric acid must also be quite corrosive. This battle has likely accelerated its gastric digestion, so the poison gas spray might have started a rupture due to being digested and corroded. Raph, although it sounds a bit unbelievable, it does seem quite possible. Yuhao, if that is the case, then it's a good thing. I want you to try my method. The success rate of that method is actually quite low. Outside, the three monsters successfully fell into their own battles. The chaotic fighting grew increasingly intense. After an unknown amount of time, the chaotic battle came to an end. The three monsters suffered varying degrees of casualties. The enormous blue slug had half of its body dissolved by the toad's venom and had died outright. The situation for the toad wasn't optimistic either. Its limbs were broken, and its belly had been pierced through by the giant snake's drill-like horn. It was impaled like a barbecue skewer, unable to escape. Although it had not died, it was rendered useless. The giant snake fared the worst, with its face, eyes, nostrils, and ear holes all soaked in the purple toxin from the toad's nodules. The giant snake's head, including its insides, was a horrific sight, thoroughly corroded. The giant snake died, and the blue sm of zombies inside its body, belonging to Yuhao, also perished. Not long after, a flesh train arrived on the battlefield, accompanied by hundreds of red-skinned zombies and a green giant zombie. The toad, its hallucinogenic effects long gone, suddenly saw so many flesh enemies appearing. It slowly opened its mouth, extending its tongue towards the train. At that moment, the Starfire train's frog tongue also shot out. The two flesh tongues intertwined. The toad's tongue was larger and much thicker. However, Yuhao, sitting inside the train, was not prepared to contest with the toad over their tongues. He simply restrained its tongue to prevent it from swallowing the zombies around his train. Next, Little Red and the green giant zombie seized the opportunity to finish it off. In the end, the toad was killed. However, due to the toxic nodules on its body still occasionally bursting and splattering, Yuhao's own zombies also suffered significant losses. The one that contributed the most, the green giant zombie, died, while Little Red lost nearly 50 zombies. However, Yuhao felt it was worth it because now he could finally start harvesting and devouring these three monsters. Chapter 91 Final Harvest, the Spark Train, opened its large mouth and began the devouring process. First, it consumed the easiest target, the slug. With the help of Xiaohong and the Hulk zombie, the blue slug was completely devoured. After the devouring, a pair of blue soft tentacles, identical to those of the slug, sprouted from both ends of the train's front. Yuhao immediately tested the slug's tentacles. After some experimentation, he discovered that the tentacles could be controlled through mental power, allowing them to spray two different types of liquid. One was a white slime, and the other was a slippery, clear liquid. Next, Yuhao commanded the train to continue devouring the purple toad. After consuming it, the train's frog tongue underwent significant changes. Its length increased from 75 meters to 150 meters, becoming much thicker overall. At the same time, many purple bumps grew on the frog tongue, resembling those on the back of the toad monster. Yuhao experimented again and found that the purple bumps could also secrete a non-toxic but corrosive liquid through mental power. The purple liquid could adhere to the frog tongue and only cause harm to objects outside the train. Finally, only the corpse of the giant snake remained. The outer skin of the snake left a deep impression on him, particularly its thick scales, which had very strong defensive capabilities. Before devouring it, the spark train extended its iron blades and used them to saw through the giant snake's body. The snake's scales were indeed very hard. The iron blades took quite a while to penetrate the scales and cut into the flesh. After spending a significant amount of time, the giant snake was sawed into small pieces, which were then grabbed by the zombies and the new frog tongue for devouring. Before long, the devouring was complete. After consuming, the train's original keratinous outer skin gained an additional layer of earthy-colored scales. Moreover, except for the windows, the other parts of the train's front were also covered in scales. Yuhao looked around the train and found that the train, after acquiring the giant snake's hard scales, looked even more like a flesh-and-blood entity. However, this meant that the changes in the train's body shape optimization were no longer visible, as all optimizations would occur beneath the scales, eliminating any intuitive perception. After acquiring the bioelectric collector, the train's body had already undergone many changes. The body was originally composed of muscle fibers, a white skeleton, and a keratinous outer skin. The skeletal part had been optimizing itself in the form shown in the third super-frequency effect demonstration of the bioelectric collector. On this basis, it now gained an additional layer of earthy-colored scales through the devouring of the giant snake. One could imagine a person surrounded by a massive skeleton, with muscles connected to the skeleton, skin enveloping the muscles, and a thick armor outside the skin. In the world of Naruto, this could be considered a complete form of Susanoo. Not bad. Yuhao smiled with satisfaction. Under such defense, passengers could safely play their roles in the flesh and blood carriage. After all three monsters at the scene were consumed, Yuhao instructed everyone to board the train. The train then entered a luminous mine, where the sense of safety was evidently higher. He allowed the passengers to rest and recuperate their mental power for a while. He then continued to examine the other two items obtained from his harvest, one from the toad and one from the giant snake. No items or blueprints were found from the slug. He first checked the item dropped by the giant snake. It was a sphere with a button on it. The actual item was inside the sphere. Yuhao pressed the button, and a drill head appeared inside. He was pleasantly surprised and quickly checked the item information. Item name: Giant Snake Drill Head. Item grade: E grade. Item level: Level 1. Item effect: Can rotate at high speed, but the duration is short. Item upgrade: Consume 50 units of flesh to upgrade to Level 2. P.S. This item can be matched as a train accessory. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Yuhao matched this item as a train accessory. After matching, a prompt appeared asking for the installation location of the accessory. Yuhao thought for a moment and chose to install it at the front of the train. The two tentacles were at both ends of the front, so the drill head would be in the center. After making his choice, a huge and eye-catching drill head appeared at the front of the train. Yuhao got off to inspect it for a while and then nodded in satisfaction. He immediately consumed 950 units of flesh materials to upgrade it from Level 1 to Level 10. The item's effect changed to Can rotate at high speed without a time limit. Subsequently, the information for the two super-frequency effects popped up. The first super-frequency effect of the giant snake drill head. The drill head can excavate special minerals. The second super-frequency effect of the giant snake drill head. When the drill head rotates at high speed, there is a 10 chance of completely penetrating armor. P.S. No further super-frequency effects will appear with continued upgrades. Not bad. Two surprises came. Yuhao smiled at the first super-frequency effect of the drill head. Moreover, there happened to be a tricky mineral in this mine that was a special or quite good. He looked at the crystalline ore in front of the train window that emitted a banded aurora and thought for a moment, deciding not to excavate it just yet. He would wait until they were about to leave. Staying in this mine, with the protection of the banded aurora, was safer. If he dug it out and the earth stopped glowing, the mine would lose the protective banded aurora, which could lead to trouble. After all, this was the Wailing Abyss. Although the three monsters in this area were dead, there was no guarantee that other powerful monsters wouldn't appear further away. It should be noted that this Wailing Abyss stretched for thousands of meters. He was currently only active in a relatively small area. He then stopped trying to excavate and began checking the item dropped by the blue toad. Item name: Disposable Frog Call Summoner. Item effect: After use, It can attract all frog-type monsters within a 10-kilometer radius for 24 hours. A disposable item? Yuhao found it hard to believe. He had high expectations for this item. He never expected it to be a one-time use item. After a moment of silence, he could only force himself to find consolation. This disposable item could provide an opportunity for his frog tongue to undergo a significant transformation. However, it would be best to use it once the strength of his train reached a certain level. After all, without an item like the monster shield, it would test the train's strength. There might be a chance to use it, but if he didn't have the capability to kill, he could instead be countered by the various frog-type monsters attracted over. That would be quite a mess. He decided to keep it for now. Yuhao murmured as he stored this item away. After checking all the items obtained, he summarized that this trip to the Wailing Abyss was not in vain, and the harvest was substantial. Before coming here, the Spark train had many shortcomings, the most significant of which was the lack of long-range attack capabilities. With the train having consumed the slug's body today, this shortcoming was somewhat compensated. The newly grown tentacles at the front of the train could shoot clear liquid bullets and slime bullets, each with its own characteristics, which was quite good. The train's defensive capabilities were also further enhanced. The train's attack methods had evolved from only having iron blades to now also having the drill head. However, there were still many areas that needed improvement. Firstly, the train still lacked a flying vehicle. This trip into the abyss made him realize the importance of flight. Secondly, the train needs to quickly obtain a dragonfly compound eye, allowing passengers to escape from merely following slogans to get things done. The additional drill angles and the two soft tentacles can also be powered by mental energy for control. Additionally, there are weapon issues with the Smurf zombies, especially the Hulk zombie. Currently, the train's equipment size is only suitable for Little Red to handle, while the Smurf zombies and Hulk zombies are still empty-handed, which indeed affects their ability to unleash their true combat power. Furthermore, upon some reflection, the Spark train still has a lot of room for improvement and a long way to go. Right now, the train just needs to extract the crystal or from a mine before it can leave. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, looking at the crystal or in front of the train. Suddenly, an unrelated question popped into his mind. Xiao AI, how difficult do you think the Wailing Abyss is? Does it deserve the title of a hell-level transfer task for the mechanical train? Chapter 92, Zhongzi Production Line. Xiao AI believes, if a train preparing for a job change can survive for 24 hours in a place like the Wailing Abyss, it truly deserves the hellish difficulty of the job change task. The train preparing for a job change is still in the novice stage, with basic components and limited functionality. If you follow your train route to venture into the Wailing Abyss, the novice train needs to solve at least 4 major problems. The first problem is that monsters will appear while climbing the mountain. As your train climbs uphill, monsters at the summit will push down boulders, which is a significant obstacle, and many novice job-changing trains will be eliminated at this stage. After successfully overcoming the obstructive monsters and reaching the summit, the train will face the second major challenge: how to descend into this abyss. This may eliminate 99 of novice job-changing trains. If there is no way to reach the opposite side, the only option is to climb down the vertical 90-degree cliff or to jump down. To obtain wheels that can climb a 90-degree slope or flying wheels, the train needs a great deal of luck and strong strength. Both are essential. After the Xingho train obtained the worm foot, which can adapt to complex terrains, it still could not descend the vertical cliff, proving that general climbing components cannot support walking down a smooth vertical 90-degree cliff. Given my train's current strength, is there a way to climb that vertical cliff? According to Xiao AI's analysis of your train's new components, your train currently has the capability to climb a 90-degree cliff. You can use the train slug antennae to spray mucus on the worm foot, and that will work successfully. However, it's important to ensure the viscosity is appropriate. Very good. Please continue. Okay. If the novice train cannot pass through the vertical cliff to delve into the Wailing Abyss, it needs to find a way to reach the opposite mountain summit to look for the entrance to the second cave at the mountain's base. Crossing the approximately 60-meter wide abyss is another big problem. Once this issue is successfully resolved and the train reaches the cave entrance at the base of the opposite mountain, there will be many caves within the entrance passage, each filled with numerous monsters. If the train can navigate through these monster-filled passages to reach the inner depths, it will face an almost 80-degree cliff. I believe the job-changing trains that reach this point have some means, and there should be a way to descend the 80-degree cliff. However, after entering the abyss's bottom, finding the glowing safe mine will be a very dangerous process, if disturbed by the monsters of the abyss. The train will fall into a crisis of escape. As long as the train can successfully enter the glowing mine, it can safely survive for 24 hours. However, after completing the job change successfully after 24 hours, leaving the wailing abyss will again pose a problem. So in summary, for novice, job-changing trains to complete this hellish difficulty task of the mechanical train is almost impossible. The task truly deserves the label of hellish difficulty. If you compare the hellish job change task of flesh and blood trains with this, you will find that the hellish task of the mechanical train is even slightly more difficult. However, it is precisely because the hellish job change task of the mechanical train is so difficult that it contains tremendous opportunities for the mechanical train. The special ores within the glowing mine are an extremely powerful and rare resource for mechanical trains. Once a novice train changes jobs to become a mechanical train and obtains this special ore, it will undergo a qualitative transformation. Upon hearing this, Yuhao fell into deep thought. To obtain this special ore, he would need the snakehead's drill horn. The giant snake was killed by the monsters and did not die by his own hands, so the dropped item grade and effects were reduced. If he had killed it himself with a higher grade, the job-changing train might have a chance to upgrade it to level 5 and then activate the overclocking effect, thus allowing it to mine the special ore. Another method is if the grade is not sufficient for an ordinary train to upgrade to level 5. Then he should find a way to cut off the snake head, as the severed snake head can also survive for a long time. Then, he could take advantage of the snake head's drill horn still spinning to directly mine in the cave. Thinking carefully, every step is indeed very difficult. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. Next, he decided to wait until he left to take the special crystal ore from the cave. After all this time, he should take a break. It was also nighttime now. He took out a blueprint he was quite looking forward to from his items. Then smiled broadly. He missed the Zongzi from Blue Star. Blueprint name, Zongzi production line. Blueprint effect. Consume 50 units of flesh and blood materials to create a Zongzi production line. Without hesitation, he constructed this production line in carriage number 1. After the construction was completed, the information panel for Zongzi production line popped up. Component name, Zongzi production line. Component grade, E grade. Component level, level 1. Component effect, consume 1 unit of flesh and blood to produce 1 Zongzi. Component upgrade, consume 10 units of level 1 iron ore to upgrade to level 2. After reviewing this information, Yuhao eagerly continued to consume 450 units of flesh and blood to upgrade it to level 10. After upgrading to level 10, the production line still produced Zongzi, which was quite good. 2 overclocking effects popped up. The first overclocking effect of a Zongzi production line is the Zongzi filling produced by the production line can be chosen freely with 3 main categories: sweet Zongzi, savory Zongzi, and vegetarian Zongzi. Sweet Zongzi includes red bean paste Zongzi, date Zongzi, 8 treasure Zongzi, osmanthus red bean paste Zongzi, cranberry Zongzi, mango Zongzi. Savory Zongzi includes salty meat Zongzi, egg yolk Zongzi, Cantonese sausage Zongzi, preserved vegetable meat Zongzi, mung bean duck egg Zongzi, dried tangerine peel beef Zongzi. Vegetarian Zongzi includes alkaline water Zongzi, tricolor quinoa Zongzi, mushroom Zongzi, assorted fruit Zongzi. The second overclocking effect of the Zongzi production line is, after eating the Zongzi produced by the production line, one will dream about dragon boat racing at night. And these dreams will help strengthen the body. Great! Today is a good day, full of rewards, and now there is Zongzi to eat. Yuhao then called everyone to gather outside carriage number 1, allowing them to line up to receive Zongzi. Since the flavor of the Zongzi could be chosen freely, he let them choose their preferred Zongzi filling. After everyone had received their favorite Zongzi, Yuhao continued to produce many vegetarian Zongzi and distributed them to Little Red and the Blue Spirit Zombie. Next, everyone was very happy, enjoying the Zongzi in the safe, glowing mine, their faces beaming with happiness and satisfaction. One small red zombie, not knowing that the zongzi still needed to be peeled from the zongzi leaves, swallowed it whole, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Now, everyone enjoyed a rare tranquility. Chapter 93, Super Energy Crystal. After finishing the rice dumplings, everyone took a short break. They then returned to the train. It was time to get down to business. The spar train started to operate, and the drill at the front began to spin rapidly. Next, mining commenced. The front of the train slowly approached the glowing ore. Zzz. The spinning drill of the train made violent sounds as it came into contact with a luminous crystalline ore. Half an hour later, the mining was completed. The originally thick crystalline ore had been reduced to dozens of small crystals scattered on the ground. Yuhao got off the train and picked up a small crystal to examine it. Special or super energy crystal. Or use. Essential material for crafting super energy weapons. Super energy crystal. What exactly is a super energy weapon? He murmured, looking at the information about this special or I should ask Xiao AI later. He continued to observe this super energy crystal in his hand. From its appearance, it was quite different from iron ore. Iron ore was spherical, about the size of a quail egg. In contrast, this super energy crystal was a hexagonal prism about the size of a finger. Moreover, the super energy crystal was still emitting a band of aurora, although the light was much dimmer now that it had been mined. Yuhao carefully picked up all these super energy crystals, packed them into a bag, and then took them back onto the train. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 12 pieces. Once inside the train compartment, Yuhao didn't plan to mix these precious ores with the flesh materials from Car 2. It was necessary to keep these items in a safe and inconspicuous place. The location would still be inside the train compartment. His first thought was to put them in the refrigerator. No one would expect that this refrigerator had a huge space inside. However, upon further thought, he felt that this place was a bit lacking. After pondering for a while, his eyes lit up. How about a double insurance? He took the super energy crystals to the refrigerator, opened the door, and walked inside. At this moment, the 30 square meter space was already filled with 50 little reds. The temperature inside had been adjusted to a comfortable 20 degrees. When the little reds saw Yuhao enter, they immediately assembled in front of him, standing straight and looking loyal, as if ready for anything. You all go outside the refrigerator, Yuhao said softly. The little reds were a bit of a distraction for him while he was working. As the little reds orderly left the refrigerator, Yuhao immediately felt that the space inside had become much more spacious. He began to implement his so-called double insurance method. This method might not succeed, but it was worth a try. He operated his wristwatch for a while, found the crafting information for the refrigerator, and after a series of operations, he successfully crafted a new level 10 refrigerator, using a total of 550 units of flesh materials. He immediately opened the door of this new level 10 refrigerator, and upon seeing that there was also a 30 square meter space inside, his expression became excited. He didn't expect it to really work. If that's the case, as long as there are enough flesh materials, couldn't I create an infinite space within the refrigerator? Yuhao's mouth couldn't help but curl up, his eyes turning crescent-shaped. This is interesting, very interesting. He joyfully placed the super energy crystals into this newly crafted level 10 refrigerator. Now that this outrageous method of continuing to craft refrigerators within the 30 square meter space of the refrigerator had succeeded, it could probably be developed for more uses in the future. Who knows, if used well, it might produce miraculous effects in certain places. However, there was no need to think about that now. The train supply of flesh materials was running low, and he couldn't continue experimenting. Although it was exciting that he could craft a refrigerator with a huge space inside the refrigerator, he still needed to maintain an objective attitude. If this thing could indeed be infinitely nested like he imagined, it would be too abnormal. There might be some limitations that could arise. Yuhao walked out of the refrigerator and returned to the train compartment, where the little reds also re-entered the refrigerator. Yuhao then, in a good mood, went to the level 10 water purifier in Car 1 and consumed 1 unit of flesh materials to draw a bottle of AD calcium. He returned to the train compartment again. Sitting in his chair, he turned his thoughts and asked Xiao AI, do you know what a super energy weapon is? Sorry, based on the information available, Xiao AI can only find some information about energy weapons. Energy weapons. Then tell me what energy weapons are. Okay, Energy weapons include non-traditional kinetic weapons and directed energy weapons. For example, an electromagnetic cannon is a non-traditional kinetic weapon. Laser weapons, microwave weapons, and particle beam weapons are directed energy weapons. Xiao AI guesses that super energy weapons should be a more advanced and powerful existence than energy weapons. No wonder they say this thing can directly cause a qualitative change in new mechanical trains. It turns out it can create something even more powerful than these energy weapons. Yuhao couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. He faintly felt that this super energy crystal might even be able to craft things with the terrifying power of nuclear weapons. After a moment of contemplation, his thoughts returned to the main issue. Now that this special ore had been collected, it was time to leave. Xiao AI, you control the train to continue departing. After leaving the Wailing Abyss, continue towards the direction of the Shilu Mountains. By the way, Yuhao suddenly remembered something. On the way, also mine those glowing ores outside the mine and those glowing ores on the cliff. Since the train's drill could mine the glowing ores inside, it would surely have no problem with the seemingly lower quality ones outside. As for the glowing ores on the cliff falling down during the mining process, there was no need to worry about that. He just needed to trust Xiao AI to multitask, mining while controlling the frog tongue to catch the falling ores. Okay, Xiao AI's crisp reply sounded. The spar train started up, turned on the high beams, and left the mine. After spending some time outside the mine to collect all the surrounding glowing ores, they began to climb along the smooth cliff at a 90-degree angle. It was already night, with the moon bright and the stars sparse. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, no longer paying attention to the train situation. As he recalled something that was giving him a headache, he took out a train order, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Since the last time someone tested the total number of trains in the train radio, there had already been over 49,790,000, leaving less than 210,000 to reach the total of 50 million trains. According to previous predictions, if this growth rate continued, it wouldn't take half a month to reach the total of 50 million trains, at which point the Stargate would descend. Almost a week had passed already. This meant that in about another week, Chapter 94, Train Name, 49906-691. To be honest, so far, neither he nor the train occupants have had any real peace of mind. Everyone's heart is always tense. The feeling of knowing a great crisis is approaching, but not knowing when is quite unpleasant. The more this vague sense of crisis lingers, the less time Yuhao dares to waste. Fortunately, with Xiao AI, the train can basically be busy 24 hours a day. I don't even know how many trains there are now. Once we leave Wailing Abyss, we'll find a place to test things out. I need to have some certainty in my heart. I don't know how much time has passed. The Spark train left the mountain where Wailing Abyss is located and arrived at a flat area. Yuhao quickly checked the radar and, seeing no danger, called a few passengers and over 100 little reds to disembark. Arriving at the open space, he then took out the train order. Special item, train order. Item effect. After activation, the train order can transform into a train head. He looked at the information above, thought for a moment, and activated it on the spot. The simple-looking token instantly shattered into countless light points, which then connected into strands of light, and finally, these lights began to weave together, outlining the shape of the train head, which was completed in just a short while. Yuhao entered the train's cabin and approached the control screen, finding the blue button labeled Train Information and pressed it. Instantly, detailed information about the new train head popped up. Train name, 49906-691. Has one renaming opportunity. Number of carriages, none. Train accessories, none. Resource units, none. Over 49 million. There are less than 100,000 trains left to reach 50 million. The Spar train continued to speed across the wasteland. Yuhao sat in the cabin, his expression serious. Next, there was nothing much to say. He needed to hurry up and focus on developing. There is still some distance to the Shilu Mountains, and this journey couldn't be wasted. When he saw more red dots on the radar, he could stop and grind some zombies. He glanced at the radar, then looked at the ores he had collected along the way in the cabin, showing a hint of satisfaction. He took out one to examine. Special ore, energy crystal, or use, Essential material for crafting energy weapons. Oh. Yuhao raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Essential material for energy weapons? Isn't this what Xiao mentioned before? Counting them up, he had collected a total of 106 energy crystals. These energy crystals are smaller and in a triangular prism shape, with a light source that is dimmer compared to super energy crystals. Unfortunately, these are precious materials needed for mechanical trains, and my flesh train cannot use them. While Yuhao was happy, he also felt a bit regretful. Theoretically, that's the case, but there will always be exceptions. At this point, Xiao reminded him, "Oh, so you have a way to make these things usable for my flesh train?" Xiao currently has no way. What Xiao said was just to comfort you. Thanks, but please don't comfort me like that next time. Okay. Yuhao transferred all these energy crystals into the fridge as freezer. Next, regardless of whether these things would be useful later, bringing them along now doesn't take up space. If they really can't be used in the future, they could be exchanged as materials. After putting them away, Yuhao sat in his chair, looking out the window. There was still one zombie signal flare left. He would use it soon. After experiencing a round in Wailing Abyss, the train's strength has improved quite a bit, but he still didn't know what level it was at. Perfect timing to test the spar train as strength against a zombie tide. Half an hour later, Yuhao looked at the danger detection radar, and at this moment, the number of red dots on the radar had increased. "Right here," he murmured, taking out the zombie signal flare. Then he opened the door and aimed the flare directly at the sky above the train and fired it. Whoosh! A bright light suddenly burst forth in the night sky. This time, Yuhao did not activate the zombie shield. Not long after, a large group of zombies rushed towards this direction. Upon seeing Yuhao's flesh train at the center of the flare, they immediately went into a frenzy, baring their teeth and rushing over. It looked like they wanted to tear the spark train apart. Yuhao calmly glanced at the crazed zombies rushing towards the window, softly saying, "Xiao, you don't need to do anything next. Just let the train stay like this. I want to see if these little zombies can break through my train's current defenses." "Okay." Roar. The zombies charged towards the spark train with a roar. When they got close, some clawed with their hands, some bit with their mouths, and others rammed with their heads. The smarter zombies picked up stones from the ground to smash. However, these attack methods were destined to be weak against the hard-scale armor. After the zombies realized their attacks were ineffective, some started to climb onto the roof of the train, but with the presence of the scales, the surface had become quite smooth. Some couldn't climb up, while others climbed up but slid back down. There were also zombies that ran to the train head's window, staring wide-eyed at Yuhao, pressing against the window and desperately banging on the glass, trying hard to break in. Yuhao found their actions rather amusing. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but think of some questions regarding the windows. Speaking of which, since my spark train is supposed to develop towards the direction of the flesh train, why hasn't the window changed until now? Does that mean it won't change at all? You need not worry about this. The development direction of the flesh train will always revolve around the evolution towards flesh and blood, completely departing from mechanization. Even the windows of the train head will have unique evolution methods. This evolution method can be termed as the eye transformation of the windows. Chapter 95, Window Evolution. In general, for the flesh train to evolve its windows, it requires suitable window evolution accessories. However, besides obtaining accessories, there are two other ways to evolve the windows. The first method is through the train's talent, Devouring Heart, which allows it to devour the eyes of monsters. For example, by devouring an eagle monster, it can gain the ability to evolve its windows into eagle-eyed windows, which can provide long-distance vision. So, are you saying that eagle eyes are essentially like adding an adjustable telescope to the entire window? That's one way to understand it. Then if we devour an owl monster, won't the train have a chance to gain night vision? It would be great to see everything clearly at night or in dark places without needing to turn on the headlights. Theoretically, yes. That's nice. Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Driving the train at night with lights on is quite likely to attract attention, but if they can successfully devour an owl monster, evolving the train windows while gaining night vision would significantly enhance the train's safety. What's the remaining method? The other method is that during the shape optimization process, the Starfire train's windows can autonomously evolve. After hearing this, Yuhao raised an eyebrow and then accessed the information on the bioelectric collector. After reviewing the information, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an additional demonstration video in the superfrequency effect related to shape optimization. Upon opening it, the video showed a flesh train's window beginning to undergo shape optimization, transforming from an ordinary window into one with pupils. The surrounding frame also started to change, resembling eyelids that could cover the window. Suddenly, several missiles were launched from afar. The missiles first struck the train's body, but failed to damage its hard exterior. Then several others flew toward the relatively weak window defenses. Just as the missiles were about to hit the window, the evolved window surprisingly closed its eyes, and the closing eyelids successfully blocked the missile attack. The demonstration ended here. After watching this, Yuhao had a deeper understanding of the forthcoming evolution of the windows. The pupil windows, after shape optimization, had numerous advantages over ordinary windows, not only improving the observation field, but also enhancing the window's defensive capabilities. Below the demonstration video, there was additional information. Currently, the shape optimization direction for the front windows of the train is first focusing on a single eye. The function of the pupil window after shape optimization is the inside of the window can see the outside scene, while the outside cannot see the inside scene. Of course, this can be adjusted autonomously. It seems not very useful. The evolution of the train's windows can be left to shape optimization. However, it appears that the functional aspects of evolution still rely on the devouring heart to devour monsters. Yuhao looked outside with a sense of emotion, noticing that a large number of zombies were gathering toward the Starfire train. Among them was the familiar old friend, the Titan zombie. Yuhao watched with interest as one zombie was desperately gnawing at the train's drill head. With a thought, the drill began to spin rapidly. As a result, the zombie not only lost its teeth, but also had a large hole blasted in its head. A 10-meter-tall level 4 Titan zombie charged at the train and then swung a heavy fist down onto it. Bang! With a loud noise, the train was unharmed. But the force caused vibrations inside the train. Is it that strong? Yuhao was somewhat surprised. Xiao AI reminds you that based on the analysis of the Titan zombie's strike on the train, the Titan zombie cannot break the train's defenses. Xiao AI's reminder reassured Yuhao. Next, the train remained stationary. The Titan zombie continued to deliver several heavy punches, but the train held up without any issues. Yuhao checked the time and said, Xiao AI, take control of the train and strike back. Okay. When the Titan zombie realized its punches were ineffective, it attempted to kick instead. However, just as it was about to sweep its leg, the train's iron blades popped out and began to spin rapidly. Thud! The Titan zombie, as calf made close contact with the spinning iron blades of the Starfire train. With a roar, the Titan zombie staggered back, a wound now visible on its calf. At this moment, the train's wheels transformed into insect legs. The 2-meter-long insect legs extended, lifting the train nearly 5 meters off the ground. Roar! The Titan zombie let out a roar and reached for the train, its pale arm muscles tensed, preparing to grab the train and perform slam. Passengers in car 6 control the insect legs below the car. Yuhao sat in the train compartment, observing the scene outside, while notifying everyone through the sound system. As the Titan zombie embraced the train, the insect leg on the side where it was holding the train immediately seized its arm. Then the spiked insect leg thrust down fiercely. Roar! The Titan zombie roared and quickly released the train. It sensed something was wrong and turned to leave. A thick 150-meter-long frog tongue shot out, wrapping around its ankle and tripping it as it lifted its foot. Immediately, the purple bumps on the frog tongue quickly secreted a purple corrosive liquid. The ankle of the Titan zombie, ensnared by the frog tongue, began to emit white smoke, as if subjected to a hot grill. It struggled and forced itself to rise. Hud, hud, hud. The train's tentacles shot out several bursts of clear liquid, striking the Titan zombie's left foot as it attempted to stand. The ground instantly became incredibly slippery. With the ground now slick, the Titan zombie slipped again. Following this, the train gave it no opportunity to rise. Dense, white, sticky liquid shot from the tentacles, gluing down all the spots where the Titan zombie made contact with the ground. At this point, the Titan zombie could no longer get up. The Starfire train ignored the swarm of small zombies surging around it, and the iron blades on both sides sliced through these small zombies like cutting wheat, while the drill continued to spin, heading straight for the downed Titan zombie. Seeing the dire situation, the Titan zombie let out a loud roar. The surrounding small zombies then charged wildly toward the front of the Starfire train. However, these small zombies were as insubstantial as air, being drilled through by the train's drill without any obstruction. The train smoothly reached the side of the Titan zombie and did not stop, continuing forward. Then, the drill made close contact with the Titan zombie, its body, and it was no longer as resilient as it had been against the iron blades. Soon, the Titan zombie met its end. Next, it was the turn of these small zombies. Chapter 96, finally a bit quieter. Yuhao instructed the train passengers to use their mental power to control the insect legs beneath their respective carriages. He then had them attempt to use the insect legs to attack the surrounding zombies. Since the insect legs had grown barbs, their attack power had further increased, making them usable as weapons in certain situations. Now that the dense horde of zombies had completely surrounded the spark train, it was the perfect opportunity to poke at them with the insect legs. The iron blades were retracted, and the insect legs beneath the train began to launch irregular attacks. Yuhao sat inside the train cabin, and while the passengers were blindly poking at the zombies with the insect legs, he was not idle either. He used his mental power to control the tentacles at both ends of the train to shoo at the zombies. At this moment, the outside was filled with a dark mass of corpses, and their numbers were increasing. If they only relied on the insect legs to poke and the tentacles to shoot, they would definitely not be able to kill them all. To harvest quickly, they still needed to use the train's iron blades. Although time was tight, it was necessary to spend a few minutes allowing the train passengers to practice controlling the insect legs and attempt some high-difficulty tasks beyond just traveling. With so much mental power usage, Yuhao discovered something surprising. His mental power had unconsciously become stronger than before. Now, as long as he didn't use his mental power at high intensity, resting for a while would allow it to quickly recover. Unlike before, when matching mental power, he would feel fatigue for a long time after just one match. If he was experiencing this, then the passengers were likely experiencing something similar. They too would be gradually becoming stronger. So, moving forward, they could use mental power more frequently. The strengthening of mental power was, on one hand, due to more practice, and on the other hand, it might be because the various supplies upgraded to level 10 on the train were transforming their bodies, making them stronger in every way. For example, the level 10 sleeping bag allowed passengers to achieve infant-like sleep, something unimaginable on other trains. There are also level 10 foods that enhance resistance, which were unthinkable on other trains. About 10 minutes later, Yuhao instructed the passengers to stop their brief training. During this time, the passengers did not hear Yuhao or Raph call out commands, nor could they see the outside scenery, so most of them were just manipulating the insect legs haphazardly, which exposed quite a few issues. The coordination between hundreds of pairs of insect legs was very chaotic and uncoordinated, lacking purpose, making the overall performance quite awkward. Although they were under mental control, it seemed as if they had no thoughts of their own, lacking natural fluidity. It would have been better not to control them at all. Several times, the train nearly tipped over due to the imbalance caused by these insect legs. It seemed that an eye-like device needed to be installed on the roof of the train soon. The train's subsequent windows would be equipped with eye-like features, but that mainly benefited Yuhao as the train conductor. As for the passengers' field of vision, it seemed they would still need the eye-like devices. The compound eyes of a dragonfly provide a 360-degree view with no blind spots, and with their multiple lenses, it would be sufficient for each passenger to have a pair of three-dimensional eyes to look outside the train. At that time, the windows would mainly be used to view the front of the train, while the compound eyes would cover the surrounding and rear areas. Both types of eyes would serve their respective purposes without interfering with each other. At this moment, the train's body was swaying, covered with a dense mass of zombies. Although the zombies outside could not break in, their numbers were accumulating, causing the train to shake. The people inside were forced to experience the sensation of a rocking train. If it weren't for the increased grip of the insect legs, The train might have been overturned by so many frenzied zombies. At this time, the passengers inside the train felt the commotion outside and began to tighten the flesh fibers beneath the train's armored scales voluntarily. Some passengers with strong mental power even slightly adjusted the train's skeletal structure. The zombies were all grimacing, like an ant swarm discovering the train, crawling all over it. When their attacks were ineffective, they piled on top of the train like a human tower. Zzz. At this moment, the sound of electricity crackled. The entire spark train was filled with high-voltage electricity, instantly scorching the dense mass of zombies crawling on its surface. Finally, it was a bit quieter. Feeling the train body less disturbed by the zombies, Yuhao felt much more comfortable. Previously, he had activated the zombie shield, which meant that no matter how many zombies there were, the train would not be affected, and the zombies were relatively quiet, not as frenzied as now. Now experiencing the chaos of facing a zombie tide without the shield, he could only describe the feeling as extremely noisy. The zombies were like they had been injected with adrenaline, frantically roaring and attacking the train, creating a tremendous racket. He could only turn on the zombie shield. And upon feeling the immediate quieting of the raucous zombies, he said with satisfaction, "Shao AI, start the harvest." Okay, this time, to test the train's defenses and to train the passengers' control over the train, some time was wasted. Now it was time to clear the surrounding dense mass of zombies. Moreover, it was late at night, and it was time to sleep. Without the shield, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all due to the noise from the zombies. Shao AI. After these zombies are harvested, collect the dropped items and blueprints with the frog tongue. The process is the same as before. Okay. Yuhao returned to his bed and then crawled into the level 10 sleeping bag to sleep. The next day, Yuhao woke up. He opened the sleeping bag and sat up from the bed. Since he got the level 10 sleeping bag, his sleep had been excellent. After a quick wash in the carriage, he crafted a day's worth of food for the passengers and then brought 2 rice dumplings into the train cabin. The task of distributing food to the passengers had been handed over to Raph, so he no longer needed to worry about that. He only needed to craft more when the food was insufficient. He would keep track of the quantities crafted each time, as Raph would compile a daily consumption report to present to him at an appropriate time. After eating, he began to think about the issues regarding his zombie army. Now that the crafting permissions for intermediate zombies have been unlocked, he could craft mini zombies and titan zombies. This made the zombie army on his train more diverse and specialized. However, this also posed an awkward problem. The 5-meter-tall giant green zombie could not fit inside the train. How to get the giant green zombie into the train would be a problem. He had previously considered having the giant green zombie follow outside the train, but that idea was quickly dismissed, not to mention whether it could keep up with the train's rapid speed across the plains. It wouldn't be able to cope with the complex terrain when heading to the Shilu Mountains. So, following outside the train was definitely not an option. Later, he thought about stuffing the giant green zombie into a refrigerator. However, given the giant green zombie's massive size, it couldn't fit through the refrigerator door. He checked the spoils from last night's battle against the zombie tide, but found no items that could solve the problem of where to place the giant green zombie. Chapter 97. Did something big happen in the Shiru Mountains? Shao AI. Is there any way to get these green giant zombies on a train? Shao AI currently cannot find a specific method to put the green giant zombies onto the train. However, Shao AI can think of a way to recycle the green giant zombies for you. What method? After you create the green giant zombies, once used, and the train needs to continue its journey, you might be able to devour them for flesh materials and recreate them when needed next time. Dash! Yuhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly, taking them out when needed and slaughtering them when not in use. This approach is somewhat grim. He had considered doing this. But there was a problem. The materials obtained by devouring were not proportional to the materials used for creation. He might only get half the amount of crafting materials. So it was quite a loss. After that, he didn't ask Shao AI anymore and instead pondered the issue himself. He had an infinite upgrade talent, which often brought surprises. He glanced at the refrigerator. If he could find an item, upgrade it to level 10, and obtain an internal space similar to the refrigerator, with a large enough opening to accommodate the green giant zombies, then this problem would be perfectly solved. However, This was somewhat unrealistic and overly presumptuous. Perhaps he could focus on devouring monsters. For example, if the train had the opportunity to devour a monster with a pouch like a kangaroo, allowing the train to have a pocket to store the green giant zombies. After thinking for a while and not coming up with any reliable and practical methods, Yuhao decided to stop considering the issue. He could only hope to find a solution to this problem in the Shiru Mountains. He shifted his gaze to the train chat channel on the control screen. Since the incident in Mayuan City, the chat channel had become much quieter. However, it seemed to have become lively again for some reason. Filet train, huh? I finally swallowed the harem train today. It feels great. Submarine train, at this time, you're not rushing to develop but still doing this? Filet train, you don't understand. I have a grudge against the harem train. Submarine train, what grudge is worth this? Filet train, that dwarf from the harem train ambushed me last time and ruined my plans. He is quite a ruthless person, Yuhao commented. Xiaoming train, help. Urgent rescue. My train is under monster attack. I'm now surrounded, requesting support. Coordinates are 1452, 618. Xiaoming train. Whoever can successfully rescue me, I am willing to share a very precious piece of information with them. Submarine train, huh? Unfortunately, it's a bit far from me. How long can you hold out? If you need me, I can probably arrive in 2 days. Filet train. I'm a bit closer. I might need about a day to get there. Xiaoming train. By the time you arrive, my train slaves and I will have long been monster fodder. Is there any big brother nearby? Please help, it's urgent. Submarine train, it's not that, buddy. Mainly your position is too tricky. You're almost at the Shiru Mountains. There was quite a commotion there a couple of days ago, and you're heading that way. ISNT, that just asking for trouble? Xiaoming train, it's precisely because there was a commotion that I went to see if there were any opportunities. I realize now that I was wrong and just want to get through this crisis, begging for a big brother to save me. My train has firepower, can't hold out much longer. Dash, did something big happen in the Shiru Mountains? How come I didn't know? Yuhao looked at the information in the chat channel, a bit surprised. The Xinguang train might not have sensed it since it was at the bottom of the abyss 2 days ago. Xiao AI reminded at this time. Yuhao nodded, his expression becoming serious. He was about to enter the Shiru Mountains, and what the people in the group were saying made him a bit worried about potential issues in the Shiru Mountains. He entered the coordinates provided by submarine train to check and found that although it wasn't T on the way, it was close to the direction of the Shiru Mountains and not too far off. Xiao AI. Proceed towards the coordinates I entered. Okay. On the other side of the wasteland, the Filet train was speeding along. At this time, the appearance of the Filet train had changed significantly compared to when it was in Mayuan City. The train length had increased, now consisting of 13 carriages. 8 of these carriages were topped with heavy machine guns, and there was a dedicated open-air combat carriage inside, equipped with rocket launchers and mortars. The overall armor of the train looked more solid than last time. At this moment, Raven, the train conductor, was sitting in the train room, looking at the information in the chat channel, with a smirk forming on his face. He deceived the people in the chat channel. In reality, his train was very far from Xiaoming train. He said that to keep them unaware of his intentions, through the act of swallowing the harem train, he realized that compared to mining honestly, swallowing other trains was the fastest way to develop. Although the risks involved were much greater than mining, the risks and rewards coexisted. And the gains were also quite astonishing. Sitting in the train room, Raven held an item in his hand, and his mind began to concoct a plan to swallow Xiaoming train. After swallowing the big piece of meat that was the harem train, his train's strength had significantly increased. He felt confident enough to take on monsters and zombies. Inside a mine, the sound of gunfire rang out. Ot-ot-ot-tot. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a train was parked inside the mine. At the entrance of the mine, many monsters charged towards them. All the train's weapons were firing at the entrance. The train was surrounded by monsters outside the mine. The good news was that as long as they held the entrance, the monsters couldn't break in. Additionally, after killing the monsters, their corpses would pile up at the entrance, obstructing further monsters. Once enough monsters were killed, the corpses might be able to block the entrance entirely. However, the bad news was that the train was now trapped inside the mine. Since it was not far from the Shiru Mountains, this place was extremely unsafe. The longer they stayed, the more variables arose, making it increasingly dangerous. Ming, are there any reinforcements coming in the chat channel? At this moment, the deputy conductor anxiously looked outside the cave. The conductor, Li Ming, who was sitting in a chair trying to send messages in the chat channel, had a grim expression. He shook his head, saying no, they were all too far away. However, one conductor said they would see how it goes and head this way. For now, they could only hold on. Chapter 98. What the hell is this monster? An hour later, the fast-moving flying thunder train began to slow down. Raven glanced at the item in his hand, a smile creeping on his lips. Haha, this time I've learned my lesson. Before we get too close, let's use the train camouflage technique. In the chat channel, the spark train, which loves to dive even more than the submarine train, surprisingly popped up and said it would come over depending on the situation. Now it seems there's going to be some excitement over at the Xiaoming train. To avoid the same embarrassing situation that happened last time in Imo Yuan City, I need to be cautious. With this disposable chameleon camouflage device, I'm sure I'll catch the yellow sparrow this time. Saying that, he activated the item. Once activated, the flying thunder train was immediately covered with a rough skin resembling that of a chameleon. The rough skin began to change colors, and before long, it blended in with the surrounding environment. The flying thunder train continued to move and soon arrived not far from a cave entrance. The train came to a stop, and Raven looked at the red dot on the radar, pondering, it should be here. At this moment, the red dot inside the cave was fiercely battling against the red dot outside the cave. There were no other red dots visible anywhere else outside the cave. Raven looked out the window and saw no trace of any train. It seems the spar train hasn't arrived yet. He muttered to himself and began typing in the chat channel. Flying thunder train, spar train, buddy, did you go to rescue the Xiaoming train? I didn't go because it was too far away. Now only you can save my brother Xiaoming from peril. Xiaoming train, help brothers. I can't hold on much longer. Xiaoming train, spar train, big brother, my train's life and death now depend on you. If I can't hold on this time, I might have to take my top secret exclusive information and train members to the northwest in regret. Meanwhile, inside the spar train that was on its way, Yuhao glanced at the messages in the chat channel but didn't say anything. They were not far from the coordinate location, and at the current speed of the train, they would arrive soon. Raven noticed that the spark train hadn't spoken up in the chat channel, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Could it be that the spark train encountered some special situation and wouldn't make it? If that's the case, there's no need to wait any longer. I could take action directly now. Raven began to use binoculars to carefully observe the situation at the cave. After a while, his expression turned even worse. There are quite a few monsters out there. He saw a large number of ant monsters surrounding the cave. Although the scale wasn't as massive as a zombie tide, there were still several hundred of them. Raven hesitated, although his train had some strength now. Monsters are not like zombies. They're not so easy to deal with. If there were zombies outside, even if there were 1,000 of them, he could kill them all without blinking. But for monsters to reach this number, that's a different story. He hadn't expected to encounter so many monsters when he arrived. They rarely gather in such large numbers, unlike zombies that always appear in hordes. He initially thought that 100 monsters would be the limit here. This was indeed a miscalculation. Next, if he aimed for the resources and slaves of the Xiaoming train, it was clear that he should take advantage of the fact that the ant monsters hadn't broken into the cave yet to clear them out, and then rush into the cave to claim the Xiaoming train. If he was only after the resources of the Xiaoming train, then he could just sit back and watch, waiting for the ant monsters to break in, kill what needed to be killed, and then retreat satisfied, allowing him to go in and pick up the leftovers. After some thought, Raven decided not to take the slaves of the Xiaoming train. Just the resources would suffice. For safety's sake, this approach was more prudent. Having made this decision, he sat down in his chair, watching the chat channel information while observing the situation at the cave. Not long after, in the channel, the Xiaoming train sent out a message indicating it was about to give in. Raven's lips curled up. This is good news. He said a few words symbolically in the channel, then looked up to check the situation at the cave again. Suddenly, his pupils jolted, shocked by what he saw. A long worm-like monster rushed past in front of his train, heading straight for the cave. What the hell is this monster? He momentarily lost his composure, feeling a wave of suffocation. Most of the monsters in this world are mutated from existing species. But the monster passing by now, he couldn't identify what it resembled. It was indescribable, yet breathtaking. Raven looked at the radar. And why? Why can't my radar detect this monster? He saw that the long worm-like monster didn't appear as a red dot on the radar. Impossible. Since I can see it, it means this monster isn't camouflaged. Yet the radar can't detect it. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Yuhao's spark train had already arrived at the coordinate location. Ever since it absorbed the bat monster in the cave at Howling Abyss, his train's radar gained the ability to interfere with bat sonar, making it undetectable by ordinary train radars. It was essentially an invisible train on the radar. Yuhao directly began to clear the ant monsters outside the cave. Inside the flying thunder train, Raven was still covering his mouth with both hands, stunned into silence. The shock brought by this longworm monster had left him in a whirlwind of thoughts. The creature had a skin resembling snake scales. Its form was like that of a longworm. From the side, its head had two antennae, and most absurdly, in the center of the antennae was a large drill-like horn. Just from a side view, it was already hard to imagine what the front of this longworm monster would look like. The drill horn of the spark train began to spin. The train first cleared away the ant monsters at the cave entrance. Then the antennae shot out white sticky liquid bullets to seal the entrance, and finally focused on dealing with the ant monsters outside. The ant monsters, realizing an enemy had infiltrated their group, began to attack the spark train collectively. Some climbed onto the train, opening their powerful jaws in an attempt to bite through the train's exterior. However, their jaws clashed against the armored skin, unable to break through. Chapter 99. Lord Lei's sophistry. Lei stared blankly out of the car window for a long time. After a moment, he felt a trace of sympathy and pity for Xiaoming Train and sent a message in the chat channel. Fei Lei Train, Xiaoming Train, buddy. You can give up struggling now because you've already caught the attention of a big monster. Xiaoming Train, huh? Fei Lei Train. A ridiculously powerful monster has appeared outside your mine, sealing the entrance with white goo, and is now slaughtering the ant monsters outside the mine. It's likely that once it finishes with the ant monsters, it will come in and eat you all. Xiaoming Train. Inside the mine. In the car of Xiaoming Train, Li Ming looked at the messages in the chat channel, his heart sinking. The spark in his eyes quickly faded, and his gaze became dim, as if his heart had turned to ashes. He then stared blankly at the radar, trying to see the big monster outside the mine. After a while, a look of surprise flashed in his lifeless eyes. The train conductor of Fei Lei Train said a monster had appeared outside the mine, but there had been no new red dots appearing on the radar. With this confusion, he sent a message in the chat channel. Xiaoming Train, Fei Lei Train. Buddy, don't lie to me. I haven't detected any new red dots here. What is going on? Fei Lei Train. That's the strange thing about that monster. It can't be detected by radar, but can be seen with the eyes. After sending the message, Lei saw that Xiaoming Train hadn't replied and added another message. Fei Lei Train, I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, check the number of red dots on your radar to see if it's decreasing. If there wasn't a powerful monster outside slaughtering, how could the number of red dots decrease? Li Ming looked at the messages from the conductor of Fei Lei Train and then at the decreasing red dots on the radar, feeling completely perplexed. He felt that something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. There were many things that didn't add up, but he could only see the powerful monster that had suddenly appeared outside the mine, which couldn't be displayed. After a moment of confusion, his eyes brightened. Wait a minute. How did the conductor of Fei Lei Train know what was happening outside of mine here? He immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Xiaoming Train, Fei Lei Train. How do you know what is happening here? In the chat channel, after he said that, the conductor of Xiaoming Train didn't reply. Just as Lei was about to send another message, he saw that the other party finally responded. But it was just a questioning message, and he fell into silence. Xiaoming Train, what is going on? Did you come here? Xiaoming Train. You can't see what is happening here unless you come. Xiaoming Train, Fei Lei Train. Now, it was Xiaoming Train that sent a series of messages. Lei looked at the messages in the chat channel and felt a bit at a loss. He could only prepare to be a mute and ignore these messages. But suddenly, he thought of a way to explain. If he didn't find a way to clarify, his reputation in the chat channel would be ruined. Fei train, Xiaoming train, how could I possibly come here? If I did, wouldn't I have shot a few shells at that monster right away? Fei train, just check if there are any new red dots on your radar. If I were here, would your radar be able to detect me? Li Ming looked at the messages from Fei train, and his previously excited emotions were interrupted. He stared at the radar in silence, then continued to send messages in the chat channel. Xiaoming train, Fei train. There really are no anomalies detected on the radar, but since your train isn't here, how can you know what is happening here? How do you explain that? Lei 1, Fei train, that's because my train's talent is far-sighted, able to see scenes from thousands of miles away, understand? Li Ming stared at this message in shock, all his doubts evaporating. Fei train, I just wanted to kindly remind you, but I didn't expect you to misunderstand me like this. It's really disheartening. Inside Xinghua train, where they were clearing the ant monsters, Yuhao looked at the lively debate in the chat channel and chuckled. If I remember correctly, isn't the train talent of Fei train related to speed? It seems that Fei train has undoubtedly come to this area and is probably hiding the train somehow. The conductor of Fei train is putting on an act, making Xiaoming train too scared to speak up. So, should I say a few words to slap him in the face? Just as Yuhao was pondering this, a new group of discussants joined the chat channel. Qian Shui train, Fei train, wait a minute, what did you just say? Fei train, I said the conductor of Xiaoming train misunderstood me, and it broke my heart. Qian Shui train, no, you said your train talent is farsighted? Fei train, yeah, what's wrong? Qian Shui train, my train talent is farsighted. Fei train. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from outside the mine, in front of a train window, thick layers of lenses were stacked together, as if the train were wearing reading glasses. Inside the train, the conductor had a grim expression as he communicated with the conductor of Fei train through the chat channel. Fei train, what? Is it only allowed for your train talent to be farsighted, but not mine? At this moment, Lei Wen was sending messages in the channel, beginning to forcefully argue. He had to make a case. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined in the chat channel. Qian Shui train, you're talking nonsense. Have you ever seen two trains with the same talent? Fei train, wait, what level is your train talent? Qian Shui train, why do you ask that? My train talent farsighted is just a common grade talent. Fei train, then my train talent farsighted is a mid-grade talent. Fei train, although it's almost impossible for train talents to be the same, it's still possible for the same talent to exist at different grades, right? Qian Shui train. Chapter 100. Yuhao slaps back in the interior of the spark train while grinding monsters. Yuhao watched as the lightning train surprisingly managed to turn the situation around. He couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, truly skilled at sophistry. He sighed and decided to slap this old rival in the face. Spark train, lightning train, didn't I remember your train's talent was related to speed? Spark train, don't you remember how you escaped the attacks from the harem train in Desert City using your train's talent? Lightning train. Raven's expression changed immediately upon seeing the messages from the spark train in the chat channel. His face darkened as he directly applied to add spark train as a friend in the chat. Not long after, the other party accepted. He immediately sent a private message. Lightning train, who are you? How do you know about the situation in Desert City? Lightning train, at that time, only the cleansing train, the harem train, and my train were present. No other trains were displayed on the radar. How did you see what was happening over there? Spark train, are you in such a hurry? Asking so many questions at once. Spark train, have you considered that the reason I could see what was happening over there might be because my train also has a long-range vision ability? Lightning train, spark train, you previously said your train's long-range vision was one tier higher than the submarine trains, being of the intermediate grade talent. Coincidentally, my train's long-range vision is one tier higher than your intermediate grade, being of the advanced grade. Lightning train, Raven suddenly felt choked. His own sophistry aimed at the submarine train was now being used against him by the captain of the spark train. It didn't feel great. Spark train, all right. I'll be honest. I was right next to you guys during the battle, but I disguised my train using a disposable chameleon disguise device, which is why you didn't notice me. Lightning train? Raven was a bit dazed. He sent another message. Lightning train? Where are you now? During this time, the spark train had quickly killed all the ant monsters outside the mine. Although Yuhao was privately messaging Lightning train, the spark train, under Xiao AI's control, continued to grind monsters without delay. With the powerful attack power of the train drill, killing these small monsters was effortless. At this moment, the train was already using its frog tongue to devour the corpses of the ant monsters. Yuhao looked at the private message from Lightning train and calmly replied, Spark train, I'm right next to you. Lightning train, huh? Raven hurriedly looked out the window, but saw nothing unusual. He then checked the radar, which also showed no anomalies. Finally, still unconvinced, he took out binoculars to carefully observe the distance outside the window. After confirming he didn't see any trace of the train, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn, you scared me. When he saw that line in the private message, he felt a shiver down his spine, reminiscent of watching a horror movie on the first night before the apocalypse. The way it was said made him feel like the spark train was like a ghost, haunting him. Angrily, he sent another private message. Lightning train, you're like a ghost, trying to scare me. Huh? Why can't I see your train? After sending this private message, Raven's mind quickly reacted, and he hurriedly added, Lightning train. Could it be that your train used a disposable chameleon disguise device again? Yuhao thought for a moment after reading the private message. The bat sound wave interference ability should not belong to disguised devices. So he honestly replied in the private message, Spark train, no dash. Raven suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Not long after, the spark train finished devouring the ant monsters, and the form of its insect legs slightly changed, with more barbs on them, looking sturdier and more powerful. The antennae then aimed at the white sticky liquid in the mine and fired a slick, clear liquid. When the slick, clear liquid hit the white, sticky substance, it miraculously began to dissolve. Under the neutralization of the sticky liquid and the clear liquid, it turned into a puddle of ordinary liquid that was neither slippery nor sticky. At this moment, the mine had been completely blocked by the corpses of the ant monsters. The frog tongue continued to devour the ant monster corpses. Inside the Xiaoming train, everyone, including the captain, stared in disbelief as the red dots on the radar disappeared. The ant monster corpses at the mine entrance no longer posed a threat, so they were no longer displayed as red dots. Li Ming's expression fluctuated, unsure whether to be happy or worried. If what the